But why is the principal doing this? Last year's Divine Descent Day was similar. He even replaced the holy water that could harm the undead. Principal Morrison's actions seemed to be helping the Dark Faction. Could he be a follower of the evil god? If the Principal Morrison is secretly a follower of the evil god, then the Sharia Magic Academy. Oh no, Professor Tobias Azal is back. Rosy quickly returned the documents to their place, gently closed the archive room door, and hurried to the office window. Outside the semi-transparent stained glass window, a round owl is pecking at the hard window frame. Coming just a moment. Rosy opened the window a crack, letting the owl fly in. The owl landed on the desk, making a soft cooing sound. It's windy outside, and I'm afraid the wind will blow the papyrus to the ground if I open the door and window, Rosy explained, closing the window tightly again. She murmured, "It seems late. I should go patrol." On her last patrol of the night, Rosy walked clockwise around the wall. When she turned back, dawn broke, and the morning light spilled down. Half of the statue of the sun and moon deities in the center of the square was bathed in soft sunlight. The sun god faced west, directly opposite the Academy's main gate, while the moon god faced east, towards the Academy's cathedral. From her perspective, the sun god's statue stood against the light, its dark face wrapped in radiance. As she walked around to the back, the light illuminated the entire moon god statue, revealing the smooth texture of the marble that glowed with a circle of pure white light. The sun and moon deity's statue has one side representing darkness and the other light. In a flash, a terrifying thought struck Rosy. The same body, two faces. The moon god statue reflects the light of the sun. These two faces coexist yet oppose each other. They are two sides of the same coin. Which is the front and which is the back depends on the direction of worship. The face seen by the believers is the front, while the unseen face is the back. A deity widely worshipped by humans is a righteous god. A deity hated and feared by humans is an evil god. But who says righteous and evil gods cannot be the same deity? Just as no one could imagine that the god of the undead was once the god of life. If the god of life has a dark side, what about other gods? Could this also be true for them? Rosy thought of Asina, who had demon-like horns. Demons are the messengers of the god of evil desires, and Asina is a beloved of the god of love. Would the god of love not know that the follower they care for is a descendant of demons? Could the god of love and the god of evil desires actually be two sides of the same god? If that's the case, then the true divinity of the god of love, Freya, should be called Desire. She is not the god of love. She is the god of desire. The fog in her mind was blown away by the strong wind, and a chilling light flickered in Rosy's eyes. What righteous god, what evil god, it's all a deception. Light can briefly dispel darkness, but it cannot eliminate it, for light and darkness have always existed side by side. The old human paradise was burned to the ground by the divine war, and now the Western Plains is decaying under the control of the Church, with fervent faith turning this world into chaos. Rosy would never forget the scene she saw from the clouds. The sun and moon deities wrapped countless feeding tubes around the massive divine throne, greedily licking the power from it. They didn't seem like gods, they resembled leeches. If the world could see this scene like she did, their holy halos would be shattered, and they would no longer receive faith. A thunderous sound echoed from the sky as a bolt of lightning split the heavens, pouring a brilliant golden light through the clouds. A bolt from the blue? Strange. Why does it feel like something is flying in that golden light? But she clearly couldn't see that far. Rosy rubbed her eyes. It seemed she had stayed up too late and was seeing things. She had class at 8, so she withdrew her gaze and headed to the junior magic chapel. At noon, after class, Rosy walked outside with heavy eyelids. She hadn't returned to Starfall residence for many days and didn't know how Bella was doing with the tasks she had assigned. She needed to go back and check. "Miss Rosy," a male and female voice called out together from in front of her. Rosy lifted her eyelids and saw Bark and Winnie standing ahead. "Miss Rosy, it's been a while since we last saw you." Winnie had just finished her sword training, still holding a sword in her hand. Upon seeing Rosy, she quickly sheathed the sword and handed it to Bark, rushing over. Winnie, long time no see. A weak smile appeared on Rosy's pale face. Miss Rosy, you don't look so well, Winnie said with concern. Rosy's eyelids drooped heavily. There's no way around it. I didn't sleep well, and I was just planning to go back to Starfall residence for a nap. I'll support you. Winnie, worried that she might suddenly collapse, quickly held her up. Miss Rosy, let us take you back. Thank you for your kindness, Winnie, but my coach is just outside. He will take me back. Then I'll walk you to the carriage. Winnie firmly supported Rosy's arm and guided her outside. I'm really not that fragile, Rosy said with a helpless smile. I'm not a porcelain doll. Winnie knew what a porcelain doll was. They were sold at the ice cream shop, delicate and easily breakable. You need more care than a porcelain doll right now, Winnie insisted. Rosy couldn't argue with her, so she decided to enjoy being cared for, leaning most of her weight against her. Winnie looked thin and weak due to her long sword practice, but her muscles were well-defined, and she was quite strong. Walking with her was effortless. Winnie, your swordsmanship must be very good, right? Rosy asked curiously. Not really, Winnie said, looking down. I'm second in our class. Second isn't bad. You're too modest, Rosy exclaimed. Bark, walking behind them, chimed in, holding his sword. Exactly. Being second is impressive, but Winnie is never satisfied and keeps saying she's not good enough. Rosy sensed something and looked at Winnie. Winnie, what's going on? Winnie said dejectedly, I'm just a little short. If I were just a bit better, I could participate in the magic competition. That was indeed quite sad. If Winnie only wanted to be first, it would be simpler. With hard work, she could improve. But she wanted to participate in the magic competition, and the list was already set, with no chance for changes. Rosy didn't know how to comfort her. From her own perspective, she would rather not participate in the magic competition. The magic competition involves too many people. She feared being exposed on stage and preferred to sit back and watch the excitement. There's still a chance, Winnie, Rosy reassured her. The magic competition is held every year. You can prepare and aim to participate next year. Winnie looked sad. Next year is even less likely. Once I move up to the advanced class, the promotion speed for sword apprentices will be much slower than for other magic apprentices. The advanced magic groups have never included sword apprentices. Junior magic apprentices move up to the intermediate level and are divided into 6 vocational classes: potion making, magic runes, spells, alchemy, astrology, and swordsmanship. At this stage, potion apprentices have very low combat power, astrology apprentices have almost none, while sword apprentices are the strongest, followed by spell apprentices, and alchemy apprentices can only throw punches. But once they reach the advanced level, the gap in magical talent becomes very apparent. Spell apprentices' combat abilities soar. Astrology apprentices can analyze the battlefield and command attacks. Potion apprentices brew healing potions and are irreplaceable, and magic rune apprentices significantly enhance attack power. Sword apprentices cannot externalize their magic. They can only attack up close and cannot defend, which puts them at a disadvantage compared to alchemy apprentices. Alchemy apprentices can both wield swords and forge, are tough and strong, can attack and defend, and can take hits. A forging hammer can knock a spell apprentice out of their chant, making them far superior to sword apprentices. Winnie felt increasingly sad. My magical talent is poor. Missing the intermediate magic competition means I really won't have a chance to participate. Rosy felt puzzled. Winnie, why do you want to participate in the magic competition so badly? I know. Bark answered for Winnie. During the magic competition, participants can invite their parents to watch at the academy. Winnie wants her parents to see her in the magic competition. Is that the reason? Rosy thought it was a bit flimsy. Yes, surprisingly, Winnie nodded. My family doesn't believe I have magical talent. I want them to know I'm not lying. I really am studying magic at Sharia Magic Academy. 2 years ago, when Winnie was cutting wheat in the fields, she accidentally triggered a bit of magic while Rosy walked down the stairs. Balk and Barton heard her and turned to stand up. "Dear Miss Rovy, good day." Barton hurried over and bowed to her. "Good day, Mr. Harkins." Rovy walked to the ornate wooden chair by the fireplace, turned around, and sat down, extending her hand. "Please sit, Mr.
Harkins, Balk.
No, we can stand." Barton quickly handed her the sheepskin ledger he was holding. "Miss Rovy, here is the detailed account of last month's cashmere sales. Please take a look." Rovy opened the ledger and was shocked by the numbers. They sold over 1,000 cashmere skirts and more than 2,000 shawls, along with many other items like undershirts, cashmere socks, and capes, with even more sold. There were fewer than 400 noble students at the Sharia Magic Academy, and she had underestimated the purchasing power of the Western nobles. "How did you sell so many?" Rovy asked in disbelief. "With Harkins Cashmere Factory's current production capacity, they shouldn't be able to produce that much cashmere in a month, right?" She pointed at the data in the ledger and asked, "Is part of this from orders that haven't been fulfilled yet?" Barton exclaimed, "As expected, nothing escapes Miss Rovy's notice. Half of these clothes haven't even started production. Many noble ladies paid deposits at the end of last year. That makes sense. It means a quarter of the profit comes from next month's revenue." Rovy continued to look through the ledger and paused on the last page for a long time. The total sales exceeded 35,000 gold coins, with a gross profit of over 33,000 gold coins, resulting in a profit margin of 300%. Even capitalists would shake their heads at such high profits. Initially, Barton promised Rovy 30% of the profits, which amounted to 10,000 gold coins. After deducting her share, the tithe to the church, the taxes imposed by the Duchy of Lenkos on movable and immovable property, and the commodity turnover tax set by the Sharia city lord, Harkins' shop's net profit was still over 9,000 gold coins. However, this 9,000 gold coins would also need to cover losses from previous months and the costs and high taxes of upcoming orders, which would be reinvested into the next production cycle. Calculating all this, it turned out that more than half of the money Barton worked hard for over the past 6 months was taken away by those who do nothing. She felt a pang of sympathy for Barton. But on the other hand, taxes are included in the total price of goods due to the tax-inclusive pricing system. For example, if she set the coat price at 10 gold coins and the city lord imposed a 1 gold coin tax, that tax is included in the price, selling to customers for 11 gold coins. The extra 10,000 gold coins in taxes were actually paid by the nobles buying cashmere coats. Rovy put down the ledger. "Mr. Harkins, you've worked hard these past few months. As long as there's money to be made, I don't mind at all," Barton said, beaming. He stepped back a few paces and bent down to open the copper boxes on the floor, revealing shining gold coins that lit up the room. A gold coin weighs about 15 grams, so 10,000 gold coins weigh about 150 kilograms, or 300 pounds of gold, filling 4 15-inch copper boxes. Although the gold refining technology of this era is primitive, the gold content of a gold coin is at least 70%. This means she received 200 pounds of gold at once, worth 50 million in modern cash. This income came at the right time. She was worried about not having enough money to build the mulberry garden and lumber mill. 10,000 gold coins would support her for a long time. After sending off Barton and Balk, Rovy called a few servants to carry the gold coins to the collection room on the 2nd floor, which she personally locked. "Bella, have we secured the land in the suburbs?" "Yes, my lady. It's been rented. The contract and map are right here." Bella found the contract and held it with both hands, gazing at Rovy with admiration. As expected of her lady, she can spend and earn money. Rovy is her idol. Rovy glanced at the contract. The 20 acres of land, about 120 mu, is located in the southern suburbs of the city, just enough to build a small manor. She set down the contract and looked at the map. The city lord is quite cunning. Most of the 20 acres he rented to her are rocky wasteland and wet riverbanks. If used for farming, it would definitely incur losses, but it's perfect for developing integrated agriculture. The western region is rainy, and mulberry trees do not tolerate flooding. Thanks to him, she got a plot with the most water and rocks, solving both irrigation and flood issues. Hire a group of workers to turn the soil. We're preparing to transplant the mulberry trees. Rosy flipped the map several times, marked a few spots with her finger, then paused. Never mind, I'll wait until I assess the terrain and soil conditions before planning the land preparation. Bella quickly asked, should I hire workers now? Yes, hire both long-term and short-term workers. We also need to build several large tiled houses in the manor, and we need to dig a pond for fish farming. The mulberry fish pond production model has been historically validated, and with successful experiences from predecessors, Rosy, is a smart person. Okay, my lady. Bella quickly noted it down. By the way, is the backyard land ready? Rosy remembered to ask. Bella replied, it's ready. The manure you mentioned has also been brought in with buckets.
Take me to see it.
Rosy stood up.
Ah?
Bella stammered, but it's very smelly there, my lady. It's fine. Rosy took out her small handkerchief. Let's go. She strode toward the backyard, and Bella hurriedly followed. Once in the backyard, Rosy looked at the 2 acres of land filled with manure and overwhelming stench, covering her nose and falling silent. How could it be this smelly? The manure is scattered everywhere, with piles here and there, making it impossible to step on the land. Bella, trembling, said, my lady, should we go back? It's my fault. Rosy took a deep breath, nearly fainting from the smell, and quickly covered her mouth and nose. I should have explained better. Manure should preferably be cow dung, as it has lower moisture content and won't drip everywhere. The manure needs to be piled together, not spread out in the field. Find a few people to make the pile bigger and taller, forming a rectangle 2 meters high and 3 to 4 meters long, and cover it with plastic film, or straw or soil, so the manure can heat up and decompose. Don't pile it in the middle of the field. Put it in the corners. The pile needs to ferment for at least 40 days to kill the bacteria and eggs in the manure. Bella nodded while quickly writing down her requests on a small wooden piece. As her most reliable housekeeper, not knowing how to write wouldn't do. For the past 6 months, she has been learning to read with Roman and can now write fluently. Rosy saw Bella struggling to write with a charcoal stick on the wooden piece and suddenly paused. Having gotten used to using sheepskin paper for a semester, she forgot that many people in this world cannot afford it and lack portable tools for recording. Since she is going to build a mulberry garden and mulberry bark is also one of the raw materials for paper, she might as well make some paper too. What are the steps to make paper? Oh no, I've forgotten a bit. She only remembers that it requires tree bark, fish nets, and old burlap, then pounding and boiling repeatedly, adding wood ash to remove the glue from the plant fibers, and finally scooping the pulp and drying it. But she still needs to figure out the details through practice. Master? Bella called carefully. What's wrong? Ro came back to her senses. It's nothing. Let's just leave it here for now. We can solve any problems later. It was too smelly here. She couldn't stay any longer. Let's go back. Okay. Bella carefully packed the wooden pieces and followed her back. After just a few steps, a male servant ran over, holding his backside, with a worker carrying a bucket of manure chasing behind. Bandy, use the bucket. I'll dump it with you, the worker shouted. No, your bucket is full. AC just sat in a pile of dung. I need to take it to the field.
Wait.
Let me dump this bucket first, then you can use it. Bella the housekeeper told me to collect 20 buckets of manure today, and I'm still one short. Hearing this, Ro finally understood what was happening. She looked at Bella with a blank expression. My housekeeper, you better explain this. Bella was nearly in tears. Master, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I'll send them to collect cow dung right away. Go quickly, Ro said, her face turning green as if she had swallowed a fly. I want good farmland, not a dung pit. Who uses their land as a toilet, dropping piles everywhere? How can this land be farmed in the future? I understand, Master. I'll change it right away. Bella anxiously turned around and shouted to the male servant squatting in the field. You there? No urinating in the field. Bandy was startled by her sharp voice and looked up to see the housekeeper and the master standing not far away. But he was already halfway done, and if he went out now, he would mess his pants. Housekeeper Bella, can you wait a moment until I finish? Bandy pleaded.
No.
Hurry up, before Bella could finish. Another voice floated over. Quick, quick. I can't hold it anymore. Let me through. I need to go in the field. A male servant rushed past them. Ro covered her forehead in pain. Bella, you handle this. I'm leaving. She had no interest in watching people use the toilet outdoors. Hearing that Ro was leaving, Bella felt relieved. Okay, master, don't worry. I will handle it. I'll make them correct it. With the master standing there, she felt so much pressure that she didn't dare to curse at the male servants. Probably only Ro didn't know that her gentle and timid housekeeper Bella could be fierce and ruthless when scolding people, often making the male servants in the back cry. Moreover, housekeeper Bella was particularly stingy. If the kitchen was missing even one egg, she would investigate. If someone ate an extra meat pie or drank an extra bowl of soup, she would deduct it from their wages. The lower servants dared not express their anger. They had no choice. Even the most powerful knight under the master would be penalized if he ate an extra piece of bread, losing a gold coin and ending up with only 20 silver coins. Even the knight didn't dare to complain to the master, so the lower servants were even more afraid. Ro returned to the front yard, still smelling the stench of dung. She lifted her sleeve to smell, and just standing there for a moment made her clothes smell too. Clarice.
Coming, master.
Clarice ran in from outside. Ro took off her coat and threw it on the ground. I want to take a bath. Fortunately, there was hot water always prepared in the kitchen. As soon as she said she wanted to bathe, the hot water was quickly brought upstairs. After soaking in the hot bath, the awful smell finally disappeared. Ro got dressed, and Clarice brought a cloth to dry her hair. Cotton was grown in this era, but it was scarce, and the fabric was expensive, so commoners couldn't afford it. This was mainly due to the geographical environment. The climate in the Western Plains was not suitable for cotton cultivation, leading to low production and difficulties in farming. Cotton originally comes from tropical and subtropical regions, thriving in sunny, warm, and dry places. The geographical conditions in the southwest of the Mist Plains were suitable for cotton growth, making it a good place to plant this economic crop. If that colorful bird could fly back to the Western Plains, perhaps she could have it bring back a bag of cotton seeds. After drying her hair, Ro draped a shawl over her shoulders and went downstairs to sit by the fireplace to warm up. The heat from the flames slowly dried the moisture from her hair, making her dark hair become fluffy. Ro lay back in the chair with her eyes closed, letting her long hair cascade down the back of the chair, shining like a waterfall and dazzling to the eyes. Master, let me comb your hair, Clarice said, taking out a small comb. Ro replied with a sound and lay still. Roman rushed in just in time to see this scene, quickly covering his mouth with his small hands and tiptoeing like a little mouse toward Ro. Clarice, is the lady asleep? He asked softly. Not yet. Ro opened her eyes. Roman, are you back from school? Yes. Roman nodded vigorously. Lady, you haven't been back for many days. There have been a lot of things at the academy lately. Ro raised her hand to signal Clarice to stop and sat up to look at Roman. Little knight, how did your task go? Roman puffed out his chest and held up his small hand, showing 2 fingers. I found 21 people, and they are all willing to work on our farm. Roman is amazing. Ro patted his head. Roman immediately smiled like a little mouse that had stolen oil, his lips curling up. Ro said, bring them over tomorrow afternoon after school. Child laborers also need training before they can start. Okay. Roman nodded. Lady, if I bring them all, can you teach me that game you mentioned last time? Of course. Ro raised an eyebrow. I never lie to children. Roman cheered. That's great. Lady, can I bring them over today? No, we agreed on tomorrow, so it's tomorrow. Ro wiggled her finger. But if you can help me with one more thing today, I can promise to play with you longer. Really, lady? Roman's eyes widened with excitement. What do you need help with? Help me draw a map, Ro asked, a bit worried. Roman, are you afraid of heights? Roman blinked his big, misty eyes. Afraid of heights means being scared of heights, right? Lady, I'm not afraid. I can do it. He clenched his little fist, his chubby face full of courage and determination. Then let's give it a try, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? Okay, I understand.
Good.
Ro walked to the door and looked at the trees outside, not seeing anyone, then glanced at the roof.
Troy?
A shadow jumped down from the eaves. Here. Why do you always stay on the roof? Ro murmured, looking at Troy's green eyes. Call the griffin over. While the sun is still up, let's go for a ride in the sky. In the twilight, a griffin soared into the sky, gliding through the rosy clouds of Sharia. Wow! Roman placed his hands on the griffin's broad back, looking down at the miniature city and the distant mountains and rivers, amazed. Be careful, don't fall off, Ro said, pulling him closer. Troy turned to look at them and asked Ro, should we fly higher? No, this height is just right. Flying higher would block their view with clouds, while going lower might attract attention from people on the ground. Roman, are you ready? Ro asked, looking down. Yeah, I'm ready. Roman took out a piece of parchment from his bag and spread it on the griffin's back. The wind was strong, causing the corners of the parchment to flap. Ro pulled out her magic wand and cast a wind-stopping spell, calming the air around them. The sound of the wind suddenly vanished, as if the whole world had lost its noise. The sky was filled with floating white clouds and distant layers of colorful sunset. Roman rummaged through his pockets for some charcoal, leaned over the parchment, and began to sketch the small academy in the city below. Ro glanced at the ground and felt a rush of emotions. The patterns she had subconsciously suppressed seemed ready to break free, so she quickly looked away to focus on something else. Troy stood steadily on the griffin's neck, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his hat blown back, revealing his bright red shoulder-length hair. After knowing him for so long, she still didn't know what Troy looked like. His iron mask seemed permanently fixed to his face, making it impossible to remove. Troy. Ro called out to him. Troy turned his head, his expression curious. Do you wash your face? Ro asked.
What?
Troy took a couple of steps toward her, the wind too loud for him to hear. I said. Ro raised her voice, you wear a mask every day. Don't you ever wash your face? She had been genuinely curious about this for a long time.
Troy.
Or, do you only wash the lower half of your face? Troy didn't answer, and Ro's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that her strong and capable guard didn't wash his face. He doesn't wash his face. How long has it been? 6 months? A year? Or 2 years? What would a person who hasn't washed their face for 2 years look like? Oily skin, dead skin, blackheads, and acne? No wonder Troy didn't want to take off his mask. He had told her before that his face under the mask was ugly. If he never washes it, how could it not be ugly? And wouldn't his face get 2 different colors from wearing the mask all the time? When he finally takes it off, he would find that the lower half of his face and his eye sockets are dark, while the part covered by the mask is pale. Haha, just thinking about it is funny. Ro lowered her head, laughing so hard her shoulders shook.
Troy.
What was his employer thinking now? There was only half an hour from sunset to darkness, and Roman was nervously drawing the map of the Sharia Magic Academy. Before they set off, Ro had told him to first draw the large church and castle, then the smaller houses, and finally connect the roads between the buildings. The patterns on the church roof could be drawn clearly, while the garden and lake only needed rough shapes, no need for too much detail. In reality, they were flying too high to see the details of the buildings below. As night fell, a few scattered lights flickered in the city, and most streets blended into the darkness, with the Sharia Magic Academy fading from the map. The griffin brought the 3 of them back to the ground. Troy easily lifted Roman off and set him down, then carefully helped Ro down. Roman huffed and raised his head, only to realize he barely reached Troy's thigh, feeling even more self-conscious. He was still small, but he would grow taller than Troy in the future. After comforting himself, Roman jumped up, holding the map highest. Miss, here you go. Ro took the map, knelt down, and pinched his cheek. Thank you, Roman. Let's go have dinner now. She took Roman's small hand and walked toward the garden. At the bottom of the main building stairs, they ran into Hall and Rosy, who had just come down. Miss Ro, Hall said, bowing his head. Rosy stared blankly at their hand-holding, her voice hoarse and low. Miss. She also wished to hold the miss's hand. Ro didn't notice Rosy's emotions. She was talking to Hall.
Thank you, Hall.
Rosy takes up so much of your time, every day. It won't affect your studies, will it? It's fine, Hall replied with a bright smile. Rosy is very smart. It's easy to teach her. I even get some magical inspiration from her. That's good to hear. If it ever bothers you, please let me know. We're friends, so you don't have to hold back. Not at all. I really enjoy being a teacher, Hall said sincerely. After leaving Starry Residence, where else could he find such a good job? Just talking could lead to a feast, much better than working tirelessly at a dessert shop like Laura and Theodore. After chatting for a bit, they moved to the dining hall and had dinner together. To get this meal, Hall had thought of many ways to push his lessons to now. Ro noticed that Hall had a deep love for the food at Starry Residence. Bella had mentioned more than once that Hall could eat as much as Troy. In short, both of them were food lovers. Hall probably had never eaten enough before and didn't know food could be delicious, which is why he was so obsessed with the food at Starry Residence. The people of Shiyuan usually only had one main meal a day, which was lunch. Dinner wasn't considered a main meal because they ate very little, and the church promoted light eating and fasting at night. Anyone who ate a lot at night should feel ashamed. Nobles typically ate around 4 in the afternoon, having a light afternoon tea. Commoners usually gathered around the fire pit after dark, eating whatever was available, like leftover vegetable mush or crushed black bread, without making special meals. In this era, the Western concept of gourmet food didn't exist. Food was merely for filling the stomach. Eating was more like a chore for them, something they had to do twice a day, and they had to pray to God before meals, reciting long hymns of praise. When Ro was studying in Europe, she heard a saying, "God sends food, but the devil sends chefs." This shows just how terrible the food was in this era. Eating felt like punishment. Perhaps they had the ability to cook delicious food, but the church believed that enjoying food was a sin that could corrupt one into a demon, so no chef dared to innovate boldly. After dinner, Hall returned to school first. Ro watched him leave Starry Residence and turned to go upstairs. "Rosy, come up." "Yes, miss." Rosy's eyes brightened as she quickly followed. The two entered the study on the second floor. "Rosy, you've been at Starry Residence for over 2 months now, right?" Rose sat in the writing chair, her dark eyes looking at the little girl's vacant gaze. 2 months and 27 days. Rosy clasped her hands tightly. "In 3 days, it will be 3 months. "Almost 3 months, Rose said with a hint of nostalgia. Time flies. "How long have you been learning dark magic?" "Less than 2 months. Last month, Teacher Hall left Sharia, and I didn't have magic class for over half a month." Ro nodded and asked, "How is your dark spell learning going? Do you know all the spells Teacher Hall taught you?" Rosy hesitated. "Teacher Hall said my spell pronunciation is very good, but I haven't tried casting magic yet." "Got it." Ro opened a drawer and took out a branch of magic wood. "Come here. This is the magic wand I prepared for you."
Try holding it. My
magic wand? "Miss, is this for me?" Rosy looked at the magic wand in her hand with surprise and disbelief. After a moment, she cautiously glanced at her. "If it's not for you, who else could it be for?" Ro waved her over. "Come here, closer to me." Rosy, breathing quickly, stepped closer. Her eyes, which had black lenses making them look a bit dull, sparkled with bright light. "Lift your chin, let me see if the scar is still there." Rosy tilted her head back and felt the warm fingertip on her chin. Suddenly, her nose tingled, and she felt an urge to cry. It turned out the miss didn't dislike her. She had always remembered her, remembered the scar on her face, and even prepared a magic wand for her. "You've healed well," Rose said after checking and lowering her hand. She noticed the tears in Rosy's eyes and softened her tone. "I told you, once you have the ability to protect yourself, you can drop the disguise and walk in the sunlight. Now you can take off the lenses. Wearing them will harm your eyes." Rosy shook her head. "But I'm not strong enough yet. My wanted poster is still on the city wall. I don't want to put you in danger." "It's okay if you're not strong enough. I can protect you," Rose said, holding her shoulder seriously. Sometimes we need to weigh short-term dangers against long-term ones. If your eyes get damaged from avoiding a temporary danger, you'll live in danger every day from now on. How can a magician not have bright eyes? Poor vision means you can't aim when casting spells, greatly reducing your combat ability. Moreover, Rosy is a pure dark element affinity user. She can only practice highly aggressive dark magic. What if she misjudges and hurts her allies? Before, Rosy had to disguise herself because she was in a dangerous situation and couldn't spare energy to care for others. Now it's different. She has a way out. If something happens, she can hide on Demon Island, where the spirits can protect her. Rosy is a genius. With proper training, she can become a great asset. We can't be short-sighted and let a genius fail during their growth. All right, wipe your tears, Rose said, placing the magic wand in her palm. Now, try it out. Let me see the results of your studies over the past 2 months. Yes, Mississippi. Rosy tightened her grip on the magic wand, stepped back a few paces, and channeled her magic into the magic wood. Instantly, a rich dark element surged toward her. Teacher Hall taught me 3 types of spells with a total of 17 incantations. This is the first one, the Soul Curse, Nightmare Spell. Ro listened attentively to Rosy's incantation, quickly memorizing them. Dark magic has 3 main categories: soul curses, control spells, and dark sorcery. Soul curses mainly target the soul and mind, such as memory erasure, soul extraction, and nightmare spells. Control spells amplify human desires and control bodies, like gluttony spells, sleep spells, and blood spells. Dark sorcery is the most aggressive magic, capable of torturing people to the brink of death, like gut-wrenching, bone-gnawing, petrification spells, and skinning spells. Unfortunately, Rosy is still young, and her talent is not fully awakened. After casting 4 dark spells, her magic was exhausted. Ro had her put down the wand and recite all the spells, while she hurriedly took notes. When no one was around, she would quietly try to see if she could successfully replicate these dark spells. After Rosy finished reciting the spells, she looked at Ro with anticipation. Very good, your talent is impressive, and your efforts have paid off, Ro encouraged her. Keep it up, and you will become a great dark magician. I will be proud of you. A long-lost smile blossomed on Rosy's face, like a withered grass sprouting new shoots after a stormy autumn and winter, bringing new life to the muddy ground. Miss, I will. I will make you proud. I will never make you regret saving me. I will be your sword, your knife, cutting through all the thorns ahead. Because I am your knight, your chosen female knight. Around 8 in the evening, Ro returned to the academy with an oil lamp. It was another night of patrolling the security line, which was exhausting. She really felt there was no need for her to patrol the security line. After a week of patrolling, she hadn't seen anyone climbing over the wall to escape. Besides, the magic apprentices in the intermediate and advanced departments had more magic power than her. If they wanted to sneak out, they had plenty of ways to do it, and a junior apprentice like her wouldn't notice. This punishment was really just a punishment for her, with no altruistic aspect at all. Was it even meaningful? Ro kicked a small stone on the ground, sat on the flower bed outside the square with the oil lamp, and pulled out a palm-sized piece of sheepskin paper from her waist pouch. She had cut the map drawn by Roman into 9 small squares, studying only 1 square at a time to prevent seeing the entire magic pattern framework being backfired. The map drawn by Roman was rough, with childish strokes and crooked lines, and she would need to trace and correct it later. Looking at the buildings on the map, Ro recognized it as the church in the advanced department and headed in that direction with the oil lamp. The shadows of the trees danced, and the willow branches by the lake swayed in the night wind, causing the oil lamp to flicker. Rose steadied the oil lamp with both hands as she stepped onto the long stone bridge crossing the Academy Lake, entering the activity area of the Advanced Department. The Advanced Department Church was located on the west side of the Academy, surrounded by lush vegetation, with a small forest behind it. It was said that students from the Magic Pattern Summoning class would raise their magical beasts there. Ro had avoided this area during her patrols in the past few days, but today, she wanted to tackle the hardest challenge first. After circling the church, she took out the sheepskin paper and began to fill in the details with a charcoal pencil. This section of the map had the most missing content because there were many trees. When viewed from above, many paths and building corners were obscured by the tree canopy, making it impossible to draw complete shapes. Ro, what are you drawing? Ro almost knocked over the oil lamp, quickly clenching the sheepskin paper in her hand, waving her sleeve to cover it, and turned to look behind her. Was. A dark figure, like a piece of charred coal, stood under the tree, blending into the night, with only 2 eyes glowing with blue flames revealing his presence. What are you doing here? Ro asked in surprise. Was pointed to the church, not far away. That was my old classroom. I came to take a look. Ro felt a wave of darkness wash over her. How could she forget that was a magic apprentice in the advanced department? No, it wasn't her fault. Who lets their undead wander around the academy at night? If other students saw him, rumors would spread about a haunted classroom, and within a day, there would be 800 versions of ghost stories. Rosy silently complained a bit, showing just the right amount of surprise on her face. Your old classroom? Could it be that you were a senior in the advanced department? Was lowered his arms, the fire in his eyes dimming. I was, but I'm not anymore.
Why?
Rosy asked cautiously. Is it because you graduated? Was remained silent, staring blankly at the advanced department's chapel, as if overwhelmed by a tide of sadness.
Could it be?
Rosy suddenly covered her mouth, her dark eyes darting around.
Did you
pass away before graduating? She blinked her big eyes, excitement sparkling in them. Senior, can I ask what caused your early death? Was it suicide or homicide? Did you take your own life due to academic pressure? Or was it a love affair gone wrong? A love triangle?
A forbidden romance.
Was halfway through his sorrow, but couldn't continue. Neither. Stop guessing. He thought this junior was a bit nosy. If he didn't clarify soon, his reputation might be at stake. I didn't die at the academy. I was already a spirit before entering. Finally, Rosy caught on, a quick smile appearing on her lips.
What?
A spirit? But I haven't heard that Sharia Magic Academy accepts spirit students.
She asked, even more surprised.
Of course, the academy doesn't accept them. I disguised myself to get in. If I hadn't revealed my identity while saving someone, I would have graduated long ago. With a slip of the tongue, half of his secret was out. Was realized he had said too much and hurriedly hid behind a tree. From behind the thick trunk, Rosy could sense his regret and helplessness. Don't worry, senior. I won't tell anyone. She placed the oil lamp on the raised tree roots, lifted her heels, and slowly stepped back. This is a gift for you. Don't put candles on the windowsill anymore. They can easily go out or catch fire. I'm leaving now.
Goodbye.
Her footsteps faded away, but the oil lamp remained on the tree roots, its warm light illuminating the leaf-covered ground. After a while, a dark head peeked out from behind the trunk. The girl had vanished, leaving only the oil lamp quietly burning. Was stared at the lamp, reached out to touch it, then quickly pulled back. After a moment, he reached out again and picked up the lamp's wick. For him? How did she know he liked light? This junior was strange. She scared him the first time they met, and the second time she asked if he died by suicide or homicide. He should have been angry, but she gave him a gift. Spirits are dark beings. They don't emit light and don't like being illuminated. Was an exception. He happily held the oil lamp and floated into the chapel. Under the willow tree across the stone bridge, Rosy watched the scene, deep in thought. Compared to a puppeteer, Was seemed more like a puppet created through alchemy. His mind and actions were somewhat immature, not like those of an experienced adult. No rush. Tonight she had already pried open his mouth, making it much easier to extract information from him in the future. Rosy lowered her head and pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from her sleeve, relieved it wasn't ruined, otherwise she would have to redraw it. She folded the parchment into a small block and stuffed it into her pouch, making her way to the student council office in the dark. After 7 days of exploration, she had successfully learned the art of slacking off. She didn't need to walk around the academy's walls. She just had to check in at the square every 3 hours, leaving her scent on the warning line. Rosy entered the academy office, finding it empty. Even the owl was gone. Spring was approaching. The field mice had eaten their stored food and were becoming more active. The owls had been catching mice every night, only returning at dawn. Rosy pushed the tables and chairs together, laid down a mat, and comfortably settled in. Before sleeping, she summoned Nicole and earnestly instructed it to wake her up in 2.5 hours. Nicole tilted its fluffy head, jumped to her pillow, and stared at her with its big black eyes. Nicole is a little alarm clock. Rosy lay on her side, poking its paws and suppressing a laugh. No, Nicole is a little spider. Clearly an alarm clock, Rosy poked it again and closed her eyes. All right, I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Nicole. Nicole lowered its legs and curled up, its dark eyes reflecting Rosy's peaceful, sleeping face. Having slept for less than 3 hours in the afternoon, Rosy fell into a deep sleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Her dreams were chaotic. The sky in her dream was dark and oppressive, as if it would crash down. She stood on a desolate mountain, looking up at something. A crow's caw pierced the sky, and the dark clouds split apart, letting a dazzling golden light shine through. An angel descended from the distant clouds, wrapped in divine wrath, falling from the beam of light. Blood spread, divine power surged, and 2 enormous, lidless eyes appeared in the sky, their cold gaze locking onto her, slowly approaching as if observing a tiny speck of dust. Found you, blasphemer. She blasphemed the divine. Kill her. Kill her. Countless whispers echoed in her ears, accompanied by a strange itching sensation. The itch was unbearable. Rosy raised her hand to scratch her ear, hitting the back of the chair, and suddenly woke up. Nicole jumped down from her ear, waving its paws to catch her attention. Rosy sat up, dazed, and looked at Nicole. Was I just dreaming? Nicole raised its paw, anxiously circling on the chair. Is it already time? Nicole jumped to the ground, tugged at her skirt, then bounced to the window, turning to stand in front of the closed flower window, waving its paws. You want to go out and play?
All right.
Rosy walked over and opened the window a crack for it. Boom! A thunderclap shook the sky, and a strong wind burst through the window, blowing her hair everywhere. A flash of lightning streaked across the dark night, followed by another thunderclap, with a faint golden light flickering among the dark clouds. Rosy stared intently at that glimmer in the sky. It turned out what she saw that morning wasn't an illusion. Something was really flying in the light. What could it be? She recalled the dream she just had, her pupils narrowing.
Could it be an angel?
These angels, they can't all be here to capture her, right? Oh no. She just said she had an escape route yesterday, and today she walked right into a dead end. Indeed, one shouldn't be too proud, otherwise, joy can quickly turn to sorrow. After reflecting for a moment, Rosy decisively took out the turtle shell she had neglected for several days and gently stroked its green back. I neglected you, and that's my fault. From now on, I promise to remember to touch you every day to check my fortune. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and entered the star map of her spiritual world. The gods are beyond reach, and she cannot ask questions about them, so she might as well ask herself. Rosy looked at the starry sky and asked her first question. Will I be executed for blasphemy? The star map shifted, and the Jing star flickered. This star is the leader of the southern vermilion bird's 7 stars. When bright, it signifies peace, and when dark, chaos. Rosy, is today's divination faulty? She asked whether she would die for blasphemy, yet the star map showed signs related to the current situation, and the signs were unstable, like a flickering light bulb. However, the Jing star belongs to wood, and the star clovers are like a net. Wood represents life, while the net is like a cage. Does this indicate that although she is trapped, there is still a glimmer of hope? As long as it's not a certain death, there is a chance for survival. She won't die. What must I do to find that glimmer of hope? The Jing star sank, and the Zhang star rose. This star is the fifth of the southern vermilion bird, representing good fortune, with stars arranged like a bow, and its element is earth, which can produce gold. Does this mean she has the key to unlock her chance for life and needs to take action? Rovi tugged at her hair, wondering why the star signs were becoming harder to interpret, especially since she was in a world influenced by the West, making it impossible to find someone to help her understand, as no one could decipher it. If only she had studied more about metaphysics in her past life. If she had learned about the Chinese Ziwei Shu or other astrology books, she wouldn't be suffering like this now. She sighed and exited the mental realm. This divination was as good as none, providing only vague answers. The star signs were unclear, serving only as a psychological comfort. Rovi rubbed the smooth turtle shell. Having entered the Western world but receiving Eastern tools, it was quite frustrating. Nicole jumped onto her hand, tapping her skin with her tiny feet. Rovi snapped back to reality, raising her hand to see the spider's shiny black eyes. Is it time? Thank you for the reminder, Nicole. She needed to patrol the perimeter, just to clock in and pretend to be on duty. As dawn broke, an owl flew back from outside the academy. Rovi had just finished her last clock-in, yawning widely in front of the owl to show that she hadn't slacked off and had stayed up all night. The owl opened its beak and dropped a field mouse at her feet. Rovi paused mid-yawn, glancing at the dead mouse that landed beside her, and quietly stepped aside. Thank you, Owl Warden, but I'm not really fond of field mice. You can eat it yourself. She politely declined the owl's offer. The owl stared at her with its bright yellow eyes for a moment, confirming she wasn't just being polite, then spread its wings and landed on the ground, using its hooked beak to peck at the mouse. No wonder the owl was so thin. It didn't like to eat such fatty mice. After finishing the tasty field mouse, the owl let out a satisfied hoo-hoo laugh. The owl's call was quite strange, but thankfully, it was already bright outside. Rovi heard the bell tower ringing and quickly walked back to her dorm. She needed to wash her face to wake up. She had class at 8. After a short sleep last night, she wasn't as tired this morning. Rovi attentively listened to a class, and at noon, she left the classroom with Chin. You didn't accompany me last time, so today I won't let you go no matter what. Chin linked her arm with Rovi's, hanging on her like a sloth. Rovi was dragged along and helplessly said, I never said I wouldn't accompany you today. We're going to the dessert shop, right? Let go of me so we can hurry. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. Really? That's what you said? Yes, I said it now, please let go. Chin happily pressed her cheek against Rovi's, standing up straight, slightly taller than Rovi. Okay, let's go. The two walked hand in hand, moving in sync towards the school gate. By noon, the Askeri dessert shop was packed, with a long line outside. Rovi took Chin to the second-floor private room, seriously suspecting that Chin always insisted on her company, just to use her membership card. The dessert shop was getting busier, and many people couldn't find seats and had to take their orders to go. The refined noble ladies didn't want to do that. Their delicate cream millefeuille cakes would get ruined on the way, and the frosting would be messed up. To secure a private room, they pooled their money onto one card to increase their membership level, taking turns dining in the private room. Chin had upgraded her membership card to gold, but there were more and more gold card holders, and often the private rooms were not enough. Rovi had a private room at Askeri, and as the behind-the-scenes owner, she had the privilege of not waiting in line. Once seated, Chin eagerly shared the latest gossip with Rovi.
Did you know?
Vina broke off her engagement with Egbert. Egbert? Rovi thought for a moment and remembered that Egbert was Vina's fiancé, who had stumbled in during last year's banquet hosted by the Paladin. Isn't breaking off an engagement a good thing? She said while washing her hands. After all, Egbert didn't like her, and she didn't like him much either. Oh, that's not the main point. The main point is, after breaking off the engagement, Egbert proposed to Asina. Chin said excitedly. Rovi dried her hands and had the maid take the basin away. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Just yesterday afternoon. I don't know where you were. I looked everywhere for you. Qin said regretfully. It's such a pity you missed it. Asina threw the roses and necklace Egbert gave her into the lake, and Egbert even jumped in to look for them. Rovi was surprised. Doesn't a proposal require family approval? Can Egbert decide on his own? Qin shook her head. I don't know, but Vina and Egbert only broke off the engagement after the approval of Count Wesley and Count Mansfield. I heard that Vina was the one who proposed the breakup, and then Count Wesley sent a letter to Count Mansfield to nullify their engagement. Vina kept it tight. If Egbert hadn't said he was already broken up to prove his love for Asina yesterday, we wouldn't have known. Rovi commented, so Egbert lost a sesame seed but didn't gain a watermelon. In the end, it was all for nothing. Exactly. But the worst off is Vina, Qin said with sympathy. Even though she proposed the breakup, the quick agreement from Count Mansfield shows he had been considering breaking off with the Wesley family for a while. I heard from the elders that the Wesley family seems prosperous, but is actually on the decline. They don't have a single divine favored one in their family, and half a month ago, when the angel descended, they didn't receive any divine revelation. They must have been abandoned by the gods. Angels descending to earth? Rose's eyes flickered as she slowly spoke. Isn't the Wesley family devoted to the goddess of justice? Could it be that they didn't receive a divine message because the goddess of justice didn't send down angels? Not at all. Qin crossed her arms over her chest and said earnestly, the deity I faithfully believe in didn't send down angels either, but he still gave us a divine message, even if it came through the church. Ro asked, Qin, which deity do you believe in? It's the goddess Hathor. She is the goddess of beauty and romance, ruling over art, inspiration, fragrance, and dreams, Qin said proudly. Hathor? Isn't she the goddess of love and beauty from Egyptian mythology? The myths in this world are indeed rich and diverse, featuring Egyptian, Greek, and Norse gods, and even hints of Celtic mythology everywhere. What was the game company thinking, mixing so many different deities together? Aren't they afraid they'll fight every day? Besides, Hathor and Freya are both goddesses of love and beauty. Their original domains overlap, right? Ro, what are you thinking about? Qin waved her hand in front of her. Nothing, Ro replied, looking at Qin. I'm just a bit curious about what your divine message was. Would you mind sharing? Qin hesitated. Well, if it's not convenient. That's fine, Ro said, lowering her gaze and lightly frowning. My deity has already fallen. Don't say that, Ro. Qin took her hand. I understand your pain. The fall of a deity is indeed despairing, but we still have to live well. Actually, there's nothing wrong with sharing. This divine message is related to the god of life, so it's okay to tell you. Related to the god of life. Ro exclaimed. But hasn't he already fallen? Yes, everyone knows that the god of life has fallen, but no one knows why, Qin said seriously. In this divine message, the truth was revealed to us. A shameless thief god stole the authority of the god of life and shattered his throne, causing his fall. The sun and moon deities were furious about this, and the love goddess wept sorrowfully, losing the will to bless her followers who wished to have children. So the gods sent down 12 angels to disguise themselves as humans and spread across the western plains to find that despicable thief god and avenge the god of life. Ro. She is the shameless, despicable thief? Isn't it hypocritical for the love goddess and the sun and moon deities, who occupy the throne of the god of life and consume the laws of life, to say such things? This is too much. Calling her a thief god is so low. Ro gritted her teeth and asked, did the divine message mention what that thief god is called? It didn't say, just that the thief god is an evil god, and nothing else was mentioned, Qin replied, then comforted her. Don't be like this, Ro. We're all mortals. Even if you hate that thief god, we can't kill him. The sun and moon deities have already sent angels down. They will catch that thief god sooner or later. Ro clenched her teeth, forcing a smile. You're right. They will definitely catch him. Catch air? Catch themselves. If she could make them catch him, she wouldn't be named Ro. After lunch, Ro returned to Xinglua residence, suppressing her anger. Troy. She shouted at the ceiling. Here, Troy appeared behind her. Ro turned around and saw Troy dressed in all black, which made her even angrier. Dressed like that? Are you going to be a thief in broad daylight? Troy looked confused. Hadn't he always dressed this way? Black fabric doesn't show dirt, and bloodstains are hard to see. She never complained about his clothes before. What about the outfit I bought for you in the north? Why aren't you wearing it? Ro questioned. Troy lowered his head. That's a knight's outfit. It's too eye-catching. Wearing knight armor isn't convenient for running or jumping, and his employer often assigns him secretive tasks, making that outfit impossible to wear in the city. Go buy a new outfit. Ro tossed him a gold coin. Any color will do. White, yellow, or red, just change it. Troy took the coin and immediately looked up. Okay, I'll go change right away. Who said you could go right now? I have something to tell you. Ro stopped him. You said you spent a year in the disaster forest. Is it close to the wasteland? Troy answered, yes, but the Black Reef coast east of the disaster forest is the closest to the wasteland. Is there a dock at the Black Reef coast that goes to the wasteland? Yes. Those who seek the ancient ruins in the wasteland always depart from the Black Reef coast. It takes 5 days by boat. Ro, then there should be many people near the Black Reef coast, right? Troy replied, there are more people in Black Reef town. Along the coast, there are only some fishermen and adventurers or mercenaries coming from the inland. So, the Black Reef coast has a large flow of people, with a mix of characters at the dock. You can take a boat to the wasteland or wade into the disaster forest. Ro was very pleased. This is a great place to distribute flyers. Troy, come here. She had Troy lean down, and she whispered a few words in his ear. After finishing, she patted his shoulder. Remember? Troy looked confused. Remember, collect leaves, nail the same words onto a board, and then scatter them from the sky. Just remembering is fine. You don't have to say it out loud, Ro said with a frown. Okay, I remember, Troy nodded. Ro, still uneasy, leaned in and carefully repeated, you need to find the most ordinary leaves over there, preferably wider ones for easier printing. Follow my instructions to stick the letters backward onto the board, and then nail a row of thin iron needles along the lines. The spacing between the iron needles shouldn't be too wide or too close. If it's too wide, the letters will be hard to read, and if it's too close, the leaves will fall apart. You need to find the right balance. The printed leaves should be the same size, stacked neatly before placing the printing plate on top and pressing down. Be careful when taking them. Pull from the bottom up. Finally, after she finished, Troy sighed in relief and stepped back to ask, what words should I print on the leaves? Should I write them myself? Ro mysteriously shook her head. No, follow me. I'll write a template for you. She took Troy to her bedroom, cut a piece of linen from the bedspread, and carefully wrote a square passage with a feather pen. The paragraphs had to be centered, and the sentences aligned left and right, with each letter appearing rigid, as if drawn with a ruler. Anyone seeing this font would never think it was written by a person. Ro patiently finished all the letters, blew the fabric dry, and handed it to Troy. Keep it safe. It can't get wet, or it will smudge.
Okay.
Troy took the fabric and glanced down, his forest green eyes widening in shock. This, I have to carve this passage onto the leaves and scatter it? Stuttering, what's wrong with this passage? Ro said with a gentle smile. It's just a story, Troy. You don't really believe it, do you?
Troy.
Just a story? Isn't this blasphemy? He looked again at the fabric in his hand, still shocked by the bold words written on it. The linen read, Surprise. The god of the undead stole the authority of the god of life from the love goddess, who wept with jealousy and vowed to reclaim her beloved's relic. If his memory serves him right today, both the goddess of love and the goddess of life are female, right? The goddess of love fell in love with the goddess of life. Troy asked with difficulty, do we really have to spread this message? What's wrong? Ro frowned. Are you ignoring my orders? No, Troy hesitated, finally lowering his head. I will listen. He was just afraid that her actions would bring divine punishment, and he wouldn't be able to protect her. Troy, I know what you're worried about. Ro stood up. But I'm not as weak as you think. After being with me for so long, you should be able to guess a few things. She walked to Troy's side and grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist. No matter how much you've guessed, I'll ask you one question. Do you believe in the gods or in me? Troy stood frozen, unable to move. Believe in the gods? They won't favor you. Believe in me. I may not be able to give you everything you want, but at least I can offer you the freedom of an unbound soul. She drew the long sword, its silver light flashing across his dark eyes. Troy, kneel. Her cold voice held an irresistible power. Troy obediently knelt on one knee, looking up at her authority. Ro raised the sword, placing the blade against the right side of his neck. Believe in the gods or believe in me. A hint of sorrow appeared in Troy's eyes as he lowered his head.
But I
have already betrayed my oath once. He was an unworthy knight, having betrayed his master, and had long lost the right to be a knight. How could he deserve to make a second promise? The Troy I know was born the moment we first met, Rose said, staring at him. Here, you can be reborn. She pressed down on the hilt. I give you one chance. Believe in the gods or believe in me. Finally, Troy humbly raised his head, his voice hoarse. I believe in you. What about your oath? Ro asked coldly. Troy's breath quickened as he suppressed his trembling voice. I swear by my life to offer you all my faith and loyalty. Wherever your sword points is the direction I will fight. Wherever your gaze falls is the place I will protect. Serving you is my duty, and sacrificing for you is my highest honor. I am willing to dedicate this life to you, to fight for you until death. The blade of mercy touched his shoulder, and his body trembled slightly. Rose solemnly spoke, I accept your oath and grant you the honor you deserve. Troy, in the name of the Princess of the Mist Kingdom, I appoint you as my court guard knight commander. When we complete our mission in the West Plains, I will take you back to my kingdom for further titles and ceremonies. Take the sword, Troy. Yes, your highness. Ro moved the sword from his broad shoulder to his respectfully raised hands. Troy looked at the sword in his hands, a hint of tears shimmering in his eyes. Really, Troy? Ro bent down to look into his eyes. Are you crying from being moved? Troy quickly turned his head away, standing up with the sword. No, I need to go on a mission. Oh. Ro straightened up. Then go ahead. Be careful. If someone targets you, hide in the Forest of Calamity. You have experience surviving there.
Okay.
Troy nodded, sheathing the sword and turning to leave. Ro watched him flee and clicked her tongue. Just a simple okay, and he didn't even call her your highness. She was just getting excited. After Troy left, Ro changed into lighter clothes and went downstairs, calling for Chris, who was studying embroidery, to notify Eve to prepare the carriage.
Bella.
Master, please command. Hearing her voice, Bella quickly ran over from the next room, where the servants liked to stay by the fire when they had nothing to do. Rose smelled milk on Bella and glanced into the next room. Are you feeding Roland? I just finished. Bella tugged at her wrinkled dress from holding the baby. Roland fell asleep after drinking milk, and Sharon is watching her. Ro looked away. Then come with me outside the city. Let's check that piece of land. Okay, master. Bella immediately replied. The weather was nice today, with sunshine in the afternoon. Ro got off the carriage and didn't feel too cold. The sun was warm on her skin. Bella led the way as she lifted her skirt to follow. This is the land we rented, and over there, that river is included too. Be careful, master. The slope here is a bit steep. That grove across is also in the contract. The city steward said we can cut down the trees to plant crops. Bella kept introducing the area while Ro held a rough map, matching it to the directions Bella pointed out. The land was over 100 acres, with 3 small rivers running through it and 5 hills. The widest part was about 300 meters, and it stretched over 700 meters north to south, resembling a flat wine gourd. Ro stood on top of a hill and looked down. Mulberry trees thrive in warm, moist places, so the sunny southern slope would definitely be used for planting them. Silkworms dislike heat and humidity, so the silkworm house should be built in a shaded, ventilated area, preferably on a hillside to avoid excess moisture. For raising chickens, the coop shouldn't be too close to the silkworm house, or the silkworms would become chicken feed, so they must be kept apart. This piece of barren land was long and narrow, with the soil in the south clearly more fertile than the thin, sandy soil in the north. The eastern land was too wet, while the west was filled with bushes and exposed large rocks. After mentally planning the layout, Ro pointed to the 70 or 80 acres of land to the south. Let's clear that slope for mulberry trees.
Okay.
Bella took out a wooden piece and charcoal pencil, quickly jotting it down. Once Bella finished writing, Ro continued, dig a few fish ponds in the valley below and reserve a spot on the low slope for a duck house later. The people of the West Plains don't like freshwater fish, so the fish raised would likely not sell well. It's better to use them to feed ducks. Ducks can also help with weeding in the mulberry orchard, and duck down can be used for making down comforters, while duck meat can be made into delicious roast duck. On the west side, fence off those plots by the mountain for a chicken coop and build 2 stone houses by the river for raising earthworms. The hill I'm standing on now should have 10 large tile-roofed houses built on the shady side, 2/3 up the slope. I see a wetland to the east. Let's dig it into ponds. Instead of raising fish, it could be used for shrimp and crabs. Build a vineyard to the north, and here, on this flat land on the map, construct a villa with a cellar for wine storage in the future. Bella was writing so fast that the charcoal pencil was almost sparking. Ro kept talking while she wrote, and thankfully Bella was quick, managing to note everything down despite her messy symbols. Only Bella could understand those strange symbols on the wooden piece. After surveying the soil and terrain, Ro took the gentle downhill path back. Halfway back, she suddenly remembered something and said to Bella, "We still need a supervisor here." "A supervisor?" Bella asked in confusion. "Is it someone to oversee the workers?" "Pretty much," Ro replied, turning her head. "You're the steward of Xinglu residence. You can't keep running back and forth between the city and here every day. Let's find a supervisor to help keep an eye on things for now, and later we can slowly look for a qualified estate manager." Bella nodded in agreement. "So, Master, what kind of supervisor should we look for?" "It's best to hire someone who is free of burdens and can fully commit to the estate's development," Ro said seriously. "Let's look in the nearby villages to see if there are any strong widowers. We can post a notice explaining our requirements and let them sign up themselves. Once we find someone, make a list for me to review again. Just in case she misses her loyal follower Nick, she can always include him later." The afternoon sun stretched shadows long and slanted. The yellow grass on the barren slope swayed gently in the breeze, carrying the scent of spring. The Western calendar was created by an astrologer 2,000 years ago based on farming seasons. It does not have the solar terms found in the Chinese calendar, but is a lunar calendar like the Chinese lunar calendar. Early European calendars were often based on the phases of the moon, such as the early Roman and Greek calendars. However, because calculating the lunar year was too complicated, they later adopted the ancient Egyptian solar calendar. It is said that the earliest Egyptian calendar was also lunar, dividing the year into 12 months of 30 days each. Since this was 5 days shorter than the solar calendar, they added 5 extra days for festivals. In the ancient Egyptian calendar, there were only 3 seasons: the flooding season, the growing season, and the harvest season. The wasteland of Galan star also used this calendar. This world constantly reminded her of Earth. Whenever she almost forgot that she had crossed into a game instead of being reborn in another world, these reminders brought her back to reality. She did not belong here. Rovi walked through the tall grass, her cashmere dress covered in tiny grass seeds, signaling that the maids at home would have more work to do. As the sunlight faded, she got into the carriage and left the desolate area. Eve drove the horses back to the city, slowing down as they approached the Star residence. The carriage swayed, and just as they reached the entrance, Bella suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, there are so many beggars." Rovi looked out the window and saw 3 or 4 dozen dirty little beggars squatting or standing at the entrance of the Star residence. They were wrapped in tattered clothes and looked as thin as monkeys. Did Roman not say there were only 21? This looked like more than 21 people. "Bella, help me down." "Yes, my lady." Bella opened the door and set down a small stool, helping Rovi step down from the carriage. The little beggars squatting outside all stood up, exchanging glances and stepping back, their dirty faces only showing their eyes, conveying fear and trepidation. They instinctively moved to the sides of the door, standing against the walls, with some even running 70 or 80 meters away, peeking at her from around the corner. Rosy looked away and called to Bella, "Don't scare them. Let's go inside first and ask Roman what's going on." "Okay." Bella followed her in, walking confidently through the door. The little beggars outside sighed in relief and gathered together, whispering to each other. "The noble lady didn't chase us away.
I heard her speak.
She told that fierce butler not to scare us. What the little mouse said is true, right? It must be true. The little mouse used to beg on the street. Look at him now. He's gained so much weight and can even go to school. The little mouse got lucky. He was noticed by the noble lady. The little mouse is good-looking. He was pretty even when he was thin, and he got hit the least when fighting for food. It's clear that the noble lady is kind-hearted. Otherwise, why hasn't any other lady taken him in? Keep your voices down. Don't call him Little Mouse. His name is Roman. What if he hears and decides not to help us?" The chatter quieted down, and eager eyes focused on the door, waiting for the figure to appear. In the courtyard, Rosy saw Roman leaning over a flower bed, writing. "What are you writing?" she asked as she approached. "My lady." Roman turned happily her back. "Did you see the people outside?" He held up a water-soaked sycamore leaf. "I'm writing down their names." "Are you done?" "Not yet. There were only 21 at first, but when I called them today, there were over 10 more. Over 10 more? Are there that many homeless in Sharia? Rosy asked, puzzled. Some aren't, Roman said, looking troubled. I don't know who spread the word that you would take in the homeless. The adults outside dressed their children as beggars and sent them here. Didn't you tell them I only provide food, not coins? I did, but they said food is good enough and still wanted to come. Roman asked with a furrowed brow, My lady, is there too many people? A few more is fine, Rosy praised. You're doing great. Really? Roman brightened up again. Rosy assured him, Of course it's true. Go bring everyone inside and take them to the side yard. I'll have Rosy bring down some parchment and you all can register them together. The registration form needs to include their names, gender, age, address, and family situation for those who have families. No false information. Those who lie will not be accepted. She patted Roman's small shoulder. You two will handle this. You are the main person in charge, and Rosy is the assistant. If there are any issues with the list, I will hold you accountable. Roman, young but taking on a big responsibility, bowed seriously. Don't worry, my lady. I will complete the task well. Children are easy to persuade. Rosy watched him step out like a little adult and instructed Bella, Go keep an eye on them. If they can't handle something, step in to help.
Bella nodded.
What about these little beggars? After registration, take them to the backyard. Separate the boys and girls. Let them take a hot bath and change clothes. Teach them hygiene and etiquette. And once the Mulberry Gardens factory is built, send them over in batches. This group of children would be the first batch of trainees for the Mulberry Garden. She would select the most loyal and intelligent ones to form the future management team. In early February, just days before the Mulberry Garden officially began construction, Rosy attended classes at the academy in the morning, drew building plans at the Star residence in the afternoon, and patrolled the academy's perimeter at night, working tirelessly for 5 or 6 days until she finally awaited Troy's return before collapsing. Why are you back so late? She asked, lying in a chair by the fireplace, her dark circles barely hidden by pearl powder. There were people from the church at Black Reef Coast. I was afraid of being discovered, so I hid in the disaster forest for 2 days, Troy explained. Rosy frowned. Why would the church be at Black Reef Coast? Troy replied uncertainly, It seems the Holy Son from the Temple of the Wasteland is coming to train in the western region, and the church people are waiting at the shore. That's what I heard. Rosy asked, Is the relationship between the Temple of the Wasteland and the Western Church good? Not good, but not bad, Troy gave a vague answer. However, the Temple of the Wasteland is different from the Western Church. They have many temples, each dedicated to one god. They only worship one god? Don't they worship the sun and moon deities? They do, But in the wasteland, the sun and moon gods are not the supreme deities, and their temples are separate. Rosy tapped her fingers on the armrest. If that's the case, the relationship between the Temple of the Wasteland and the Western Church might not be good, as there are conflicts between them. Which god's temple does that holy sun come from? I don't know. Troy shook his head. I haven't heard anyone say. No one said. Rosy chuckled. That means the church isn't waiting for someone. They're blocking someone. Blocking someone? Troy looked thoughtful. Did you take care of the task I gave you? Rosy, feeling tired, closed her eyes. Troy immediately replied, I did. I scattered 10 baskets of leaves at the dock, and some were even blown into Black Reef Town by the wind. Good, Rosy said softly. I'll take a nap. Wake me when it's dark.
Yes.
Troy set down his sword, quietly sat in the chair next to her, and watched the coals in the fireplace. The charcoal burned quickly, and after adding wood twice, it was dark. He woke the young girl on the couch and personally escorted her back to the Magic Academy. After Troy returned, Rosy handed most of the tasks in the mulberry garden to him and relaxed. She only got involved in one thing, choosing the supervisor. This one will do, Rosy said, circling a name on the application form Bella presented. Nick seems like a decent person, lives nearby, and has no family. Someone like him can fit into our big family better. Bella looked puzzled. Can you tell if someone is honest just by their name? Master, should we look at more options? She suggested. There are better candidates than Nick. Although he meets the requirements, his background is a bit concerning. What's wrong with it? Rosy asked, annoyed. Explain yourself. I heard from people in his village that ever since his wife and child died, he has become a bit strange. He doesn't like to socialize, often talks to himself, and rarely leaves his farm. He even refused a neighbor's offer to introduce him to a new wife. After listing his oddities, Bella hinted his wife was executed for worshipping a dark god, so he might have some issues too. Where's the problem? Rosy shot back. Is it wrong for someone to be heartbroken over the loss of their wife and child? He loved his wife and doesn't want to remarry. What's wrong with that? How can we blame him for his wife's mistakes? That's called presumption of guilt, and it hurts an honest person. Is that really the case? Bella lowered her head, feeling anxious and guilty. Master, I understand my mistake. I will send someone to inform him to come work at the mulberry garden. Good, you can be taught, Rosy nodded. Go quickly. Yes. Bella turned and hurried out. Everyone at Xinglue residence was busy. Troy was supervising the workers in the mulberry garden. The maids were helping Bella calculate the expenses for tools and materials, and the male servants were cooking and delivering meals to the workers. Rahi and Roman had classes during the day and taught lessons to the street children at night. Tom took on the responsibility of feeding 2 horses and a griffin, reportedly delivering little lambs to the griffin with his eyes closed every day. Rosy wandered around, noticing that no one was talking to her, and feeling frustrated, she went upstairs to sleep. After 7 or 8 days, shocking news came from the southern kingdoms. When Rosy returned to the academy that evening, she heard students passionately discussing it. Back at the Rose Castle, the hallways were filled with girls whispering. Did you hear? A lot of leaves fell from the sky at Black Reef Coast. I heard too. I was just about to tell you. Let me finish first. Those leaves are covered in holes. I think they must have been bitten by poisonous insects sent by demons. Oh, who cares about that? Aren't you curious about the writing on them? I heard from a merchant from the south that the leaves tell a tragic love story between the goddess of love and the goddess of life. I wonder if it's true.
Wrong. There's also the god of the dead.
It's a love triangle involving 3 gods. The god of love and the god of the dead both love the goddess of life, but the god of the dead stole her power. The god of love, jealous, vowed to kill the god of the dead and reclaim her beloved's belongings.
What?
Both the goddess of love and the goddess of life are female. Can 2 goddesses love each other? It's probably unrequited love from the goddess of love. After the goddess of life fell, she cried sadly. Oh, my broken heart. What are you all talking about? Didn't the prophecy say that the goddess of life's power was stolen by the thief god, leading to her fall, and that's why the goddess of love cried? We're not talking nonsense. Maybe the thief god in the prophecy refers to the god of the dead. The church just doesn't want us to know the name of the dark god, so they call it the thief god. Then, why do you say it out loud? Aren't you afraid someone will find out? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? Exactly. This discussion continued until the next morning. Excited students rushed out of their dorms, eager to share the conclusions they had drawn after a night of analysis. I thought about it all night, and it's strange. Why did the god of the dead take the goddess of life's power from the goddess of love? How did the goddess of life's power end up with the goddess of love? Me too. Didn't the prophecy say the goddess of life's power was stolen by the thief god? Who was that thief?
Shh, don't say that.
You're asking for trouble. What's wrong? I don't believe in the goddess of love. We northern men fear nothing. Right? Can't we just speculate? What if the goddess of life entrusted her power to the goddess of love and then fell? Then the god of the dead stole it? Have you read the divine history? If a god loses their power, they fall and disappear. Exactly. The fallen gods in the great wilderness lost their powers to other gods. Rosy walked with the crowd toward the classroom, eavesdropping on their conversation. If a god loses their power, they fall. So why is the goddess of life only now? Wait, the goddess of life actually fell 1,000 years ago. But because the god of the dead preserved her divinity and prevented her throne from collapsing, the goddess of life has held on until now. If we compare power to software, then divinity is like its key. Without the key, one cannot access the software's functions. The goddess of love can use the goddess of life's power because she used a software cracker, but this cracked software is incomplete and can only use part of the functions. So when she destroyed the divinity, it sent a signal to the power, and the protected power exploded. Rosy sighed inwardly. The protection on the power wasn't strong enough. Why didn't it blow up the goddess of love and the sun and moon gods? As they approached the classroom, the students' enthusiasm for discussion showed no signs of fading. Indeed, love triangles and affairs are topics that captivate people in any era. She wondered how many would believe the words she crafted and how many would grasp their meaning. The true gods are not as bright as people imagine. Just like the truth revealed in her words, the goddess of love is the thief who took the goddess of life's power. To shatter the perfect image of the true gods and make people reconsider their beliefs, that is her goal. Of course, getting the god of the dead to attract the attention of angels is also one of her aims. The great god of the dead shouldn't refuse, after all, he claims to be her mother. Rosy entered the classroom, took out her wand from her sleeve, placed it on the desk, and sat down, lifting her skirt. Today's lesson is about spells, and to become a mage as soon as possible, she must pay attention. As the class bell rang, Professor Moses entered the classroom holding a metal device shaped like a trumpet flower. Why didn't Professor Moses bring the magic book today? What is that strange thing he's holding? It looks like something used in crafting. Crafting? Aren't we learning spells today? The students whispered among themselves, guessing the purpose of the metal trumpet. Quiet! Professor Moses scolded, placing the metal trumpet on the desk. Rosy took a glance, then another. How strange. The design with a big trumpet on top and an iron box below looked so much like an old-fashioned phonograph. Not letting her wonder for long, Professor Moses spoke once the class settled down. Teaching you foolish students is a waste of my breath. This is your magic assistant, she said, pointing to the metal trumpet. It has been improved based on a sample sent by an anonymous, enthusiastic magic apprentice. From now on, it will replace me in teaching you spells. In this class, we will learn Earth's shield and Earth's binding, which are slightly more difficult than basic Earth spells. If you have questions after learning, ask me. With that, she turned on the magic assistant, and a clear recitation echoed from the trumpet. The students widened their eyes in amazement. The voice sounded exactly like Professor Moses. Though slightly distorted, this flaw was negligible compared to its magical nature. Rosy felt a chill. What was happening? Didn't the simple phonograph she made last year have a self-destruct feature?
Why was there a phonograph now?
Had the scientific advancements of 700 or 800 years been crossed, causing the phonograph to appear early? Would this change disrupt the course of history? On the podium, Professor Moses adjusted the phonograph and let it start reciting from the beginning. All right, follow along with it. The students cleared their throats, excitedly looking at the magic assistant. Gushia Longtalake. The magic assistant began its diligent work. Gushia Longtalake. Gushia Longta. For experienced mages, they didn't need to recite such long spells. For example, with this earth spell, Professor Moses could complete it with just Earth's shield. Mages are very skilled in their spells. The incantations are deeply ingrained in their minds, and they only need to give a small command for the spell to surface automatically. But for magic apprentices, they often mix up different spell segments and have low magical energy reserves, so they rely on chanting to enhance their perception of magical elements. Once they can understand the meaning of spells without translating them in their minds, the chanting time can be shortened. However, to unleash the full power of a spell, it's best to chant the entire incantation. In gaming terms, it's like charging up a powerful move. The longer the charge, the stronger the attack. Legend has it that Aldrich chanted spells for 3 whole days while slaying the western dragon Nidhogg atop a snowy mountain. After a morning of spell lessons, Rovy's throat was dry from chanting. Just before class ended, Professor Moses announced something else. At this time, every year, junior magic apprentices must start considering their career choices and confirm them with their supervising professor before the magic competition begins. Since all magic apprentices must go out for training during the summer, the academy requires them to choose their careers early to assign training tasks. After class, the students excitedly discussed which magic profession they would choose. Of course, it's going to be a mage. Mages are the mainstream. A lady's choice is definitely a mage. I don't want to smell bad every day. I want to be a mage too. It's my dream since childhood. Hearing the chatter around her, Chin eagerly asked Rovy, "Dear, you're definitely going to choose to be a mage, right?" Rovy nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, I do want to choose to be a mage." "What about you?" Chin hesitated. "Even though I really want to be a mage, my elemental affinity, I'm more suited to be an alchemist. Being an alchemist is great too. Once you become the top potion maker in the West, I'll have to line up to ask you to brew potions for me." "I'm not that impressive." Chin blushed. "Becoming a potion maker is harder than becoming a mage." Rovy smiled brightly. "But I believe you can definitely succeed." Chin linked her arm with Rovy's. "Then I wish you become a mage soon." After lunch, Rovy returned to the Rose Castle. After several days of mapping, the academy map in her hands had taken shape. All 9 small squares were corrected, and she could proceed to the next step. Before starting her work, she tightly closed the balcony doors and checked the locks to ensure no one could spy on her. Only then did she sit at her desk and light the oil lamp. She stacked the 9 small squares with the back side facing up. After closing her eyes for 3 minutes to clear her mind, she spread out a fresh piece of parchment and took a map fragment to start extracting the outline lines. She needed to carefully distinguish which lines were magic patterns and which were not. Magic patterns have symmetry, and complex magic patterns are made up of many basic magic symbols. If some shapes in the design can form basic magic symbols, then they are part of the magic pattern. For those patterns that were hard to identify, her confirmation method was to draw them completely using magic. If the drawn lines could carry magic, then they were magic patterns. If not, they were interference options. After an entire afternoon, Rovy had only managed to analyze 1 small square pattern. In that 1 square, she identified 7 nested magic patterns of various sizes, all containing 5 elemental magic patterns. She copied these independently functioning magic patterns onto a small metal piece, preparing to quietly test their uses on a few mice at the academy later that night. The patterns she temporarily deemed as interference options might still be useful. They could potentially combine with lines from other patterns to form a larger magic pattern. The complexity of the Academy's magic array exceeded her imagination. It was definitely more than just a simple barrier to record student entries and exits. As Rovi copied the magic patterns, she pondered when suddenly her nose itched, and blood dripped onto the metal piece, blooming red flowers at the tip of her pen. Not paying attention for a moment, her magic energy was depleted again. She quickly tilted her head back and pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket to cover her nose. After stopping her nosebleed, Ro was too scared to write again, so she had to pause her work on the magic patterns for the day. She poured some water from her cup onto a handkerchief and wiped her face in front of the mirror. She felt like her body was full of wounds and couldn't handle much more. She wondered if exercising more would improve her physical condition. After resting for a while, she hid the magic patterns and map in the wardrobe, put on her shawl, and went out. As it got closer to dark, students returning from outside came back to school, and the shops on Academy Street were putting up their closing signs. The ice cream shop closed at 5 in the afternoon. Ro took a stroll in the square and soon waited for Laura to finish work. "Miss Ro, what a coincidence. Did you just get back?" Seeing her, Laura hurried over. "No, I came specifically to wait for you," Ro replied as she walked toward her. "Wait for me?" Laura pointed to herself. "Yes," Ro pulled her aside and whispered, "I plan to build a mulberry garden outside of town. In a few days, I will be transplanting mulberry trees, and I would like to ask you to supervise the garden. The pay is 1 silver coin a day, and if you agree, you can start tomorrow." 1 silver coin a day, Laura said, her mouth agape in disbelief.
But I
don't know how to do anything.
What does a supervisor do?
You just need to help me oversee the daily operations of the mulberry garden, direct the workers, and ensure the trees grow well. It's very simple. Laura was tempted but still hesitated. "I'm afraid I won't do it well." "It's okay if you don't do it perfectly," Ro encouraged. "Besides, you've helped me plant mulberry trees before. No one can do it better than you. I believe in you." "Really? Is that true?" "Absolutely," Ro assured her. Laura shyly looked down, then I agree."
"Great," Ro said.
"I'll wait for you at the dessert shop tomorrow at noon." "Okay." Laura nodded. Her mulberry seedlings and silkworm eggs were in the staff dormitory of the dessert shop, and she needed to take them tomorrow. Also, she hadn't told manager Teresa that she was quitting, so she needed to do that too. The next day, Ro parked the carriage outside the back door of the dessert shop and, together with Laura, moved everything onto the carriage. The mulberry seedlings had grown tall under the nourishment of the magic patterns, their green leaves stretching in the air, and their fresh colors seemed to touch the heart. The silkworms had started spinning cocoons, with oval white cocoons lying in the wooden boxes, their fluffy texture resembling tightly packed cotton balls. Laura took great care of the silkworms and seedlings. She was a meticulous girl. Ro helped her into the carriage and had Eve drive them out of the city. After more than 10 days of clearing, the wasteland outside had changed dramatically. The tall wild grass and thorny vines had been cleared away, and the land in the north for planting grapes and the hillside in the south for mulberry trees were almost ready. In the mulberry garden, hundreds of workers were busy, digging, building houses, and digging fish ponds, with the sounds of hard work all around. Troy was explaining her construction drawings to the workers in the villa area. Bella was directing workers at the chicken farm to build wooden fences for the chicks, and the newly appointed supervisor Nick was working with the workers building the silk factory on the south slope. The chicken and duck houses had been completed yesterday, built from mud and stones, while only 1/10 of the silkworm house had been finished, designed as a well-ventilated wooden structure. Ro asked Eve to call Troy and Bella over to introduce them to her newly hired supervisor, Laura, who would manage the mulberry trees and silkworm house. Actually, there was no need for an introduction since they already knew each other. "Master, should I call Nick over too?" Bella asked. Ro waved her hand. "No need. Let's go check it out together." The group walked south for over 400 meters and saw the silk factory under construction.
"Nick," Bella shouted.
A thin, middle-aged man immediately ran out of the crowd and approached them. From a distance, Nick saw Bella, the steward, and the knight surrounding a beautifully dressed young lady. He knew without guessing that she was the owner of the mulberry garden, a noble girl from a high family. As he got closer, her unique charm and beauty made him too shy to look her in the eye, so he bent his back to look at her luxurious dress adorned with pearls. "You're Nick?" The noble girl's gentle voice sounded like a warm, flowing stream, washing away the dirt in people's hearts. Nick bent lower. "Yes, esteemed lady, I am Nick." "Don't be afraid," Rose said kindly. "I'm just here to take a look." Nick stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Rose smiled. "All right, you can go back to work now." "Yes, yes." Nick nodded stiffly and quickly ran back to the construction site. Only when he could no longer see Rose did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the lady spoke gently, he felt an overwhelming pressure from her presence that made him too scared to move. Meanwhile, Rose watched Nick hurriedly leave and asked the people beside her curiously, "Do I look scary?" Laura shook her head. "Not scary at all, Miss Rose."
Why would you ask that?
"Then why did he seem so frightened to see me?" Rose was puzzled. Bella quickly said, "The master is gentle, kind, and beautiful. Not scary at all. Nick is shy and doesn't talk much with anyone." "Okay." Rose accepted this explanation. In mid-February, the mulberry trees were transplanted into the ground. By early March, the silkworm house was completed, and the temperature in Sharia began to rise significantly. The yellowed hills outside were turning green again, and the trees on the mountains were sprouting new buds, appearing like a layer of hazy green mist from a distance. With the arrival of spring, the rain also increased. Rose was in the mulberry garden teaching the workers how to trim the mulberry seedlings when light rain began to fall, covering her hair with tiny, glistening droplets. "Miss Rose, why don't you go back? You're not well, and getting wet will make you sick," Laura said worriedly. "We'll go back together." Rose took Laura's hand, and they left the mulberry garden. The little cat didn't like the rain because it would wet its fur, and Laura probably didn't like it either. When they returned to Starry residence, they had just changed into clean clothes and walked downstairs when they heard a maid's surprised voice from the yard. "Oh my, what is that? Is it a bird? What kind of bird looks so strange? It's so black. Is it a crow?" Rose looked outside and saw Chris hurriedly entering with a piece of tree bark. "Master, a very ugly bird came into the yard. I found this on its back, and there are words on it." The letters carved into the tree bark were a bit faded, but upon closer inspection, they were still recognizable. They contained the address of Xinglua residence and a note stating that delivering this item would earn a reward. Rosy read it carefully twice and finally confirmed that this was indeed the piece of bark she had carved in her dream. So, did she really go to Wuyuan in her dream? No, it should be said that her soul truly went to Wuyuan while she was asleep. What about the bird? Where is it? The happiness came so suddenly that she could hardly believe it. Chris quickly replied, "It's in the yard. We covered it with a wicker basket." Rosy hurried to the eaves and immediately spotted the wicker basket held down by two maids. Through the gaps, she could see a dark shadow inside. Dark? A bad feeling rose in her heart. "Open it, let me see," Rosy ordered the maid. The maid moved the basket aside, revealing a large black bird with fluffy feathers. It was drizzling, and the bird's feathers were soaked, its soft undercoat clinging together, looking quite miserable. But this wasn't the colorful bird she had caught in her dream. This bird had messy black feathers and a wide, fat head, clearly a raven. Rosy stood silently, her face showing deep doubt. Did she remember the dream wrong, or had the colorful bird mutated? Caw-caw. The plump black bird shook its feathers, took a couple of steps forward, and its two dark eyes stared at Rosy with a look of grievance. "Rosy." That sound seemed familiar. She looked down at the raven and hesitantly asked, "Did you fly here from Wuyuan?"
Caw.
The raven puffed out its chest. "Can it understand human speech?" Rosy felt a bit troubled. She turned to Chris and asked, "How did this bird get to the yard? Was it brought here by someone?" Chris shook her head. "No one brought it. We went out to check. It flew down from the sky by itself." Rosy turned back to the raven on the ground. "Did you fly here by yourself?"
Caw.
The raven flapped its wings, flying up and then landing again, as if showing her how it arrived. Rosy was even more curious. How did you know to come here?
Can you read?
No wonder it had looked so seriously at her while she was carving the letters on the bark, not making a sound. Caw-caw. The raven shook its head, not sure if it was shaking off the water from its feathers or saying it couldn't read. Rosy didn't understand bird language, making communication especially difficult. Forget it. She gave up asking. I said before, if you can see me alive, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. You can choose meat or grains in the kitchen. Caw, caw, caw. The raven called out eagerly, suddenly spreading its wings and flying toward her like a cannonball.
Master.
Miss Rosy. Chris and Lola both shouted, thinking it was going to attack Rosy, and immediately reached out to block it. Unexpectedly, the raven just snatched the piece of bark from Rosy's hand, landed on the ground, pointed at the words on the bark with its claws, and pushed it toward Rosy's feet. Lola seemed to understand its intention. Miss Rosy, does it want you to look at the words on the bark? Rosy looked down. All the words on the bark were written by her. What could be there that she hadn't seen? It only had her address and the reward. The reward? She tentatively asked the raven. You don't want the reward, do you? Caw-caw. To her surprise, the raven really nodded. Rosy twitched her mouth. This world was becoming more magical. Even a raven was kidnapping itself to ask her for a reward. Here you go, 10 gold coins. She took out 10 gold coins from her pocket and placed them in her palm. The raven happily flew up, trying to grab them from her hand, but realizing it couldn't hold them with both claws, it tilted its head in frustration and landed back on the ground. Caw-caw, what does that mean? I don't understand either. Caw, quack, caw-caw, you mean you wanted to keep them for you first? After a difficult conversation, Rosy finally understood what the raven wanted. It wanted her to find a wicker basket, hang it under the eaves as its nest, and put the gold coins inside, so it could sleep on the shiny coins. No wonder it was such a smart bird, almost becoming intelligent. Rosy had the maids tie some ropes to the wicker basket and hang it in a sheltered spot, as the raven requested. She also placed a bundle of dry grass inside and carefully put the gold coins in one by one in front of it. The raven supervised the whole process, nervously watching the maid's hands, afraid they would steal its coins. While the maids hung the basket, it hopped around excitedly, like a duck. Once the basket was up, it immediately jumped inside to try it out. Perhaps it was satisfied with the bed, as a long string of unpleasant duck-like laughter soon filled the basket. The people under the eaves grimaced at the sound, and the sensitive-eared Lola couldn't help but cover her ears. Rosy was silent. If it made that noise every day. Fortunately, she wouldn't be sleeping at Shingler residence at night. Otherwise, if it made those sounds for half the night, she would be scared to death. Rosy glanced again at the swaying wicker basket above her head. This raven should be a low-level magical beast like the colorful bird, but since ravens were not migratory birds, it shouldn't have traveled here. She wondered how it crossed the ocean and found its way here. If only someone understood bird language, they could help her translate the raven's calls. Unfortunately, there were no such talents in the Western continent, or perhaps there used to be, but now there were none. It was said that mermaids and sirens were born singers and linguists, able to communicate with all creatures in the world. Thinking of this, a cold, pale face suddenly appeared in Rosy's mind. The undead mermaid, Stassi. She should be able to understand the calls of small animals, right? In the evening, the rain stopped. After finishing their dark magic class, Rosy and Hall walked downstairs together. Roman and Tom also ran into the yard with their backpacks, quickly filling the quiet yard with laughter. Rosy had ordered a chess set from the carpenter 2 weeks ago. With nothing much to do today, she could teach Roman how to play chess, fulfilling her previous promise to him. Roman, come here.
Coming.
They sat down at the round table, and Rosy set up the chess pieces on the black and white squares, patiently explaining the rules of chess to Roman. Roxy, Hall, Tom, and Lola gathered around the table to watch. Except for Tom, who became more confused the more he listened, the others' eyes sparkled with interest. The game began, with the player using white pieces going first. Rosy let Roman make the first move. In the first game, Roman was unfamiliar with the rules and, unsurprisingly, suffered a crushing defeat. In the second game, Roman figured out the strategy and tried to counterattack, but he couldn't match Rovy's cunning, and before long, he was at a disadvantage.
King. King.
Be careful. She's going to check you. Hall was so anxious he wanted to push Roman aside and take over the game. The spectators were even more nervous than the players. Not long after, dinner was ready in the kitchen. The two reluctantly put down their chess pieces and moved to the dining room to eat. After dinner, it was dark. Rovy and Lola dragged Hall back to the academy. As the three entered the academy, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the side. "Why are you all back so late?" Theodore exclaimed angrily, steam practically coming out of his ears. "Do you know how long I waited for you? You went out to play without taking me. That's too much." Gladys also walked out from the side, looking at them with a sad expression. "Rovy, Lola, Hall, the student council wants us to fish the lake."
What?
"We have to fish from the lake," Lola exclaimed in horror. Who doesn't know that the school's waste is dumped into the lake? After a whole winter, the water is foul and shallow, and the muddy banks are covered in waste. Asking them to fish from the lake is like saying they want to suffocate them. Ro also showed a pained expression. "Can we go tomorrow? It's too late today, and I just finished eating." "No," Theodore said seriously. "The student council said the lake must be cleaned today." Ro felt like she might break. "Clean it today? The lake is so wide. How can we finish in one day?" "Not just us," Gladys said. "There are others too." "All the punished magic apprentices have to go," Theodore said. "Everyone else is already there. It's just you three left." So it seemed they had no choice but to go. Ro helplessly glanced at Lola and Hall beside her. "Well then, let's go." Lola trudged along. "Wah, let's go." She hated the lake. When they reached the lake, the three finally understood why the student council was so eager for them to fish from it. It had rained today, causing the lake to rise. During their patrol, the student council found leaves and dead branches blocking the dam, causing rainwater to accumulate upstream. If they didn't clean the trash from the lake in time, the water would rise quickly after heavy rain and flood the campus. The school clearly didn't want to see such a scene, so they reached out with their wicked claws to these innocent and pitiful students. Standing by the lake, Ro took a deep breath, intending to prepare herself mentally, but instead inhaled a whiff of the foul smell that almost made her faint. Theodore and Hall brought over the small boat prepared by the school. "Get in quickly, 2 people per group. There are nets and bags on the boat. Put the trash you catch into the bags." Ro looked despairingly at the net on the boat. Last time, she used it to dig in the dirt. Now she had to use it to dig in filth. Her life had taken a sharp turn for the worse. 2 people per group, but there are 5 of us. "How do we split?" Lola asked. "One person hasn't arrived yet." Theodore looked back. Here they come, Hester."
Who will you pair with?"
Ro turned to see a silent figure walking out from behind a willow tree. The newcomer wore a black long robe with a high collar, her long legs wrapped in loose shorts, and she had on metal-soled leather boots. This was a popular men's style, but the person was a girl. Hester Callancy. She had curly black hair tied in a high ponytail, and her eyes were dark as if light couldn't penetrate them, like 2 cold obsidian stones set in sunken, oval eye sockets. Ro rarely met anyone with black hair and black eyes like hers. Hester's eyes were so pure black that they made anyone who looked into them feel a sense of suffocation. "Hey, Hester, who are you pairing with?" "There's no one left behind." Theodore, who was carefree, seemed unaffected by her cold aura and asked again in his loud voice. Hester walked straight to one of the boats and replied coldly, "Anyone." Only 3 people remained on the shore. Gladys, Hall, and Ro. "How do we pair up?" Gladys looked at the last boat, hesitating. She didn't like talking to strangers, especially since Hester looked so fierce. Hall spoke up. "How about? Why don't you 2 take the other boat?" Ro interrupted him, saying to the 2, "I can't swim, and Gladys probably can't either. You 2 pair up, and I'll be with the senior." "I can swim," Gladys frowned, "but I don't want to. The water is dirty." Ro smiled. "Then you should pair with Hall. He doesn't mind dirt."
"Okay."
Gladys nodded and got into the last empty boat. Hall glanced at Ro and then at Hester, seeming to understand something, and followed Gladys onto the boat. Ro watched them row away before stepping onto the only remaining small boat. Hester's dark gaze was fixed on her, silently judging her slow movements. "Good evening, Senior Callancy." After getting on the boat, Ro politely greeted her. Hester said nothing. She bent down to untie the rope from the boat and pushed off from the shore. Ro didn't get angry. She picked up the net and started fishing for leaves on the lake surface. "Senior, the design of the mechanical bird that spits fire is very creative, but I have a better idea. Do you want to hear it?" Hester paused and turned to stare at her. "What did you say?" "I said, your bird is fun, but it's not very useful." Ro continued looking at the lake, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Isn't it? I could knock it down with a wooden stick." Hester's pupils slowly narrowed, her dark eyes like an olive. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything." Ro dragged the heavy net to the edge of the boat, pulling up a large clump of foul-smelling weeds. Pinching her nose, "Senior, could you help hold the bag?" Hester shot her a cold glance and bent down to grab the bag. Ro dumped the leaves into the bag. The overwhelming stench almost made her vomit her dinner. She gagged and quickly pulled out a handkerchief, folding it into a triangle to tie around her face. "Senior, would you like a piece?" She pulled out a second handkerchief from her pocket and offered it. Hester frowned and turned away. "I don't want it." Ro didn't press her. She put the handkerchief back in her pocket and picked up the net to continue fishing for dead branches and fish. Hester watched her, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Normally, anyone who spoke had a purpose. She didn't believe Ro was just making small talk. Feeling the weight of Hester's dark gaze on her, Ro felt pressured. She put down the net and turned around. "Senior, why are you staring at me? I'm not a leaf. What do you really want?" Ro sighed. "I told you, but you didn't listen. I said I have a better idea, and asked if you were interested." "What idea?" "What is an idea?" Hester frowned tightly. Ro looked at the dark sky and said, "I know of a machine called an airplane. It can fly 10,000 meters high and travel over 10,000 kilometers in one go." "Senior, can you make one?" "You're dreaming," Hester replied. "Senior, even if you can't make it, you shouldn't deny its existence." Ro shook her head regretfully. "It's a flying tool that only master craftsmen can create. It's normal if you don't know about it." Hessel tightened her jaw. "How do you know about flying artifacts that only a master craftsman can make?" "Because I've ridden in one," Ro replied with a soft laugh. "Many years ago, a master craftsman from Misty Plain invented an airplane, and that's how I flew over from the other side of the ocean to the Western Plain." Hessel furrowed her brow, analyzing the truth behind her words. After a moment of thought, she felt that Ro had no reason to lie to her. Earlier at the Paladin's banquet, Ro had revealed that she was forced to end up in the Western Plain for certain reasons and had to complete a family trial to inherit her belongings. In front of the Paladins, she couldn't possibly lie. So, did Ro really just want to tell her that her mechanical bird wasn't good and share the method to create an airplane? No, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Hessel thought hard and finally came to the most likely conclusion about Ro's motives for saying this. The trial Ro mentioned from her family was probably about finding a way back herself. That made sense. Since Ro discovered her talent for crafting, she wanted Hessel to help her create an airplane to return to Misty Plain. Feeling she had figured out Ro's intentions, Hessel spoke softly. "I am indeed a bit interested in what you call an airplane." However, she looked at Ro. "You also said that kind of machine can only be made by a master craftsman. I'm just an alchemy apprentice, so you might have come to the wrong person." "No one starts as a master craftsman," Ro said gently. "Senior, your talent gives me hope for going home. I didn't mean to threaten you with my earlier words. I just wanted to gain your friendship in advance. Perhaps we can achieve a win-win situation together." Hessel asked. "A win-win situation?" "Exactly," Ro said sincerely. "You love crafting, and I want to go home. I can provide you with crafting secrets and ideas, and you can help me create the flying artifact I need. We can both get what we want." "That sounds good," Hessel replied, "but betting on an alchemy apprentice to become a master craftsman seems a bit naive." What is a master craftsman? It's a title on par with a grand mage. An alchemy apprentice becomes an alchemist after passing graduation tests, and a talented alchemist needs at least several decades of study to become a craftsman. As for a craftsman wanting to become a master craftsman, that's just a dream. There hasn't been a master craftsman in the Western Plain for over 1,000 years. To understand how hard it is to become a master craftsman, one can look at the headmaster of the Sharia Magic Academy. Headmaster Morrison has been trying to reach the Grand Mage level for 20 years, and after all this time, he is still a high-level mage who hasn't broken through. If even the fastest upgrading mages find it so difficult to advance, alchemists need not be mentioned. Hessel shook her head. With all due respect, I wouldn't even dream of that. Rose straightened her back. Only cowards lack the courage to move forward. If you don't believe in yourself, even if you have a talent to become a master craftsman, it will be buried. She looked at Hessel with determination. Even though I am far from home, I never feel like I've lost my right to the throne. Just as I never doubt I can become a queen, I believe you can become a master craftsman. If I can believe in you, why do you belittle yourself? Hessel's round pupils moved. Do you really think I can become a master craftsman? It's not what I think, it's what I see. Ro looked deeply into her eyes, her dark gaze sparkling with brilliant starlight. I am a descendant of angels, and my body carries the blood of the gods. The gods have given us a special ability. Do you know what it is? Hessel looked confused. What is it? It's prophecy, the girl whispered like a gentle breeze, her words fading into the air, her face blurred in the darkness, only her lips moving. I saw in a prophecy that you will become the greatest master craftsman in the Western Plain. The night wind carried this ethereal voice to Hessel's ears, unclear yet striking her heart like a heavy drumbeat. Prophecy me? A crack finally appeared on her calm face. So that's why she was so certain. Hessel clenched her fists, a surge of emotions flooding through her, spreading throughout her body. Even if it was a dream, this moment was enough to be shocking. She looked at Ro, who seemed so fragile and even younger than her peers, yet held such a miraculous ability that captivated anyone who spoke with her. Okay, I agree. Let's work together for a win-win situation. Hessel no longer hesitated. Making friends with Ro wouldn't hurt her. She carried a deadly secret. Helping Ro was also helping herself. If one day she was wanted and hunted in the Western Plain, escaping with Ro to Misty Plain would be a good choice. Great, let's achieve a win-win situation. Ro smiled brightly.
Yes.
A faint smile appeared on Hessel's face. Hey, you two junior sisters over there, you're being too much. Don't hide there and slack off. A frustrated male voice came from the lake ahead. Ro looked up and, unfortunately, saw it was Senior Shabastan. Noelle, you're mistaken. We're not slacking off. She smoothly dipped her net into the water, scooping up a bunch of fallen leaves to send to the small boat across. Look, I've retrieved a lot of things. Shabastan's face changed dramatically as he leaned back, shouting, Hey, hey, hey. You can't do this. If I catch you slacking off, I'll be in big trouble. Not at all. Rose slowly pulled the net back. Why don't you come to our boat? We have a big bag full of leaves. You can check if you don't believe me, or I can show you what I scooped up. Shabastan shook his head in refusal. No way. Forget it, I'll go over there to fish. He turned his boat around, rowing while complaining to his companion. These junior sisters are really unlikable, so fierce and mean. His companion agreed, right? They don't care about us poor old seniors at all. It's really too unlikable. Hessel heard their conversation and looked at Ro. What did you do to offend them? Ro glanced at the familiar faces on nearby boats and sighed. Oh, it's probably because they came to steal the reflection papers, and I caught them. Hessel fell silent. She almost got caught by Ro too. Thank you for going easy on me. After a moment she said, No need to thank me. We are friends, Ro said kindly. At that moment, Hessel felt incredibly grateful that she had a talent for alchemy. Otherwise, Ro would have definitely caught her too. Burning down the classroom only costs 4 credits and a day of community service. But if caught burning reflection papers, it would be like Shabastan and those seniors, losing 20 credits and having to do 5 extra days of community service. Community service at the academy is always unpleasant, only given the dirty and tiring jobs that even hired workers don't want to do. The damage from fishing in the filthy lake for a whole night was already significant. She didn't want to do it again. More than 20 people worked until late at night before finally clearing the blocked river. Watching the murky water flow over the dam and rush downstream, everyone on the boat breathed a sigh of relief.
Great.
We can finally go back and sleep. Let's go, let's go. I want to go back and take a shower. Everyone eagerly pulled out the long pole stuck in the mud and rowed toward the shore. Seeing this, Hessel also tried to pull out her pole, but Ro pressed her hand down. Wait a moment, senior. The river has just been cleared, and the current is still strong. Be careful not to get swept downstream. As soon as she finished speaking, several screams and the sounds of splashes echoed nearby.
Ugh.
Several small boats were swept onto the lake dam, tipping over and sending the people in them tumbling down to the lake below, with a waterfall mixed with waste splashing over their heads, knocking them back down like bouncing balls. Hearing the cries of those unlucky ones, Hessel and Ro exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! A wave of laughter drifted far away from the lake. In the middle of the night, Ro returned to her dorm, exhausted. After finally getting through her patrol duties, she now had to do community service. Dean Morrison had sentenced her to 15 days of community service, and so far, she had only completed 2 days. One day was spent guarding the bulletin board on the second night after school started, and the other was tonight, retrieving items from the lake. With 13 days left, if the upcoming community service was as torturous as tonight, she wanted to plead with the dean to let her off. At this late hour, the water room didn't provide hot water, so Ro went downstairs to fetch a bucket of cold water to wash up, sneezing as she did. Oh no, I hope I'm not catching a cold. She sniffled and carried the bucket back to her dorm. Even though it was late, she still had many things to do and couldn't sleep. Ro adjusted the wick of her oil lamp to make the flame brighter, then pulled out the map she had hidden under her bed. She had dismantled all the small magic runes on the 9 pieces of the map and extracted over 30 runes. Half of these runes she had already tested on mice during her patrols, and based on the results, she initially determined that their main function was to protect and conceal the magic circle. The Academy's magic circles were fascinating. Some runes repelled light and dark elements, while others were very practical, like reinforcement runes, waterproof runes, fireproof runes, and cleaning runes. As for the remaining half of the runes, some she hadn't had time to test, while others she couldn't replicate with her current magical power. Actually, after her eyes and nose had bled a few times, her magical power had increased significantly. Moreover, she discovered that dismantling small runes also helped grow her magical power. Previously, she could only draw about 20 runes a day, but now she could draw over 50. This was only for small runes. She still felt dizzy just looking at advanced nested runes like the Academy's magic circles. Earlier, Ro had forcefully memorized the teleportation circle drawn by the dark elves in her dreams, breaking that teleportation rune into pieces and burying it deep in her subconscious, never to be retrieved. One reason was that she feared it would cause her to bleed again, and the other was that she was afraid it was just a fleeting dream, and knowing the truth would disappoint her. But the crow's appearance proved that it was real, confirming that the improved teleportation circle she saw while wandering in the mist was indeed real, and her previously settled heart began to stir again. She needed to speed up the dismantling and replication of the Academy's magic circles. If she could replicate those, replicating advanced teleportation runes would be a piece of cake. Tomorrow, she would catch a few more mice to draw the untested small runes, then combine the map fragments 2 by 2, and head toward the medium-sized runes on the map. Setting the map fragments aside, Ro pulled out a book of advanced spells from under her bed. With Troy's help, she had nearly learned all the spells in it, except for one wall-passing spell, which she was currently studying. Most advanced spells could be cast on the caster themselves, like the transformation spell, levitation spell, underwater breathing spell, and earth escape spell in this book. She hadn't learned intermediate spells yet, but Professor Moses had mentioned in class that intermediate spells could be used for combat. To explain scientifically, it meant changing the physical or chemical properties of elements, like the advanced version of the water ball spell, ice arrow spell, or the advanced version of the fireball spell, or fusion spells involving two or more magical elements, like the sandstorm spell using both wind and earth elements. Ro found it strange that she learned advanced spells before mastering intermediate ones, feeling like she was flying before she could even crawl. Although she hadn't learned intermediate spells, she had learned black magic with stronger offensive capabilities that guaranteed bloodshed. Spells like heart-piercing and gut-wrenching would certainly make enemies suffer, but she was hesitant to use them because such magic was easily recognizable. She had learned some magic from the 5 elements and black magic, but she hadn't touched light element spells yet. With Roman's great talent as a light magic user, it would be a shame if she couldn't find any books on light spells. Mainly, those with an affinity for light elements had gone to the church. Even if Roman wanted to join, she was afraid Roman might be swayed by the enemy's sweet words. This matter needed to be considered carefully over time. After memorizing the wall-passing spell several times, Ro was too excited to sleep. Thinking for a moment, she pulled out some papyrus sheets from her drawer and wrote down some basic physics formulas, along with the working principle of a helicopter's rotor. She initially wanted to try writing about the principles of airplane flight, but unfortunately, she didn't have any knowledge in that area. She only remembered that an airplane's lift comes from the pressure difference above and below the wings, but couldn't recall anything else. Her head hurt. Why did she stubbornly stick to materials in her past life? After staying up all night, Ro dragged her weary body up the next morning to attend her astrology class. Her scores in astrology were puzzling. Despite not studying much, she consistently held the highest grade in her year. Professor Tobias found her quite troublesome. Every time he graded her class participation, he had to think long and hard. While other students used crystal balls or tarot cards, she brought a turtle shell, yet she managed to answer all the questions correctly, often providing double the answers. She could answer the questions posed to students with tarot cards and those for crystal ball users, earning double the credits each time. This class was no different. Rose submitted answers for 2 questions. Professor Tobias sighed as he looked at her. Ro, you.
Sigh.
Ro obediently held her glowing green turtle shell, her dark eyes looking at him. Professor, please just say what you want. I can handle it. She felt a bit embarrassed that her turtle shell caused the teacher trouble. I'm not trying to criticize you, Professor Tobias said, feeling conflicted. I just don't know how to teach you. At first, when Ro pulled out the turtle shell, he thought her astrology talent was poor, so bad that neither tarot cards nor crystal balls wanted to choose her. But later in class, this student repeatedly refreshed his understanding. No matter what question he asked, she could answer correctly, and sometimes her answers were even more accurate than his as a professor. This was not a lack of talent. It was talent that had already formed its own style. After sighing, Professor Tobias looked at Ro and said, Good child, may I see your divination tool? Of course, Ro generously handed over the turtle shell. Here you go, Professor. Thank you. Professor Tobias took the turtle shell, curious about how Ro used it for meditation. She finally couldn't resist asking to try it herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't enter the spiritual world while holding the turtle shell and eventually opened her eyes in frustration. You are a born astrologer, Ro. If you choose to pursue astrology as a career, I'm sure there will be a place for you in the Magic Association's astrologers, Professor Tobias said. Ro declined, saying, Sorry, Professor, I still want to be a magician. I've seen your overall grades. Your spellcasting scores aren't as good as your astrology scores. Ro, you could go further in astrology, Professor Tobias advised. Ro's spellcasting scores were indeed not as impressive as her astrology scores, even lower than her rune and potion classes, but that was because her wand had broken in the last month of the previous semester, leading to a low-class score. However, she couldn't explain this to Professor Tobias and could only nod. Thank you, Professor. I will think about it carefully. Professor Tobias saw her determination. Although disappointed, she wouldn't force her student. Her suggestion was purely out of concern. She couldn't bear to see an astrological genius go down the wrong path. No matter when you change your mind, you can come to me. There's no age limit for the astrology profession. I understand. Thank you. Rose sincerely expressed her gratitude. Hearing their conversation, Asina, sitting in the second row of the classroom, lowered her head, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. In her view, Ro was no longer a threat. No matter how high her astrology talent was, astrologers were useless in battle. Her talent in spellcasting far surpassed Ro's, and their gap would only widen in the future. One day, she would easily snap Ro's neck, ensuring she would never make the same mistake she had in the wine cellar. After class, Ro walked out of the classroom with a turtle shell in her pocket. "Junior, wait a moment," Veronica said, hurrying over from the side corridor with a sheepskin book in her arms. Ro's mind immediately went on alert. "Senior, do I have more community service to do?" She felt anxious whenever she saw someone from the student council. "Please don't make her scoop up poop again." "Yes," Veronica smiled gracefully. "The school plans to use the clock tower on the roof of the North Church, but the clock mechanism and ropes have been damaged by mice. We need you and a few other students to clean and repair it. You can go after lunch. By the way, the mechanism needs to be coated with oil, and the ropes need to be replaced. You can get these supplies from the dean." Okay, Ro nodded. "Senior, do I need to inform the other students?" "No need. I've already notified them," Veronica said, scribbling a few notes in her sheepskin book. She looked up and added, "After you finish the task, go downstairs to find the duty officer for inspection. You can't leave until it's checked." "Got it. Thank you, Senior," Ro replied. "Well then, I wish you a smooth task. I'll be on my way." Veronica hurried off, clutching her sheepskin book as she headed to her next destination. Ro watched her leave, feeling relieved. Thankfully, it was just maintaining the clock tower, much easier than last night's task. However, this relief lasted only until the moment she stepped onto the north clock tower. "Is this the school clock tower? This looks like a mouse nest." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Theodore pushed the door open, and a cloud of dust made everyone cough. Mice scurried across the floor, rushing into corners and disappearing into cracks in the floor and walls. The group hesitated at the door, confronted by a dark, spider-infested den. Cobwebs filled with dust and dead insects hung in clumps from the ceiling and the ropes for ringing the bell. The floor was covered with a thick layer of mouse droppings and rotting wood, with bugs crawling around. Light streamed in through the narrow window, and broken moth wings fluttered in the light, resembling large flakes of dandruff. "How long has it been since this place was cleaned?" Even Hall couldn't help but complain. "Has no one cleaned this since it was built? With this much dust, it must have been at least 3 to 5 years." Theodore kicked a broken wooden stool blocking the door, and it fell apart immediately. The legs had rotted into softwood chips, with large, fat white grubs wriggling inside. Ro glanced at it and got goosebumps. She really hated those hairless fat grubs. Theodore and Hall stepped onto the wood chips, squishing the grubs beneath their feet, which burst like yellow snot. Ro held back her nausea and stepped inside, followed by Gladys and Lola. "It stinks." The smell of dead mice hit everyone's noses, strong enough to be classified as a biological weapon. Gladys nearly fainted from the stench. "I said it wouldn't be easy. The school wouldn't assign us an easy task like repairing the clock tower. This place smells worse than a pigsty." Theodore grimaced. "Stop complaining." Lola handed him a broom. "Let's clean up, so we can get to the repairs." The North and South churches of Sharia Magic Academy are both Romanesque buildings, with the clock tower integrated into the structure, located at the top center of the church. It serves as both a clock tower and a lookout. Usually, the bell sounds they hear come from the south clock tower, while the north clock tower has been out of use for a long time. It's unclear why the school suddenly decided to have them repair it. The school probably thought it could use free labor and needed to keep them busy. As is well known, Romanesque buildings have small windows high off the ground, creating a mysterious atmosphere with almost no light. The north clock tower is just like that, with thick, hard walls and narrow windows. Even in broad daylight, you can't see anything inside. They had to light oil lamps to clean. We should clear the cobwebs first, Rose said, worried about a potential fire, and started sweeping down the webs above her head. Although it was unlikely to catch fire, the floor was incredibly damp. After several rains, the walls were so wet they were seeping. Ro piled the swept-up webs together and turned to see a caterpillar climbing on a wooden pillar. The biodiversity of the clock tower is worth studying. After diligently cleaning for over 3 hours, the clock tower barely resembled its original state. Inside the clock tower was a huge weight-driven mechanical clock, with rotting wooden boards and rusted gears. Behind the mechanical clock was a brass clock used by the bell ringer to tell time, which was also covered in green corrosion. Can we really fix this mechanical clock? Theodore doubted. I've forgotten most of what I learned in alchemy class. What do we do? I've forgotten too, Lola said worriedly. Alchemy was too difficult for her. She never understood it well when she was learning. Don't worry, we still remember, Hall said, removing a loose gear and using a fire spell to heat the bearing. Gladys also started repairs from the other side, taking off the rusted mechanism and winding on a new spring. They had just learned about making weight-driven mechanical clocks in their introductory alchemy class, so the knowledge was still fresh in their minds. Lola, can you pass me the rope? Ro handed her a bundle of rope. I need to go up and remove the old hemp rope. The rope that originally held the weight had worn out, and they needed to climb up to retie it. Okay, Lola took the rope. Be careful. Ro bent down to gather her skirt and tied a few knots around her knees to ensure she could move freely before grabbing the wooden frame outside the mechanical clock and climbing up. Lola, step back a bit. Be careful of anything that might fall. The frame was not very stable, swaying as she stepped on it. Several crossbars were eaten away by pests, breaking easily and sending wood chips falling. Ro quickly climbed to the iron plate above the horizontal beam. As she turned to ask Lola to hand her the rope, her gaze swept over and suddenly spotted a palm-sized wooden box on the stone platform where the wall met the arch. The box was covered in dust, and the patterns carved on it were nearly filled in, but she recognized the design at a glance. It was too familiar. She had just disassembled it a few nights ago. The magic pattern that repels dark elements was identical to one in the school's magic array. What was inside the box? Ro instinctively glanced down. Lola was standing 2 meters away from the wooden frame, her head down because of the dust above. Hall and Gladys were busy repairing the mechanical clock, and Theodore was shoveling mouse droppings. Everyone was occupied, and no one would notice her. Ro quickly tiptoed to the edge of the wall, reached out, and took the box, slipping it into the specially sewn pocket of her puffy skirt meant for hiding things. No matter what was inside, putting it in her pocket was definitely a good idea. Rosy packed the wooden box and made sure it looked normal from the outside before crouching down to untie the rotten hemp rope from the iron bar. Okay, Laura, pass me the rope, she said. Sure, just a moment. Laura replied. Laura brought over a wooden stool, stood on it, and handed one end of the rope to Rosy. I'll tie the top first. Once I finish wrapping the loops at the top, you check how much is left at the bottom, and then I'll tie the weight at the bottom.
Got it.
The two worked together and quickly reinstalled the weight. The 5 of them were busy until after 7 in the evening before finishing the repair of the mechanical clock. By the time the student council president inspected their work, the hour hand had already pointed to 8. The church bells rang on the hour, but not from here. It was from the South Church. The North Church's bell tower had just been repaired, and no bell ringer had been assigned yet. The 5 of them had been working since noon and were now tired and hungry, their stomachs growling. I'm so hungry, Theodore said, drooping his head and weakly swinging his arms. I really think I'm going to starve. But the cafeteria is closed, so there's nothing we can do, Laura said, rubbing her stomach. How about? She suggested quietly. We caught so many mice in the bell tower. No way. Rosy quickly dismissed the idea. Mice are full of bacteria. Aren't you afraid of getting sick if you eat them? The light in Theodore's eyes dimmed again. Then what am I supposed to eat? If I can't eat mice, I think they were pretty clean when they were alive. Right? Laura chimed in. If you skin them, Mouse meat is quite tender. It's just a bit smelly when they're dead. Really? Gladys asked with wide ice blue eyes. I've never had it. Is mouse meat more tender than rabbit meat? It depends on the mouse, Hall chimed in. Baby mice are tender, but older mice are tougher. The older ones have a nice chew, and their bones are crunchy. Rovy's forehead twitched in frustration. What kind of people are these? What kind of friends has she made? Enough. No one is eating mouse meat. We have an hour until the academy closes. We can still go out to eat. The shops on Academy Street are probably closed. We won't find anything. I'm so hungry. If I don't eat mouse meat, I'm going to starve. Theodore complained. Rovy's face was cold. Who told you to buy? We're going to Xinglor residence, and I'm treating. As soon as Hall heard Xinglor residence, he raised both hands in approval. Great. Let's go to Xinglor residence. Laura licked her lips. Sounds good. Theodore tightened his stomach. If you're treating, can I eat a bit more? Rovy replied, Eat as much as you want, but you all have to hand over the mice to me. No one is allowed to sneak a bite. We won't sneak. When are we leaving? How about now? The sooner we go, the sooner we can eat. Theodore was already eager to go. Rovy could hardly bear to look. She turned around and said, Let's go, so we can finish eating before the academy gates close. That night, the kitchen at Xinglor residence was emptied by the four boys. According to Butler Bella's recollection, they ate a total of 27 eggs, 15 pounds of beef, over 30 loaves of bread, 2 large pots of chicken soup, a pot of stewed beans, and a big pot of bitter vegetable paste. They ate so much that they finished all the food meant for dozens of workers in the backyard for the next day. While they were eating, Rovy went back to her room to change clothes and took out the wooden box she found in the bell tower, hiding it in the wardrobe. The mice that Laura and Theodore caught in the bell tower were also put in a cage and given to Chris to throw into the cellar. After dinner, she returned to the academy with her execution squad partners. The next day at noon, she returned to Xinglor residence, took the wooden box from the wardrobe, and began to unlock it. The box had a small lock, and she was cautious about opening it, fearing there might be a trap that could release poison gas. What if it was Pandora's box, releasing something ominous and bringing disaster to the outside world? Rovy took the box into the basement, prepared herself with full protection, wearing glasses, earplugs, a mask, and finally waterproof gloves coated with tung oil. Only then did she carefully use a bent piece of thin wire to unlock it. To her surprise, the box didn't contain anything terrifying. It was filled with a case of stones. A case full of magic stones. Rovy picked up one of the magic stones with chopsticks. These stones were strange, only the size of pigeon eggs, all shaped like water droplets. Inside were a dozen black dark element magic stones, while the rest were of mixed colors, dark purple and dark green. She felt them and discovered that the dark magic stones contained not only dark elements, but also several types of ordinary elements, and the magical energy was incredibly strong, 10 times that of natural magic stones. Only refined magical materials contain such powerful energy. These magic stones were likely used by a dark wizard to embed in a wand. She wondered why they had been left in the bell tower for so many years. Rovy carefully picked out the magic stones one by one and placed them on the table. As she reached the last one, her gaze focused on the bottom of the box. There was a folded piece of burlap inside that seemed to have something drawn on it. She moved the oil lamp closer, took out the burlap, and gently unfolded it. The black lines revealed a pattern in the light, causing Rovy to feel a chill. The cloth was covered in countless eyes, and in the center, a phrase was written in bold. The left eye and the right eye illuminate Galen. Several angry lines extended harshly from the words. Below, there was another line of text, the writing severely oxidized. It took her a while to decipher it in the light. It read, Lies. Lies. The eyes are not outside the heart. Rovy frowned tightly. What did it mean? The eyes are not outside the heart. Could they be inside the heart?
And what about this lie?
What lie? She read the previous phrase again. Was it referring to that? The left eye and the right eye illuminate Galen. Was there something special about this phrase? In the Song of Audric, it is recorded that the creator god turned the left eye into the sun and the right eye into the moon, driving away the cold and darkness for humanity. Why would the person who drew this say it was a lie? Lies, lies. The eyes are not outside the heart. Rosy suddenly looked up, and a sharp knife seemed to slice through a curtain in her mind, revealing a bright red back. She understood what this phrase meant. This piece of burlap likely carried not just a pattern but a life. The person who drew it might already be dead. Rosy let out a long breath and put the burlap back. This light piece of burlap now felt too heavy for her to hold. Perhaps pressing it with stones would lighten her heart a bit. A box of high-purity magic stones. Unfortunately, Rosy couldn't use them right now. She put the magic stones back, pressed down the burlap underneath, and took out a handkerchief to wrap the wooden box. The contents of the burlap couldn't be revealed yet. Otherwise, the order of this world would quickly collapse, fulfilling the goals of those beings in the sky. Setting the wooden box aside, Rosy picked up the mouse cage and placed it on the table. These mice were her best experimental assistants, helping her better understand magic patterns. Wearing gloves, Rosy randomly selected a lucky mouse from the cage and placed it on a small magic-patterned iron plate. Zizz! A wisp of smoke slowly rose as the lively little mouse was electrocuted into a lump of charcoal, and the air was filled with the sharp smell of burnt fur. It was too cruel. Rosy turned her head away, unable to watch. After all, it was a life, and she had just electrocuted it with a magic pattern. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to. Once the magic pattern lost its power and dimmed, she turned back and tossed the mouse into the trash can. This mouse was too charred to be reused. She had originally planned to leave the body for the raven's dinner. Rosy quickly tested all the remaining magic patterns, and not a single mouse was left alive. Each one died in its own tragic way. 10 of the mice died in the same manner. Rosy was also anxious. Based on her analysis, one of the small magic patterns should have increased the concentration of magical elements within the academy, but after 10 attempts, the result was always the same, sapping the life of the little mice. As soon as a mouse was placed on the iron plate, it died, and the more carefully she drew the pattern, the faster the mouse died. After checking many times, she concluded that the problem lay with her. This particular small magic pattern gathered earth elements, and it seemed her own earth magic had a decomposition ability, breaking down all living things into carbon. When it came to class selection, she definitely couldn't choose to be a magic pattern apprentice. That profession had to be ruled out, or she would never be able to explain why her magic patterns could kill people. It took a month to break down the small magic patterns, and Rosy's magical power significantly improved. She was much quicker at breaking down intermediate magic patterns, taking just over half a month. During this half month, she also completed all her community service, including but not limited to cleaning stables, catching runaway chickens from the Academy's restaurant, and clearing piles of waste from the alchemy storage room. These community services were pure physical labor, as the tasks were tedious and difficult to accomplish with magic, especially since the apprentices had low magical power. Moreover, Rosy discovered that the magic in this world was quite simplistic, and its development had long stagnated. The spells and magic patterns used were passed down from 2,000 years ago. In other words, 2,000 years had passed, and magic had not seen any innovation or improvement. For example, the cleaning magic pattern taught by the professor could only protect clean things from getting dirty, but couldn't make dirty things clean, making it very inconvenient to use. The spells learned in magic class were entirely formulaic. Students were constantly memorizing poems, but no one was writing new ones. This was strange. Normally, no industry remained stagnant, yet the magic industry had not only stagnated, but was also regressing. Some advanced spells and magic patterns had been lost and could no longer be found, and the types of enchanters were decreasing. Many enchanters only knew how to forge swords and couldn't invent magical machinery. As for potions, there were only a few types, and the recipes from 1,000 years ago were still the same today. Rosy had a vague feeling that magic in this world was nearing its end. Perhaps in a few hundred years, magic would completely vanish from history. She pondered a question: would the disappearance of magic be good or bad for Galenstar? On the positive side, human strength would tend to equalize, and no one would be superior due to innate talent. Ordinary people could also gain a voice with hard work. On the negative side, if magic disappeared while gods and dark creatures still existed, in the age of cold weapons, if a giant monster like a behemoth appeared, humans would have no ability to resist and would face a dead end. However, none of this mattered to her. She would be able to go home in no more than 20 years. In late March, Rosy visited Demon Island again. After more than 2 months of construction, over 100 houses had been built on Demon Island, and the undead and humans lived in order on this land, with roads crisscrossing and fields cultivated into dozens of acres. Not to mention a city-state, at least a village or town had taken shape. The mercenaries and undead built wooden houses strictly according to the design plans Rosy provided, making the place look pleasing, like an ancient-style small town. The slaves built earthen houses without any layout planning, resulting in a somewhat chaotic distribution. The fences and paths outside the houses were also poorly made, making it look like a slum from a distance. In such a short time, the poor and rich areas of the island had become clearly defined, though no one had moved into the rich area yet. To Rosy's surprise, in the middle of the two areas, a group of people was constructing a building that looked somewhat like a church. These people were neither slaves nor mercenaries, but a third party on the island. After watching for a while, Rosy recognized one of the women directing others to lay bricks. It was Norma, the believer she had rescued from the edge of the ice plains. Now, Norma looked spirited and full of energy. Her thin but healthy face had 2 lively blushes, a stark contrast to the woman who had once lost 2 children and looked lifeless. Rosy cast an invisibility spell on herself and quietly walked among them, finally overhearing what they were doing. They were actually building a temple for her. Norma even claimed to be the priestess of this temple, and the people around her called her Lady Priestess because she was guided by a winged demon messenger. Unexpectedly, when Rosy had said she had no free soul and couldn't enter the temple of the god of death and time, Norma had gone to Demon Island to build a temple herself. Indeed, she was a thoughtful believer. Rosy counted the people around her. Besides the slaves who had come to help, there were about 20 more people. She remembered that she had only rescued a little over 10 herdsmen from the Seiko people. Where did the extra people come from? After thinking for a moment, Rosy flew to the undead graveyard and called Patrick out. "Master, what can I do for you?" Patrick's voice was as weak as ever, like a seedling battered by a storm, but Rosy had just seen him sitting on a branch at the cliff's edge, listening to the birds sing and swaying his head. "There's a woman named Norma who is building a temple for me. Do you know about it?"
Yes.
Patrick bowed and said, "I thought that was allowed by you because she said she was guided by a winged demon messenger. I did have someone guide her here." Rosy waved her hand, "but that's not what I wanted to ask. Did you register the people she brought? I only saw a few people before. How come there are more now?" Patrick respectfully replied, "Master, I have already registered them. The extra people are believers Norma recruited from elsewhere. She goes out to preach every half-month and brings a few people back." "Believers? Who's believers?" Rosy asked knowingly. "They worship a deity known as the god of death and time. Some people on the island have also been recruited by her." Rosy nodded. Those who had been recruited were probably the slaves helping out. "What about Zachary? How is he doing in labor reform?" "He is still in prison and refuses to admit his mistakes." Rosy was surprised. "He has such spirit?" It had been 2 whole months since he was captured, and he still wouldn't back down? "What is his situation now?" "We followed your orders and built a prison to keep him in. Every day, different people go to talk to him. But he has a bad temper. He curses at anyone who comes near, and the islanders are a bit afraid of him." Zachary, with his red beard and green eyes, looked fierce, so it's no wonder the islanders fear him. Rosy sighed. "I underestimated him." She thought that if the slaves talked to him every day, it would push him to break, but he still dared to curse even as a prisoner. The slaves had been bullied by slave traders before, and seeing him made them afraid to speak up. If he cursed at them,
It was hard to say who was putting pressure on whom.
where is the hell?
Take me to see it.
Rovi decided to try a different approach. Zachary was the type who responded better to kindness than force. If she didn't want to win him over, she could just kill him, but she didn't want to give up such a valuable asset. Saying she would kill him and turn him into a spirit was just for show. She couldn't even bring back the village chief's soul, so how could she control Zachary, a high-level blacksmith? Zachary had his own roots in the north and was powerful. As a blacksmith and a follower of the fire god, if she could win him over, many of her problems would be solved, like recruiting soldiers. However, using someone like Zachary required caution. His skills were so great that he could end up overpowering her, and she would be at his mercy. Rovi thought about how to win over Zachary and how to use him afterward. "Master, we have arrived." Patrick stopped and opened the stone door in the cliff. Rovi looked up and admired the creativity of the necromancer. The prison was carved into the rock. Unless the prisoner dug a tunnel, escape was impossible. Even if the prisoner could dig, the other side was lava, surrounded by the graves of the undead. Digging out wouldn't help. She entered the cave and followed Patrick through winding paths until they reached the cell where Zachary was held. Zachary was lying on the ground, sleeping. The undead guard only gave him a small bowl of water and a fish each day to keep him alive. He had lost a lot of weight compared to 2 months ago, and his cheeks were sunken. "Master, should I wake him up?" Patrick asked. "No need, I know he's pretending to sleep." How could a high-level blacksmith not hear her obvious footsteps? He just didn't want to acknowledge her. Or perhaps he was a defeated opponent who didn't dare face his conqueror. Rovi crossed her arms and stared at Zachary lying on the ground. "Mr. Bunyan, are you doing well?" Zachary turned over, facing away from her, and continued to sleep. "It seems you really want to die here," Rovi said casually. "I was hoping to make a deal with you to let you out, but since you don't want that, I guess I'll just head back." "Do business with you?" Zachary scoffed. "A dishonest person like you thinks I would believe your nonsense?" Rovi pursed her lips. Zachary's voice was weak and shaky. Clearly, he was very hungry. It seemed he wasn't living as comfortably as she thought. "If you don't believe me, why are you speaking?" She said with a smile. "If you really didn't believe me, you should keep pretending to sleep." Zachary sat up angrily, turning to face her, his large green eyes bulging. "I know what you want me to do, you despicable person. You want me to help you with blacksmithing. I won't let you have your way. Zachary, would rather starve to death in here than help you." "Help me? Ha ha ha." Rovi laughed so hard, she almost cried. "Mr. Bunyan, you really think too highly of yourself." "I'm not kidding." She wiped her tears of laughter. "Why would I ask a small blacksmith like you for help when I have a master blacksmith in the palace? I'd start to doubt my sanity." Zachary felt insulted and sneered at her. "A master blacksmith? There hasn't been a master blacksmith in the West for over 1,000 years. Do you think I'm a fool who will fall for your tricks? You said it's the whole West." Rovi shook her head. "You're just looking at a small piece of the sky and thinking it's the whole world." Zachary sarcastically grinned. "You little brat, do you think I've never been outside the West? Even in the wasteland, you won't find another blacksmith who surpasses me. Back when I was famous in Galan, your grandfather probably wasn't even born yet." He pounded his chest. "Go ask your elders about me, Rudolph. You dare to capture me? Ask them if they dare. Rudolph? Aren't you Zachary Bunyan?" Rovi frowned and looked at Patrick. "Have you heard of the name Rudolph?" Patrick elegantly pointed with his bony finger. "Sorry, master, he should have been born after I died." Although Zachary couldn't hear the voice of the undead, he saw their actions and became furious, his red hair standing on end as he shouted, "Ignorant fools! You don't know what a great blacksmith you've locked up. Which royal family do you belong to? Go ask the living elders if Rudolph is someone you can capture." "You ignorant little thing, I just don't want to argue with you. As long as I tell the Magic Association I'm still alive, a little parasite like you will be crushed immediately." "Patrick, did you give him too much food?" Rovi covered her ears. "How does he still have the energy to shout?" Patrick apologized. It's my fault, master. I'll remember to give less next time. Just give him a cup of water. Why give him fish? Rosy complained, then looked back at Zachary. Sorry, Mr. Bunyan. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Zachary's chest heaved with anger, and his eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. Before he could start cursing, Rosy quickly covered her ears and said, By the way, what were you asking? You wanted to know which royal family I belong to, right? My kingdom is probably unknown to you. It's in the Misty Plains. It's a pity you'll be stuck here until you die. Otherwise, you could have gone to the Misty Plains and met my kingdom's blacksmith. Fog Plains? Zachary paused, his red beard twitching quickly. Fog Plains is just a story made up by bards to trick people into giving them rewards. Are you trying to fool me? No way. Believe it or not. It's up to you, Ro replied casually. I don't believe it. Zachary insisted. If a place like you say really existed, we from the West Plains would have found it long ago. So many adventurers have searched and couldn't find this continent. Why should I believe you? Our Fog Plains is not a place just anyone can enter. Ro glanced at Zachary. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Besides, with your attitude, I don't think we have any room for business talks. Sigh, what a waste of my time. She shook her head in frustration and turned to leave. Patrick, let's go.
Wait.
Seeing she was really leaving, Zachary's tone changed again. What business do you want to discuss? Mr. Bunyan doesn't believe my nonsense. Does he? Rose stopped. So, have you changed your mind? Zachary stood up, pressing against the stone wall, his anger evident. I just want to see what ridiculous excuses you can come up with, you shameless person. That might disappoint you. Ro turned back, a half smile on her face. Because what I want to say is a fact about you. Zachary frowned impatiently. Stop dragging it out. Just say it quickly. Okay, I'll be straightforward, Ro smiled. Mr. Bunyan, I want the soldiers you have. Zachary's eyes narrowed. Soldiers? I'm a slave trader, not a lord. Where would I get soldiers? Don't you have any? Then why are you a slave trader? Of course, to make money. A blacksmith who can earn 1,000 gold by forging a sword is relying on selling slaves to make a living. Ro laughed at him. You're the first one to lower your worth like this, Mr. Bunyan. Zachary snorted. I like it. Ro turned around and walked to the prison door, her gaze deep. Mr. Bunyan, let me guess. You're still so confident even as a prisoner, because you think someone will come to rescue you? Zachary's eyes flickered, staring at her in silence. But you've been captured for 2 months. Where are your rescuers? Ro covered her mouth in surprise. Oh no. Could it be they have already given up on you? Or, she said with pity, they have another leader, and you're just a deputy, not worth their effort to save. Zachary raised his beard mockingly. Your imagination is rich. Go perform your play, kid. You're using your imagination in the wrong place. Ro lowered her hand and smiled slowly. Don't be in such a hurry, Mr. Bunyan. I haven't mentioned a third possibility. You've built a significant force, and you are undoubtedly their leader, yet they still haven't come to rescue you. Why is that? Because they are afraid. They don't want to expose themselves. That's quite strange, Ro shrugged. They're not rebels or cultists. Why wouldn't they dare to show up? Zachary's expression finally changed, his tone cold. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Ro. Your storytelling ability is indeed impressive. Maybe Ro smiled. Well, I finished my story. Let's end our conversation here for today. Goodbye, Mr. Bunyan. She turned to leave without pausing. I'll come back when you figure things out. Ro left the prison with Patrick, and the stone door closed, leaving the cave in silence. Zachary stood in the low stone chamber, hunched over his tall frame, his eyes fixed on the direction the girl had gone. Fog Plains? Could she really be a royal from Fog Plains? What did the Fog Plains royalty want in the West Plains? To fight for territory? Even though he repeatedly insisted he didn't believe Ro, he knew deep down that there was no other reason that could explain everything better than what she said. Her words also explained why he had never heard of such a person before, and why Demon Island suddenly had an owner. It turned out there was a conspiracy from another continent behind it all. Although Ro didn't manage to convince Zachary, she wasn't discouraged. Today's test achieved her goal. At least she knew Zachary indeed had soldiers. Getting Zachary to give up his power would be difficult, but that wasn't her intention. Her ideal outcome was for Zachary to agree to help her recruit soldiers. As a slave trader in the north, he should know best how to manage and hide people. Demon Island was still under construction, and the god of the undead had run off with Sita, leaving the island's defenses weak. Gathering soldiers and horses had to be done quietly. Ro believed it wouldn't be long before Zachary would come to her for negotiations. After all, his attitude today was somewhat relaxed. It was just a matter of time before he agreed to help her. She wanted Zachary to propose forming an army for her and to contribute both money and effort. As night fell, Ro returned to Starfall Academy through the teleportation array. She had an appointment with Hester that night and needed to get back to the academy early. Half a month ago, she had given Hester 2 pieces of parchment, one with a design for a helicopter rotor and the other with her annotated physics formulas. Hester had been studying them tirelessly for over 10 days. Yesterday, she found Ro and said she had made a miniature helicopter and wanted her to see how it flew tonight. As night fell, the 2 girls climbed to the rooftop of Ro's castle. Hester placed the helicopter on the ground, activated the wind magic rune, and the blades on top of the helicopter spun rapidly, lifting it into the air. "How is it?" she asked Ro. "It's empty inside, can hold things, and the windows can open. I made a rudder in front to control the direction."
Great.
"I didn't think you could make the model so quickly," Ro praised. "But is the power for this model entirely from magic runes?" "Yes, magic runes have no weight. If we use fuel, it would be much heavier," Hester explained. "The idea is fine," but Ro paused. "If the plane's power comes from magical elements, it probably won't be able to cross the ocean to reach fog plains."
Why?
Hester asked, confused. "Do you know about the mist belt at sea?" Ro sighed. "That's a magic-restricted area. Any magic there will fail. There are also magical insects in the mist that will crawl in through any gaps in the plane and eat people to the bone." Hester looked shocked. A magic-restricted area and magical insects. Now it made sense why so many powerful adventurers and mercenaries disappeared in the mist belt. The sea is so dangerous. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck here," Rose said with a bitter smile. Hester said sympathetically, "Don't worry. When I become a master craftsman, I'll definitely send you back first." "Okay," Rose smiled. "I'll wait for you." The evening breeze lifted the long black hair of 2 girls as they stood side by side, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. The stars would help them remember the promises that faded with the wind until their dreams came true. A quarter of an hour later, Hessel packed up the helicopter and went downstairs with Ro. Ro's castle was large, divided into 3 areas, each with its own tower connected by suspended walkways. Hessel lived in the middle area, while Ro lived in the lower area. They said their goodbyes on the walkway and returned to their dorms. March ended with continuous rain. In April, the barren slopes outside turned lush green, and the mulberry saplings in the orchard shed their straw coverings, welcoming the gentle sunlight and nourishing rain with their new green leaves. The compost in the backyard of Starlow had successfully fermented. Ro had the workers use rakes to check, and the cow dung had turned into brown, powdery soil. Next, they would dig trenches and plant wheat. At the beginning of April, it was time to sow spring wheat. Bella had already selected different wheat varieties according to Ro's request. Tall, short, long-on, thick-skinned. All had been selected and cold-treated to remove shriveled and diseased seeds. Spring wheat only needed 3 months from sowing to harvest. It had a short growing period, so it should have been sown half a month earlier to allow for vernalization in the soil. However, it wasn't too late to sow now. Ro instructed the workers to evenly distribute the manure across the fields and plow. The plowing depth should reach at least 20 centimeters, and then add a layer of soil on top. The spacing between each row should be. Ro tried to recall the farming knowledge she learned in her past life and explained it in simple, clear language to the workers below. After finishing with the experimental field, she went to inspect the ceramic factory. A businessman who had inquired about the ceramic business at the Esquare Dessert House last year had visited twice this year. Troy investigated him, and the businessman was named Tim Swift, from a small southern principality, born into a fallen noble family. His father was a baron, but the title would pass to his brother. Tim was often active in major royal cities, specializing in collecting precious and rare goods to sell at high prices to the nobility in those cities. He was a very reputable merchant. Rose signaled to Teresa that they could agree to cooperate with this businessman and let him sell the porcelain from their shop. A white porcelain plate was priced at 1 gold coin, but Tim would be responsible for packaging and shipping. He readily agreed. He had a large appetite and ordered 1,000 sets of bowls, plates, and spoons. To fulfill this order, the workers at the ceramic factory had been working overtime recently. Troy was also very busy, preparing to take the Griffin to the west coast to dig for porcelain stone and kaolin. The kiln temperature was too high, making it hot and sweaty to stand nearby. Ro didn't stay long and returned to the academy. The academy was lively, with everyone discussing next month's magic competition. Have you heard? Besides the 10 major academies, St. Tenno Academy is coming to Shiria this year. St. Tenno Academy is coming? Didn't the church say they wouldn't participate in worldly competitions? They didn't say they wouldn't participate. It's just that the academy people are very proud and didn't want to come before. Why are they coming this year then? It's Prince Alfred's idea. He said the church exists to redeem the suffering of the world, and the church people shouldn't be aloof. They should come out and see more, so he let the academy students participate in the magic competition. Prince Alfred is so nice. Yes, Prince Alfred is the most down-to-earth of the 9 princes. I hope he becomes the next pope. Prince Alfred has the highest support. He will definitely be elected. As Ro listened in on the conversations around her, Winnie ran over with a flushed face. Miss Ro.
Winnie?
She took a couple of steps forward. Why are you in such a hurry? Winnie pulled a piece of rag from her skirt pocket, feeling embarrassed. I received a reply from my family. They agreed to come to Shiria to see me. That's great. Congratulations, Rose said with a smile. As long as they come to Shiria, they definitely won't pressure you to marry. By the way, when are they coming? I'll have the servants prepare 2 guest rooms. No, I can't keep troubling you. Winnie quickly shook her head. I've already booked a hotel. They can stay there. How is that a trouble for me? Ro disagreed. The magic competition is about to happen, and more people will come to Shiria. It's not safe for your family to stay in a hotel. They should stay with me.
But. No buts.
We are friends. Can I help you with such a small favor? Winnie was touched, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Ro, thank you. If you really want to thank me, study hard and become a magic swordsman soon, Ro said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, jokingly adding, maybe I will need your protection then. To her surprise, Winnie immediately replied firmly, Miss Ro, when I become a magic swordsman, I will be your guard. I will definitely protect you. I told you not to use formal language, Ro said sternly. Do you not consider me a friend? No. Winnie quickly corrected herself. You are my best friend. Ro smiled. All right, now tell me, when are your parents coming? Winnie opened the rag in her hand, looking at the circles and crosses drawn on it. They need to plant, peas, and wheat before they can come. Oh, and they have to wait for. This is a pig. They need to wait for the pig to finish giving birth. They probably won't set off until late this month. It takes 7 or 8 days to get from our village to Shiria. By the time they come, it should be the end of the month. She had sent a letter back at the end of February, and the message from home was that they wouldn't come. In March, she sent 2 more letters, and her family finally agreed to come and see her. However, both March and April were busy farming seasons, which delayed their trip until the end of the month. Is it really going to take that long? Ro asked. Where is your village? Is it far from Shiria? Yes, very far. It's north of Shiria, over 300 kilometers away. Over 300 kilometers isn't far. Why does it take 7 or 8 days? Even the slowest horse could cover 80 kilometers in a day, right? Ro looked at Winnie curiously, and Winnie lowered her head and whispered, They don't ride horses. They will walk here. Ro was taken aback. Walking? What a strange concept. She wanted to ask if she should send someone to pick them up but thought better of it and only asked, "Is it safe?" Winnie nodded quickly. "It's safe. They will bring a dog with them." The topic ended there as they walked and chatted. The students they encountered on the way were all discussing the Academy's participation in the magic competition. After hearing so much, Ro began to wonder, is St. Tenno Academy really that impressive? Winnie replied, yes, they are very impressive. The magic apprentices at the Academy all have affinity for light elements. After graduation, they serve in high positions in the church, and the best among them compete to become paladins. All of them are dual-element mages, majoring in spells and minoring in swordsmanship. I heard that Prince Alfred's adopted son, the second prince of the Kilo Principality, Fairy Bulwell, also entered the Academy last year. His magical talent is very high. Although he only has affinity for light and thunder elements, his magical power is strong. He is likely to come to Shiria to compete this year. Winnie was chattering away, but a word caught Ro's attention. Light magic. All students at the Magic Academy must have an affinity for light magic, so they must know light spells, right? She had been worried about how to get Roman to learn light spells, and now an opportunity had come up so quickly. Ro's eyes sparkled as she asked Winnie, since everyone at the Magic Academy is a dual-element mage, do they use wands or swords in competitions? I don't know, Winnie replied. The Magic Academy hasn't participated in magic competitions before, but I guess they would use wands since swordsmanship is just a minor subject. I think so too, Ro said. Great mages usually look down on using swords, and the proud students of the Magic Academy probably wouldn't like to fight with swords, as it would tarnish their elegant image. Do they use light magic in battles? This was Ro's biggest concern. She knew very little about light magic, and the library's parchment scrolls didn't have any information on light spells. She was unsure what light spells could do. If light spells only worked against dark creatures, then the students at the Magic Academy wouldn't need to chant light spells during competitions, and she wouldn't have a chance to learn from them. They definitely do, Winnie said, clearly knowing more than Ro. Prince Alfred's most powerful spell is Purification of Light. It's said that he defeated his competitors with this spell to win the crown of the Eastern District. The professors mentioned this morning that Prince Alfred has selflessly shared the secret of purification of light with the students at the Magic Academy to help them win the magic competition. Purification of light? Ro blinked. It doesn't sound very powerful. Winnie was quick to counter Ro. If you think it's weak, you're very mistaken. Purification of light is a multicast spell. You can attack 3 times with one chant, and the attacks are released quickly. The first short spell is Radiance of Light, which temporarily blinds those illuminated by it, preventing them from attacking. The second short spell is Divine Call, which inspires repentance in those affected. The third short spell is Purification of Light, which causes the purified to lose their aggression and completely abandon the fight. Ro gasped, "That's so powerful. Anyone facing them would surely lose." Winnie sighed, "That's why we're researching ways to counter them." "You are?" Ro's curiosity was piqued. But Purification of Light is the Magic Academy's secret weapon. They shouldn't reveal it, so how do you know so much? "It's us," Winnie whispered excitedly in her ear, "because I've been selected as a substitute member of the magic team. Professor Pence gathered us today specifically to discuss this and to brainstorm counter strategies." "Have you come up with anything?" Ro asked. "Not yet," Winnie said quietly. One classmate suggested forming a team of all swordsmen for a quick fight to prevent them from chanting spells, but Professor Pence rejected that idea. Another suggestion was to cover our eyes with black cloth and stuff our ears with cotton to block sight and sound, making their magic ineffective. But that would leave us unable to attack. "That's true," Ro nodded. "Blocking sight and sound is a good idea in theory, but in practice, it would be like cutting off one's own arm. The enemy could easily kick them out while they were blind and deaf." Winnie sighed. Although she was just a substitute and unlikely to participate, she was more worried about the competition than the main team members. Hearing the girls' continuous sighs, Ro suddenly thought of something. "Winnie, do you know about sunglasses?" Ro wasn't sure if sunglasses could block light magic, so she simply described the shape and purpose of the glasses, suggesting Winnie consult a teacher to see if the idea was feasible. Winnie was thrilled and immediately ran off to find Professor Pence. While there were glasses in the West, they were quite different from modern glasses. The lenses were mainly convex lenses set in a frame with handles, used to magnify text on parchment or observe ants. They were more like magnifying glasses than actual glasses. Due to the lack of technology, making convex lenses required skilled craftsmanship, making these glasses extremely expensive. If a family had a lens that could magnify 100 times, even the king would want to see it. Of course, such precious glasses wouldn't be found in the hands of anyone outside the royal family and nobility, as alchemists who could create high magnification lenses only served the noble class. However, sunglasses didn't need to magnify that much. They could simply filter out bright light by adding some coloring agents to absorb light. For better effect, they could be made into polarized lenses or coated with a reflective layer. Ro was studying polymer materials and engineering, focusing on glass, ceramics, and coatings, so she was quite knowledgeable about glass and coatings. If sunglasses were effective against light magic, she would be willing to spend some time making them. Considering the circumstances, it was very likely that Dean Morrison was protecting someone like her from the dark camp. She didn't mind contributing to the academy. After a brief moment of peace, she was about to get busy again. Ro mentally made a task list. First, she needed to study lip reading and practice listening skills to prepare for learning from others. Second, she needed to develop sunglasses to contribute to the academy's honor. Third, she had to host Winnie's family to help her friend escape an arranged marriage. In addition to these, she also had to manage the wheat experimental field, guide the breeding of silkworms, piece together advanced magic patterns from the Academy's map, and discuss aircraft manufacturing with Hester. It was overwhelming. Fortunately, she wasn't selected for the magic team. Otherwise, she would have to participate in the Academy's pre-competition training, leaving her with even less time. As for the earlier mention of reclaiming first place to prove her strength, that was easy. Once Asina finished the magic competition, she would challenge her. Defeating the class's recognized strongest student would naturally prove her strength. While Ro was pondering what excuse to use to challenge Asina, Professor Tobias's owl flew overhead and landed on a nearby branch. Ro, come to the junior department meeting room. Ro, come to the junior department meeting room. The familiar scene and summons made Ro's right eyelid twitch, and an ominous feeling shot through her. On a clear day, who was causing trouble again? When Luo Wei entered the junior department meeting room, she immediately spotted a golden head. In that moment, she knew who had caused the trouble that brought her here. Without a doubt, among the 9 students present, only one person had issues with her, the cunning Asina. Their eyes met, and Luo Wei narrowed her gaze, while Asina's expression was oddly peculiar. Jealousy, reluctance, and perhaps a hint of hope. Luo Wei thought it was strange. Did this succubus leave her common sense at home today? Looking away, she scanned the other people in the room. Professor Moses, Professor Tobias, Professor Temple, Professor Mike, Professor Phil, and the swordsmanship coach, Coach Cumberland, were all present. Then she noticed 2 pairs of light blue eyes flashing at her, which at first glance looked like a string of broken light bulbs. Upon closer inspection, it was Hall and Gladys. What were they doing here? Before Luo Wei could greet her friends, Professor Moses spoke up. Sit down, Luo Wei. Let's discuss next month's magic competition. The magic competition? Luo Wei hesitated, but I'm not a contestant. I was just about to tell you, Professor Moses said seriously. Asina is unwell and worries she can't compete, so she recommended you as the team leader, with her as your substitute. Of course, the decision to participate is yours, but since it concerns the honor of the Academy, we hope you'll think it over carefully. Luo Wei, we all agree you're suitable to lead the team. What's your decision? After Professor Moses finished speaking, Luo Wei finally understood what was happening. Most likely, Asina had heard rumors about the Divine Academy participating and was afraid her identity would be revealed during the competition, so she wanted to withdraw. The list of participants had been set 2 months ago, and now that she wanted to back out, the academy wouldn't agree without a valid reason. So, she targeted Luo Wei and chose a compromise, making the academy consider a second option. No wonder her expression was a mix of reluctance and hope. She could have shone on the competition stage, but because of the Divine Academy's interference, she had to give up her chance for glory. She probably thought Luo Wei had taken advantage of her and should be grateful. But the problem was, Luo Wei didn't want to compete either. She never wanted to, and now that she knew the Divine Academy was coming, she wanted it even less. If Asina was too scared to compete, why would she dare? Luo Wei figured it out and had prepared her refusal in her mind. She looked sincerely at Professor Moses. "Professor, I knock, knock, knock." The sudden knocking interrupted her. Professor Moses raised a hand. "Wait a moment." She turned to the meeting room door and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and Dean Morrison and Professor Pence appeared.
Dean?
Everyone was taken aback and quickly stood up. "Please sit down," Dean Morrison said as he entered, kindly asking the professors, "What are you discussing with the kids?" Professor Moses glanced at Dean Morrison's back, and Professor Pence gently shook his head at her. Dean Morrison chose a chair next to the students and faced the 6 junior department professors, speaking calmly. "Professor Pence didn't mention you were in a meeting. He came to find me because a student has thought of a way to resist the light magic spell. After hearing it, I decided to come discuss it with you." Professor Pence added, "This student happens to be from your junior department, named Luo Wei." Professor Moses showed a surprised expression and asked Luo Wei, "Is that you, child?" Suddenly, all eyes in the meeting room were on Luo Wei. It seemed Dean Morrison had just noticed her, his lips moving as his freshly trimmed goatee lifted. "Oh, it's Luo Wei. What are you doing here?" "Oh, and Gladys Hall." He noticed the 2 troublemakers beside her. "Have you finished your community service?"
Dean.
Professor Pence hesitated. Dean Morrison remained silent, while Professor Moses calmly told the confused students, "Kids, you can go back for now. We'll discuss the competition tomorrow." The atmosphere felt suffocating. The official team members, along with the substitute and Luo Wei, quietly and quickly left the meeting room. After they left, Professor Temple stood up and made an excuse to take Professor Phil and Coach Cumberland out, leaving only a few of the Academy's elders in the room. Professor Moses cast a spell to seal the doors and windows, glaring angrily at Dean Morrison. "What do you want to do? The enemies this year are very strong. By not selecting excellent students, do you really want our academy to lose its qualification? It's not that serious. All the kids are equally talented." Dean Morrison repeated the same reasoning as before. "Moreover, the few students you're focusing on have all made mistakes and are not suitable to represent our academy." Professor Moses was disappointed. "You weren't like this before, Asa. You've strayed from the original purpose of establishing the academy." "Eudora, calm down," Professor Tobias said gently, holding her hand and looking at Dean Morrison. "Dean, you should know that the church's opinion of our academy is growing stronger. The wizards graduating from our academy have faced oppression from them in the past 2 years. The aftermath of that incident 10 years ago still lingers. The closer we get to the prophecy, the more actions they will take. This time, Prince Alfred sending the Divine Academy to compete may not be without the Pope's intention. If the Academy disbands, what will happen to those civilian children? The Church will definitely target them. Can you bear to see that?" Dean Morrison remained silent for a long time before saying hoarsely, "If it really comes to that, Lady Tobias, you should take these children to join the Church." "Enough." Professor Moses slammed the table and stood up. "You want Jacqueline to take these children to join the Church? Have you considered her? The Pope has long suspected her. Do you think she will have a good life if she goes back?" Jacqueline Tobias, the Archbishop of the Church, was sent to Syria by the Pope at the beginning of the Academy's establishment to supervise every move of the Academy. But she had known Dean Morrison before joining the Church and had been helping the Academy gather information about the Church's movements over the years. The specific information about the purification of light was something she had learned and then informed the Academy. "Ugh, stop arguing," Professor Mike sighed heavily, pulling this one and that one. "Let's sit down and discuss this properly." Being the oldest there, his words carried some weight. Professor Moses sat down, but her expression was still sour. Professor Mike, it's not that I want to argue. You know, according to the prophecy, the civilian hero who will overthrow the church's rule may have already entered our academy. If the academy disbands now, fearing the prophecy, the church will definitely kill all the civilian students. We can't let that happen. I know. Professor Mike nodded repeatedly, calling out Dean Morrison's name. Asa, please share your thoughts. I believe you must have a reason for not allowing those students to compete. Are you worried that the prophesied hero is among them? Professor Moses hadn't considered that possibility and asked Dean Morrison in surprise, Asa, is that the reason? Dean Morrison nodded gravely. That is indeed part of the reason. Professor Moses directly ignored the part of he mentioned. If you're worried about that, then it's simple. The prophecy speaks of civilian students. We just won't let civilian students compete and only allow noble students. Professor Tobias also agreed. Among the 3 students we're focusing on, only Hall Felix is a civilian. Let's remove his name and add Luawei and Gladys instead.
No.
However, Dean Morrison still disagreed.
Why not?
Professor Moses asked patiently. Rovi and Gladys are both nobles. One is a royal princess, and the other is the daughter of a wolf lord. What's the problem? Actually, Gladys isn't technically a noble, Professor Tobias suddenly said. Although the Ice Wolf tribe dominates the tundra, her father doesn't hold a title. To most Westerners, the Ice Wolf tribe is seen as a group of savages. They neither believe in gods nor accept the kingdom's rule, so even their tribal leader cannot be considered a noble. Professor Moses said, then let's remove Gladys and keep Rovi. She looked at Dean Morrison. Asa, what do you think? What else could Dean Morrison say? If he refused again, he would seem too stubborn. Okay, as long as the child agrees, he nodded. Professor Moses sighed in relief. She will agree. Professor Tobias frowned. Would Rovi really agree? Although her words were interrupted by a knock at the door, her expression clearly showed refusal. After thinking for a moment, Professor Tobias said, how about I talk to her? Sure, Professor Moses agreed. Then Rovi is in your hands. I'll go check on Asina. How did such a good child suddenly get sick? She needed to find out. If it was serious, the academy could provide a healing potion. Outside the church, Rovi was walking by the lake with 2 friends from the execution squad. Why were you called to the meeting room too? She asked Hall and Gladys. She was there because of Asina's recommendation, but why were they? Professor Moses wants us to be substitutes, Hall shrugged. They originally planned to make you a substitute too, but Asina said she wanted to switch with you. Asina is sick, Gladys said. That's just a mental issue, Rovi said, looking at the calm lake, stopping in her tracks. Did you agree to be substitutes? Yeah, Hall stopped too. After all, we're substitutes. We might not even play. I agreed too, Gladys said, stepping closer to Rovi. Rovi, do you want to compete?
No. Why not?
It's too much trouble and will affect my nap, Rovi casually made an excuse. Hall and Gladys widened their eyes. She was giving up the competition just because it would affect her nap? Was she serious? But thinking about how she had skipped school 18 times just to sleep in a big bed and lost 40 credits, this reason seemed somewhat normal. A cool evening breeze brushed through the long willow branches, and the first night of April quietly arrived under the silent moonlight. After a night passed, a new day began. As the sun peeked over the mountains, Rovi had already completed 3 laps on her chestnut horse. This was just a warm-up. After that, she would team up with classmates to practice mounted swordsmanship. Coach Torin treated all students equally. Even the weakest girl had to charge at enemies with a lance like a brave knight. Anyone who avoided training or slacked off would face harsh penalties, losing the hard-earned classroom points. In addition to mounted swordsmanship and lance competitions, junior students also had to learn polo, which directly affected their final exams, as the finals would be conducted in the form of a polo match. Rovi was curious. In her original world, polo was brought from Asia to the West. In this world, without Asia, how did polo spread? Polo has always been a purely noble game in the West, and that hasn't changed. Even in modern times, it is still considered the most luxurious sport on land. The wealthy play golf, but only the truly rich can play polo. Aside from professional athletes, only royals and the ultra-wealthy play polo. After the riding class, Rosy was drenched in sweat. Looking at her classmates, their backs were soaked, and they were panting like dogs in the heat. Even Asina had given up on her appearance, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead, sweat dripping down, and her face as red as an apple. The two led their horses outside and met at the exit. They exchanged glances, too tired to speak. In the past, even if she didn't say anything sarcastic, Asina would have scolded Rosy dozens of times with her bright blue eyes before proudly walking away. Today, it was Rosy who raised her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Asina as she stepped out of the fence first with her chestnut horse. Asina gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with anger. Rosy, feeling unusually childish, happily led her horse back to the stable before rushing to her dorm to change clothes. The riding outfit was heavy, with large metal protective gear that made it inconvenient to wear. After changing back into her regular clothes, she went downstairs with her dirty clothes. As soon as she stepped outside, a nightmarish voice echoed above her. Rosy, come to the office at 3 this afternoon. Professor Tobias's owl had been waiting at her dorm door. Upon seeing her, its tufts of feathers began to wiggle like two little tufts. Owls are known as the sacred birds of Athena, but Professor Tobias's owl looked rather dim-witted. If she gave it a few field mice, would it pretend not to see her? The owl continued to hoot, and Rosy felt heavy-hearted. I know. I will go. Upon receiving her confirmation, the owl finally perked up its ear feathers, as if it had received some signal, and flew away. Rosy watched it disappear, her shoulders slumping. Forget it. She might as well put the dirty clothes away first. At 3 in the afternoon, as the clock chimed, Rosy arrived promptly at Professor Tobias's office. Professor, you wanted to see me? Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Professor Tobias stood up from her desk, moved to a chair, and invited her to sit beside her. Rosy, what have you thought about the magic competition? Rosy didn't sit. She stood and replied, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Professor, I don't want to participate. Please sit down, let's talk for a bit. Professor Tobias suddenly removed her wide-brimmed black hat, revealing her gray hair. Students are always curious about my age. Rosy, can you guess? Her hair was styled in a high bun, perfectly holding the hat, but that wasn't what she wanted to show. Rosy quickly glanced at her temples and lowered her head. I can't guess, Professor. You look very young. Professor Tobias's face resembled that of a woman in her 30s, but her hair was strange. The part that showed when she wore the hat was brown, while the rest was almost entirely white. With hair this white, she must be at least 60, but her hair was also very thick. Rosy truly couldn't guess. Professor Tobias did not make things difficult for her. She revealed the answer herself. I look young, but I am already 100 years old. Rosy raised her head in surprise. In a world where the average human lifespan is only 40 years, how could Professor Tobias have lived to be 100? Surprised, aren't you? Professor Tobias smiled, her deep eyes looking at her. For wizards, living to 100 is not unusual. The stronger the magic, the younger one appears. You can't judge a wizard's age by their looks. Of course, I'm not a wizard. I'm an astrologer. She was a mid-level astrologer, and living another 50 years would not be a problem. Rosy felt a wave of emotions. She knew that wizards lived longer than ordinary people. Back in Beast Town, she had seen Prince Alfred, who was over 80, looking like a man in his 40s. But she didn't expect someone like Professor Tobias at 100 years old to look only 30. Wasn't that too outrageous? If stronger magic made one look younger, what about Dean Morrison, a high-level wizard?
How old was he?
And what about Zachary from Demon Island? As a high-level alchemist, was he also over 100? Then there was Troy, who became a magic swordsman in his 20s. Would he end up living for 1,000 years? How much luck did he need to be like that? While Rosy was still in shock, Professor Tobias spoke again. The Sharia Magic Academy has only been established for 18 years, but do you know how long Dean Morrison prepared for it? Ro shook her head. I don't know. Professor Tobias said in a low voice, 70 years. It took a full 70 years to prepare for this academy. At first, it was just Dean Morrison alone. Later, he persuaded Professor Temple, Professor Mike, and now Professor Landon from the Advanced Department and Professor Lucia from the Intermediate Department, along with others who sadly passed away before the academy was established. I met Dean Morrison while stargazing in the wild when I was only 16. I told him I wanted to become an astrologer, and he said his academy needed one more astrology professor. I asked him which academy, and he said it was a commoner's academy, just built with a church and schoolhouse. At this point, Professor Tobias laughed. Actually, it was just a few stone houses in the countryside, and they were soon destroyed by the local Lord soldiers. Every time he tried to build an academy, no matter where it was or how well hidden, it would be destroyed because no one wanted to see a commoner's academy arise. It wasn't until he became a wizard that he began to build the Sharia Magic Academy, which took 50 years. After he was promoted to a high-level wizard, he finally opened it to students. After finishing, Professor Tobias looked deeply at Ro. Child, you might wonder why I am telling you all this. Ro nodded gently. I am indeed curious, Professor. Please just say what you need to. Then I'll be direct, Professor Tobias said seriously. Ro, I hope you will agree to participate in the competition. It has not been easy to establish Sharia, and we do not want to lose our qualification to operate. Ro asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the Academy's qualification? Because the church and the nobles of various countries agreed to the establishment of the Sharia Magic Academy under certain conditions. The condition is that every year, the 3 teams from Sharia must not fall out of the top 5 in the Academy rankings. If we fail to do that, we must dissolve the Academy. Dissolve the Academy? Ro frowned. Just for not making it to the top 5, we have to dissolve the Academy? It sounded so fantastical. The connection between not making the top 5 and dissolving the Academy seemed illogical, like the ramblings of someone half asleep. To say dissolve the Academy isn't quite accurate, Professor Tobias clarified. If we don't make the top 5, the Academy will be taken over by the church, and they will dismiss all the commoner students. This is a vow made by the dean to the Pope. He must prove that commoners do not taint the souls of nobles, that there is no difference in soul between commoners and nobles, and that the students of this academy will be stronger than those from noble academies. Ro was not moved by Professor Tobias's words. She replied rationally, if that's the case, then I have even less reason to participate. Choosing commoner students for the competition would better prove that point, wouldn't it? Besides, just making it to the top 5 is something the other students can achieve. Their abilities are not much different from mine. I heard that in the past 18 competitions, our academy's teams have never fallen out of the top 3. Professor, you really don't need to worry so much. Professor Tobias shook her head.
Ro, you don't understand.
The reason our academy has never fallen out of the top 3 is that we value every competition and have never been lax. We only choose the most outstanding individuals to compete, and we approach every competition with the determination to win. If it weren't for this, the academy wouldn't have lasted so long. Ro repeated, there are many excellent people, and I am not the best in terms of combat strength. Professor Tobias put her wide-brimmed hat back on, stood up, and walked to the desk to pick up the crystal ball. But the crystal ball tells me that with you, we will win this competition. Ro, let's look at it from another angle. Why don't you want to participate in the competition? She held the crystal ball with one hand and placed her other hand over it. As she spoke, a layer of light purple mist rose within the transparent crystal. Ro instinctively felt alert and leaned back slightly. Professor, you need a reason to participate in the competition, she said calmly. Not participating is simply because I don't want to. Honor, ideals, responsibility. Professor Tobias listed 3 words. These are all reasons. Yes, I have none, Ro said shamelessly. What about rewards? Professor Tobias said casually. Potions, magical beasts, magic swords, spellbooks. Ro remained unmoved. I don't need. How about an owl?
What?
Ro was taken aback. A talking owl, a puppet that can dance with a sword, a cat that can massage your shoulders and legs, a spell-reading bookworm, a flying horse, a mermaid pearl that translates animal languages. Wait, a mermaid pearl? It can translate animal languages? All animal sounds can be translated? Yes, Professor Tobias smiled wider. Don't you want the others? Can I have them all? Ro felt her heart race. A talking owl and a cat that can massage were both fluffy, and she really needed a spell-reading bookworm. And a flying horse and a puppet. Any one of them would cause a sensation in her past life. What was she to do? Anything can be obtained, Professor Tobias said, well-versed in the art of persuasion, but how much you can get depends on your choices and determination. Rovi knew well that greed comes at a cost. She wasn't afraid of paying a price. She just worried that the cost wouldn't match the reward. What do I need to do to get what you mentioned? Rovi asked. She needed to weigh whether the rewards were worth the risk and how deep that risk would be. Compared to her life, her own safety was obviously more important. Professor Tobias coaxed, if you can lead the junior team to first place, you can choose any 5 of the rewards. If you get second place, you can choose 4 and so on. If you come in 5th, you can only choose 1. The conditions for these rewards were quite lenient, as it was no problem for the Sharia Academy of Magic to secure a spot in the top 5. What Rovi wanted most was the mermaid pearl. With more animals around her, communication was becoming increasingly difficult. With the mermaid pearl, she could understand what they were saying, like the crow lounging around her house, cawing every day without her knowing what it meant. Rovi also wanted to figure out how it flew over from the misty plains and make it a messenger between the two sides. She couldn't let it live so freely. After some thought, she was already halfway to agreeing. As for the other half, Professor, is the magic competition one-on-one or a free-for-all? Rovi asked carefully, not rushing into a decision. Can I know the specific rules of the competition? Professor Tobias nodded gently and turned to grab a parchment from the table, handing it to her. This is the proposed schedule. It contains the rules. You can take a look. Rovi took the parchment and opened it, reading it carefully. The magic competition is held annually at Sharia, with the Sharia Academy of Magic as the organizer, holding the authority to set the rules. The 10 major academies supervise the competition and have the power to judge. To ensure fairness and select the strongest teams, the Sharia Academy designed 3 competition events. The first event is monster hunting, where a certain number of monsters will be released in the arena and all participating teams will enter together, scoring points based on the number and level of monsters they defeat. The second event is a defense battle, where each team must choose a section of the arena as their territory. There will be scarecrows in their territory, and the academy will simulate monster attacks. The team that keeps their territory intact and has the most people survive will score the highest. The third event is the most discussed and visually impactful, one-on-one duels on the arena, where teams from over 20 academies draw lots for battles. The last team standing wins. After reading the competition rules, Rovi's furrowed brow relaxed significantly. She initially thought the magic competition would be a straightforward fight from the start, standing on the arena the whole time. If that were the case, she couldn't avoid the Divine Academy at all. But now it seemed that her only chance to interact with them would be in the final event, and during the competition, she would only encounter them once at most. With only one chance to face them, she could easily avoid it. If she ran into them, she could just play it safe, aiming for second place instead of first. The cost was low, and the reward was rich. Rovi rolled up the parchment and looked up. Professor Tobias, I agree to participate in this competition. She was determined to get those rewards. Professor Tobias gently stroked the crystal ball, and his eyes glimmered slightly under the brim of his hat. The crystal ball reflected the girl's distorted figure and the desires within her heart, which the astrologer holding the crystal ball could sense. When Rovi left the office, the clock tower was nearly pointing to 4 in the afternoon. Unknowingly, she had talked with Professor Tobias for almost an hour. She had gone in feeling resistant, but came out willingly accepting the burden. There was no way around it. He had first appealed to her emotions, then reasoned with her, and finally tempted her with benefits. His negotiation skills were higher than hers, and she simply couldn't resist. Since she agreed to participate in the competition, she needed to prepare well, especially for resisting light magic. Just as she was lost in thoughts of fluffiness and the mermaid pearl, she realized she forgot to ask Professor Tobias whether the purification of light was a physical attack or a mental one. If it was a physical attack, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was a mental attack, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Should she go back and ask? Rosy hesitated as she turned around. Professor Tobias's eyes seemed to see right through her, and when he touched the crystal ball, she felt uneasy. Forget it. She would go find Winnie instead. With the support of Harkin's shop, Winnie no longer had to work every day for living expenses and usually practiced swordsmanship in the square in the afternoon. Rosy found Winnie practicing in the square, exchanged a few pleasantries, and sat down by the flower bed. Winnie, about the sunglasses I mentioned yesterday, do you think they would help in the competition after your discussion? Winnie looked surprised. Miss Rosy, didn't Professor Pence contact you yesterday? Rosy remembered that Dean Morrison and Professor Pence had mentioned it briefly last night, but the atmosphere in the meeting room was strange, and she and the other students left quickly. No, the professors were quite busy yesterday. I see, Winnie said softly. Professor Pence said your idea was great, and wanted to ask how to make the sunglasses. Rosy replied, so the sunglasses can really resist light magic?
Well,
Professor Pence said we need to try it to find out. I understand. I'll make the sunglasses as soon as possible, Rosy said, then inquired, does light magic eliminate dark creatures like holy water does? Winnie looked confused. I don't know. I've never seen light magic. All right, Rosy sighed. It seemed she still needed to ask Professor Tobias. The list of changes to the participating teams hadn't been announced yet. Once it was released tomorrow, she would consult about these questions. After leaving the square, Rosy returned to Xinglua residence. She initially wanted Troy to gather materials needed to make the sunglasses, but he was still away on the west coast, and everyone else was busy. In the large yard, only a noisy crow was hopping around under the eaves. Caw, 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 caw. Just a few days ago, it was imitating a wild duck's call, and now it sounded like a frog. Rosy walked down the steps, and the crow hopped over, its little black eyes staring at her without blinking.
Caw?
Rosy looked down at it. I don't understand what you're saying. Caw, caw. The crow stretched its neck, grabbed her skirt, and pulled her outside. What is it? Rosy followed its pull and walked to the other side of the yard, where the maids were hanging clothes. The crow released her skirt, flew up to the clothesline, and stood on one foot, cautiously placing its claw on a brightly colored shawl, staring at her while cawing non-stop. That's my shawl. What's wrong with it? The crow lowered its head and rubbed it against the shawl.
Caw, caw.
Rosy. She strangely saw a sense of indulgence on the face of a crow. After a moment of silence, the crow's calls grew more urgent. Rosy finally stepped forward, took the shawl, and draped it over the crow. Since you did a good deed, she gathered the ends of the shawl around the crow's neck and tied a big bow. It won't be so easy to get it again next time.
Caw.
The crow, now wearing the shawl, called out and proudly spread its wings, spinning in circles above the yard to show off its new outfit. Caw, 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 caw. A wild duck's laughter echoed in the air. Rosy covered her face. Why did she ever catch a crow that was so vain and talkative? Suddenly, her shoulder itched, as if something was crawling on it. Rosy turned her head, and a small black shadow flashed by her peripheral vision, lunging at the crow in the air. Crack! Rose didn't see how the accident happened. She only heard the crow scream and crash to the ground, its legs twitching uncontrollably. A house spider stood on top of the crow's head, proudly raising its pincers. No one could compete with Nicole for affection, no one. And no stinky crow. Nicole pulled out a short crow feather, then jumped back onto her owner's shoulder with all 8 legs coiled for power. Nicole? Rose opened her hand, and the fluffy spider jumped onto it, waving the crow feather in her palm, eager to show off its prize. Looking at the twitching crow on the ground and the proud spider in her hand, Rose felt a twitch in her temple. She had a feeling that her peaceful days were about to vanish, never to return. After defeating the crow, Nicole wore the feather on her head and began patrolling the yard diligently. She remembered what Rose said last year, to catch bugs and become the family's pest control guardian. Spring was the season for bugs, but with Nicole around, the garden plants were safe. No matter if they were beetles, caterpillars, or cabbage worms, they couldn't escape her keen eyes. All were caught and sentenced to death. While Nicole was busy, Ro quickly put the crow, which was rolling its eyes, back into the hanging basket under the eaves, then walked behind Nicole with her hands behind her back. Nicole was very responsible. After clearing the bugs, she pulled out a green frog from the grass by the wall. April was the breeding season for frogs, and when it rained, they croaked loudly. Although frogs also caught bugs, their croaking was annoying. Nicole couldn't move the frog and scared it away instead. Ro watched the little jumping spider hop away, standing still to estimate how far it had gone. As her magic grew, Nicole could jump farther away from her. At first, she would disappear if she went more than 5 meters, but now she could jump over 50 meters. This meant her magic was now more than 10 times what it used to be. Ro wasn't sure how normal people's magic growth worked, but she guessed hers was above average. Otherwise, Professor Tobias wouldn't insist on her participating. On April 3rd, the Academy's bulletin board updated the list of participants for the magic competition. After class, Ro went to take a look, and the moment she saw the list, she doubted if she was dreaming. According to Professor Moses at the meeting 2 days ago, there should have only been one change on the list, right? What happened last night? Why were her and Asina's names still on the list instead of being replaced? Gladys and Hall's names were also on the list, not as substitutes, but as official participants, while the original 4 official participants had become substitutes. The lists for the intermediate and advanced divisions had also changed. Theodore, Laura, Hessel, and Senior Guinea Pig were all on there. Ro frowned and turned around, searching the crowd for Theodore and Laura, who were also frowning. She pushed through the crowd and walked over to them, whispering, "What's going on with the list? Did you both choose to participate?" "Let's talk by the lake," Theodore said, sounding a bit quiet today. Ro looked at Laura, who kept her head down. The 3 went to the lakeside. From a distance, Ro saw 2 familiar figures under the willow tree. Gladys and Hall were waiting there too. The 5 members of the execution squad were gathered. What happened? Everything was fine yesterday. The sudden change in the list left Ro confused, and a sense of absurdity rose in her heart. Theodore's face was serious. "I don't know what happened to you, but we are participating because..." He paused and glanced at Laura. "It was Laura and me who requested it. We challenged 2 official participants yesterday afternoon and secured our spots in the competition." Ro found it ridiculous. "You didn't know that the Divine Academy would also participate this year?" "We knew." Laura lifted her head, revealing her swollen eyes. "I received a letter saying there are 2 cloaks as rewards from the Divine Academy this year." Ro's heart sank. "What cloaks?" Laura's voice was hoarse. "Cloaks made from cat beastman's fur." After saying that, she lowered her head, her shoulders shaking as she silently sobbed. The air turned icy, and the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. Ro's throat tightened. "Who sent the letter? Who delivered it?" Laura said it was a little vendor who gave her the letter and then disappeared. Theodore answered for Laura. The little vendor, was it the same one she had erased memories from? Ro looked at Hall, whose expression was also grim. "I don't know if it's the same person, but I also received a letter that forced me to participate in the competition, or else I would be reported to the temple." "Reported for what?" Hall's gaze was dark. The letter didn't say. Because the letter didn't specify, he felt he had to comply. Ro hinted, "Have you seen the person who gave you the letter before?" Hall understood her meaning. "No, I hadn't seen him. He looked unfamiliar, like he just came from out of town. I chased him for a while, but couldn't catch up." Ro's suspicions grew stronger. She turned to Gladys to ask if she had received any letter. Gladys shook her head. "I didn't." "Then why are you participating?" Gladys scrunched her nose, looking unhappy. "Asina threatened me. If I didn't participate, she would tell everyone I'm a werewolf." The situation was getting more tangled, and Ro felt frustrated. What is Asina going crazy about again? Didn't she say she felt unwell and wanted to be a substitute? How is she better now? It was one thing to want to participate herself, but why drag others down with her? Gladys was also angry and explained. Professor Moses called many professors to check on Asina, but they found nothing wrong. Asina kept saying she had nightmares and felt unwell. Then the story took a dramatic turn. Asina insisted she was unwell, sometimes saying she couldn't sleep due to nightmares, other times claiming her heart hurt and she couldn't breathe, scaring a bunch of professors. To treat her, the academy even gave her a bottle of healing potion, but her symptoms didn't improve. After all the fuss, Professor Phil got anxious. Since Shiria had encountered a demon, and Asina was a favored one of the love god, he worried that Asina was cursed by a demon and insisted on calling a bishop from the temple to treat her. Asina couldn't stand that. She immediately declared that she was better. The potion had cured her. Professor Moses was pleased and added Asina's name back to the list, allowing her to continue participating. On her way back to the dorm, Asina saw Gladys and, feeling jealous of her carefree nature, threatened her to participate too, or she would expose her identity. After Gladys finished, she hung her head low. She threatened you, and you didn't think of threatening her back. Ro was frustrated. You have dirt on her too. So, what are you afraid of? Gladys replied sadly, I don't have anything on her. Ro nearly shook her awake. How can you not have anything on her? Don't you remember what happened last year in the wine storage? Gladys struggled to recall. I heard her voice, but I didn't see her. She has dirt on me. Ro felt a wave of frustration. She couldn't teach this girl. Are you talking about the time the paladin came last year? Hall spoke up. Gladys answered quietly, yes. Then Hall understood. Asina was also not human. He didn't ask what kind of being Asina was because, based on her actions, she didn't seem fit to be their companion. Theodore and Laura also understood. There was another problematic person in the junior division, but that person was worse, and it was best not to get involved with her. The five of them fell silent for a moment. Ro adjusted her mindset and spoke again. So only Hall and Laura received letters from strangers, being threatened to participate, right? Hall and Laura were about to nod when Theodore suddenly scratched his head and said, Actually, I think I received one too. You received it too, Ro frowned. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Hall and Laura looked at Theodore in confusion. Yes, why didn't he mention it before? I didn't know it was meant for me, Theodore insisted. It was just a piece of parchment with no name on it. How was I supposed to know who it was for? Hall couldn't take it anymore. The letter was delivered to you. If it wasn't for you, who else could it be for? It could have been delivered to the wrong person. Where did you get the letter? And what did it say? On the street, a man bumped into me and dropped a piece of parchment on me, Theodore recalled. I didn't pay attention to what it said. I just shook it off. It's not surprising. The street was crowded, and he was in a hurry to get to the bakery. When a piece of parchment floated onto him, he naturally waved it away. Everyone face-bombed. Is this something a normal person would do? In such a situation, a normal person would at least take a look or call out to the person who bumped into them to let them know something fell. Only Theodore, with his lack of manners, not only didn't return the item but also threw it away. It's easy to imagine that with so many people around and the ground covered in filth, the dropped parchment would quickly be trampled and ruined. No one would recognize it as a threatening letter. If it weren't for Laura and Hall sharing their experiences, Theodore wouldn't have remembered this little incident. Luckily, he had a good memory and could recall it. Even though the letter didn't reach the low-class octopus, the mastermind still achieved his goal. Theodore liked Laura, and since she was participating in the competition, how could he not accompany her? The 5 members of the execution squad had different reasons for participating. Ro couldn't resist temptation, Gladys was targeted by Asina, and the other 3 were threatened by the mysterious person's letter. The person who delivered the letter to Theodore and the others must be connected to that street vendor. Hall mentioned that the messenger seemed unfamiliar, like an outsider, which made sense. The vendor had his memory wiped by Hall, and the letter he delivered to the temple was swapped by Troy. However, the mastermind never responded, likely sensing something was off, so he sent someone else. Be careful, Ro warned the three. The person who sent you the letter probably guessed your identities. This competition could be dangerous for you. I know, Hall said darkly. Since that person forced us to compete, he will definitely show up at the magic competition. Then we will find out who he really is. Ro nodded. She thought the same. The mastermind, who toyed with them using just a letter, surely wanted to see the show he orchestrated unfold. By the way, I heard that people from the academy can purify with light. Ro expressed her concern. If you get hit by their light magic, will you? No, Hall replied. Light magic only harms dark creatures, and we are not a race born from darkness. Ro was surprised, but everyone says werewolves and liches are dark creatures. Hall said with a hint of frustration, that's the church's slander. Only undead, demons, monsters, and dark deities are truly dark creatures. Ro was shocked. But don't you worship evil gods? And aren't you descendants of evil gods? She clearly remembered that the books said werewolves were descendants of the wolf god and liches were descendants of the lich god, so they were all embodiments of evil. Could the books be wrong? Hall didn't understand why Ro had such a misunderstanding. He sighed. Worshipping an evil god doesn't mean you are a dark creature. There are followers of evil gods among humans. Does that mean they are no longer human? Most common people worship several gods at once, and some switch their beliefs daily. How can you judge someone as a dark creature based on their faith? Also, it's true that we are descendants of evil gods, but 2,000 years ago, when the beast god had not yet fallen, the wolf god and the lich god were not evil gods. Gladys clenched her fist. Right, they weren't. Ro remembered seeing related records in her books. The wolf god, cat god, dragon god, and others were once subdeities of the beast god. After the beast god's fall, they turned to darkness. However, she was very doubtful. Was the lich god also a subdeity of the beast god? Hall replied, not really. The lich god, Scythus, was originally a powerful witch. She created the lich race with the swamp treant, becoming our guardian. Later, when the beast god fell and the beast men were slaughtered by humans, the lich god Scythus took in the hunted harpies, which led the church to label her as part of the dark pantheon. The harpy was a messenger of the beast god, and the lich god was implicated, becoming an evil god. However, that's not the whole story. Even if Scythus hadn't taken in the harpies, after the beast men were exterminated, the followers of the light god would have targeted the lich race. Ro understood. So, not all evil gods are dark deities. Exactly, Hall nodded. Only gods born from darkness, like the god of the undead, the god of evil desires, and the god of plagues, are true dark deities. Ro felt a stab in her heart. What about the followers of dark deities? She asked with difficulty. Will they be recognized by light magic?
Hall shook his head. No.
As I just said, worshipping a god doesn't change one's true identity. Ro was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Hall added, but those favored by the gods are different. They gain powers bestowed by the gods, which makes them unlike ordinary followers. Ro. Next time, please finish your thoughts in one go. Thank you. So, she was the only one in the execution squad who couldn't come into contact with light magic, right? Ro forced a tired smile. Seeing her expression, Hall asked with concern, Miss Ro, what's wrong? Nothing. Ro found a scapegoat. I was just thinking, Asina seems to be a follower of the evil god, and she's participating in the competition too. I hope nothing happens to her. Hall replied, it's hard to say. It depends on luck. If her magic is stronger than that of the Academy's people, she should be fine. Just like how dense darkness can swallow light, as long as her magic is strong enough, a tiny spark won't harm her. Light magic isn't holy water. It doesn't have that much power. Gladys tilted her head, her ice blue eyes showing a hint of confusion. Asina is a follower of the evil god? Isn't she a follower of the love god? After the new list was announced, the competing teams were set to begin their training. At 2 p.m., the junior team members gathered in the conference room, where Professor Moses shared her experience on winning competitions. There were 5 members: Ro, Gladys, Hall, Asina, and Jack, but they were divided into 3 factions. Jack trembled in the middle, caught between Asina's group and Rose, looking like he was about to break down. Professor Moses instructed them to sit closer together. How could they build teamwork sitting so far apart? The 5 were forced to move in, with Jack shrinking his neck, appearing small and helpless. 3 of his teammates were replaced, and the remaining Asina was a noble who usually wouldn't even glance at him, so their relationship was clear. Although Ro was kind and had a good reputation among commoners, the person sitting to her right was a savage who could eat human flesh. Jack didn't dare turn his head, fearing the savage would notice him. There was another commoner in the group, but Jack had heard of his bad reputation. Legend has it that Hall Felix, the deadly poison master, had knocked out 2 classmates with potion fumes, poisoned 7 with alchemy, and made 38 classmates faint with his body odor. A savage witch, a deadly poison master, a beloved of the goddess of love, and a princess of the fog realm, his teammates were all impressive figures. And he, Jack, was just an ordinary farmer's son. How could he sit with such remarkable people? He didn't belong. Jack felt tears of bitterness welling up inside him. Since the junior team members were all newcomers and had never participated in a magic competition, Professor Moses first explained the competition rules. Ro had read the content yesterday, but hearing it again today, she still found some blind spots. After Professor Moses finished, she asked if anyone had questions, and Ro raised her hand. Professor Moses, will all 3 competitions take place at the Academy? Only the 3rd competition will be held at the Academy, Professor Moses replied. The locations for the 1st and 2nd competitions are provided by the 10 major academies. We will draw lots from the 10 locations they offer to set up the competition site. Will we compete at other academies? Professor Moses shook her head. No, the magic competition is only held in Sharia, and all the locations are near Sharia. Ro asked in confusion, why don't the academies take turns hosting the competition? Typically, large competitions are hosted in rotation by the participating parties. Wouldn't the other academies find it unfair that the magic competition is always held in Sharia? Professor Moses looked at them seriously, especially at the 2 commoners, revealing a harsh truth. Because other magic academies do not allow commoners to enter, so the magic competition can only be hosted by our Sharia Magic Academy. Every year, the competing team from Sharia includes commoners, but their team cannot enter other magic academies. Jack shrugged his shoulders and lowered his head in insecurity. Professor Moses focused on him and said, but I want to tell you that neither being a commoner nor a noble means anything. The team from Sharia consists of the best students in the academy, who stand out among more than 20 academies each year. In the competition, there is no distinction between commoners and nobles. You must believe in your own strength. That is what truly represents you. After saying this, Professor Moses turned her gaze elsewhere. All right, does anyone else have questions? Professor, Asina raised her hand and asked, if we encounter the Divine Academy and they use light magic against us, how should we avoid it? This is a topic I plan to discuss during the battle, but since you ask now, I'll cover it early. Professor Moses opened a papyrus booklet on the table and shared the characteristics of light magic and her temporary countermeasures. Like other magic, light magic manipulates the light elements in the air, and light elements are gentle, with low offensive power. Light magic is divided into 2 types: healing magic, which can heal physical wounds, and purification magic, which can purify the soul. Light mages rarely fight on the front lines. Their main roles are healing and defense, and spells that can cause harm are few, with purification being one of them. The church strictly controls light magic books, so Professor Moses didn't know much, but she guessed that harmful light magic works by purifying the soul. However, this purification is reversed. It amplifies emotional sensitivity, touching the most vulnerable parts of the heart, making the target weak, sad, insecure, and demoralized, losing the courage to fight. The solution is quite simple: avoid the light magic cast by light mages. Light also has a range, although it might be a bit large. Professor Moses reassured her students, you don't need to worry too much. Although the students from the Divine Academy can use light magic, their fighting style won't differ much from yours. Light magic isn't very powerful. They usually fight with swordsmanship and other elemental magic, which you all know. Rose silently thought that while light magic isn't powerful, it could reveal her true nature as a follower of the evil god. Looking at Asina's expression, she was clearly not comforted by Professor Moses. Her bright face was a mix of colors, like a spilled paint palette. Ro empathized with her, feeling a pang of sympathy. After Professor Moses finished discussing light magic, she suddenly remembered something she hadn't mentioned. Ro, you previously mentioned sunglasses, which we believe could help resist light magic. Can you make them? Light magic emits a strong white light during casting, and overly bright light can make it hard to locate enemies, even causing temporary blindness up close. Sunglasses that filter strong light might indeed be useful. Ro had wanted to gather materials to make sunglasses yesterday, but unfortunately, Troy wasn't around. Now that Professor Moses brought it up, she realized that the sunglasses were for the competition, so the Academy should provide the materials. She immediately replied, I can make them, but I need some things and a few assistants. Professor Moses readily said, just tell me what you need, and I'll have someone procure it. You can also freely use the magical materials in the alchemy storage room. Choose assistants from the alchemy apprentices in the intermediate and advanced departments. If you're not satisfied with them, Professor Temple can also help you. Ro nodded, okay, Professor. Freely using magical materials from the alchemy storage room? Then she wouldn't hold back. Even if she took a few things, no one would probably notice, right? The combat training would start the next day. After leaving the meeting room, Ro first went to the alchemy materials storage room. To make sunglasses, she needed glass lenses and coloring agents. She would mix the coloring agents with the glass powder, then melt and polish it at high temperatures, and finally apply a reflective coating. The glass-making skills in Shiyuan were already advanced. The Academy's Gothic cathedral had many stained glass windows, so making lenses and mixing coloring agents was not difficult. The storage room had the raw materials for the coloring agents. Ro found natural manganese clay, which is manganese dioxide, along with quartz powder, borax, and other metal salts. There was enough to make the coloring agents, but unfortunately, the experimental equipment was outdated. Otherwise, she could have made a polarizing film. However, not being able to make polarized lenses was fine. She remembered wet galvanizing, and adding a half-silver reflective coating to the lenses could also reduce light. Just making a pair of sunglasses didn't give her a sense of security. Ro was worried that the light from light magic would burn her skin like holy water, producing black smoke. She wondered what kind of light the light mages used to counter dark creatures. Was it long wave or short wave, monochromatic or polychromatic? Light that causes a strong reaction must be invisible, like rays, infrared light, ultraviolet light, and microwaves. Light magic had healing effects on the body. Could it include red and blue light, X-rays, and gamma rays? Red and blue light could promote cell growth and collagen production, as well as kill bacteria and reduce inflammation. X-rays and gamma rays could treat tumors and kill cancer cells. If it were the former, it wouldn't matter, but if it were the latter, that would be a bit scary. After all, lasers like gamma rays have strong penetration and can heal as well as kill, sending someone to their end in an instant. If light magic could indeed emit gamma rays, the combat power of light mages would need to be reassessed. The light element could not possibly be as gentle as Professor Moses claimed. Ro was seriously considering whether she should make protective clothing to cover her body, to prevent rays from penetrating her. If the enemy could really emit X-rays and gamma rays, preventing radiation would be very necessary. She had already walked to the storage room door with the materials, but then changed her mind and went back to grab lead powder from the shelves. 3 jars of lead powder wouldn't be enough to make 1 lead suit. Ro quickly took out her sheepskin notebook to jot down the materials she needed the Academy to purchase. Lead or rubber or tungsten, or she needed a large quantity. 4 or 5 people, no, 15 people, she would need at least 80 kilograms of lead powder. First, she would melt the lead, then make lead rubber. Such a large project couldn't be completed by her alone. Ro left the storage room with her sheepskin notebook, ready to find Professor Temple for help. After finishing the competition matters, she still had to go out that evening. Calculating the time, Troy should have returned by now. He needed to follow up on the little merchant and the threatening letter. Throughout April, Ro was preparing for the magic competition. Every afternoon, she trained with her teammates under Professor Moses, which included magic practice, monster hunting, and simulated battles. Every evening, she worked with several intermediate alchemy apprentices to make sunglasses and lead suits. Time flew by, and the last day of April was sunny. That afternoon, Winnie's parents and younger brother arrived in Sharia. Ro was busy training, so she asked Bella and Eve to accompany Winnie to meet them outside the city. Training ended at 5 in the afternoon. Fortunately, Ro had completed the sunglasses and lead suits a few days ago, so she had time to return to Shingler residence to host them in the evening. Winnie's father, Bartley Charlie, was a farmer in his 30s, looking older than his age. He hunched his back and wore a flattering smile, with dirty, thick fingers digging into the long burlap sack hanging from his shoulder. No matter how much Winnie urged him, he wouldn't put it down. Winnie's mother was the same, her rough hands fiddling with her burlap dress, her shoulders hunched in, and her arms tightly pressed against her body, seemingly afraid to meet anyone's gaze. She only nodded quietly to whatever Winnie said. Only Winnie's younger brother, 9-year-old Darm, was lively, his brown eyes darting around, occasionally showing a look of curiosity. Upon seeing Ro, Winnie's father and mother stood up in a panic, deeply bowing. "Dear Miss, why you?" "Hello." Winnie's father wanted to say something nice, but after stuttering for a while, he ended up saying a dry hello. Darm hid behind his mother, looking at Ro with curiosity and fear, his brown eyes staring at her for a while. "Mr. Charlie, Mrs. Charlie, hello," Ro said, letting Bella help them stand up. "Winnie and I are good friends, and you are her family, so please don't be too formal." Winnie's parents straightened up in surprise, but their backs still maintained a bent curve as they lowered their heads to reply, "Why yes, dear Mississippi."
"Just call me Ro," she said gently.
Winnie's parents didn't quite catch that. After all, this was a noble lady from a high background. How could they dare to call her by her name? Looking at the pearls and diamonds on her dress, and the shiny golden threads woven into the fabric, along with the soft, fine material and bright colors, her status was probably higher than the knights in their town. Winnie's parents were dazzled by the sparkling dress, and a sense of confusion and panic began to rise in their hearts. How could a noble lady say she was Winnie's friend? Why would a noble lady want to be friends with Winnie? She was a noble. And Winnie, and they were just lowly commoners. Did the noble lady not know they were commoners? The couple couldn't understand, and their fear grew. Before long, dinner was ready in the kitchen. Ro invited Winnie's family to move to the dining room and sit down to eat together. The table was set with silver forks, which the Charlie couple had never seen before. They sat awkwardly in their chairs, afraid to reach for them. Winnie quietly taught them how to use them, while Darm, seeing the fragrant steak, couldn't pay attention to anything else. He grabbed it with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Winnie felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Ro. Ro said kindly it was my oversight. "I didn't realize Mr. Charlie and Mrs. Charlie might not be used to using knives and forks. Please eat as you normally would. There's no need to be formal." The Charlie couple thanked her repeatedly and quickly put down the awkward knives and forks, using their hands instead. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of smacking lips and slurping fingers, along with Darm's retching from overeating. Winnie looked at her parents and brother, her face turning red with embarrassment. "Miss Ro." She tightened her grip on the fork, unsure how to start. Her family was so rude. Miss Ro must regret letting them stay. "What's wrong, Winnie?" Ro pretended not to know. "Is the food not to your taste tonight?" "And no, it's very good." Winnie quickly speared a large piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing quickly. Dinner took more than half an hour. By the end, Winnie's family sat slumped in their chairs with round bellies, looking a bit pale. Rovi asked a maid to bring some honey water to help with digestion. "Drink some honey water to settle your stomach," she said with a smile. The Charlie couple shyly picked up the honey water, while Darm gulped it down eagerly. Seeing they were uncomfortable, Rovi suggested, "It's stuffy in here. How about we take a walk in the garden?" Yes, let's go for a walk, Winnie's father nodded quickly. If they didn't move around, he felt like he might be sick. As summer approached, it got dark later. The sun had just set, and the garden was still fairly bright. They chatted while walking. Winnie was a bit quiet tonight, and the Charlie couple kept their heads down, leaving most of the talking to Rovi. "Your room is ready, just over there." She pointed to a room on the east side. "Winnie and I will return to the Magic Academy tonight, but don't worry. If you need anything, just ask the maids in the yard." Upon hearing Magic Academy, Winnie's parents finally looked up, wide-eyed. "Winnie, are you really studying at the Magic Academy?" "Of course," Rovi feigned surprise. "Did you not know? Winnie is excellent at our academy. She ranked second in her final exams." "Really? Is that true?" Winnie's parents looked at her with excitement and doubt. "Why didn't you tell us, child?" Winnie replied sadly, "I told you, but you never believe me. You never listen to what I say. We didn't know." "Oh, who would have thought?" Winnie's father clapped his hands in frustration and then asked, "So, you can do magic too?" Winnie hesitated. "I am at the Magic Academy, but Winnie is still just a magic apprentice," Rovi interrupted, smiling. "Once she graduates, she will become a distinguished magician." "What do magicians do? Can magicians earn a lot of money?" Winnie's parents pressed on. "Magicians can do more than just earn money," Rovi patiently explained. "If commoners become magicians, they can join the Magic Association, shed their commoner status, and rise to nobility. Magicians have the responsibility to protect humans from magical beasts and dark creatures. It is a respected profession in all countries." Winnie's parents were stunned. Commoners becoming nobles? If Winnie became a magician, she could become a noble? Is this true? Winnie's father still couldn't believe it. Is there really magic? Can Winnie really become a magician? Rovi chuckled softly. "What would it take for you to believe?" She turned and pulled a magic wand from her sleeve. "Maybe I should show you?" Winnie's parents quickly stepped back in fear, but Winnie caught them just in time, shaking her head nervously. I can't. Don't be afraid. Magicians won't use magic on innocent commoners." Rovi looked into Winnie's bright eyes, smiled, and softly began to chant. The tip of the wand glowed blue, and a large water ball formed in the air, reflecting a soft blue light. Then, with wind magic, it swirled up high, like a dancing water dragon. The delicate girl raised her wand and recited another spell. The water dragon turned into countless tiny droplets that fell like a nourishing spring rain on the lush grass of the garden. Winnie's parents and brother watched in awe, a mist of water splashing on their faces, forgetting to blink. The girl pointed her wand at a stone lamp by the flower bed, and a flame shot precisely into the oil lamp, lighting up the dimming night. Then came several bursts of lightning like fireworks, purple sparks shooting into the garden's wall lamps, illuminating the water droplets on the grass with a dreamy glow. "Winnie, where's your sword?" Rovi's clear voice rang out. "Right here." Winnie drew her double-edged short sword, the white blade flashing before everyone's eyes. "Is it enchanted?" Winnie nodded. "It has wind magic runes and acceleration runes." "Not enough." Rovi extended her slender finger, drawing patterns in the air to re-enchant the sword. Sharp runes, weight reduction runes, cleaning runes, lightning runes, each one attached to her short sword, making the blade look like it was blooming with silver frost flowers. Winnie stared in shock. Miss Rovi could draw so many runes at once and enchant from such a distance. Wasn't she just a beginner magic apprentice? "Winnie, what are you waiting for?" Rovi kicked a stone on the ground, sending it flying toward her ear. Winnie immediately understood and swiftly swung her sword, slicing the stone into pieces. Rovi took out her wand again, and a strong wind whipped up pebbles and fallen leaves from the flower bed, mercilessly rushing toward Winnie. Sparks flew as Winnie swung her sword with great skill, cutting through the air in a dazzling display. The sword wind split the pebbles, and purple lightning danced along the blade, turning the swirling leaves to ash. Winnie's parents had never seen anything like this before, their eyes nearly popping out. Was that sword-wielding girl really their daughter? Winnie had shown them her sword skills before, but back then, her technique wasn't as sharp, and there were no purple lightning or white air blades. She was just swinging at the air, which wasn't impressive. But with the runes enhancing her and the contrast of the leaves and stones, her swordsmanship became clear, and they finally recognized her talent. If they had faced that many pebbles, they would have been hit all over, but Winnie effortlessly intercepted them all. Standing behind her, not a single leaf or pebble flew their way. They felt completely safe. Winnie's parents exchanged glances, finally willing to believe that their daughter could do magic. Yet they were still puzzled as to why their daughter's magic was different from that of noble ladies. After swinging her sword thousands of times, Winnie didn't even lose her breath. Being second in swordsmanship was no joke. She truly had some talent. Once the demonstration ended, Rosy explained again why Winnie's magic was different from hers. Magic comes in many forms: spells, runes, magic swords, alchemy, and astrology. All of these are magic. Winnie is a swordsman apprentice, and she will become a magic swordsman. Winnie's cheeks flushed. Becoming a magic swordsman wasn't easy. Did Miss Rosy really think so highly of her? Then, she must not disappoint Miss Rosy's expectations. Although Winnie had convinced her parents that she could indeed do magic, changing their minds about her marrying someone would take time. To Winnie's parents, the best future for a girl was to marry a wealthy man. The shepherd from the neighboring village was a good choice. They always had lamb to eat. They thought swinging a sword and fighting was too dangerous. A girl didn't need to work so hard. They just wanted her to live a stable life. Winnie felt upset. She hadn't expected her parents to be so stubborn, tears welling in her eyes. Rosy pulled her aside and comfortingly patted her hand. "Don't worry. I can see their attitude is softening. Tomorrow, I'll have Eve take them to Academy Street to see our academy. They will surely agree to your wishes." Winnie wiped her tears and nodded. Okay. It was getting late, and the two headed back to the academy together. At Starry Residence, the Charlie family was also tired. Bella personally led them to their guest room to rest. She had originally prepared 2 rooms, but the Charlie couple was uneasy about leaving their son out of sight, and Darm had never slept away from his parents, insisting on sleeping with them. Bella had no choice but to add a bed to the Charlie couple's room, so the 3 could stay together. After the lights went out, Darm tossed and turned in his small bed, making the bed creak. "Darm, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt?" Mrs. Charlie asked. "No." Darm flipped over, tugging at his hair. "Mother, she looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere." "Who?" "Miss Rosy." Mrs. Charlie chuckled. "Where have you seen her? You always mistake people. Go to sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow."
"Oh."
Darm sat up and covered himself with the blanket. In the dark, he kept his eyes open, feeling increasingly uneasy. He still felt like he had seen her somewhere. Where could it be? The next day, the Duchy of Lenkos, where Shiria is located, activated 3 teleportation arrays within its borders. Teams from various regions began to arrive in Lenkos and then took carriages to Shiria. Countries are very cautious about magical teleportation arrays. They do not set them up in the royal city, but rather in small towns a distance away. The top 10 magic academies once suggested establishing a teleportation array in Shiria Square, but Dean Morrison strongly rejected the idea, citing the loose soil in Shiria as a reason. Though no one understood how soil quality related to setting up a teleportation array, Morrison's strong opposition led the top 10 magic academies to drop the matter. Starting at 10 in the morning, Shiria opened its gates to welcome visitors. The inns in the city were cleaned up and ready for the Noble Magic Academy students and teachers to check in. Charlie's family wanted to leave the city in the morning, but Bella persuaded them to stay until noon. After lunch, they were taken to Academy Street, just as students were leaving school. Seeing the noble students bustling about, the 3 of them were so frightened that they stuck close to the walls as they walked. The streets of Shiria were filled with students and merchants, all taller and better dressed than they were, making it hard for them to hold their heads high. The large carriages terrified them as well. The wheels spun so quickly, and the noise was so loud that it felt like they might run them over. Charlie and his wife tightly held their son, looking around nervously. At the slightest loud noise behind them, they would panic and flee, with Bella and Ive struggling to keep up. With the magic competition about to start, there were many people in the city, and the carriages were coming and going. It was easy to get lost in the crowd. As Charlie's family darted into another street, swallowed by the crowd, Bella and Ive turned pale. They had planned to wait for their master and Miss Charlie to finish school and return to Shinglo residence together, but now they had lost Miss Charlie's family. The two squeezed into another street, calling out Charlie's parents' names as they went, but the noise was too loud, and they couldn't hear their own voices. Bella, anxious and frustrated, stomped her feet and told Ive to wait at the academy gate. If their master and Miss Charlie came out, she would inform them about losing Charlie's parents. She then rushed back to Xinglua residence, gathering all the household servants to quickly search for them. At the academy, with the magic competition set for tomorrow, both the main and substitute team members were called to the main hall of the chapel for a pre-match briefing. Dean Morrison was absent today. Only a few professors in charge of the event were present, including the team leaders and logistics teachers. The team leader for the junior division was Professor Moses, for the intermediate division was Professor Pence, and for the advanced division was Professor Standek from the advanced spell class. There were also 3 logistics teachers, Professor Phil, Professor Rossetti, Princess Lillian, and Professor Fink from the advanced division. Professor Pence, the main organizer of the competition, began by emphasizing the dress code, stating that participating magic apprentices must wear robes with the Academy's emblem, and these robes must be worn on the outside, not covered by any other cloaks. Shiria's magic robes are notoriously unattractive. All magic users across the continent know that if they see a student dressed like a gray mouse, they are surely a Shiria apprentice. The professors had their reasons. Magic teaching requires many expensive materials, like magical plants, ores, astrology tools, magic wands, and iron swords, which commoners cannot afford. The tuition for noble academies is 100 gold coins per semester, while Shiria's tuition is only 2 gold coins, with reductions for outstanding commoner students. The academy's finances are tight, so they save on things like robes that don't significantly contribute to teaching. They just need to have them, regardless of appearance. After discussing the robes, Professor Pence addressed the second issue. Fighting with students from other academies outside the competition venue is prohibited. Shiria's students face discrimination, especially the commoners in the competition teams, who are often targeted and bullied by noble students, leading to conflicts after the competition. This rule is not meant to suggest that commoner students should just endure. It's because, given their status, they would be at a disadvantage in any conflict. In previous years, noble academies have teamed up to suppress Shiria students during competitions. One student, trying to protect a teammate, was caught and had his head shaved. She was a commoner girl with beautiful long golden hair, and she cried sadly after the competition ended. Her teammates sought revenge and challenged the noble student who had shaved her head to a one-on-one duel outside the city, but they were ambushed by a group and severely beaten. When the professors found him, he had lost all his teeth, one eye was blind, and he had lost a limb on each side. The academy put in a lot of effort to investigate the matter, but because so many people were involved, each claimed they had only kicked him once, and they settled by paying a little gold. The compensation was given out of respect for Dean Morrison, as the student came from a poor farming background, essentially a half-slave. In this world, nobles killing slaves is not considered a crime. Killing a commoner just requires a little compensation. That student was not dead yet. For those noble students, their actions were already quite merciful. After accounting this case, Professor Pence reiterated the rule. Do you understand? Fighting with students from other academies outside the competition venue is prohibited. The students responded in unison. We understand. No, you don't fully understand, Professor Pence said meaningfully. What happens during the competition is not my concern. That's for the competition. But if you dare to seek trouble with other academies after the competition, those with serious offenses will be expelled immediately. Do you understand? The students quickly replied, Understood. If they had a grudge during the competition, they could take revenge fiercely, but after the competition, they should hide in the academy and not go out. They got it. After covering the pre- and post-match precautions, Professor Pence made a few token remarks about friendship first, competition second, and the result isn't important. What matters is the effort before handing the floor to the other professors. The team leaders had little to add. They had already said everything during training, just reminding everyone not to be nervous and to perform at their true level in the competition. The logistics teachers spoke more, mainly instructing students on how to seek help in life-threatening situations, though calling for help outside the competition would mean giving up the match. The professors certainly didn't want such situations to occur, but injuries are inevitable during competitions, and if it comes to that, students shouldn't stubbornly endure. Their lives are the priority. After the meeting, Ro and Winnie walked out together. At the academy gate, they saw Ive, who looked frantic. "Master, Miss Charlie, it's bad. Mr. Charlie and his family are lost." The maid from Xinglua was searching the streets for the Charlie couple, and Bella had walked back and forth on the street where they got separated more than 10 times, unaware that the people they were looking for had already followed a merchant carrying goods to the city gate. It wasn't that they wanted to leave without saying goodbye. It was mainly because the streets of Sharia were like a spider web with too many paths for them to distinguish, and they ended up here while wandering. Seeing the city gate, Bartley Charlie was quite happy and kept telling his wife, "Look, the city gate. Look, it's the city gate." Winnie's mother also smiled widely. "It really is the city gate." Dum was squeezed between his parents, trying hard to stand on tiptoe to look outside. From a distance, he saw a shiny silver carriage and gasped in awe. It was the most magnificent carriage he had ever seen, pulled by 2 large, jet-black horses adorned with golden ribbons and reins. The carriage, shaped like a crown, had transparent glass windows and luxurious paintings. The coachman sitting on it wore silver boots that sparkled in the sunlight, making it hard for him to open his eyes. "Move aside. Make way, make way. The bishop is coming. Everyone clear the way." A commotion erupted behind the city gate as the city guards and temple monks, armed with spears and swords, pushed the crowd to the sides. A gilded open-top carriage drove out of the city, carrying an elderly man in a purple robe holding a scepter. The crowd hurriedly stepped aside, and the Charlie family nervously retreated, kneeling on the ground outside the city gate, respectfully bowing to the carriage that passed before them. The bishop of the Sharia temple didn't even glance at the people by the roadside. His murky eyes were fixed on the approaching carriage. That was the carriage of the St. Tenno Academy, and everyone inside was of great importance, destined to become central leaders of the church. Especially since the carriage also carried Prince Alfred's godson, Fairway Bovill, whom he was determined to befriend during this trip out of the city. As the silver carriage approached the city gate, the bishop could no longer wait and shakily got down from the carriage, gripping his scepter. Since he was demoted by the church, his health had been declining day by day. The night he received the demotion order, he knelt all night and developed gout, making every step painful. Monks helped him walk a few steps forward, and the academy's carriage slowly came to a stop. The bishop cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Are you the esteemed guests of the St. Tenno Academy?" The side door of the carriage opened, and an elegant young man stepped down from the intricately carved steps, standing in front of the bishop and bowing gracefully. "Good day, Your Excellency. We are indeed students of the academy." The bishop excitedly asked, "Are you Prince Fairway?" The young man smiled. "No, Your Excellency, I am not Prince Fairway. He is sitting in the carriage with other students." The bishop felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected Prince Fairway to be so proud that he wouldn't even come down to meet him. He tightened his grip on the scepter, forcing a stiff smile. "Ah, I see. My mistake for mistaking you. I didn't know you were Sylvester Emerson. Just call me Sylvester," the young man said with a charming smile. The bishop's face grew even stiffer as he realized he had made a grave mistake. Sylvester Emerson. This young man was the brother of the Grand Paladin Yalvich. He had been trying to win favor with Prince Fairway right in front of him. Standing behind Sylvester was the Grand Paladin, representing the Pope, while Prince Fairway represented Prince Alfred. No matter how high Prince Alfred's status was, he was still just a prince and could not surpass the Pope. By pledging allegiance to Prince Alfred, he was essentially showing disloyalty to the Pope. If this got back, how would the Pope view him? The bishop gasped for breath, feeling suffocated. He quickly pulled out his snuff box, opened it, and took a deep sniff, feeling a bit better. It is Lord Sylvester," the bishop said, retracting his sagging neck and forcing a smile. "Lord, you must be tired from your journey. I have arranged afternoon tea in the dining hall, and your accommodations are ready. Why not come with me to rest?" Sylvester placed a hand on his chest in thanks. "That would be very kind of you, Your Excellency." After the pleasantries, the bishop and Sylvester got back into the carriage, and the two carriages drove into the city one after the other. On the side of the road, the Charlie family was covered in dust kicked up by the hooves, with a layer of dirt on their hair. As the rumbling sound of the wheels faded, the three excitedly got up from the ground, their respectful eyes following the carriage as it entered the city. "Oh my goodness, what a wonderful day!" Winnie's mother exclaimed, her earlier timid demeanor gone as she clutched her heart. "Yes, it is a wonderful day." Charlie nodded enthusiastically. How could it not be wonderful? They had seen the glorious purple-robed bishop and a noble carriage pulled by two horses, something country folk might never see in their lifetime. However, when they turned around and saw the people coming and going at the city gate, the couple hunched their backs again, feeling timid like before. Dum stared at the departing carriage and suddenly exclaimed, "Aw, I remember where I saw Miss Rowe. Last summer, when I was fishing in the creek, her carriage passed by, and the coachman even brought the horses to drink water at the creek. At that time, although Miss Rowe's outfit was not as fancy as now, her floral dress was still beautiful, clearly something a commoner couldn't afford." Dum had never seen such a beautiful and noble young lady. He watched her for a long time from the creek. Even though the beautiful lady looked a bit melancholic and had a thin face, she stepped down from a simple two-wheeled carriage, her long skirt fluttering in the wind like a falling petal, as if it would be blown away. "Hey, isn't that Lord Charlie?" "It seems like it. Let me call out," the maid said as she walked toward the city gate, shouting, "Lord Charlie, is that you?" Bartley looked up at the sound, telling his wife, "Look, someone else has the same last name as me." His wife murmured, "Not the same? They are Lord." "Oh, Lord Charlie, Lady Charlie, what are you doing here?" The maid finally squeezed in front of them, anxiously saying, "Everyone is looking for you. The whole city has searched for you. Come back with us quickly. Miss Charlie is worried sick." Bartley humorously pointed to his nose and suddenly bent down to pat his thigh. "Hey, they are calling for me." He tried to stand tall but still appeared somewhat timid. "Yes, we'll go back. I just got lost." The maid took Winnie's mother by the hand. "Let me help you find your way. Please don't wander off again." Yes, we won't wander off." The couple nodded eagerly, and Dum nodded as well. The three followed the two maids back, and after witnessing the grand scene, they were no longer as afraid when they saw the carriages on the street. No matter how fast they ran, weren't they just two wheels and one horse? They had seen 4 big wheels and 2 horses. Although Miss Rowe's carriage that came to pick them up yesterday also had 4 wheels, it was like the ones on the street, only pulled by 1 horse, and they hadn't dared to ride it because they were scared. If they were talking about wealth, that noble young man was really wealthy. His carriage was so big, and the doors were made of silver. They couldn't imagine who such an important person was. Winnie and Rowe had just arrived at the temple square when they were stopped by monks. To clear the way for the bishop and the seminary's carriage, the square was blocked off, and the 2 streets extending north and south were also restricted. The two stood outside the square, watching the bishop's golden carriage approach from the city gate, followed by a silver carriage 3 or 4 times larger than the gilded one. Winnie, taller than Rowe by half a head, stared in shock at the carriage behind them with her reddened eyes. Did the seminary arrive so soon? I thought they wouldn't be here until tomorrow. That's how the 10 academies operate. They wait for all the competing teams to arrive before making a grand entrance on the morning of the competition. Rowe looked over and only saw the rounded top of the carriage. Only one carriage? Could it fit 30 people? The seminary hadn't submitted their competition list yet. Were they only participating in the junior division this time? The sound of wheels grew closer as the tall silver carriage passed through the center of the square. The transparent windows were covered with a thin white veil that fluttered slightly. The reflection from the carriage was blinding, and Rose squinted, vaguely seeing a few boys sitting inside, their faces turned toward the window, looking down at the small, dense crowd below through the veil. Standing in the crowd, she felt like she was being observed as well. Several gazes swept over her head and lingered on her for a moment before moving on with the carriage. Rose lowered her eyes, unsure if it was just her imagination or if they really saw her. Her outfit today wasn't eye-catching, and she had no connection with the seminary students. Surely, they weren't looking at her because she was pretty, right? The carriage entered the side door of the temple reserved for the bishop, and the monks finally stepped back, returning the square and streets to the citizens. Rose and Winnie hadn't walked far when the maid hurried over with Charlie and his wife, along with Dan, from South Street. "Master, we found them." Seeing Rose, the maids quickly stopped and bowed. Rose nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and collect your reward from Butler Bella." Charlie and his wife looked like children who had done something wrong, their hands twisted together, shoulders hunched, and after a moment of awkwardness, they managed a forced smile. "Dear Mississippi, Mr. Charlie," Rose pointed to their daughter. "Winnie was very worried when you got lost." "Father, Mother," Winnie said gloomily, "please don't run off again." "We won't run off again." Charlie and his wife shook their heads. After a false alarm, the group returned to Starry residence. In the shadows, a pair of eyes watched their backs closely, disappearing silently only after they entered the door of Starry residence. In a dim room, the half-burned charcoal flickered with a crimson glow. The curtains were tightly drawn, and the lavish decorations exuded a decadent scent like blooming flowers. White and black smoke twisted in the air, mixing the sweet and bitter aromas of myrrh and frankincense. Frankincense symbolizes the sacred, while myrrh represents suffering. A long-finger hand with slightly loose skin picked up a delicate silver spoon and gently stirred the pale yellow and reddish-brown fat roasted by the charcoal. "But to me, they're no different." A deep, magnetic voice spoke, the owner of the voice slowly sharing his unique perspective. "The sacred burns with suffering, and suffering is the soul of eternal life. As for the divinity within, it is useless. It cannot resurrect the dead or reach the heavens. Seeking divinity in suffering is like a game of cat and mouse. When the cat catches the mouse, it will walk into the grave." Kneeling beside the ornate robe, a young boy asked, "Father, are we the mouse or the cat?" "Both," the man replied calmly. "We are both the fleeing mouse and the dying cat." The boy asked in confusion, "Why can't we be human?" The man let out a low, deep laugh. "All mortals will eventually be sacrificed to the divine. Humans and livestock are both offerings, while the mouse will flee and the cat will find peace after death. My child, do you wish to be the fleeing mouse or the peaceful cat?" The boy fell into thought, and before he could find an answer, the man reached out and patted his head. "All right, that's enough for today. Go out, my child. Your companions need you." "Yes, father." The boy left the sacred room with questions in his mind. The hidden door closed, revealing a hard human face on the gilded wall. "Speak. What have you learned?" The man scooped up some exploding myrrh and tossed it into a holy cup of water, causing a layer of black ash to float on the surface. "Your Majesty, the three boys did not leave the academy today, but that Princess of Mist has been very close to a common girl. She even hosted the common girl's family in the courtyard."
"Common?
"What kind of commoner?" The carved face commented, "A very ordinary commoner, poor, weak, timid, and foolish. I used a bit of magic to separate them, and they thought they had just lost their way." With a soft click, the man set down the silver spoon, his gaze darkening. "This is the territory of the Sharia Magic Academy. You dare to use magic without permission? Who allowed you to act on your own?" His voice remained steady, but the person behind the wall felt a deep chill. "I apologize, Your Majesty. Please punish me." The face trembled. Let it go this time. If it happens again, you will face the consequences. Yes. Thank you for your mercy, your majesty. The man looked down at the smoking frankincense in the furnace. After all this effort, there should be some reward.
Continue.
Yes, your majesty, the face continued. I intended to lead them outside the city, but when you entered the city, they stopped. Those farmers are empty-headed, ignorant, and greedy, but their son, an 8 or 9-year-old boy, revealed some information. He said he saw that princess by the river in the countryside last summer. The man asked, which countryside? The face replied, from their accent, they seem to be from the northern part of the Dober County in the Lenkos Duchy, about 300 kilometers from here. Last summer, Dober County. The man narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply. If she truly comes from the mist, she would indeed pass through there from the misty sea to reach Sharia. Send a few people to check the fastest route from Dober County to the misty area and see who else has seen her and who is with her. Yes, your majesty. The face received the order and quickly sank into the wall, the gilded surface returning to smoothness. Inside, the citrus-like sweet aroma grew stronger, gradually covering the bitter scent of myrrh. The man sat quietly in a golden chair symbolizing precious faith and valuable trust, allowing the black smoke to stain his handsome face with fine lines and slight hollows. After a long time, he opened his eyes and excitement flowed in his dark blue gaze. The game of cat and mouse was about to begin. Let him see whether the mouse runs faster or the cat's claws are quicker. Sharia City was lively all day, with almost all the magic academies from the Western Plains participating in the competition, except for a few that didn't meet the student requirements. In fact, most magic academies have few students. Noble academies follow an elite education model, only admitting students from noble backgrounds with exceptional talent, which filters out 90% of applicants. Typically, a regular magic academy has only about 40 or 50 students in total, unlike Sharia Magic Academy, which has over 200 students in a single grade. Among the 10 participating academies, their student numbers are relatively high, admitting over 20 new students each year. In contrast, magic academies outside the top 10 might manage to enroll 10 students in a good year, while some might not enroll a single one for a year or two. St. Tenno Seminary is an exception. With the church backing it, its strength is undeniable, but their annual enrollment numbers are lower than those of the worst magic academies. They do accept commoners, but those chosen by them will change classes before enrollment, becoming the church's elite students. After all, people with affinity for light elements are extremely rare. 1 in 10,000 might possess it. If they were too picky about backgrounds, they wouldn't be able to enroll any students. Moreover, church officials remain unmarried for life, so this method also helps them find excellent successors, a win-win situation. As night fell, all the hotels in Sharia were fully booked. Students from noble academies had plenty of money, and although it was a bit more trouble, they were generous, making the hotel owners smile widely. As the moon rose high, the small town fell asleep. After a quiet night, the streets buzzed with activity again the next morning. Vendors calling out, maid shopping, patrolling soldiers, working citizens, and elegantly dressed noble students all stepped out into the morning light, starting a busy day. At the academy, Ro also got up early, dressed in her grayish-black academy uniform, and headed to the cathedral hall. The venues for the first 2 competitions were chosen by the 10 academies, and they had selected the locations half a month ago, notifying Professor Sharia to help set up. The flower peacocks gradually entered the church, and soon more than half of the benches in the hall were filled. It's almost time. We just need the students from the 10 major colleges, right? They always do this, taking their time until the last moment and making everyone wait for them. Hey, is that them in the sky? They seem to be coming. They're here?
Why are they so early this year?
The magic apprentices turned to look out the window. Bright sunlight streamed through the tall windows, and a group of orange-red creatures was flying towards the Sharia Magic Academy. Those are the mounts of the 10 major colleges, the hummingbird moths. Someone recognized them and shouted excitedly. The hummingbird moth, a mid-level magical beast, Looks more like a butterfly despite being a moth. It has a long proboscis and two large, fluffy antennae. Its gray-brown wings have black stripes, and the back half is orange-red. When it flaps its wings, it looks like a burning fire, shimmering with a golden glow under ultraviolet light. This is a highly attractive and prolific flying magical beast, capable of laying 2 clutches of eggs each year, with each clutch hatching over 100 larvae. Hummingbird moths are gentle by nature and love the nectar of the lala vine's flower buds, making them suitable for domestication as mounts. Over 100 hummingbird moths landed on the Academy Square, creating a thick gray carpet. Students from the 10 major colleges jumped off the backs of the hummingbird moths, wearing black robes with gold and silver embroidery, tailored uniforms underneath, and holding custom metal wands, striding confidently toward the cathedral. The least privileged among them were still Count's offspring, walking with their heads held high, displaying the strict demeanor of nobility. In a past life, they could have easily become stars in the entertainment industry. Walking through someone else's campus, they exuded confidence as if they were on their own territory, radiating an aura of dominance. The students sitting in the hall fell silent. The 10 major colleges were well known, and seeing them inevitably made others feel a bit inferior. A few individuals with strong mental fortitude scoffed at the students in their magical robes and fancy uniforms. "Those guys are still so annoying," Theodore said angrily. "Just wait until I get on the field. I'll throw dung in their faces." The classmates around him were left speechless, unsure whether to be shocked by his willingness to throw dung or by his audacity to smear it on nobles' faces. Hall sighed, as expected of Senior Theodore. "I heard he deliberately ate a bucket of stinky beans before a match last year and let out a long silent fart that knocked out all his opponents." Rosy said, "A bucket? Theodore really can eat." Jack couldn't help but interject. "Isn't the point that he knocked out his opponents with his fart?" No, Hall replied with a bright smile. "Do you think there's anything wrong with knocking out opponents?" I don't think so," Jack said, shaking his head vigorously. He almost forgot that his teammate was infamous for his foul odor. Gladys joined the conversation. "Theodore, does he only knock out opponents with his farts?" She often stank herself when she farted. How could Theodore control the range and direction? Little Wolf was very curious and thought about learning from him. Hall shook his head. "No way, he also knocked out his 4 teammates. But since he helped everyone win the match, no one said anything." Gladys said disappointedly, "Theodore, knocking out teammates is not good." Fortunately, she wasn't in the same grade as him. Otherwise, she would have been knocked out too. As the 4 talked, the atmosphere around them grew tense. This group was really enough. Their conversations were crude and unbearable. If it weren't for the competition, she would absolutely never sit with them. They were tarnishing her clean clothes. Meanwhile, the noble students had already entered, walking straight to the seats for the 10 major colleges, without glancing around. Before they could take their seats, there was more commotion outside. Hearing the shouts from the back row, Rosy and the others turned to look at the sky again, which was clear with no flying magical beasts in sight. Looking down, she saw 5 elegant young men walking slowly toward the church. They were also wearing black magical robes, but with only simple silver embroidery, and underneath, they wore white collared uniforms. Compared to the 10 major colleges, their attire was more understated, but their aura was much stronger. If one had to describe the difference, it would be that the students of the 10 major colleges were overly decorated, hiding their own brilliance, while the students of the Divine Academy were like flawless jade, naturally radiant. Each of the 5 young men had stunning looks and perfectly proportioned bodies, as if angels from a painting had stepped into the mundane world, so pure that even a glance felt like a desecration. Of course, not everyone was pleased with them. "Why are the Divine Academy guys so pale? Are they wearing makeup?" Theodore kept disparaging them. "Their eyes are all squinted. They clearly aren't good people, hiding a belly full of bad intentions. Maybe they're trying to use beauty tricks on us." "Humph, cunning guys, I won't fall for it." Hessel looked at him in confusion, overwhelmed by the absurdity of his comments. People from the Divine Academy really should be cautious, Laura agreed, then wondered, why are there only 5 of them? That's normal, Hessel replied. People with affinity for light elements are very rare. There probably aren't even 10 students in the Divine Academy. Theodore and Laura exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Laura asked, I heard Prince Alfred's student, Prince Fei Rue, is competing this time. He enrolled last year, so does that mean the Divine Academy is only participating in the junior division? Yes, Hessel nodded. Did you not know? Laura asked in confusion. No one told us. Where did you hear that? Hessel paused, glanced at her and Theodore, and whispered, Senior Noel told me. Noel, is that Sebastian Noel?
Theodore asked.
Yes, that's him. After saying this, Hessel turned back, radiating an aura that kept others at a distance. Nearby, Rosy and Hall were also discussing the number of participants from the Divine Academy. With only 5, they should be competing in our junior division. Hall's smile faded, clearly not good news for him. The Divine Academy only sent 1 team. To uphold the honor of the church, they would surely do their best to seize first place. In this situation, they would definitely use their trump card, which was light magic. Although Hall wouldn't be exposed by light magic, he had an affinity for dark elements, which are mutually exclusive to light elements. The light magic might detect the unusual fluctuations of his magical energy. Rosy also felt uneasy. As a follower of the evil god with dark element affinity, she was the most at risk in this competition. She wondered if the lead suit and sunglasses would be effective. If not, she would have to avoid them and settle for second place. The people from the seminary took their seats in the front row of the hall, and at the same time, the door to the reception room opened. To everyone's surprise, Dean Morrison, who had been missing for more than half a month, walked out. He was wearing a white robe today, and a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Professors from other schools occasionally chatted with him, and he responded warmly, his demeanor as easygoing as a doe figure. Today, the professors also wore distinct magical robes, magicians in reddish-brown robes and magisters in white robes, with the stripes on their cuffs and collars indicating their ranks. Dean Morrison, being a high-ranking magister, had 3 dark golden stripes embroidered on the front and wide cuffs of his white robe. Most of the professors from the 10 major colleges had only 1 stripe, with a few having 2, all ranking lower than Dean Morrison. Therefore, they walked slightly behind him, unable to walk side by side. Rosy observed for a moment and began to understand. The 10 major colleges did not bring substitute team members or support teachers for this competition, showing their confidence in their strength and lack of concern for student injuries. However, the people from the 10 major colleges were always proud, wanting to showcase their superiority. Not bringing substitutes or support teachers was likely a way for them to demonstrate their strength. Like the 10 major colleges, the seminary also did not bring substitutes. Not bringing substitutes could be explained by their small numbers, but why did they not even bring a supervising teacher? Could it be that the seminary teachers preferred a hands-off approach to education? Rosy felt that things were not that simple. Under everyone's gaze, Professor Pence stepped onto the platform to speak. The professors from the 10 major colleges also said a few meaningless words before inviting Dean Morrison to the stage to announce the competition location and give a speech, officially starting the competition. After listening to Dean Morrison's speech, Rosy finally understood where he had been for the past half-month. He had been involved in setting up the competition venue. Setting up the venue was hard work, and previously, the Sharia Magic Academy had always sent other professors. This year, the dean personally went? Thinking about it, it made sense. Since the seminary had sent people, the dean had to show that he cared, giving the church some face. The first competition would take place in the Badr Mountains, over 130 kilometers from Sharia City. All participating teams had to head to the Badr Mountains, where they would spend 3 days and 2 nights in the wilderness. The Sharia Magic Academy set up a temporary teleportation array to the Badr Mountains at the Swordsmanship Square, and they would depart at 11 o'clock. After the meeting ended, the magic apprentices stood up and walked out in groups. Are we going to eat first? Jack seemed very excited. Let's go back to the dorm to pack our things first, Rosy replied. Once we have our bags ready, We can meet at the academy cafeteria. Okay, I'll go pack right away. Jack responded eagerly. Rosy was their team leader, and Professor Moses had said that team members should follow the leader's instructions to work well together. Gladys asked, "What should we bring?" "Bring your usual weapons and some food, but not too much. We also need to bring lead clothing and sunglasses," Rosy advised carefully. Asina, impatient, said, "You guys talk, I'm leaving first." Jack didn't dare to speak, and the others ignore her. Asina's expression darkened, and she stormed off. Jack looked at her retreating figure, worried. Is Asina angry? What if she doesn't join us later? "Don't worry about her," Rosy said calmly. "She has ears." Jack hesitated, and Hall patted his shoulder. "All right, brother. We need to head back to the boys' dorm to get our things." Jack jumped. Okay. Rosy returned to her dorm. In fact, her luggage had been packed yesterday, with Bella and Chris eagerly helping her. She had looked inside last night and found it filled with bread, pastries, jerky, her favorite barley tea, and the cotton cloth she needed for daily life. Half of the bag was left empty for her to add more items. Rosy packed her lead clothing, sunglasses, and turtle shell into the bag, stuffed a dagger into her boot, slipped her wand into her sleeve, and brought a small iron cup for making soup and hot water in the wild. The backpack felt heavy, so she drew 2 weight-reducing magic patterns on it before lifting it and heading out toward the academy cafeteria. Although it was a double-shoulder backpack, Rosy tucked the straps away to keep a low profile, planning to attach them once they entered the competition area. It wouldn't be convenient to carry luggage while fighting magical beasts. After quickly finishing lunch at the academy cafeteria, the clock struck 11, and the 5 of them hurried to the academy square. "They're here. Let's go in," said Professor Moses and Professor Phil, nodding at the 5 as they entered the teleportation array. Rosy and her teammates quickened their pace and followed. The teleportation array activated, and in an instant, they were spinning. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the Bader Mountains. The forest in May was lush and green, with a refreshing breeze blowing through the mountains. Heavy magical arrays surrounded the mountains to trap the magical beasts released within. The participating students had a designated entrance, guarded by a magician, and anyone entering or exiting had to undergo strict identity checks. The Bader Mountains were divided into 3 areas, with the junior competition site located in the west, where the terrain was relatively flat and the magical beasts were of lower levels, making it easier than the intermediate and advanced competitions. A church of over 1,000 square meters had been built outside the competition area, generously sponsored by the seminary and the 10 major colleges, serving as the viewing and judging area for all colleges. The supervising teachers could not enter the competition area. Professors Moses and Phil escorted them to just outside the entrance before turning to head to the viewing church. Rosy led her team to the entrance, where they received their competition necklaces and magical bees at the stone gate. Each participant received a necklace with a tracking magic pattern engraved on the pendant, allowing for the tracking of their location. Inside the pendant was a miniature device crafted by a craftsman that could send a distress signal to the outside when a button was pressed. The magical bee was a round, fluffy little creature resembling a bumblebee, capable of summoning magical beasts. Its level was not high, but its vision was exceptional. The magical bee had large compound eyes, providing a wide field of view and strong target capture abilities. Once linked to the tracking magic pattern in the necklace, it could track the participants' every move and send real-time images back to the viewing area. Rosy put on the necklace, and immediately a magical bee flew out of a large box beside the magician, buzzing around her head. Once the 5 of them had donned their necklaces, the magician still did not let them through. He pointed with his chin at their luggage. "Open it up. You can't bring anything that violates competition rules into the arena." There was a rule in the magical competition about this. Rosy set down her backpack and took out its contents. The other team members followed suit, opening their bags in front of the magician. "What is this?" the magician asked, pointing at the sunglasses. Rosy calmly put on the sunglasses. "As you can see, these are black glasses. My eyes are sensitive and can't handle direct sunlight, so I need them to block the light." The magician looked at the 4 behind her. "Are your eyes sensitive too?" Yes. Hall, Gladys, and Jack replied in unison, putting their sunglasses on their noses. Asina gritted her teeth, reluctantly putting on the sunglasses as well. Seeing 5 magic apprentices looking like a bunch of black bears, the magician opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Forget it. He glanced at their dull-looking magical robes. As students of the Sharia Magic Academy, he wouldn't be surprised by anything they did. These few were a bit eccentric, but compared to last year's contestant who had eaten a stinky bean before going on stage, they were somewhat normal. The wizard continued his inspection. What is this? He picked up a heavy lead coat, suspecting it might be some kind of secret weapon. Rosy adjusted her sunglasses. That's a warming coat. It gets very cold in the forest at night, and we need it. Really? The wizard was skeptical. Of course, Rosy swore with a raised finger. I promise on my character.
All right.
The wizard reluctantly accepted her explanation, glanced around, and frowned. What's this? He picked up a green turtle shell and looked at Rosy. Can you explain this? Rosy took off her sunglasses, revealing her sincere big eyes. Sir, this is my divination tool. My classmates and professors can vouch for it. Divination tool? The wizard was astonished. Do students at the Sharia Magic Academy really use turtle shells for divination? Rosy remained calm. I do use turtle shell divination. If you don't believe me, you can ask my astrology teacher, Professor Tobias. Upon hearing Professor Tobias's name, the wizard showed respect. So, you are a student of Baroness Tobias. She must have made new discoveries in astrology. Are you improving the traditional divination methods that only use tarot cards and crystal balls, interpreting celestial signs with natural materials like turtle shells? Facing the wizard's eager gaze, Rosy smiled apologetically. Sorry, I don't know much about the professor's research. Maybe you can ask her directly. In the viewing area, Professor Tobias herself. Strange looks surrounded them, and the leading teacher from the 5th-ranked St. Polu Academy even turned around and asked loudly, Baroness Tobias, are you really using turtle shells for divination? This teacher, eager for excitement, waved his wand, bringing Rosy's magic mirror closer to her. Professor Tobias's gaze fixed on the girl's serious face. Hearing the St. Polu professor's probing, she replied coldly, that is Sharia's academic freedom. In other words, it's none of your business. What else could she say? The student had put the blame on her. All she could do was accept it. The 100-year-old Professor Tobias had never taken the blame before. This feeling was surprisingly new. At the entrance of the junior division competition, the guarding wizard finished checking Rosy's backpack and then looked at her. Nothing hidden in your clothes, right? Rosy pulled out her wand from her sleeve and a dagger from her boot. Just these two. The wizard nodded. All right, you can go in. Next was Hall. The wizard pulled a pot out of his bag. A pot? He blinked, doubting his eyes. But the sight before him and the feel in his hands confirmed it was indeed a pot. The bottom of the pot was covered in suspicious sticky substances, and it was a dirty black iron pot. What do you need a pot for? He asked in shock. Hall smiled innocently. I'm afraid I might get hurt inside, so I brought a pot to brew potions. The wizard's eyes widened. An iron pot for brewing potions? Has the Sharia Magic Academy become this poor? Potion makers usually use round silver or tin pots, or at least copper ones. Iron pots are only for commoners to cook meat. Iron casting technology is not advanced in this era, and iron contains many impurities. When boiled with water, it turns black. Nobles wouldn't use such pots for cooking, let alone for potion making. Hall cheerfully replied, This is my family's heirloom pot. I have an attachment to it. I didn't use the Academy's pot. No need to explain, I know. The wizard showed a hint of sympathy. Poor kid, so broke yet still trying to maintain the Academy's image. Who doesn't know that the Sharia Magic Academy is poor? He didn't need to do that. Well, you can go in too. Next. The wizard let Hall pass and checked the remaining 3 people's bags. Asina and Jack's bags were ordinary. Aside from the warming coats and black glasses, there was nothing particularly noteworthy.
Gladys is big.
The wizard pulled out a long sword and 2 large bones. Large bones? What is this? He trembled, questioning with a soul-stirring tone. So thick and long, could it be human bones? Gladys snatched the bones and hugged them tightly. These are mine. I love eating beef bones. It turned out to be beef bones. The wizard visibly relaxed. You can't. Crunch. Gladys took a bite of the bone right in front of him. The sound of her teeth grinding was painfully sharp. See, I'm eating. She showed him, afraid he wouldn't let her bring the bones inside. The wizard fell silent, feeling a chill down his back. Unbelievable. A magic apprentice had managed to scare him, a wizard. Just how poor has the Sharia Magic Academy become? Have they starved their students to the point of gnawing on bones? The professors from Sharia in the viewing area were also silent. Don't they treat their students well? Don't they? Why would they tarnish their academy's image in front of so many outsiders? In the magic mirror, all 5 contestants from Sharia passed the inspection and entered the competition area. The competition started at noon and would end at noon the next day. Each team's entrance was different, so Rosy and her group didn't encounter anyone from other academies after entering. A gust of wind blew, and Gladys's ears perked up. She suddenly drew her sword. There are magical beasts 700 meters away. Hall crouched down, placing his palm on the ground to feel. Medium-sized magical beasts, 2 of them, approaching our direction. Jack looked at Gladys, then at Hall, nearly dropping his jaw. Wait, how do you know that? Having ears is enough, Gladys said coldly. Having hands is enough, Hall smiled in response. Rosy shook her head. These 2 really know how to show off. She looked at the sky, pulled out her wand. It's time. Get ready for battle. Yes. Everyone shouted enthusiastically, pulling out their best weapons, their eyes fixed on the distance. After a few seconds, Gladys suddenly spoke up. Wait, they stopped. Hall crouched down to feel again and looked at Rosy. There are 5 more people. We've been intercepted. We're not as fast as others. That's our problem. Rosy thought for a moment and pulled out the turtle shell. No rush. Let me read the signs. She closed her eyes, quickly entering a mental state, pulling up a star map. No doubts, no fortune-telling, just asking about the present. Where are the magical beasts within 10 miles? Stars twinkled, and a giant turtle shell rose from the dark sea below. Bright stars projected beams of light onto the shell's back. Golden points of light floated and moved across the cracked turtle shell, like chaotic particles, some active, some still. They scattered across the turtle shell map, showing their positions, sizes, and directions clearly. From where Rosy stood, 1 kilometer to the northeast, there was a group of small magical beasts lazily resting in one spot. They were likely nocturnal creatures that didn't like to move during the day. She opened her eyes, a smile forming on her lips. Sure enough, divining existing things was quick and easy to interpret. 1 kilometer to the northeast, there's a group of small magical beasts. Let's head there first. Rosy had memorized the map in her mind. Although some magical beasts might run away, most wouldn't leave their territory without being driven away. Those nocturnal magical beasts would be enough for them to gain a significant lead in points over the other academies. No one doubts Luo Wei's accuracy in divination. After all, she earned double credits in astrology class. Jack excitedly raised his magic wand. Great. Let's go quickly and get there before anyone else. Hall pointed to a thicket on the left, northeast. It should be there? Luo Wei nodded. Let's go, we're off. We're off, said Gladys, who loved hunting, eagerly. Asina didn't say anything but already stepped in that direction. The 5 of them jumped into the dense forest, quickly heading toward the hiding place of the small magical beasts. 1 kilometer isn't far. They arrived in 5 minutes. As they got closer to the magical beast group, Luo Wei raised her hand, signaling the others to stop. A foul smell wafted down from the riverbank ahead. Gladys sniffed and whispered, "It smells like rats." The riverbank was covered with exposed rocks, and wild grass grew so thick that it covered last year's dead yellow leaves and wrapped the rocks in the grass. There were clear signs of animal movement in the lush grass. Many blades were flattened, and the ground was crisscrossed with paths. The five approached cautiously and saw a dark hole under a rock about 30 meters ahead. The hole was wide enough for a slender person to crawl inside. The ground was filled with a strong smell of urine, and everyone covered their noses. After observing the surrounding traces and the gray fur scraped from the hole, Luo Wei confirmed, it's a spiny-tailed rodent. Spiny-tailed rodents are low-level magical beasts, but quite aggressive. Their bodies are covered in hard, spiky fur, and they become hostile when threatened, raising their spikes to attack. These beasts have tough skin and can dig quickly, making them difficult to hunt. Moreover, since it was daytime, the spiny-tailed rodents were hiding in underground burrows several meters deep, and they would need to be forced out first. Hall looked at Luo Wei. Should we use fire? No, Luo Wei shook her head. The burrow is too deep. Using fire would consume too much magic power. After all, they were worth 1 point each. What if they burned them inside and couldn't get them out? The competition score depends on the number of beasts caught. After thinking for a moment, she told Hall and Jack, you two go gather some damp wood that produces smoke easily. We'll use the smoke to drive the spiny-tailed rodents out. Yes, Captain. The two left to carry out their task. Luo Wei turned to Gladys and Asina. Let's gather some stones and carve wind magic runes on them. We'll throw them into the rodent's hole later.
Okay.
The three collected a pile of flat stones nearby and sat down to focus on carving the runes. Gladys was the type of person Professor Mike described, who could only draw rigidly and couldn't calculate the rune proportions. She ruined many stones and only successfully carved 3. Asina did a bit better, managing to carve 5. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing a strange sound, Gladys and Asina looked up, their eyes widening at the sight of Luo Wei's swift movements. Stone chips flew as the girl carved the runes at an incredible speed, finishing a large number in the blink of an eye. Upon a rough count, there were more than 20. Luo Wei, that's amazing! Gladys exclaimed in awe. Asina's face twisted for a moment. The opponent was too strong for her to smile. It's okay, she reassured herself. No matter how skilled Luo Wei was at carving runes, her elemental affinity couldn't compare to mine. Once the three finished carving the rune stones, Hall and Jack returned with a pile of strange items. Luo Wei caught a strong whiff of feces and stepped back a few paces when she saw what they were carrying. Didn't I tell you to gather branches? Where did you find this stuff? Hall placed a giant dung ball, about a meter wide, on the ground. We got lucky and found a wolf den in that forest over there. There was a lot of wolf dung nearby, so we added some water and rolled it into a ball. Since we need smoke anyway, isn't the smoke from wet wolf dung just as good as from firewood? Jack said, patting the dung ball in agreement.
Right.
Maybe we'll smoke the spiny-tailed rodents to death. When wolves eat their prey, they often swallow the fur along with it, so the dung contains a lot of hair. Burning the wet dung will produce thick smoke. Luo Wei twitched her mouth. You didn't run into any gray wolves while collecting wolf dung, did you? No, Jack replied. It seems the wolves there were eaten by some magical beast. Luo Wei frowned. What kind of beast could eat a pack of gray wolves? She recalled the map in her mind. There were no large magical beasts nearby. Had they gone elsewhere to hunt? All right. Hall rolled up his sleeves. Let's break it into smaller dung balls and light them before throwing them into the rodent hole. Asina stepped back, pinching her nose, her face turning pale. I'm not touching that stuff. Gladys also showed a look of disgust. Cow dung is fine, but wolf dung is not. Being a werewolf, handling wolf dung felt like handling her own. Luo Wei took a deep breath.
You two can handle it.
I'll go gather pine branches to mix in for burning later. Just burning wolf dung wouldn't produce enough smoke. Adding some oily fresh leaves would be better. I'll go too, Asina quickly said. I'll go with you. She wasn't trying to help. She just didn't want to smell the foul wolf dung. Gladys glanced around and moved closer to Luo Wei. I'll go too, to gather branches. Hall was busy with the dung ball. He had experience mixing mud and worked quickly, so he didn't really need help. All right, you two go, and come back quickly. Okay. Luo Wei agreed, looking around before leading Asina and Gladys into the nearby woods. They needed to hurry. The competition had started half an hour ago, and they hadn't earned a single point yet. After another 10 minutes, the 5 members of the team finally finished their preparations and waited for Luo Wei to assign tasks. Hall, Jack, you two are responsible for throwing the dung ball into the hole. Make sure it's lit before you throw it, then go to the downwind side above the riverbank to prevent the rodents from escaping. Gladys, you stay at the bottom of the riverbank and block the upwind entrance of the rodent's burrow. There's water below. If they jump in, use lightning magic to attack. Asina, you go east and I'll go west. We'll each take half of the magic stones, activate the runes, and throw them into the hole. Don't let the smoke escape. It will affect our visibility. I understand, Asina replied coldly. Good, let's get started. With Luo Wei's command, the team sprang into action. Jack used fire magic to ignite the dung ball, and Hall quickly threw it. Gladys held her magic wand in one hand and her sword in the other, sprinting to the riverbank. Turning around, her ice-blue eyes glinted with killing intent as her sword reflected sharp light. Luo Wei and Asina moved to their respective sides, gracefully gliding through the grass, forcefully throwing the runestones into the hole where Hall had tossed the dung ball, firmly planting them at the entrance. The dung ball mixed with pine needles quickly ignited, rolling into the burrow. A wisp of thick smoke escaped the rodent hole, but was soon blown back by the wind magic rune at the entrance, creating a dense white barrier of smoke. The ground trembled, and a flurry of squeaks came from deep within the burrow. Watch out, the magical beasts are coming out. Luo Wei shouted loudly. The tremors underfoot grew stronger, and everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the holes in the grass. An unstable magic stone rolled down the slope, and in the next moment, a giant brown rat sprang out of the hole, its fur bristling like a huge sea urchin. What a huge rat! Jack exclaimed. An adult spiny rat is about 2 meters long, and even without its tail, it measures around 1.2 meters. Its bristles can stand up to 20 centimeters tall, easily piercing human flesh. Startled, the rat became more aggressive than usual, squeaking as it fled. Halfway out, it seemed to catch the scent of humans, and its 2 large yellow incisors dripped with saliva. This rat was quick to escape, having inhaled little smoke in the tunnel and still retaining its keen sense of smell. It twitched its whiskers, assessing the scents around it, and suddenly dashed toward the nearest Gladys. Gladys, be careful. As soon as Rose's warning fell, there was a clang as Gladys swung her sword and struck the rat's head. A shower of sparks erupted where the sword met the spines. Gladys used 70% of her strength, but the rat was unharmed. Squeak! The rat, enraged, opened its foul mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp molars, its spines vibrating as it pushed against the sword and charged at Gladys. Gladys's eyes lit up. She quickly stepped back 2 paces, twirled her sword, and then thrust it forward, perfectly stabbing it into the rat's mouth.
Squeak!
The rat let out a short, pained cry and struggled to retreat. Gladys stepped forward, tightened her grip on the sword, and pushed it deeper. Just before the rat could bite her arm with its incisors, she forcefully twisted and quickly pulled out the bloodied sword, wedging it against the rat's front teeth. Naira Gamani Norido. She quickly chanted a spell, waving her magic wand and tossing a crackling lightning ball into its mouth. The rat's stomach emitted muffled thuds as it convulsed and fell, its whiskers singed from the electricity. Gladys lifted her chin and kicked it into the water, then turned to glare at the 2 rats charging down the hill. The smoke from the dung ball thickened, driving the rats out, scattering them like headless flies in all directions. Spiny rats have poor eyesight and rely mainly on hearing and smell to find food. Now, with their sense of smell impaired by the smoke, they could only escape by sound. But the Sharia Junior team would not give them a chance to flee. Asina, with her strong affinity for wind and water elements, created a wind barrier to trap the rats and formed a large water ball to cover their mouths and noses, drowning them. Hall's talents lay in dark magic and earth element spells. Unable to use dark magic and with low offensive earth magic, he first trapped the rats with earth binding and then smashed them one by one with a frying pan. Surprisingly, his inherited frying pan was quite effective. With a solid thud, the rats' mouths twisted, and they foamed at the mouth. Gladys couldn't even cut through a single spine with her sword, but Hall's blows shattered them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the frying pan echoed as Hall flattened the rats trying to escape. Alorora we Salicerole Faricilla. Jack chanted a long fire spell, brewing a large fireball and hurling it at the rats. Though the rats' tough fur couldn't be burned, the flesh inside was cooked to medium. Fire spell.
Fire spell, fire spell, fire spell.
Ro, skilled in fire magic for illumination, expertly controlled her wand like a machine gun, firing compressed fireballs at the rat swarm, flipping the tough-skinned beasts onto their backs. If one attack didn't kill them, a few more would surely do the trick. Dazed, the rats were blasted into the air with the dirt, landing on their backs, only to be hit again by another fireball, causing the most sensitive parts to suffer a violent impact, resulting in a final squeak as they died. On the other side of the battlefield, Asina watched Ro's impressive performance, nearly breaking her wand in frustration. No, she couldn't let Ro win. Caleraliamido. Caleraliamido.
Calerale.
Asina frantically unleashed her magic, her power surging several times. To ensure the rats died faster, she forced the water ball into their noses with wind magic. The poor rats, not yet drowned, choked to death instead. In the viewing area, those watching fell silent, including Sharia's professor. After a moment, the teachers from the 10 academies began to speak. Your Sharia students have quite a unique fighting style, huh? I like that kid using a frying pan, he's strong. He should pursue alchemy. Wow, that white-haired kid has good sword skills, but he grimaces every time he swings. Does he have facial spasms? Oh dear. Drowning the beasts with water? I must say, that's not something most people would think of. But it's a bit cruel. If we're talking about cruelty, that black-haired girl is something else. Look at how she targets the beasts. TSK, TSK. How does a girl know such a move? I can't believe it without a teacher's guidance. Has this child been tested for talent? How can she have so much magic? You Sharia aren't putting advanced students in the junior class, are you?
Professor Moses, tell us about it.
You're their teacher. You must know. Professor Moses. She didn't know. She didn't want to explain. She had never taught them anything. In the competition area, the Sharia junior team was about to enter the cleanup phase after the battle. This fight lasted less than 20 minutes, shorter than their preparation time, and a large number of rats were already dead. Even a few lying on the ground pretending to be dead were finished off one by one. Jack couldn't believe they were done so quickly. He had only killed 2, and when he looked up, the battle was already over. All 4 teammates were looking at him, waiting for him to finish off the last rat so they could count their prey and collect their spoils. The pride he felt for killing 2 rats faded completely as Jack wiped his face and cursed himself inwardly. What are you proud of? Look at your teammates. They didn't boast about killing so many beasts. Jack clenched his fists. His teammates were so strong, he had to work twice as hard. Even if he couldn't help, he couldn't hold them back. Ro pulled out a dagger from her boot, cut off the tail of the rat she killed, and tied it up with a rope. Gladys climbed up with 2 rat tails, showing Ro, I have 8. Gladys is amazing.
Ro praised.
Gladys looked at the tail at Ro's feet. You have more than me.
Just one more than you. Ro stood up and said.
The ones running toward you are larger female rats, so you're still better than me. Gladys's eyes showed confusion. Aren't strong male rats supposed to be tougher? How many did you kill? Hall asked, dragging a rat tail over. Gladys replied, 8. Rose said, 9. That's double what I got, Hall sighed. I only killed 4. Ro glanced at him, knowing full well that those weren't his kills. He had smashed them. He had crushed their heads. Jack, holding 2 tails, walked over dejectedly. You all did better than me. I only killed 2. That's still good, Ro comforted him. You just didn't have a good weapon. Like Hall's frying pan. Asina approached with 5 rat tails, her face dark enough to drip ink. She had tried her best, but still couldn't outdo Ro. No, it wasn't fair to say that. In junior spells, fire magic does have a bit more attack power than others, but once they reach intermediate level, the roles of fire and water magic will reverse, and ice spells will definitely be stronger than fire spells. After some self-reassurance, Asina's expression improved a bit. Ro glanced at the tails in her hand. We killed a total of 28 spiny rats, which means 28 points. We've won the first battle, so let's take a break.
Okay.
Hall dropped his things and sat on the ground. He was indeed a bit tired. The quill rat skin was too tough, and his hands were sore from hitting it. Asina frowned. What do we do with these tails? Are we supposed to carry them around? The tails of the quill rats were 1/2 meter long and as thick as a wrist, with each tail weighing at least 5 pounds, making them very inconvenient to carry. But they couldn't just leave them behind. If we don't take them, how do we get points? Ro picked up a rat tail. You can either dry them with a fire spell, or draw some weight-reducing runes. We can't just throw them away. Drawing runes wasn't hard. They could draw as many as they wanted. Asina didn't want to waste magic on such things. We can just keep the tips of the tails. Keeping just the tips won't be worth anything, Hall disagreed. The tails of the quill rats are excellent materials for making bone whips. A complete tail can sell for 20 silver coins. 20 silver coins, Jack exclaimed. I have 2 tails, so can I sell them for 40 silver coins? This is ridiculous. Just for a few silver coins, they had to carry these dirty and smelly things. Asina was so angry her temples throbbed. No matter how much these tails are worth, I'll give you that amount now. Can we just throw them away? Since Asina said so, Ro looked at Hall and Jack. You should listen to her. Carrying too much stuff isn't good for fighting. Asina shot her an annoyed glance. If she knew this was the right thing to do, why didn't she say it earlier? Ro took out a dagger and slowly cut off the tips of the rat tails. Isn't she the one who didn't want to talk to them? Isn't she the one who doesn't fit in? Look at her. She's taking care of her teammates. She even knows how to lighten the load for her friends. The 5 rested on the riverbank for about 10 minutes, and when their strength was mostly restored, they got up to head to the next place. Ro closed her eyes and entered the mental world. The map of light points was still flashing. 2 kilometers to the north, there are a few medium-sized magical beasts. Having just warmed up by killing small magical beasts, it was perfect to challenge a bigger one to stretch their muscles. Medium-sized magical beasts were worth 20 points each. Killing one was equivalent to killing 20 small ones. The team crossed the riverbank and headed north into the forest. Squawk! A sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed above the dense forest, sounding like bones cracking under a hammer and like a crow with a broken voice, making everyone dizzy and nauseous. Ugh, Gladys, sensitive to sounds, threw up. Quick, cover your ears. Ro immediately pressed her ears down and looked up at the sky. Light flickered through the leaves as a huge shadow flew over the treetops, making a sound even worse than a crow's as it flew towards them. The saw-billed vulture, Hall said, suppressing his nausea. It must have been attracted by the smell of the quill rat's blood. Compared to other large magical beasts, the saw-billed vulture was only slightly below average in size. Its wingspan was only 3 meters long, and it was a low-level magical beast, but it was classified as a large magical beast in the arena because its sound had a strong destructive power. Magical beasts are different from ordinary animals. They have magical power within them. The higher the level of the beast, the stronger its magic, and they possess special talents that humans cannot have. The saw-billed vulture's special talent is its sound, which can rupture the eardrums of its prey, causing dizziness and nausea, making it easy to catch them. After Gladys finished throwing up, she asked with a pale face, "Should we kill it? How do we kill it?" Asina said, covering her ears uncomfortably. "We can't even handle it from this far away. Do you want to rush in and get killed?" Gladys retched again, tears in her eyes, but bravely said, 50 points. Killing a large magical beast could yield 50 points. Asina replied, "If you want to kill it, go ahead." "I'm not going." The saw-billed vulture had already flown far away, and its piercing sound was fading. The group gradually relaxed their hands. "Let's go kill a few small magical beasts. We can earn back those points. Asina took a few steps forward, but realized there was no sound behind her. When she turned around, except for Jack, who had stepped forward, the others hadn't moved at all. She laughed in anger. Do you really want to kill the sawbill vulture? Have a little self-awareness. Although it's a low-level magical beast, its combat power is higher than that of some medium-level beasts. This kind of beast is not meant for us to kill in the arena. This was clearly prepared for the Divine Academy. Everyone from the Divine Academy is a dual-element mage, and only they have the strength to kill the saw-billed vulture. This is a special moment prepared for them. Ro looked at the spot where the saw-billed vulture had disappeared, automatically blocking out Asina's chatter. Hunting it wasn't impossible. Based on their earlier reactions, the sound made by the saw-billed vulture was very similar to infrasound. Infrasound can be isolated in a vacuum or cancelled out using sound waves of the same frequency but opposite phase. If those methods weren't possible, there was a simple and crude way: make the saw-billed vulture lose its voice. It produces infrasound, so why not prevent it from making any sound? But first, they needed to determine whether the part of the saw-billed vulture that produces infrasound was its throat. Many animals in nature can produce infrasound, but they do so in different ways. For example, butterflies use wing flapping, elephants stomp or roar, crocodiles vibrate their backs on the water's surface, and giraffes use their chest, lungs, and diaphragm to make sounds. If the saw-billed vulture can produce infrasound while flying, the most likely methods would be wing flapping, roaring, or abdominal resonance, which could be determined by elimination. For example, if the saw-billed vulture can produce infrasound without calling or flapping its wings, then it must be using abdominal resonance. Ro turned on her toes. Let's go back and take a look. I knew it, Hall said with a smile. Perfect. I also want to see how strong the saw-billed vulture's combat power is. Gladys, holding her sword, was eager to try. Ro and we are brave. Let's kill it. Jack had vowed in his heart not to hold the team back. Although he was scared now, he responded positively. Okay, let's kill it and get 50 points. Asina stared at everyone in disbelief. Are you all crazy? Gladys looked down on her. Asina, you're not brave. Asina's anger flared up. You fools, I'm weighing the pros and cons. Who rushes in without thinking like you? Asina, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Ro turned to look at her, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Don't forget this is the arena. The little bee buzzing overhead kept circling, watching everyone's faces without stopping. Asina stiffened, realizing that every move she made was being watched. Her image. Asina's heart bled, but she had to apologize to the wolf girl she hated the most. I'm sorry, Gladys. I got a bit too worked up just now. It's all my fault for worrying about everyone's safety. Can you forgive me? Gladys looked at her strangely, as if thinking of something, and nodded vigorously. I forgive you, Asina. Let's go fight the saw-billed vulture together. Asina. She cursed Gladys 100 times in her heart. Okay, I'm glad you can forgive me. In the end, she forced a smile. Rose showed a satisfied smile. That's how it should be. It's better for everyone to be united and friendly. Let's go earn some points. Asina gritted her teeth and followed the pace of the four. Outside the arena, in the viewing area, young people are too impatient. The saw-billed vulture is not so easy to kill. Be careful of total defeat. The leading teacher from Penjatu Academy shook his head, enjoying the spectacle. The competition has just started, and they want to kill a large magical beast. Confidence is good, but going too far can lead to a lack of awareness, commented the leading teacher from Tasterlin Academy. Yes, why not kill more small monsters like rodents? It would earn us points just like the vulture. Kids should keep their expectations low. Other teachers agreed. Professor Moses sneered. Aren't you afraid we'll kill all the small monsters and leave you with nothing to hunt? After all, you wouldn't dare to take on large monsters and can only catch some mice. The room fell silent. The teachers leading the teams were shocked by her harsh words, their faces turning pale. Professor Moses, your words are quite sharp. Women with such sharp tongues aren't liked, a teacher from Penjatu Academy said in a lecturing tone. I'm more worried about attracting a swarm of flies, Professor Moses retorted. The Pengjata teacher's face twitched. Look at you, Eudora. Spending too much time with the commoners of Sharia has made you so crude. It's truly regrettable. Professor Moses replied, People? Sorry, I only hear a fly buzzing in my ear. Isn't that annoying, Fry? Just as the Pengjata teacher was about to get angry, someone shouted, Bart Fry, look. Your academy's team is heading towards the vulture. Bart Fry's expression changed as he turned to the magic mirror showing the junior team from Pengjata Academy. He saw his students running frantically in one direction, chased by two raging medium-sized monsters. What's going on? Didn't they already cut off the heads of those two three-headed beasts? They cut the wrong thing. They mistook the three-headed beast's pointed rear for its head. The three-headed beast was confusing in appearance, with a long nose on its face, a short, thick tail, and a body covered in black and white fur. Its head and tail had identical human face patterns, and there was a hump on its back with another human face pattern. The real head of the three-headed beast was hidden among its fur and needed careful observation to identify. Moreover, the three-headed beast could walk backward, making it even harder for onlookers to tell which end was which. The careless team from Pengjata Academy didn't realize their mistake and laughed as they went to retrieve what they thought was its nose. Suddenly, the feigning dead three-headed beast flipped them over, and two swords flew out as they panicked and fled into the valley. Coincidentally, they ran towards the spot where Sharia's team was hunting the needle-tailed rodents, which was also the destination of the vulture. Bart Fry felt dizzy upon realizing the situation. Pengjata was ranked 4th among the top 10 academies. If their team was eliminated in the first match due to carelessness, where would that leave the academy's reputation? Hey, why is the Divine Academy's team joining in too? The Divine Academy is coming too? Yes, they saw a vulture in the sky and chased it from the west. Once the Divine Academy arrives, Sharia is in trouble. Ha ha ha, don't say that. If they can't take down large monsters and don't care for small ones, Sharia will have no way to score. The speaker directed their words at Professor Moses, seeking revenge for the earlier insult. Professor Moses, not one to back down, smirked. What do you mean they can't score? Didn't Pengjata Academy just hand over 40 points? One medium monster is worth 20 points, so 2 must equal 4 points. Bart Fry clutched his chest. He hadn't provoked her, and they were all in their 70s or 80s. Why was she still holding a grudge? She was rubbing salt in his wounds, and he was about to explode with anger. In the arena, Ro and her team quietly approached the riverbank. The vulture was feeding, its sharp beak easily piercing the rodent's belly, tearing off a large piece of meat and swallowing it in a few bites. Have you found its weakness? Ro asked Hall in a whisper. Hall, who was part tree and had encountered many birds, volunteered to find the vulture's weakness to help the team earn those 50 points. Of course, Ro knew his true motivation: a bottle of vulture blood worth 50 silver coins and a small vial of vulture stomach acid worth a gold coin. The vulture's blood was an excellent antidote, effective against all poisons from intermediate monsters and included in the recipe for high-level healing potions. The vulture's stomach acid was a strong acid with powerful corrosive properties, making it an expensive alchemical material. Hall reluctantly shifted his gaze from the vulture's stomach to other body parts. Its weakness should be in the neck. If we can cut its throat, it will surely die. Should? Surely? Asina said, displeased. Can you be sure? Sorry, I can't be sure, Hall replied with a hint of coldness in his smile. How about you try, Miss Asina? Shh, keep your voices down. Ro was worried they would start arguing and alert the vulture. Hall, can't you use poison to take down the vulture? Hall's smile cracked. I don't make poison. I only do alchemy and brew potions. Same thing, Ro waved her hand. I only care about the results. Ha! Asina scoffed dismissively. Gladys was getting impatient. Ro, when can we kill it? Don't rush, just wait a bit, Ro reassured her, observing the vulture again. Maybe I was overthinking. The vulture's sound might not be infrasound, just very harsh. Infrasound? What's that? Gladys asked, confused. Nothing. Rose shook her head, looking at the others. Everyone, find some cloth to block your ears. Make it tight. The vulture's sound is penetrating, and we should avoid close combat. Gladys, Hall, put away your swords and pots for now. We won't need them in this battle. Let's stick to the previous positions. Hall and Jack, you go up. Asina, you take the east, and I'll take the west. Gladys, guard below. Stay on this side of the river. It's hard to hide on the slope. Remember, I'll start, and we'll cast spells in a clockwise order for a sneak attack. The ones in the back need to be quick and draw the vulture's attention away from the previous person. We must evenly distribute its aggression to prevent it from targeting anyone specifically. Otherwise, our formation will fall apart, and we'll all be in danger. This time, let's avoid water magic. Fire and lightning magic will be best. We'll focus on its neck and wear it down. Okay. Everyone replied. Ro added, make sure not to get too close. Keep at least 30 meters away. When the vulture flew over them, it was already more than 20 meters off the ground. If its sound did carry infrasound, the farther away they were, the better. All right, let's go. The 5 of them circled around the trees near the riverbank to their positions, found cover, and eagerly raised their wands. They had never hunted large monsters before. Just thinking about it was thrilling. On the west side of the riverbank, Ro focused her energy, her expression serious as she began to chant the spell. The wand gathered a small red flame, which quickly turned bright orange, then gold, followed by yellow, light yellow, and white. The fireball grew larger and hotter, reaching a terrifying critical point. The intense heat began to melt the nearby stones. Ro's eyes sparkled like stars, sweat soaking her back, her long black hair flowing behind her. She was the first to attack. This strike had to severely injure the vulture, or all their strategies would be in vain. With a loud bang, Ro swung her wand down, and the blazing fireball shot towards the vulture's throat as it swallowed the rodent's innards. Gru, no one expected the vulture to suddenly lift its neck and jump forward, causing the fireball to miss its target and hit its wing instead. A bright light spread, and a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, leaving everyone's ears ringing for several seconds. What happened? Oh my gosh! Is that a fireball spell? Is it really that powerful? Not only were Roe's teammates shocked, but so were the professors watching through the magic mirror. A single fireball contained such immense magical power and impact. This was beyond what a beginner magic apprentice could achieve. The girl must have at least reached the level of a novice magician. But the question was, how old was she? Not yet an adult, and her magical strength was comparable to that of a magician? As the smoke cleared, everyone saw the vulture lying on the grass, one wing severely injured. How could a large magical beast be so badly hurt by a beginner magic apprentice? The professors in the viewing area recalled how she had recently defeated a spiny rat, realizing that her earlier fire spells had been restrained. On the riverbank, Jack swallowed hard as he watched the scene below. If even its armored wings could be destroyed, what if the attack had hit the vulture's bare neck? They might have been collecting trophies by now. Gru. The vulture let out a heart-wrenching screech, its sound waves cutting through the turbulent air and piercing their ears. The cloth stuffed in their ears couldn't block the intense sound waves, and the nauseating dizziness returned. What's going on? Why hasn't Gladys reacted yet? According to Roe's strategy, Gladys should have cast a spell by now, but there was still no movement from across the riverbank. Useless. Asina cursed under her breath, raising her magic wand and struggling to chant the spell, forming a red fireball at the tip. Gru. The vulture stirred its abdomen, and while the sound didn't get louder, the nauseating feeling intensified. Asina lost her grip, and the magic she had gathered dissipated, nearly dropping her wand. On the slope, Hall and Jack were in the same situation. They couldn't finish their incantations, and even with their ears blocked, they felt increasingly dizzy, unable to stand. Roe tried to launch a second attack, but the sound waves created too much interference. It felt like her insides were vibrating, and the nausea made it impossible to complete her chant. She focused on the vulture's trembling abdomen and confirmed that its screech contained infrasound waves. Moreover, it was in the frequency range of 4 to 18 Hz, which caused a strong resonance effect in the human body. This situation was no longer suitable for combat. Infrasound could cause bodily organs to shift, deform, or even rupture. They needed to get away quickly. Retreat. Did you hear that? We need to fall back. Roway shouted, and soon her teammates responded from the slope.
Got it.
Hearing the voices, the vulture flapped its injured wing furiously, its angry screech echoing across the mountains for miles. The Sharia team circled around the riverbank to escape to the other side, only to realize they were one person short. Wait, where's Gladys? Roway felt a bad premonition rising. You all go ahead. I'll look for her. Hall said, how can you search alone? We'll go together. Jack added, we're a team. We can't split up. I'm going too. In the urgent situation, Roway didn't argue further. All right, then let's go together. The closer they got to the riverbank, the more they felt difficulty breathing and pain in their hearts. The good news was they found Gladys unconscious in the forest by the river. The bad news was that 2 three-headed beasts and 5 unconscious boys were also lying in the woods. The 2 magical beasts had died gruesomely, covered in numerous cuts and burns, with their backs mutilated, looking bloody and horrific. They had large holes where their right eyes used to be. Roway examined closely and realized those were indeed their eye sockets. Thick, dark blood flowed from the holes, and shattered eyeballs had long since fallen out, mixed with white fragments resembling brain matter. The wounds indicated that someone had stabbed their eyes with a sword and twisted it, pulling out the crushed brain matter when withdrawing the blade. Roway was very familiar with this technique. Gladys loved to practice swordplay that way. She turned to look at the sword in Gladys's hand, which indeed had deep bloodstains, with dark blood extending from the tip to 3 fingers down the hilt. It's a team from Penjado Academy, Hall said, checking the 5 boys' chests for their academy insignia while examining their breathing. They're still alive, but they're badly injured. How could Penjado, ranked 4th among the 10 academies, be hurt so badly by 2 intermediate magical beasts? Asina was puzzled. Who knows? Hall stood up and asked Roway, what should we do? Leave them or take them with us? How can we carry 6 with just 4 of us? Asina was the first to object. Roway frowned and turned to look across the river. Why aren't you speaking? Asina said unhappily. You don't really want to take them with us, do you? Don't forget, they're our rivals. Stop it, Roway said seriously. Haven't you noticed that the vulture's screech has stopped? Stopped? Asina was taken aback and turned to look across the river, suddenly alarmed. Where's the vulture? Why is it gone? The riverbank was only littered with the bodies of rodents and scattered stones. The vulture had vanished. Jack peered across. It really is gone. Did it fly away? With such severe wing injuries, can it still fly? Hall frowned. As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence fell around them. It was too quiet enough to hear their own breathing. In the deathly silence, Roway reached up and removed the cloth stuffed in her ears. Were we too loud just now? She said in a normal tone. What? Her teammates, with their ears blocked, couldn't hear her and asked loudly while removing their earplugs, what did you say? Roway waited for them to take out their earplugs before speaking again. I said, were we too loud just now? The group was stunned again. After several seconds, Jack finally stammered. What you mean? The vulture's wings are injured, but it can still fly a short distance if it endures the pain. Roway looked at the ground, her tension giving way to a cold calmness. Can you guess where it might be hiding to observe us? Have you noticed? There's no sunlight on us. The 3 stared wide-eyed in terror and instinctively looked up. Don't look up. Roway whispered urgently, if it knows we've spotted it, it won't stay quiet anymore. Under the cold shade of the trees, the 4 stood stiffly like statues. A shadow of death loomed over them, and the wind had stopped. In the stillness, a drop of saliva fell from above, landing on Asina's shoulder. She stiffly turned her eyes, catching a glimpse of her damp shoulder. The vulture's saliva hung in the air like a long silver thread, thick and sticky, dripping down drop by drop. She could even feel the vulture's breath. It must be perched on a nearby tree, stretching its neck, planning how to crush her head with its beak. Asina's voice trembled. Should we attack? If we don't act soon, it'll be too late. The shadow on the ground began to move slowly, like a growing water droplet. Rosy looked at her teammates. Though their eyes were anxious, there was no trace of fear. All right, let's attack, she said decisively, assigning tasks as before. Asina, Hall, the three of us will go together. Jack, you guard Gladys and the other students from Penjado Academy. Jack protested, but you three, don't rush in, buddy, Hall said with a smile. If we all get hurt, we'll need you to save us. Jack's eyes widened at Hall's words, feeling the heavy burden of being the one to save everyone. He stood tall and declared, I won't let anything happen to you. Good, Rosy nodded. I'll count to 3, and we'll act together. Everyone tightened their grips on their magic wands, and Hall quietly reached for the iron pot behind him. 3, 2, 1, go. With a clang, the iron pot flew out, hitting the vulture just as it sensed the danger and was about to attack. Grogru, fireball spell. The blazing fireball struck the vulture's abdomen, abruptly interrupting its infrasound output. Earthbind, whirlwind spell. Asina and Hall worked together seamlessly, executing advanced spells that only intermediate magic apprentices would learn. A fierce wind swept up sand, trapping the struggling vulture. Rosy's second chant finished just in time, and she launched a white fireball at the center of the sandstorm, creating a loud explosion and eliciting a piercing screech from the vulture. The inaudible sound waves mixed with a sharp, screeching noise penetrated their Rosy kicked off a tree stump and performed a backflip, landing on the back of the vulture. Her ears were ringing, and her vision was blurry, but it didn't matter. She still had the will to survive and the instinct to fight. If she weren't afraid of revealing her identity in the arena, she would have spread her wings and flown up, using dark magic to make the vulture suffer. Or she could have used a teleportation rune to send it to Demon Island, where a necromancer would turn it to dust. Alternatively, she could have used an earth escape spell and a lightness spell, taken Gladys's sword, and pierced the vulture like a fishnet. If all else failed, she could draw dozens of low-level growth runes and throw them on the vulture to speed up its demise. The frustrating part was that she couldn't use any of these skills in the arena. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She pulled out a dagger from her boot and stabbed the vulture. After her internal organs went numb from the pain, she felt stronger than ever. The blade struck, creating a sound like scraping metal, and the vulture twisted its neck in pain, trying to peck at her with its sharp beak. Rosy dodged left and right, always managing to stay out of its reach. The vulture let out an angry screech, its feathers standing on end, trying to shake off the annoying little pest. No matter how it shook its neck and flapped its wings, Rosy clung to it like a stubborn bandage, gripping the dagger and slashing at its neck. She couldn't use intermediate runes, but she could layer low-level runes. This was a trick she learned while dismantling the Academy's magic circles. The Academy's magic circles used many small runes as basic symbols, so why couldn't she combine and layer small runes to create larger ones? The small runes in the Academy's magic circles were laid out flat, while she needed to stack them. Except for summoning runes, most runes had no offensive capability, but whether they had offensive power depended on how a person used them. Even a simple heating rune, if stacked dozens of times, she didn't believe it couldn't burn through the vulture's neck. No matter how tough a beast's neck is, can it be harder than diamond? Diamond melts at over 3,500 degrees. How long could a beast endure? In fact, the white fireballs she produced were already very hot, but due to significant heat loss and a wide radiation range, the damage to the vulture seemed minimal. After layering over 20 heating runes, she immediately infused them with magic. The vulture rampaged through the forest, deliberately pushing its back against rocks and trees. It succeeded. Rosy's internal injuries were severe, and after its back slammed into a tree trunk, She coughed up a mouthful of blood and could no longer hold on, rolling off its back. But the vulture met its end as well. The 20-plus stacked heating runes on its neck began to activate, the scorching temperature rising until it burned through its skin, and black smoke rose from its flesh. After falling, Luo Wei twisted her body and knelt on one knee, using the dagger to support herself. Once steady, she looked up at the screeching vulture, her bloodied face revealing a victorious smile. Scream all you want. It wouldn't be long now, as she had already set its countdown to death. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. There. Hurry, magic wand. Lightning whip. Light healing spell. A group of unexpected visitors suddenly arrived, quickly forming two lines upon seeing the screeching vulture. The three in the front row cast lightning spells at the vulture, while the two in the back released healing magic to quickly restore their bodies from the sonic damage. The lightning whips struck multiple times, and under Luo Wei's stunned gaze, the vulture's charred head fell to the ground. That was too easy. Is it really a large magical beast? Strange. Why didn't it dodge just now? It must be that our magic has grown stronger. Huh. A few dashing young men approached, laughing as they put away their wands and drew their swords, ready to claim their prize, the vulture's beak. As they got closer, one of the boys exclaimed, "This beast is injured." It must have been those people by the river, but they didn't hit its vital points, allowing it to escape here. Yeah, the vulture's weakness is its neck. Attacking its wings is useless. Luo Wei wiped the blood from her mouth, pulled the dagger from the ground, and shakily stood up. Someone's here. Who? The boys, holding their swords, circled around the vulture and finally saw Luo Wei, covered in blood and looking disheveled. She's a contestant from the Sharia Magic Academy. They recognized her tattered magic robe and slowly relaxed their grips on their swords. "Miss, you seem seriously injured. Do you need healing?" "No, thank you." Luo Wei glanced at them expressionlessly, gripping her dagger tightly as she turned and walked unsteadily toward the riverbank. Just 1 second more, just 1 second more, and the vulture's neck would have been burned through by the runes, but someone else beat her to it. Outmatched and outmaneuvered, she accepted her defeat. "Captain." "Miss Luo Wei, are you okay?" Jack and Hall rushed over from the woods, anxiously checking her over. "What happened to you?" Jack exclaimed in shock. Hall glanced at the Divine Academy team behind her. "Are you all right?" Luo Wei shook her head, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in her throat, and hoarsely asked, "What about the two of them?" "Gladys is still unconscious, and Asina is watching over her," Hall replied. "Okay, let's go back," Luo Wei said calmly. She didn't ask why they had arrived late. It was pointless to discuss it now. But Hall couldn't help but apologize first. "I'm sorry." Luo Wei turned her head. "There's no need to apologize. Winning or losing is part of the game. Not getting the vulture's points isn't your fault. It was a team issue, something she hadn't managed well." She blamed herself for being too greedy. Hall bit his lip and quietly said, "No, it's my fault. I didn't give it my all." He hadn't tried hard enough, and neither had Asina. They had felt relieved when Luo Wei drew the vulture away, like shameful cowards. On his way to find her, he had reflected on why he felt that way. Because he was a lich, he feared his identity being exposed. Though he hesitated for only a few seconds, the situation changed rapidly. By the time he decided to chase after Luo Wei, the Divine Academy team had arrived.
"I'm sorry."
Hall lowered his head, his self-loathing reaching its peak. "Hall, a simple apology won't make up for your mistakes," Luo Wei said, her gaze deep as she looked ahead. "Such apologies are too cheap. I don't want them." Hall remained silent for a few seconds. "I understand." Jack listened to their conversation, confused. What had happened? Why hadn't Hall tried harder, and how did he know? Several curious gazes fell on the three of them. "Sharia, Luo Wei, is she the princess from the Mist Plains that my brother mentioned?" Sylvester gazed at the graceful figure among the three, murmuring, "She doesn't seem that special, does she?" "Sylvester, come look," Fry said, staring at the vulture's severed neck. "Isn't there something odd about this wound?" "What's odd?" Sylvester walked over. "This cut is strange. It doesn't look like it was caused by lightning magic, Fry said, lifting the vulture's head with his sword. Look, this wound is the same, the flesh was burned from the inside out. That is strange, Sylvester frowned. Lightning whips should only cause external injuries. Hey, it looks like something was drawn here. Fry brushed away the charred ash from the vulture's neck, revealing deep scratch marks. Runes? Heating runes? No, something's different. He studied it for a while, then incredulously confirmed, it's definitely the method for heating runes, but it has over 20 layers stacked. Sylvester was shocked. How could so many runes be stacked without collapsing? Apparently they didn't. Fry shook his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Small runes have poor structural stability and can't withstand too much magic. Nesting them is extremely difficult. To stack 20 runes together, the person drawing them would have to work continuously without stopping, and they must have precise control over the proportions and structure of the runes. But everyone in the competition was just a beginner magic apprentice. Who could have such skill? With such profound magic and expertise, they could easily become rune masters. Could it be? The two exchanged glances and turned to look in the direction Luo Wei had gone. At that moment, she was the only one there, meaning she had fought the vulture alone for so long and stacked over 20 runes on its neck. The vulture's voice was highly destructive. Even with healing light magic, they didn't dare get too close. How had she managed it alone? The father was right, Fry sighed. We should indeed come out and see. The talent of people outside isn't any less than ours. Sylvester asked, Are you talking about Luo Wei? Yes, Fry in the competition arena. The 5 members of the Sharia team finally returned safely. Seeing Luo Wei back, Asina's eyes flickered. Without asking, she knew that the people from the Divine Academy had come, and they had no chance of winning. Looking at Luo Wei's disheveled appearance, it didn't seem like she had won. Thankfully, she hadn't gone over there. Has Gladys still not woken up? Ignoring Asina's calculating gaze, Luo Wei crouched down to check Gladys's pulse. The pulse was rapid and weak, indicating that her internal organs were likely damaged, leading to acute peritonitis. Luo Wei had experienced this illness a few times in her past life, each time due to being injured in the abdomen while escaping. She asked Hall and Jack to turn away, crouched down to block the view of the magical bees, and gently lifted Gladys's shirt, revealing a large area of dark purple bruising. The abdominal injury was likely caused by being gored by a 3-headed beast during the fight, combined with the resonance from the sound waves, which worsened her condition and caused her to go into shock. She lowered the shirt and turned to ask, Hall, can you brew some healing potions? With such severe injuries, if not treated promptly, Gladys might be in danger. The arena had simulated the beast's natural habitats, and some herbivorous magical beasts only ate magical plants, so there were materials for brewing potions available, but it would take time to find them. Okay, but I need to look for some magical plants first. Hall turned around but was shocked when he saw Luo Wei. Your eyes. What's wrong with our eyes? Luo Wei blinked, feeling something drip from her lower eyelid onto her cheek. Realizing what it was, she wiped her face with her fingertip and looked closely at it. Bright red blood covered her fingertips, like she had dipped her fingers in ketchup. Suddenly, her nose itched, and warm liquid trickled over her lips and chin, dripping onto her chest. Jack was stunned. Captain, are you okay? I'm fine. Just a bit overheated. Luo Wei tilted her head back to stop the nosebleed, but blood began to drip from her ears again. Jack was scared, his teeth chattering, worried and frightened. Captain, maybe you should lie down? Hall was frozen for several seconds. When they returned together, Luo Wei had been covered in blood but had walked with confidence, checking Gladys's injuries. He thought she wasn't seriously hurt. He didn't expect she had just been toughing it out, bleeding from all her orifices and still claiming she was fine. That was not the face of someone who was fine. Thinking about it, she had fought the vulture alone for so long. Anyone else would have collapsed by now. How could she possibly be fine? If it weren't for his selfishness in not going. Hall felt heavy in his heart, like a large stone was pressing down on him. Liches are naturally emotionless, but he was good at pretending, knowing how to lower people's guard and gain their sympathy and trust. He could deceive emotions and anyone else, as long as he could achieve his goals. This was how he had always thought before meeting the execution squad. Rationality told him that having Rowei distract the vulture was the best solution. She was a descendant of angels, unlike him, a demon. She was so powerful that she wouldn't die. But why did he feel he had made a mistake? Rowei tilted her neck back, blood still pouring out. She had no choice but to think of a way to stop the bleeding. I'll go wash my face by the river. You all go find the potion. Captain, I'll carry you, Jack immediately said, terrified that Rowei would collapse halfway and never wake up. No need. Rowei stood up and realized she was very dizzy. Changing her mind, just help me over there. Okay. Jack helped Rowei to the riverbank, nervously watching her crouch down and dip her hands into the water. In truth, Rowei felt fine. Aside from some blood from her face, a bit of blurred vision, and slight dizziness, everything else felt great. Her breathing was clear, her heart was beating, and she was still alive. A little blood was no big deal. She rubbed the blood off her hands, washed them clean, then splashed some water on the back of her neck and washed her face. The cool liquid slid over her skin, and her foggy brain became a bit clearer. Looking around, although things were still blurry, her heart felt much calmer.
As long as she was still alive, she probably wouldn't die.
The shimmering river reflected the slanted sunlight, looking like a river sprinkled with gold coins, bright, warm, and golden. After washing up, Rowei and Jack returned to the woods. Hall went to find magical plants, Asina said, looking at Rowei. He seems really afraid you'll die. Rowei leaned against a tree trunk and sat down. Aren't you afraid? Of course I am. Asina adjusted her robe and stood up. So I need to go find some too. You should stay here and rest. Rowei looked at her in surprise. Hearing you say that is quite frightening. Asina narrowed her eyes. The only thing you have left is your stubbornness. I won't argue with you. Should I thank you then? Rowei smiled wearily and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she heard footsteps gradually fading away. Asina must have taken the wrong medicine. Such a good opportunity, and she didn't use it to mock her? Perhaps the forest was too quiet. Rowei fell asleep with her eyes closed. Though it was sleep, it didn't feel quite like it. She could still feel the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the gentle breeze in the forest, the rough texture of the tree bark behind her, and the coolness of the grass beneath her. She could also hear the breathing of those around her. Jack's breathing was steady and smooth, Gladys's was shallow and weak, and the Penjado team's breathing was short and rough. As for her own breathing,
well,
at least her heart was still beating. Her consciousness was hazy, and as she listened to the sound of the wind rustling the leaves, she slowly sank into the abyss. After an unknown amount of time, a strong, unpleasant odor penetrated her dreams, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Words couldn't describe this strange smell even a fraction. It was foul, spicy, pungent, and stinging to the eyes. After a while, one could detect a hint of sweetness, but then it would turn sour and fishy, like a mix of foot odor and cat poop, vaguely carrying a mutton-like stench. This smell was thick and choking, lingering in the air, like disgusting worms invading the nostrils, challenging human endurance. Rowei was so disgusted that tears streamed down her face. She held her breath in the dream, but finally couldn't hold it anymore and took a deep breath, letting out a ugh as if pulled back from the edge of death, opening her eyes and bending over to spit out a mouthful of bloody bile. Once her consciousness cleared, the chaotic sounds rushed into her ears like boiling water. Quick, quick, add more fire. It's almost ready, a male voice urged. A furious female voice shouted, Get lost. You add it yourself. Go far away and take the pot over there. Smells terrible.
Did you put shoot in there?
Jack, come help me add some fire, the male voice said again. Hall, did you really not mess up the potion? Impossible. I followed the recipe. Don't worry. I remember it clearly. It won't be wrong. Then why does it smell so bad? Smell bad? No way. It smells great. Let me scoop you a spoonful to smell. No, 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 I don't want to ugh. Roe opened her eyes, grabbed a corner of her robe to cover her nose, and looked toward the source of the noise. There was a stone stove on the ground with an iron pot on it. Hall stood next to the pot, stirring it with a stick, while Jack added firewood and was about to vomit, looking pale. The terrible smell was coming from the iron pot. Roe tightly covered her nose, her expression serious, as she walked slowly toward the pot. What is this? She asked. Captain, you're awake, Jack said, his nose stuffed with 2 rolled-up pieces of cloth, looking like 2 ivory tusks, were brewing healing potions. Roe looked down into the pot. The dark, gooey substance was bubbling strangely, and purple mist was rising. There were several insect corpses hanging from the pot's edge, and a pile of unknown bones scattered near the fire. Healing potion. Such a grotesque thing was a healing potion? Was her eyesight failing, or had they all gone mad? Seeing her expression, Jack hurriedly said, Hall said ugh, this is his researched recipe. Ugh, it's even better than healing potions. That's right, Hall nodded confidently. Finding magical plants takes too much time. Actually, many of the magical plants in the recipe can be replaced with other materials. Don't worry, the effect will definitely not be worse than ordinary potions. Roe. She was worried about the potion's effect. She was worried they would be killed by the smell. It's ready. Hall pulled out a large iron spoon, and Hall looked at Roe, who helplessly stood up and said, No need to thank us. We at Sharia are always ready to help, and are very hospitable. No matter who falls here today, we won't stand by and do nothing. There's not much time left. How about we finish the competition first and talk after it's over? Mentioning the competition made Fubinin anxious. Okay. Let's talk after the competition. Since they hadn't earned many points since entering, they were unsure how far behind they were compared to other academies. It was time to hunt some beasts. The Pinjado team hurriedly said goodbye and headed north, running deep into the mountains. Where are we going next? Hall asked. Roe covered her nose. Let's wash the pot first, then we'll head east. The pot still has a spoonful of medicine in it, Hall lamented. Are you really not going to eat it? I will, she replied. After all, it was medicine. Roe took a deep breath, pulled out her silver spoon, scooped a spoonful of the black paste, closed her eyes, and put it in her mouth. It was bitter, sour, and astringent, an indescribable strange sensation. After swallowing, her tongue tingled, and her stomach burned. Was this a healing potion? She wouldn't believe it even if someone killed her. When Roe opened her eyes, she saw the blackened spoon and fell silent. Did this potion contain hydrogen sulfide? Hall had already taken the pot to the riverbank, and the foul smell drifted away with him, making the air in the forest less suffocating. Asina suddenly appeared from the bushes, looking at Roe with disdain. You can actually drink something that smells so bad? Roe remained expressionless. She didn't want to talk. After a while, Hall returned with a cleaned pot, and the 5 of them set off east. According to the map in Roe's mind, the beasts to the north were closest to them, but since the Pinjado Academy had gone north, they would only find leftovers if they followed. The east looked good too. The forest was dense, and the river was downstream. Larger beasts usually roamed in the downstream areas, making it suitable for them to earn points. After walking for a while, the keen-nosed Gladys suddenly stopped. There are beasts down there. She pointed to the riverbank below. Roe immediately said, Let's go down and take a look. The 5 of them descended into the valley and quickly spotted a few yellow-brown beasts circling on the riverbank. Pointed-eared hyenas, small beasts, easy to kill, Gladys said, drawing her sword and ready to charge forward. Wait, Roe stopped her. These beasts seem off. The 3 pointed-eared hyenas walked as if they were drunk, sticking out their tongues and chasing their tails without noticing the 5 of them nearby. How silly they are, Gladys remarked. It seems like they are poisoned, Hall observed for a moment, raising his magic wand. Let me try. Earth bind. Thick ropes of earth appeared out of nowhere, tightly binding the hyenas. The hyenas didn't resist and happily kicked their legs in the air, looking even sillier. The five exchanged glances. They felt embarrassed to attack such foolish creatures. Hall sighed, switched the wand to his left hand, and pulled out the iron pot with his right. Wait, I'll give them a quick end. Soon, the sound of clanging came from the riverbank. The four watched as Hall smashed the pointed-eared hyenas, leaving them dazed, then dragged 3 fluffy tails over to them. 3 points earned, and everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Was it really this easy to kill beasts? Here, Hall pulled out the canine teeth from the 3 hyenas to give to Ro. You keep them, Ro said, not taking them, as she pushed aside the tall grass with a stick and continued down. Initially thinking the pointed-eared hyenas were an exception, they soon encountered more silly beasts as they moved forward. In less than 100 meters, they found a frostbite viper twisted into a knot in the grass. The frostbite viper was also a low-level beast. Its attack power wasn't strong, but its venom was highly toxic, and it liked to hide in the grass to ambush prey. This type of viper was fast, with a powerful tail that could jump to catch birds in the air. If someone got bitten by its fangs, they would freeze to death within an hour. Logically, such a viper should escape quickly, but this one was surrounded by 5 people and was busy tying itself into a knot, even managing to tie itself into a deadlock. Ro thought that even if they didn't intervene, the snake would likely end up strangling itself. Gladys tried to find its vital point with her sword but couldn't locate it in the tangled mess. Just as she was about to strike down, Hall stopped her. The venom and gallbladder of the frostbite viper are valuable. Don't damage it, watch me. He picked up 2 forked sticks and patiently untangled the snake, straightening it out into a long line. He extracted the venom, peeled off the skin, and easily removed its gallbladder. Watching Hall put the blue-green gallbladder into a bottle, everyone felt dazed again. Were they dreaming, or was this really happening? The highly toxic frostbite viper, which could leap and fly, was being dissected alive. After walking a few hundred meters, they saw several swaying misty beasts by the river. Gladys eagerly ran over, and after a few strikes, she quickly finished them off, but her excitement faded. It was boring. These beasts charged at her sword without any sense of danger, making it feel unfulfilling to kill them. Hey, are those things floating in the water beasts? Jack suddenly pointed at the river. A few beaver-like creatures floated on the river, and as they got closer, they recognized them as a type of beast called the red-haired marten. The red-haired marten had sharp teeth and long claws, loved to dive, and gnaw on trees. These martens seemed to be in trouble, floating belly up in the river. If it weren't for their bellies still rising and falling, they would look dead. Jack used wind magic to lift them and bring them to shore, where Gladys quickly ended their suffering with her sword. The 5 continued east and soon spotted a split-mouthed crocodile basking in the sun by the water plants. The split-mouthed crocodile was a medium-sized beast, slightly stronger than a 3-headed fierce boar. Its skin was very tough, and ordinary iron swords couldn't pierce it. Moreover, its mouth could split into 4 parts, filled with sharp teeth. When it encountered prey, it would open like a flower bud, trapping the prey inside and grinding it to a pulp with its sharp teeth. The group immediately tensed, preparing for a fierce battle. However, when they threw a few fireballs, the split-mouthed crocodile seemed unaffected by the pain, merely flicking its tail and allowing them to bombard it. A medium-sized beast, a fierce one, was blown away just like that. After the battle ended, the 5 couldn't believe they had easily earned 20 points. They felt guilty about these points. What exactly is going on? Gladys asked, confusion written all over her icy blue eyes. Asina looked at the river. Is the water in this river toxic? Toxic? I got it, Jack suddenly said. These beasts must have drunk the toxic river water, which is why they are acting so strangely. Gladys was even more puzzled. Why is the river water toxic? Jack couldn't answer, I don't know. Maybe. Hall stroked his chin. There's a toxic beast upstream that dumped its venom into the water? Ro glanced at Hall, and a bold hypothesis formed in her mind. But it shouldn't be possible. Even if a large pot of poison was dumped into the river, it would be diluted to nothing, especially just a little residue. Besides, if the potion could knock out the beasts, she and Gladys wouldn't be alive and kicking. Ro thought about it and found it impossible until they walked a bit further and happened upon two gray mist beasts drinking water together. The two beasts bent down for a sip, then suddenly jumped up, as if they'd gone mad, shaking their heads and making snorting sounds. The gray mist beast was also a medium-sized beast, resembling a pig, with a gentle temperament and herbivorous nature. When threatened, it would release a cloud of foul-smelling mist that could paralyze other animals, allowing it to escape. Now, these two gray mist beasts were jumping around and farting, causing a mist to spread along the riverbank, making the water birds fly away in droves, some even falling into the mist. In just a few minutes, after expelling their gas, the gray mist beasts collapsed in front of the five, their legs twitching occasionally. Gladys widened her eyes. The river water is really toxic. Quick, kill them. If they die from the poison, it won't count as our points. Jack excitedly threw fireballs at the gray mist beasts, but he had used too much magic today, and his fireballs were small and weak. Get back. Asina raised her wand and chanted a lightning spell, launching a lightning ball. Seeing this, Gladys also raised her wand, mumbling a string of spells. The tip of her wand flickered. Don't be nervous. I won't make you do anything you find difficult, Rose said in the softest tone. I just want to ask you to brew another pot of healing potion. We still have to fight magical beasts, and we're bound to get hurt during the battles. It's better to brew more potions to be prepared. She said this to reassure the magical bees above her head, wanting to show the judges that they weren't trying to poison the beasts, just brewing healing potions for themselves. She said this to avoid trouble. She was afraid the professors from the outer academy would think they were cheating by poisoning the beasts, and she didn't want to argue about it later. In fact, the rules of the magical competition didn't state that they couldn't poison the beasts. Even if they poisoned the beasts openly, that would still be their skill. After all, they had a master poisoner in their team. Ro looked at Hall with increasingly gentle eyes. Hall, I'm counting on you. It's no trouble at all. I'll go gather the herbs right away. How could Hall say it was a bother, especially under Ro's gaze, which felt more like a threat? Just. He hesitated. Do you want the healing potion to be the same as before? What's the difference? Ro asked. Hall nodded seriously. There's a big difference because every potion I brew is different. Ro, you don't have a recipe? Hall awkwardly smiled, showing 8 teeth. Actually, I make up the recipe as I go along. I just add whatever I have, and sometimes I add too many different things, so I can't remember it myself. Rose smiled. Hall, you're really a genius. No. Hall quickly waved his hands, feeling that this compliment might be a trap. Ro closed her eyes for a moment. With teammates like him, it was a miracle that she and Gladys hadn't been poisoned. All right, let's hurry and gather the herbs. The sooner we brew the healing potions, the more points we can earn. Although Hall said he couldn't brew an identical potion to the last one, Ro had a deep understanding of his potion-making skills, deep enough that she was willing to trust him, only when it came to brewing potions. She believed Hall's hands could brew something unusual. The sun hung low in the west, and dusk settled in. The Sharia team slowly ventured deeper into the eastern forest along the river, not stopping at all. The 5 of them hunted magical beasts while collecting the herbs and various strange bugs and bones Hall needed, completing the potion-making task before sunset. A strange foul smell lingered in the forest, even worse than the smell from earlier in the afternoon. When Hall announced that he was done, a thick red-black smoke rose from the bubbling pot. A few small flying magical beasts returning home flew over the treetops, and upon being hit by the smoke, their wings weakened, causing them to fall from the sky with a plop into the pot filled with red mist. Hiss at the moment the flying beasts fell into the pot, Ro and her 3 non-witch teammates gasped. The live flying beasts fell into the pot without even having a chance to struggle. Their hard feathers were corroded by the potion, and their bodies turned into a pool of blood, mixing into the boiling potion. Hall's eyes lit up. Eye-eating poison bird, great addition. I thought this potion was lacking, but adding the eye-eating bird's feathers makes it perfect. Are you serious? Ro couldn't help but ask. The feathers of the eye-eating bird are highly toxic. Are you sure this potion is safe to drink? Hall patted his chest confidently. I brewed this potion. Trust me, this is the best healing potion I've ever made. The previous potion might have been a bit rough, but with the eye-eating bird added, it will be much milder and taste better than meat broth. Ro, I can't feel at ease at all. Hall knew she didn't believe him, so he calmly took an iron spoon, scooped up some of the potion and sniffed it. Ah, it smells great. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the potion. After finishing, he smacked his lips and reluctantly offered a spoonful to the others. It's delicious. You should try it. Asina had already run off, and Gladys had retreated 8 paces, peeking out from behind a tree. Only Ro and Jack remained in front of Hall's pot, one wanting to confirm the potion's effects, and the other too afraid to run in case Hall held a grudge. No need to try. Ro pushed his spoon away with her wand. I'm curious, since you changed the recipe for the healing potion, does it still count as a healing potion? Of course it counts. Hall's expression turned serious when it came to his expertise. A healing potion is called a healing potion because it has healing effects, right? It doesn't matter what recipe is used, as long as the potion has healing effects. That's all that matters. Ro twitched her mouth. So you're using a potion made from a highly toxic beast? Hall remained calm. Different poisons can cancel each other out. As long as you get the dosage right, it won't kill anyone. At most, there might be a little side effect, but compared to its healing effects, those side effects are nothing, don't you think? Ro felt uneasy. What do you mean by a little side effect? Hall stiffened his neck. You saw it too. The effects of my potion are undeniable. The healing potion from earlier healed wounds 10 times faster than regular healing potions. Ro, so? Hall looked up at the sky. A little toxicity might lead to excessive excitement or excessive depression. But don't worry, he raised a finger to swear. I can brew an antidote if you need it. I can do it right away. Ro's temples throbbed. What side effects does the antidote have? Hall whispered. Actually, it doesn't have much side effect, just that the detox process can be quite painful, but it won't kill you, unless you're suicidal. Ro. How painful would it have to be for someone to want to commit suicide? Her expression turned cold. All right, no need to say more. We don't need the antidote for now. Pack up your potion. It's getting dark, and we need to find a safe place to camp. Night is the time when large magical beasts are most active. They hadn't eaten since entering, so they needed to eat something to regain their strength and rest well to have the energy to fight the beasts at midnight. The Sharia team chose a sheltered riverside area as their campsite. It had a clear view, low vegetation, and they could detect any movement around, making it much safer than the dense forest. Jack was in charge of starting the fire. Gladys collected a bunch of sticks and sharpened them, and Hall was cleaning a copper-toothed rabbit by the river. Ro and Asina, not seeing eye to eye and not wanting the other to slack off, gathered branches together to set up camp. Just as the campsite was finished, the sky turned completely dark. The 5 of them sat around the fire, roasting rabbit meat while eating their own provisions. Jack's provisions consisted of a few carrots and a stack of crepes. Crepes are thin pancakes made from flour that can be stored for a long time and are cheap. 2 can be bought for a copper coin, making them a lifesaver for poor farmers during hard times. Jack wiped the dirt off a carrot, rolled it in a crepe, and was about to take a bite when he suddenly heard a crunching sound that made his teeth ache, along with a sweet, milky aroma wafting by. He paused and looked around. Gladys was fiercely gnawing on a cow bone, and Hall was chewing on a piece of hard black bread. Ro and Asina were leisurely tasting soft, sweet desserts exclusive to A-Score while sipping on sweet fruit wine, making it seem more like a picnic than a competition. The 2 sides of teammates formed a stark contrast. One side was exquisite and elegant, while the other was wild and fierce. Jack sat between Hall and Asina, curling up silently. Oh God, his teammates seemed a bit abnormal. What should he do? Sizzle. The meat on the fire sizzled and soon turned golden and crispy, releasing an irresistible aroma. Since rabbits don't have fatty meat, they can easily burn, So Ro had previously coated the rabbit meat with olive oil and marinated it with salt and honey for a while. This way, the rabbit meat wouldn't burn easily, and the taste would be better. It's ready. Hall turned the stick. Wait a moment, I'll sprinkle some pepper and cumin, Ro replied. Cumin is considered the second most aromatic plant in the world after pepper, with the Mediterranean being one of its native regions. It is a local spice in Europe, much cheaper than pepper, but still unaffordable for common people. It's easy to imagine that adding pepper and cumin instantly upgraded the ordinary roasted meat to gourmet cuisine, and the strong aroma of the roasted meat was irresistible. Gulp. The four of them swallowed hard, their eyes shining as they stared at the roasted meat on the fire. The professors in the viewing area were also unconsciously swallowing as they watched the magical mirror. Professor Snick Gladys rubbed her eyes, yawned widely, and sat down by the campfire. Rovi had just added more wood to the fire, and the flames were burning brightly, warming everyone up. Gladys sniffed and caught a whiff of blood. When she opened her eyes wide, she noticed several small monster corpses next to the fire. Swish, swish, there was a sound. Her ears perked up, her pupils widened, and her gaze shot toward the bushes nearby. Branches were shaking. Prey was coming. Gladys drew her sword and rushed over, and the empty riverbank echoed with the cries of beasts. In less than 10 seconds, the sound stopped abruptly, and the riverbank fell silent again. Gladys proudly returned to the campfire, holding a small monster. Just as she sat down, she heard more sounds of beasts moving nearby. She quickly stood up, sword in hand, and dashed out. For over 2 hours, Gladys repeated the actions of sit down, get up and kill monsters, sit down. By the time the others woke up, there was a small mountain of monsters in front of the tent. Rovi looked at the monster corpses on the ground, astonished. Gladys, did you kill all of these? Gladys held her head high, her chin illuminated by the firelight. 11, easy. If she had a tail, it would be waving like a fan in the air. Your sword skills have improved, Rovi praised. You're really amazing. Just yesterday, when she was killing rodents, Gladys needed to find weak spots and stab 3 or 4 times to succeed. After just one night, her swordsmanship and eyesight had improved so much. Talent really is hard to measure. Once Hall had searched the monsters for valuable items, the 5 of them extinguished the fire and headed toward the valley to the east. There was a group of medium-sized monsters, and one large monster there. Rovi had seen them in the afternoon, and they were still there at night, so it was the perfect time to take them down. With the help of magical runes, the 5 crossed 2 mountains in just 20 minutes and reached the high point of the valley. As they entered the forest, a sense of danger quickly surged in their hearts, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. On the other side of the mountain, they could still hear the sounds of beasts running and branches breaking, but once they crossed over, all those sounds vanished. The dark, primeval forest was silent. Even the sound of their footsteps on the fallen leaves was clearly audible. It was too quiet, uncomfortably so. To see the path ahead, the 5 had been holding torches, but now the torches made them feel blind. The area lit by the fire was bright, but beyond its reach, everything turned into thick darkness, as if surrounded by a curtain, hiding the scenery outside. Tall trees blocked the sky, creating a dark canopy above them, trapping them in this small world. Suddenly, Gladys gripped her sword hilt, making a hiss sound that startled the others. Rovi grabbed Gladys's wrist and whispered, Gladys, what's wrong? There are monsters nearby, Gladys said nervously, looking around, but this time her nose and ears seemed to fail her. She couldn't determine the direction of the monsters. After glancing around for a moment, her nerves slowly relaxed. No monsters, I must have heard wrong. How could a werewolf make a mistake? Rovi's heart raced. Surely their luck couldn't be so good as to run into a large monster right after entering? According to her divination map, the large monster should be some distance away. Did it come this way? Clang. Hall suddenly pulled out a pot, staring intently at one spot. What's going on? Jack asked, his heart in his throat, quickly raising his magic wand. Is there something over there? Hall frowned, then put the pot down. a look of confusion crossing his face. It seems like there's nothing. Can you not be so jumpy? Asina said irritably. We haven't even encountered a monster yet, and you're already scaring us to death. Be quiet, Rovi whispered. Hall and Gladys wouldn't act like this for no reason. There must be monsters watching us. Jack felt a chill run down his spine. Watching us? What kind of monster is that smart? Aren't monsters supposed to rush at people? After Rovi said that, Asina also found it strange. What should we do? Should we throw some fireballs out to test it? Most monsters are afraid of fire and will run away when they see fireballs. Throwing fireballs might not help, Hall said. We are in the light, and the monsters are in the dark. Throwing fireballs could distract us, and the monsters might take the chance to attack from behind. Then should we start a big fire? Jack suggested. Rovi had been observing the surroundings and noticed that the wind sounds had noticeably increased while they were talking. This monster was fast and light-footed. Its limbs must be very agile, with night vision and hearing abilities comparable to a werewolf. A feline, she concluded. Is it a leopard or a tiger? Let's put out the torches. What? The four were shocked. The torches illuminate too small an area and will eventually burn out, which won't help us much, Rovi patiently explained. It's better to extinguish them. We might still be able to see each other. How can we fight if we can't see anything? Asina strongly opposed. Are we just going to wait to be bitten by a monster?
Not at all, Hall interjected.
Most nocturnal monsters have reflective eyes. With the starlight, we can see them. That's right, Rovi nodded. Hall, take out the potion bottle and be ready. Once we put out the torches, throw it in the right direction immediately. Okay. Hall took out the potion bottle. Gladys, Asina, Jack, I'll use water magic to extinguish the torches. Be ready to fight. If the potion doesn't work, we need to counterattack immediately. Got it, the three replied. All right, I'll start now. Rovi chanted the spell, and after finishing the last syllable, she suddenly unleashed a water dragon. Extinguish. The fire went out suddenly, but the five couldn't immediately adapt to the darkness. In that moment of blindness, Gladys heard a faint sound behind her. Behind us, she shouted. A rush of wind came, and the five felt a chill on their backs. Hall quickly uncorked the bottle and turned to throw it.
Bang!
The bottle hit something, and the spilled potion released a terrible stench, followed by a loud gagging sound in the darkness. A strong tail swept past the backs of the five, and Gladys felt for brush against her neck, startling her into swinging her sword, but she missed. With the fire extinguished, the five gradually adjusted to the dark environment, and the outlines of the forest slowly came into view. The stench filled the air, and the sounds of the monster gagging echoed repeatedly, as if it were circling around them.
Ah!
Gladys exclaimed. Rovi asked what happened. There are so many monsters. As soon as Gladys finished speaking, the others also saw clearly, and they gasped in shock. From their viewpoint, they saw pairs of yellow-green eyes flickering in the dark forest, cold light shimmering about 70 or 80 meters away. It is well known that predators like wolves and leopards have special eye structures. Normally, their eyes appear dull. However, once they lock onto a target and show intent to attack, their eyes quickly gather the faint and scattered light around them, reflecting a fierce and cold glow. These magical beasts were too afraid to approach due to the stench of the potion, but their greedy eyes still fixed on the group like green lanterns. They viewed Roway and the others as prey, and they wouldn't give up without taking a bite. Wind-chasing lynx, intermediate magical beasts, 15 of them. Hall counted the beasts, his tone serious. So many beasts, all wind-chasing lynxes? Asina asked in shock. Yes, all of them, Hall replied without a hint of joking. The number of beasts around will only increase, not decrease. Some beasts, overwhelmed by the stench, hadn't even opened their eyes yet. Roway was also startled. Lynxes usually don't hunt in packs. Why were these beasts? Then she realized why. After all, this was not a magical beast forest. The Academy had released 1,000 magical beasts into a few small woods, resulting in an overly high density of beasts. With larger magical beasts nearby, hunting became difficult for the wind-chasing lynxes, so they chose to cooperate. These beasts had been released gradually over the past 2 weeks, and they had already hunted most of the wildlife in the woods. Now, hungry humans entering this area became their target for a collective attack. What luck they had! Roway sighed and asked Hall, "How much potion is left?" 3 small bottles and 2 leather bags. "Take out all the small bottles," Roway said. "We're definitely going to get hurt later. Everyone should apply a little potion on themselves. If anyone gets injured, they can lick it."
Lick.
Asina grimaced. "That makes sense." Hall quickly took out a potion bottle and poured half onto himself, focusing on his neck and wrists. Roway nodded repeatedly, "Yes, just like Hall. If we get hurt, we can access the potion right away." The professors in the magic mirror. Those clever kids. Don't think they don't know what she's planning. Licking the potion? She clearly wants to use it to poison the magical beasts. What frustrated them was that she could turn healing potions into poison, and her excuse was to prevent injuries. They couldn't find a reason to deduct points. Indeed, students from Sharia were just as annoying as their professors. In the magic mirror, everyone in the Sharia team applied the potion. Even Asina, who disliked it the most, smeared a large amount of black-red paste all over her sleeves. "Is everyone ready?" A sly glint flashed in Roway's eyes. "Once we're ready, we'll counterattack. Right ahead, the beast that's vomiting the most, attack." Swish! Gladys charged ahead, her sword slicing through the air, followed closely by Roway and Asina, their wands gathering red and green light. Jack walked second to last, guarding against a sneak attack from the side, while Hall held the stinky iron pot, bringing up the rear alone. Clang! The sword struck the wind-chasing lynx's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Gladys quickly retreated after missing her strike, and a fiery ball hit the lynx's face, exploding in a blaze of flames. The fierce wind spread the fire across the lynx, which screamed and fled into the distance. Another fireball shot out, hitting the lynx's injured shoulder, causing blood to splatter. The lynx lost support from its front legs and tumbled down the hill. Asina quickly cast a wind spell to trap the lynx, while Gladys rushed forward, stabbing the lynx in the neck. The death of their companion enraged the remaining wind-chasing lynxes, and their howls echoed through the forest. However, midway through their roars, they turned into retching sounds. The stench of the potion was still spreading, and cats have very sensitive noses. This foul odor targeted magical beasts, making every breath a torment. The lynxes closest to the 5 even vomited bile. They were already hungry, and now they had emptied their stomachs. With these humans being fierce and unapproachable, many wind-chasing lynxes began to reconsider their attack. The wind-chasing lynxes were smart. They attacked the Sharia team to fill their bellies, but with these humans being so foul, even if they ate them, they would vomit it back up. Moreover, these humans had considerable fighting power. They exchanged painful losses for a pile of inedible stinky meat, which was not worth it. In the darkness, the calls of the wind-chasing lynxes suddenly changed, calling their companions to retreat in low voices. "They want to escape." Realizing the magical beasts intended to flee, Hall shouted. "Escape?" Roway waved her wand, firing dozens of fireball projectiles to block the lynx's path. She wouldn't let the duck that was almost in her mouth fly away. She immediately ordered, "Go. Surround them. Earth bind. Wind shield." I'm coming with fire dragon technique." Hall and Asina quickly cast spells to trap the beasts, while Jack used fire spells to ignite their tails, causing flames to burn their behinds, making the wind-chasing lynxes howl. Gladys stared with bright eyes and dashed into the group of beasts. Facing magical beasts 3 times her size, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she was like a mouse that fell into a rice bin, grinning with excitement. Finding the rear of a wind-chasing lynx, she thrust her sharp sword forcefully, twisted it to pull it out, then turned to target another beast, her blood-dripping sword thrusting forward again. Gladys swung her sword tirelessly, blinded by rage. The wind-chasing lynxes wailed in pain, their throats dry-heaving, suffering like never before. Let them go. They wouldn't eat this meal. On a dark and windy night, the 5 demons rampaged through the forest, and news of the slaughter of the wind-chasing lynxes spread with the wind, causing small magical beasts within 10 miles to tremble in fear. In just 1 hour, the battle of the Sharia team came to an end. Looking at the blood and corpses scattered on the ground, even they couldn't believe they had killed 15 intermediate magical beasts together. These wind-chasing lynxes hardly resisted. They were practically giving away points. Each beast was worth 20 points, and 15 beasts totaled 300 points. They finally made up for the points lost to the vulture. However, Gladys was a bit dissatisfied. I heard that 2 magical beasts escaped. 2 clever wind-chasing lynxes had initially hidden at the edge, holding back their voices despite the stench of the potion. When they saw their companions being killed, they tucked their tails and ran without a trace. "There's nothing we can do. We're too few to surround them," Hall said regretfully. Roway replied, "Sometimes less is more. It's better that those 2 escaped. If they had joined the fight, we might have been at a disadvantage and wouldn't have achieved our current results." "Yeah, I think this is already great," Jack said, grinning widely. "That's 15 intermediate magical beasts. Could other academy teams kill 15 intermediate magical beasts at once?"
No.
"Our Sharia Magic Academy team is the strongest." After their previous experience, the 5 of them did not leave after collecting their spoils this time. Instead, they hid quietly in a sheltered spot a few hundred meters away, waiting. As the wind blew, the stench of the potions faded somewhat, while the smell of blood became stronger. A field full of windchaser lynx corpses isn't more appealing than a bunch of needle-haired rodents? After waiting for about 10 minutes, more magical beasts would surely come to scavenge. As Roway expected, just a few minutes later, they heard a rustling sound in the woods. The sound was faint, a normal person might not hear it, but the Sharia team had Gladys, who could hear sounds within a 10-kilometer radius. Small magical beasts, a group 600 meters away. Gladys whispered to Roway, "Should we attack?" "Wait a bit longer." Roway was afraid of startling the other magical beasts still lurking nearby. Diurnal magical beasts had mostly been killed by the competing teams during the day, leaving mainly nocturnal ones, which were active at this time. Her map couldn't track the beasts in real time. It could only estimate their general activity range based on where they had been. In the dim light, even if they knew the beast's activity range, they might not find them.
It was better to use bait to lure them in.
Soon, a group of shadows emerged from the grass and quickly moved to the windchaser lynx's corpse. Roway and the others saw their true form, a group of small magical beasts with black and white fur, resembling skunks, called bloodthirsty weasels. Bloodthirsty weasels are social animals that like to forage in groups. When they encounter enemies, they spray a foul-smelling venom from their glands, causing temporary blindness in any creature hit by it. Besides being poisonous, these beasts have little combat ability. Even an ordinary person could kill one with a shovel, but in the wild, they are quite formidable. Most predators, like windchaser lynxes, blade wolves, and spotted leopards, usually avoid bloodthirsty weasels. Unless they are starving, they would never eat skunk meat. Roway was curious. How did the stench of bloodthirsty weasel venom compare to Hall's potions? Not far away, a dozen bloodthirsty weasels pounced on the windchaser lynx's corpse, feasting. Gladys couldn't hold back. "Aren't we going to attack?" Roway looked around and saw no new magical beasts approaching, nodding. "We can move." Before she finished speaking, Gladys shot out like an arrow. Roway was taken aback, then quickly gripped her magic wand. "Hurry, let's catch up." Although bloodthirsty weasels weren't strong fighters, their venom could spray up to 10 meters, making them somewhat tricky to deal with. In the dim forest, the terrified cries of the weasels echoed. By the time they arrived, Gladys was already returning with her sword. In just 10 seconds, from the moment the weasels cried out to the end of the battle, she had killed 13 magical beasts alone. How could a person's sword be that fast? Roway shifted her gaze from the weasel corpses to Gladys. Gladys's face was flushed, her pupils dilated, and her breathing was rapid, with her hand trembling slightly around the sword. Why hadn't she noticed before? Gladys clearly seemed off, as if she had taken a stimulant. A stimulant? In a flash, Roway remembered what Hall had said about the side effects of the healing potion. It could cause excessive excitement or severe depression. So, Gladys was experiencing the side effects of a low-quality potion and was now in an excited state? Roway frowned. Excessive excitement could disrupt brain function, leading to heightened emotions and increased blood pressure, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. Those who took stimulants might initially appear brave and quick, but later suffer from muscle weakness, slow reactions, dizziness, and drowsiness. Gladys was definitely showing signs of being overly excited. Hall, if I asked you to brew an antidote right now, how long would it take? Roway asked. Brewing the potion won't take long, but gathering the ingredients, Hall replied honestly, could take until dawn. It was too dark in the forest to find anything. Roway frowned. Can Gladys last until dawn? Hall quickly understood her concern and advised, actually, you don't need to worry. Letting Gladys release some energy will help her expel the toxins from her body. Once she's done, she'll be fine. How long will it take to expel them? For someone like Gladys, about half a day. Half a day would be just in time for dawn tomorrow? Roway looked at Gladys, who was also staring at her with wide ice-blue eyes. I'm fine, really, she said, having overheard Roway and Hall's conversation. She raised her sword and declared, See? I'm super fast at killing magical beasts. Roway couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, you kill beasts faster than any of us. Can someone help me light a fire? Hall rummaged through his bag and pulled out an empty sheepskin bag. I need to collect the bloodthirsty weasel's venom. It's too dark to see. Why do you want that disgusting thing? Asina distanced herself from him in disgust. I'll do it, Jack said, igniting a flame with his wand and running over to Hall.
Can you see?
Do you need it brighter? After this battle, he deeply appreciated the benefits of using potions to suppress magical beasts and had no complaints about Hall's method of collecting venom. Anything the Master of Poisons wanted couldn't be ordinary, right? Those were materials for amazing potions. They could help them earn a lot of points. After Hall collected the weasel venom, the five continued their journey deeper into the valley. In the next few hours, they did not encounter any more groups of magical beasts like the Windchaser Lynx, only killing a few small magical beasts and 3 medium-sized ones. Roway remembered there was a large magical beast in this valley, but they had circled around several times without finding it. Hall suggested a bad idea. Let the 5 of them split up to search, and whoever found it would shoot a fireball into the sky to notify the others. Asina scoffed. You're just asking for trouble. Shooting fireballs? If they encountered a large magical beast, they wouldn't even be able to escape before their teammates arrived. Roway aligned with Asina this time. Splitting up is dangerous. Hall, how could you come up with such an idea? With his intelligence, he shouldn't. Hall shrugged. We can't find it, so splitting up increases the chances of encountering a beast. Oh, I see. Roway smiled slightly. You're right. We should split up. Asina glanced at the two, then pondered for a moment before showing a hint of understanding. Okay, let's split up. Gladys and Jack looked confused, but their greatest strength was obedience. All right, which direction should we go? Jack asked. Though he didn't understand, he would follow their lead. The captain wouldn't lead him astray. From where we are standing, let's search within a 2-kilometer radius, Roway said casually. If we haven't found any magical beasts in half an hour, we'll meet back here. Jack scratched his head. How long is half an hour? He didn't have a clock and couldn't estimate the time. Hall patted his shoulder. You can count it this way. Walk about 3,000 steps from here, and that's roughly 2 kilometers. If you walk quickly, there and back should take about half an hour. Jack nodded vigorously. Got it. Thanks. In the dense forest, the Sharia teams split up and ventured deeper into the woods, beginning their individual explorations. About 10 minutes later, Roway discovered a set of huge hoof prints beside a ravine. Just as she was about to crouch down to examine them, a cold mountain breeze suddenly brushed against her hair. 3 kilometers away, Gladys's ears perked up, and her bright eyes looked into the distance. At the same time, the surrounding trees trembled slightly. Hall seemed to sense something and placed his palm against the tree bark. A large magical beast was coming out. They all instinctively looked toward the direction of the mountain wind, where a strong earthy smell wafted from the eastern hillside. That direction is Asina? Rosy stood up in surprise. She remembered Asina had gone toward the eastern hillside because she found the valley's bloody stench too overwhelming and had gone up. She never expected that beast would choose her. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from the mountain. The wind suddenly picked up, shaking the trees, and the peaceful night was shattered by the roar, turning the forest noisy with rustling leaves and tension. Rosy drew her magic wand and quickly recited a wind spell, rushing toward the eastern hillside. Gladys and Hall moved even faster, already halfway up the mountain, while Jack lagged behind, but not too far. In the dim starlight, they saw a wide back rising among the darkened trees. 2 long, curved horns emerged from the black arch of its back, stretching out. When the shadow fully stood up, it resembled a hunched giant reaching for the sky. The burrowing goat demon. Anyone who had seen the Beast Encyclopedia would know its name. The burrowing goat demon is one of when Asina landed on the ground, she saw 3 teammates standing under the fallen tree trunk. Even collecting bodies isn't this slow, she complained. Collecting bodies takes even longer, Gladys replied seriously. Asina's expression darkened as she looked at Ro. Were you just watching from below? Not at all, Ro said with a smile. We were worried about interrupting your big move. Asina gritted her teeth. Should I thank you for that? Ro nodded with a smile. You're welcome. Humph. Asina snorted and turned to the cave goat demon. I can hold it off for 10 seconds at most, so hurry up if you want to attack. Upon hearing this, Gladys immediately jumped out and started stabbing at the cave goat demon's chest and abdomen. Hall climbed onto it, pulled out a bag of potions, and frantically squeezed them into its dark mouth. 10 seconds would definitely not be enough for them to find the cave goat demon's heart, so feeding it some potions would buy them a little more time. While squeezing, he explained to the magical bees above him, "We don't bully the weak. The cave goat demon is injured in its eyes, so I'll heal it first and then have a fair duel." Fair duel? Just using some underhanded tactics. In front of the magic mirror, several professors supervising the Sharia team were silently cursing. Other teams were sleeping, and their supervising professors could also take a break. But the Sharia team was causing trouble in the middle of the night, keeping them awake. One professor, overwhelmed with frustration, accidentally muttered this out loud, and the person next to him immediately tugged at his sleeve. Keep it down. The Divine Academy team hasn't slept yet. Cursing Sharia for causing trouble at night also meant cursing the Divine Academy. The angry professor felt a jolt and looked at the magic mirror of the Divine Academy. Sure enough, the Divine Academy team had just finished a small battle and was preparing to head towards the noise from the mountain. But that direction. Isn't that the direction of the Sharia team? Are they going to run into each other again? Who told Sharia to make such a big noise? Their combat power is already inferior to the Divine Academy's. I think this time, TSK. At the foot of the mountain, Gladys had stabbed dozens of times without hitting the cave goat demon's vital points and was growing increasingly anxious. Asina and Ro were also busy searching for its heart. They had used magic to attack several spots but found nothing. Hall was shoving potion paste into the cave goat demon's throat with a pot, half his body inside its mouth, which looked terrifying. If the cave goat demon suddenly attacked, he might get swallowed whole. Fortunately, the cave goat demon's shadow had no teeth and could only swallow its prey whole. Even if he fell into its stomach, as long as he was cut out in time, he would be safe. I am here. Jack rushed over, panting. Just as he was about to help, he caught a glimpse of a ray of sunlight shining from the mountaintop. He froze, quickly rubbed his eyes, and realized it wasn't sunlight but several glowing figures. Oh no, the Divine Academy people are coming. Jack shouted urgently to the others, Captain, the Divine Academy is coming to steal our magical beast. What should we do? The others turned to look and indeed saw several lights rapidly descending from the mountaintop. Asina slammed a fireball onto the goat demon, gritting her teeth. It's them again. She didn't mind the theft of the vulture, as she hadn't contributed much. But this cave goat demon was subdued with most of her magic power. If it was stolen by the Divine Academy, she wouldn't accept it. Asina growled at Ro. Think of something. Aren't you usually full of ideas? I don't have as many ideas as you do, Ro replied coldly. Wasn't she anxious too? Every point they lost affected her final prize. Asina was furious. This competition isn't fair at all. All the magical beasts let in are prepared for the Divine Academy. The cave goat demon's magical talent was shadow manipulation, and light magic could easily penetrate its shadow to find its heart. The vulture's magical talent was sound attack, and only light healing could resist sound attack damage, allowing them to approach and kill it. Every effort they made in Shiria only helped the Divine Academy solve their early battle problems, letting them skip the fighting part and go straight to the final blow. The more Asina thought about it, the angrier she got. Even if she didn't care about her team's win or loss, she didn't want to benefit other academies in this way. Can you come up with a plan or not? They're almost here. If the Divine Academy arrived, she wouldn't foolishly charge at them. Her identity couldn't withstand their light magic tests. Stop yelling. Ro's mind raced. After a moment, she tightened her grip on her magic wand. Get out the lead coats and sunglasses. What do you mean? Asina asked in shock. Do as I say. Ro shouted impatiently. I want to see what you come up with. Asina glared at her, quickly putting on the lead coat and the strange sunglasses. In the blink of an eye, the others also donned their protective gear, nervously and expectantly looking at Ro. Everyone except Jack. Hide first, Ro calmly ordered. Jack, smear some mud on your face to darken it and stand under the cave goat demon. As soon as the Divine Academy finds its heart, attack immediately. Attack the cave goat demon? No, attack the Divine Academy people. Okay. Jack trembled with nerves, quickly smearing mud on his face and hiding by the goat demon's feet. Gladys, give me your sword. Ro took Gladys's sword, quickly moved to the other side of the cave goat demon, and jumped up onto a large tree. In just a few seconds, the five were hidden. The Divine Academy team reached the foot of the mountain, seeing the disheveled bushes and the standing cave goat demon, puzzled. Where are the people? They had clearly heard other teams' voices from the mountaintop. Ugh, it stinks.
Do you smell that?
Sniff, sniff. Ugh, what is that awful smell? Ugh, I can't take it. Ugh. The five members of the Divine Academy stepped back dramatically, retreating dozens of steps. Fry frowned at the smell. The odor is coming from the cave goat demon's mouth. It probably ate a beast with a stink gland. What beast? A bloodthirsty weasel? A bloodthirsty weasel doesn't smell this bad. How do you know? Have you smelled it? I guessed. Who would smell that thing? All right, quiet. Let's finish this quickly and leave this cursed place, Fry said, covering his nose, then turned to ask, Sylvester, what do you think? Sylvester cautiously looked around. Don't you find it suspicious? Why did the people here disappear as soon as we arrived? Maybe they saw us and realized they had no chance. A teammate laughed. Sylvester shook his head. I think we should check it out. What if there's someone hiding like last time? They might think we are trying to steal points. What does it matter? The teammate said. They encountered the monster before us, but didn't kill it. Is it because they didn't want to fight? No, it's just because they couldn't. Since they can't kill the monster, and we can, the points should be ours. Fei Rui agreed. Andre is right. This is a competition. We don't need to be gentlemen here. Even if we're not being gentlemen, we still need to investigate, Sylvester suggested. No one would just disappear after subduing a monster. I think they are likely hiding somewhere. Hiding somewhere to steal our monster? Andre laughed. I doubt anyone would dare to take our monster from the academy. You're overthinking it, Sylvester. The other two teammates chimed in, yeah, they wouldn't dare. And it smells too bad up ahead. Who knows if the stench is toxic? We should act quickly. Fei Rui finally agreed with his teammates' suggestions. He thought, like Andre, that no one would disrespect the academy. The four raised their wands and began to chant a light spell. Sylvester, caught in the middle, reluctantly raised his wand to join them. Prince Alfred's influence was growing, and he had already reached into the academy. All three of his teammates had sided with Fei Rui, pledging loyalty to Prince Alfred. Only he, the brother of the paladin commander, was often overlooked and suppressed by his classmates because he belonged to the Pope's faction. As the long spell neared its end, Fei Rui's voice stood out, while the other four became mere background. Light spell, truth beam. Light elements gathered in the air, and as Fei Rui finished the last line of the spell, a bright glow erupted. The golden light pierced through the shadow of the cave goat monster, making the shadow instantly transparent. The red heart hidden behind the right horn was revealed to everyone. On its horn, quick, use lightning magic. The five immediately waved their wands and began to chant the lightning spell. Unfortunately, before they could release their magic, fireballs began flying at them from the feet of the cave goat monster. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs weren't very powerful, but being thrown at them one after another was incredibly annoying. Their spellcasting was abruptly interrupted by the sudden attack. The five took a step back, just as an imperfect fireball landed in front of them, exploding and sending dirt flying into their eyes. Darn it, who did that? Andre quickly threw a fireball back, drawing his sword and charging forward. However, after running a few meters, he caught a whiff of a strong stench and vomited. About 150 meters ahead, Jack used a water spell to create a small water ball, rinsed his wrist, and quickly threw the water ball before hiding behind the goat monster, keeping his achievements to himself. Fei Rui and Sylvester covered their noses with handkerchiefs and ran towards the cave goat monster, swords in hand. Just as they were about to see who was throwing fireballs at the goat monster's feet, a flash of sword light appeared above them, and a long sword flew through the air, stabbing into the monster's beating heart. With the fatal spot hit, the cave goat monster's shadow dispersed like foam, and its massive body vanished without a trace, causing the long sword to drop. The two paused, looking in disbelief at the direction the sword had come from. In the dim forest, a figure jumped down from the treetops and quickly disappeared from their sight. Someone really dared to steal points from their academy. In their shock, they even forgot to chase after the figure. Sylvester couldn't help but wonder. How could they dare? How could they scheme against the academy? Weren't they afraid of the church? Fei Rui snapped back to reality, filled with anger at being tricked. Shameless people. He looked towards where the goat monster had vanished and quickly made a decision. The sword hasn't been taken. The spoils still belong to us. He wanted those people to know that no one could steal the points earned by the academy. Go, cut off the goat's horn. Fei Rui ordered, while his three teammates, holding back their nausea, rushed forward. Sylvester glanced at the forest, feeling puzzled. That figure seemed familiar, like her, Ro, the princess of Misty Plain, whom his brother praised endlessly. The three academy students finally reached the spot where the cave goat monster had vanished. They pushed aside the grass and saw a large puddle of thick black-red liquid, and the overwhelming stench immediately attacked their noses. Ugh, bleh. The three could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably, feeling like their insides were about to come out. In the grass, Jack, who had already mastered the art of stealth, quietly took the long sword and goat horn, crawling away like a wriggling maggot. Fei Rui and Sylvester waited a long time for their teammates to return. Reluctantly covering their noses, they walked over, only to find their three teammates already unconscious and a puddle of thick vomit. The two closed their eyes, and under the dual assault of the foul air and the disgusting vomit, their faces turned from green to red, then to purple. Finally, they couldn't hold it in any longer, and both vomited. Fei Rui felt weak in his limbs, and just before collapsing, he reached out a trembling hand, groaning in pain. It's toxic. Thud. Sylvester pressed down on his churning stomach, rolled his eyes, and fell down too. People from the academy were used to incense. Even when using the restroom, Servants would light incense to eliminate odors. They had never encountered something so foul. The street in Sharia, filled with the smell of excrement, was already their limit. The odor here was 1,000 times worse. Just inhaling it made them dizzy, and after 2 breaths, they felt disoriented. It was definitely poisonous. They needed to report to the judges that someone was openly poisoning in the arena. Ha ha ha, you should have seen their faces. Jack gestured animatedly, like this, all scrunched up, looking miserable, their faces changing from blue to purple. Like moldy peas, no, like black bread mixed with sand. Black bread. Hall felt a bit hurt. He pulled out a stick of black bread from his bag. Is this the kind of black bread you mean? Jack was startled when he accidentally hurt a teammate. He stammered, No, I wasn't talking about you. I was just making an example. Crunch. Hall bit into a piece of dark bread and chewed loudly. What are you afraid of? I didn't say you were wrong. If you bite the bread like it's their face, it can be quite satisfying. Jack felt a little relieved. Actually, Heisenberg wasn't that scary, he thought. Even though the other students said that Hall from Professor Temple's class was a weirdo who often scared classmates with gas in class and was so reckless that even the professor couldn't control him. But after spending some time with him, Jack realized that Hall didn't brew poison on purpose. He probably just had a problem with his sense of smell and couldn't tell good from bad. Moreover, Hall was poorer than him. While Jack wouldn't eat the gritty dark bread, Hall enjoyed it. He must have suffered a lot before. Poor Hall, he had faced too much criticism and misunderstanding. Once the competition was over, he had to go back to the academy and tell everyone that Hall was just a simple and good classmate. Fortunately, the members of the death squad didn't hear his thoughts. Otherwise, they would have laughed out loud. Hall has a smell problem? If he didn't cling to Xinglu residents for free meals every day, they might have almost believed it. Where are we going next? Asina asked Rowei while fixing her hair. Rowei looked up at the starry sky. The Big Dipper was bright, and there was still a long time until dawn. Let's rest for 15 minutes, then head south. To the south of the valley was a vast mixed forest of coniferous and broadleaf trees, with a terrain and climate more suitable for animals than the north, hiding a group of undiscovered magical beasts. A quarter of an hour later, in the dense forest, the Sharia team marched on energetically, singing along the way. Outside the competition area, the viewing area for the junior department was in chaos. Students from the Divine Academy had fainted in the grass and hadn't woken up yet, which made the professors from various colleges anxious. What should we do? They won't get hurt, will they? Should we go in and check? No. Going in now would break the rules, and the Divine Academy probably wouldn't agree. But if they get hurt in the competition, the church won't agree either. This mess was caused by Sharia. If something happens, it should be Sharia that takes the blame. Ujala, your Sharia students are really something. The criticism was overwhelming. Professor Moses sat on a cold wooden chair and sneered. The Divine Academy hasn't even arrived yet. Why are you all so anxious? And she looked up. Their problems have nothing to do with our Sharia. My students only threw healing potions out of concern for them. That's nonsense. Chester shouted. What kind of healing potion smells that bad? That's clearly poison. Whether it's poison or healing potion isn't for you to decide, Professor Moses replied calmly. Our healing potions might just lack a pleasant smell, but they work well. If you doubt that, you can try it yourself. Who would want to taste that horrible stuff? Even magical beasts could be knocked out by the smell, let alone humans. Ujala's words were so malicious, she wanted him to suffer too. Chester was both angry and frustrated, but after discussing with the other professors for a while, they couldn't come up with a good solution, so he just sat there, staring blankly. Fortunately, the place where the Divine Academy's team fainted was too smelly for any magical beasts to approach, so at least they wouldn't be bitten by wild animals while unconscious. But this situation couldn't go on forever. They didn't know when the students would wake up. If they kept sleeping, dawn would break, and other teams would be up earning points. Before the competition started, everyone knew that the first place would definitely go to the Divine Academy. The Divine Academy had only sent one junior team, representing the church, and they had to be given enough respect and attention. To make it less obvious that they were giving points to the Divine Academy, they had carefully arranged the types of magical beasts and the entry points for each college, all favorable for the Divine Academy to score points. The leading teachers from the 10 colleges had also instructed their students to avoid the Divine Academy whenever possible and not to compete for points with them. Everything was arranged perfectly, but who would have thought that Sharia would break the rules and even provoke the Divine Academy's team? A group of professors cursed in their hearts, while Professor Moses sat next to Professor Tobias, quietly enjoying the battle of the Sharia team in the magic mirror. They really didn't pick the wrong people. These kids were born for battle. As dawn approached, Gladys became more excited, as if she wanted to release all her energy before sunrise. She chased after a magical beast that was still 800 meters away and took it down in one blow. Asina finally got into the competition mood, no longer lazy like yesterday, and actively searched for magical beasts. Hall and Jack worked well together, one smashing and the other setting fire, one dissecting and the other handing over knives, looking like brothers. Roway didn't do much. She had already used too much magic power from yesterday to today and felt a bit drained. In 3 hours, the 5 of them had killed 3 medium magical beasts and over 10 small ones. Just before dawn, Asina discovered the trace of a large magical beast. Looking at the entire junior competition area, the Sharia team's score was firmly in first place. A total of 1,200 magical beasts had been released in the competition. After fighting among themselves, over 100 had been lost, leaving just over 1,000 after the competition started, which meant over 4,000 points. If this score were divided among the 20-plus teams, each team would get over 200 points. The 2 professors calculated, and the Sharia junior team had already earned over 500 points, 100 more than the second-place Divine Academy. With over 6 hours left in the competition, usually everyone's energy would be lower than the previous day, and points would grow slowly. Unless something unexpected happened, the first place in the junior department was secured for the Sharia Magic Academy. At 5:30 in the morning, the sunlight broke through the Badr Mountains, and the sky over the competition area began to brighten. The Sharia junior team had just finished off a large magical beast and collapsed on the misty grass slope, panting as they looked at the sky gradually turning red. Gladys, who had been excited all night, was now exhausted, curled up on the grass like a tired puppy, closing her eyes. Roway worried that she might be injured and was about to check her breathing when she heard a series of snores coming from her. So she had just fallen asleep from exhaustion. Hall placed a frying pan under his head as a pillow, holding a burlap bag that had been growing larger since yesterday, and sighed contentedly. Now we can finally rest well, right? Roway, with her eyes closed, said, "We can't let our guard down. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll head out to find more magical beasts." Still looking for magical beasts? Asina frowned. Shouldn't our points be enough? Our goal is to take first place, Roway said firmly. Only first place is worthy of our hard work over this day and night. All right, I'll take a short nap. Hall, wake us up in 2 hours. Last night, she and Gladys had only rested for 3 hours. During the battle, they didn't feel it, but now that they relaxed, their eyelids felt heavy. Roway turned over and quickly fell asleep. After a good sleep, I felt refreshed. Rovi sat up on the grass, and the morning dew on her robe dripped down. Gladys was still snoring, her short silver hair scattered among the green grass, covered in shiny dewdrops. Hall shook Gladys's shoulder hard but couldn't wake her. Finally, Rovi had a clever idea. She took out a few pieces of beef jerky from her backpack and placed them under Gladys's nose. After counting to 3, Gladys sleepily opened her eyes. With a woof, Gladys grabbed the beef jerky, still half asleep, and started eating. Rovi chuckled and tucked Gladys's wet hair behind her ear. By 8 o'clock, the red clouds had disappeared, and the sun was still nowhere to be seen. The sky was gloomy, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. The 5 of them didn't start a fire. Instead, they quickly ate their packed breakfast and set off. Rovi took out a tortoise shell to make a divination. She originally wanted to check the location of the remaining magical beasts, but her right eyelid kept twitching, so she first checked today's fortune. The stars were not favorable, pointing to the Eastern Dragon constellation, Kong Jinlong, which was ominous. Although Rovi didn't know much, she had learned a little in her past life. Kong corresponds to the Zhen and Lin hexagrams in the I Ching. The former suggests instability, while the latter implies vigilance and removing obstacles. This meant that her current situation might change, and she could end up with nothing. She needed to stay alert and remove obstacles to turn misfortune into good fortune. Possible obstacles in the competition could be fierce magical beasts or other teams trying to snatch their spoils. Rovi sighed as she put away the tortoise shell, thinking she could relax in a few hours, but realized she still had to stay on high alert. Everyone, walk slowly and be careful of ambushes, Rovi quietly reminded her teammates. Okay, the four replied. Along the way, they found many signs of battles between other teams and magical beasts, with several small magical beast corpses scattered in the forest. Hall crouched down and touched a corpse. It's cold. Rovi said, let's search the area. If there's nothing, we'll move to the next place. After searching the woods, the five shook their heads. Nothing. This place had already been cleaned out by other teams. Let's go check higher up, Rovi suggested. After climbing a mountain, the five still found nothing. Ugh, have all the magical beasts been killed? Jack sat down on a rock, sighing. Probably. It's already the second day, Hall said, putting down his heavy backpack to rest. Gladys perked up her ears and looked down the other side of the mountain. I hear fighting. Let me see. Jack leaned over to look down. Who's so lucky to still encounter magical beasts? A burst of colorful light emerged from the trees below, indicating an intense battle, and faint silhouettes of people could be seen through the branches. It's a team from Tasterlin Academy, Asina observed for a moment and concluded they've caught a medium-sized magical beast. Upon hearing it was a medium-sized beast, everyone showed envious expressions. 20 points. Why didn't we get lucky like that? Hall lamented. Jack said confidently, let's keep searching. We'll definitely find something. Let's go, Rovi said, retracting her gaze and heading down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the Tasterlin Academy team had just finished their battle and looked over at them warily upon hearing their footsteps. It's the Sharia Magic Academy. The other team recognized their robes. The captain of Tasterlin Academy was a beautiful girl, which was rare among the top 10 academy teams. As the two teams met, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Good day, everyone. Rovi intended to leave with her team, but was surprised when the Tasterlin captain greeted them first. Let me introduce myself. I am Novia Perkin, captain of the Tasterlin Junior Magic team. The girl from the opposing team curtsied. Out of politeness, Rovi had to stop and replied, Hello, I am Rovi, captain of the Sharia Junior Magic team. I know you, Novia smiled slightly. My cousin studies at Sharia and often mentions your name. Rovi guessed who she was talking about and replied, She often mentions your name too. Really?
What does she say about me?
Novia asked curiously. She says her cousin is excellent and studies at the prestigious Tasterlin Academy, ranked in the top 3. Thank you for the compliment, Novia said cheerfully. You're an interesting person. Just like what Chin said, you have the aura of a strong person. Thank you, Rovi smiled and nodded. Novia was quite different from Chin's description. In Chin's words, her cousin was a proud girl who often looked at her with a mocking expression. After a brief exchange, Rovi led her team away. Novia watched them leave and turned to her teammates, saying, Let's follow them and see. Aren't we going up the mountain? A teammate asked, puzzled. Novia replied, They just came down from above. Do you think there's anything left for us to find up there? But if we follow them, we won't find anything either.
How can that be?
Novia squinted. Before the competition, I heard the captain of Snake Academy say they would team up with a few teams to block their path. Now that the competition is nearing its end, they should be getting ready to act. I just observed that the Sharia team isn't simple. Snake might not be able to defeat them. If we follow, we can take advantage of their mutual destruction to destroy their spoils. The judges wouldn't always keep an eye on the teams in the competition, so there would be oversights in scoring, relying on the spoils to verify points. This means that each team's final score would depend on how many spoils they could present in the end. Novia had studied the competition rules, which stated that teams couldn't use underhanded means to steal points already obtained by others, but it didn't say they couldn't destroy their spoils. Every year, the magic competition is a battle for the top spot between Snake Academy, Ryan Academy, and Sharia, but Tasterlin hasn't made it to the top 3 in 10 years. This time, Novia is determined to secure second place. First place? That obviously belongs to the Divine Academy. She wouldn't dare compete with them. On the other side, Rovi had not walked far when she suddenly stopped and looked back. "What's wrong?" Hall asked. Rovi cupped her chin. "I'm wondering if they are secretly following us, planning to steal our loot." "That's possible. There was a similar case last year." Hall recalled a rumor he heard. The intermediate team was attacked by 5 academies in the first match and lost nearly half their points. This year's intermediate team will be the advanced team. Rovi remembered the list of participants. "I think the captain of the advanced team is Guinea Pig." "Oh no, it's Senior Noel?" Hall nodded. "That's right. He was the captain last year too." If he hadn't thought of a way to take down the other academies together, they would have struggled to get third place. Rovi asked with interest, "What was his plan?" Hall summarized, "I heard he and his teammates made a big clock on the spot, and its sound was exactly like the bell announcing the start of the match. Then they rang the bell before the match ended, making the other teams think the time was up and causing them to arrive at the exit 10 minutes early. But the exit door didn't open, and the teams fell into traps set by the Sharia team, caught between enemies and suffering retaliation. They lost not just their loot, but even their clothes. That's why this year's magic competition canceled the bell timing, letting teams judge for themselves to prevent others from copying the trick. Everyone knew this rule was mainly to stop Sharia. Jack suddenly understood. No wonder there was no sound to signal the start of the match when we entered. That's why. Hall lamented, "Such a good trick can't be used this year." Asina snorted. "Even if it could be used, they wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for it a second time." "Not necessarily," Rovi thought for a moment and said, "If they changed the specific method, they could still be fooled." "How would they change it?" Asina looked at her. "Keep the trick, but change the method a bit," Rovi confidently whispered to everyone. "We can do this." And then this. On the hillside, Novia watched the 5 people huddled together, whispering, with a frown. "What are they talking about?" A teammate behind her stretched her neck and voiced her thoughts. One teammate shook their head. "I don't know, but it must be a scheme." "Of course. The Sharia people are full of tricks. They must be plotting against someone again."
Who are they plotting against?
"It can't be us." Another teammate exclaimed in fear. "Shut up." Novia snapped. "Keep an eye on them and see what they're doing." "Yes, Captain." The 4 teammates widened their eyes, staring at the Sharia team below, eager to see clearly. Through the trees, they vaguely saw the Sharia team opening their bags, exchanging items, and handing some small pouches to Rovi. They seemed to be transferring their loot. Yes, they're transferring their loot. They handed it all to their captain. Putting all the loot in the hands of the strongest person is simple but safe. They probably noticed we were following them, Novia thought for a moment, relaxing her frown. "It's fine. They must think we're going to attack, but the real threat is still on the other side." Rovi could never imagine that there was more than one team targeting them. No matter how strong their team was, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. However, Novia's mind was turning. She also considered that Rovi might be setting a trap to confuse them. She scanned the area and her gaze landed on a boy with light golden hair and a simple, honest smile. She had observed him when they greeted each other. He had a strange smell of medicine, carried no sword but had a pot, likely a potion apprentice, and was the weakest in their team. Maybe Rovi would put all the loot on him. On the opposite hill, the teams from Snake Academy and Ryan Academy were also watching. As the main combat force, the captain wouldn't carry such heavy things. The loot must be on that golden-haired commoner. "Focus on that golden-haired commoner," the captain of Snake Academy ordered. "Go." A storm was brewing, and the wind howled. Together, Snake Academy and Ryan Academy had 10 people, raising their wands and chanting spells as they attacked the Sharia team down the slope. Novia and her teammates hid in the bushes, their 5 pairs of eyes fixed on the battle below. Under attack, the Sharia team panicked for a moment, but they quickly reacted and engaged in a fierce fight with the 2 teams charging down the hill. As Novia expected, the Sharia Magic Academy was at a disadvantage. Rosy protected the bag in her arms and fled toward the exit, covered by her 2 female teammates. "I won't be fooled," the captain of Snake Academy sneered. "Get that golden-haired one." A group rushed forward, not pursuing Rosy but attacking Hall. Seeing this, Rosy's expression changed and she shouted, "Hall, throw me the bag." Hall immediately threw the bag, but it was intercepted midair by the captain of Snake Academy using magic, leaving the Sharia team pale. In the bushes, Novia cursed under her breath. "I overestimated them." She thought the Sharia team could fight the other 2 teams to a standstill, but they quickly lost to Snake Academy and Ryan Academy. If they couldn't be the fishermen, they would have to be the yellow bird. Novia quickly changed her strategy. "Get ready. As soon as Snake Academy makes a move, we rush down and attack from behind." "Yes, Captain." Down the slope, the captain of Snake Academy opened the bag and took a look. It was filled with animal skins and horns, along with a bunch of strange ceramic bottles and leather bags. The Sharia team really had no standards, throwing all kinds of trash in. Impatient to check everything, he kicked the bag 3 meters away. "Burn it." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their wands, conjuring a row of fireballs aimed at the bag, and threw them down. "Now's the time. Charge!" Novia shouted. "Yes." The Tastrelin Academy team excitedly ran down the hill with their wands raised. In the chaos, someone shouted, "Watch out for protection." The Sharia team suddenly pulled out black objects to wear over their eyes and covered their noses with handkerchiefs. With a loud bang, the black-red potion and the glands of the bloodthirsty ferret exploded, releasing a foul mist that quickly spread among everyone. My eyes. The venom from the bloodthirsty ferret could cause blindness, and unfortunately, all the lucky ones who didn't protect themselves were affected. The Tastrelin Academy team had just reached halfway up the hill when they saw the foul gas rising below, and Novia's voice suddenly became sharp. "Retreat, quickly retreat, it's a trap." The poisonous mist spread, and the 5 of them scrambled back up the hill, nearly blinded. In the toxic gas, Hall and Jack, wearing sunglasses, took advantage of the chaos to quickly search the enemy's bags and had Asina use wind magic to throw everything into a deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. They didn't destroy the loot, they just tossed it into the water. Whoever wanted it could go down to fish it out. If they couldn't get it, it wasn't their problem. The sky grew darker, clouds thickened, and fine raindrops fell from the sky. The 5 members of the Sharia team smiled with satisfaction. "Time's up, let's go." In the bushes, the Tastrelin Academy team looked at the backs of the 5, and then at the group on the ground groping around, swallowing hard. Brutal, too brutal. Fortunately, they escaped in time. Outside the arena, Professor Moses from Snake Academy was so angry she could chew through her gums. "Sharia, it's always Sharia, how annoying." "It's their own fault." Professor Moses stood up from her chair, held her head high, and walked toward the door. The first match was over, and she was going to greet the little heroes from Sharia Magic Academy. Just then, Professor Pence from the Intermediate Department and Professor Steinbeck from the Advanced Department also came out from their viewing areas. The 3 teachers from Sharia met at the church entrance. "Professor Moses, how did your junior team do?" Professor Pence asked eagerly. Professor Moses smiled slightly. "Just barely, I think we got first place." "How about you?" Professor Pence proudly replied, "We faced a few challenges, but our team still secured first place." Professor Steinbeck expressed some regret. "We didn't get first, only second." The advanced team had faced targeting from other academies as soon as they entered the arena yesterday, making their progress very difficult. Given the circumstances, getting second place was quite an achievement for the advanced team. After exchanging results, the 3 teachers showed satisfied expressions. The first match had a good start, and the following results were likely to be just as good. The three walked together for a while before parting ways at the foot of the Bader Mountains, heading to different exits of the arena. A few minutes later, Professor Moses met up with Ro and the others at the junior department arena. "Well done, my children. Your current score ranks first among all academies. Amazing." She gave the team a big hug. This was the first time the students had seen Professor Moses so emotional, and they couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. "You are the pride of the academy." After the hug, Professor Moses wiped her reddened eyes. "I want to thank you on behalf of the academy for your contributions and efforts for our honor." "No need to thank us, Professor," Rose said humbly. "It's our duty as students to fight for the academy's honor, and our success wouldn't be possible without your hard work and that of the other teachers." Hearing that last part, Professor Moses's expression suddenly stiffened. Thinking about the things they had done in the arena made her feel suffocated. Now, other academy professors believed that their outrageous actions were taught by her, which was a huge misunderstanding. She was not that kind of person. Her entire reputation was ruined by these little rascals. Not just hers, but Professors Phil and Tobias's reputations were also severely damaged. Since yesterday afternoon, a group of potion masters had been surrounding Professor Phil, asking how he taught his students to brew potions, while a group of astrologers chased Professor Tobias, asking how to use turtle shells for divination. They were so overwhelmed that they had to hide in the lounge. Looking at these deceitful students, Professor Moses hesitated to speak. After thinking for a while, she finally said gently, "In the future, if you want to do something special, don't say you're my students. It's best to cover your faces too." The Junior Magic Apprentice team of 5. What's wrong with Professor Moses? She just said they were the Academy's heroes and her pride, and now she suddenly seems to dislike them? Ro cautiously asked. "Professor, did we do something wrong?" "No, you didn't do anything wrong," Professor Moses said seriously. "The fault lies with this world. They are too intolerant." Ro, confused, has Professor Moses also become an angry youth? "All right, you've all had a long day. Come with me to the church to rest for a while." Professor Moses changed the subject. "After the scores are counted this afternoon, you'll have to prepare for the second match overnight." Asina asked. "Professor, is our second match here too?" "It's also at Bader Mountains, but you will switch arenas with the advanced department." Professor Moses briefly explained. To prevent students from remembering the map from the first match and slacking off in the second, the arena locations for the junior, intermediate, and advanced departments would be swapped. The junior department would go to the advanced department's arena, the advanced department would go to the intermediate department, and the intermediate department would go to the junior department. The advanced department's arena is very large, which will benefit your second match. You won't encounter other academies in a narrow space like today, so you don't need to worry about changing arenas. The 5 nodded obediently. "Okay, Professor." The church for spectators had a special lounge for magic apprentices, but Professor Moses was worried they might get bagged by students from other academies, so she took them to the professor's lounge at Shirya Academy. Not long after Ro and the others sat down, the teams from the intermediate and advanced departments walked in. Only 4 people from the intermediate department came in. One of their teammates was severely injured and had been taken to the treatment room by Professor Pence, with Professor Rossetti attending to him. Once the door closed, the 14 members from the 3 teams sat together, silently exchanging glances. Confirming their shared understanding, they were all rivals from the arena. Theodore couldn't sit still. After just 2 minutes, he moved his chair next to Hall and Ro and asked in a rough voice, "Hey, what did you do in the arena?" "We just passed the treatment room and saw the junior teams from Snake Academy and Ryan Academy. All 10 of them went blind." Hall replied innocently, "Why would you think that? Their blindness has nothing to do with us. We are good kids." "Are you sure it wasn't you?" Theodore doubted. "Why was their professor in the treatment room yelling at us?" "Maybe it's jealousy," Hall said with a silly grin. "After all, we got first place." "Puffed, anyone can get first place," Theodore scoffed. "We're first too." "Junior students," Sebastian gently reminded, "please keep your voices down while discussing this. Consider the feelings of us older students, okay?" Theodore turned and stared at him wide-eyed. "Oh, you seniors only got second place this time, right?" Sebastian smiled. Should I remind you that your overall ranking last year was also second? Theodore raised his chin. Then I need to remember that you guys only got third place last year? Sebastian. Junior students are truly annoying creatures. Theodore. Laura pulled on his sleeve, not wanting him to offend anyone. Let's go check on Gordon. I wonder how he's doing. Gordon was their injured teammate who had gone into the treatment room and hadn't come out yet. What's wrong? Ro asked, overhearing her. Was that senior badly hurt? Laura nodded. He accidentally got bitten by a monster on his leg. He probably can't participate in the next match. That guy is really stupid. Theodore got angry just mentioning him. The match was over, yet he had to stick his head in front of a monster and get bitten. I think he did it on purpose. He just didn't want to join the later matches. That's what happens when you throw dung everywhere. Gordon got scared off by you, Laura muttered quietly. Ro asked, what will you do for the next match? We'll use a substitute. Theodore leaned back in his chair. Gordon is a swordsman apprentice, and there's another good swordsman in his class. What's her name? Laura said, it's Winnie Charlie. Don't you remember? You were in the same class in the junior division. Winnie? Ro looked surprised, not expecting Winnie to have moved up from being a substitute. Her previous help now seemed unnecessary. Even without it, Winnie could prove herself to her parents. At 1:30 p.m., the church prepared free lunch for the magic apprentices. The church forbade meat, so the meal consisted only of bland stewed fish and toasted bread, which made the noble students used to rich food very uncomfortable. The students from the Sharia team were fine. For Jack, Hall, and the others, stewed fish and toasted bread were rare treats. However, enemies meeting each other felt particularly intense. If it weren't for the supervising teacher nearby, the surrounding noble students would probably have rushed over to tear them apart. Being rich is nice, Theodore gossiped on the way back to the lounge. Those blind students recovered so quickly. I wonder how many bottles of high-level healing potions they wasted. Hall smiled slightly. They had no substitutes, so if they didn't drink more healing potions, they wouldn't be able to participate in the next match. Everyone was chatting and laughing, but Laura kept looking around, her attention distracted. Roan noticed her actions and patted her shoulder. Laura, are you looking for someone?
Huh.
Laura snapped back to reality, saw it was Ro, and waved her hands. No, I just think it's strange that I haven't seen anyone from the Divine Academy. Oh, right, hearing her words, the others also found it strange. We didn't see them in the cafeteria either. Could it be that the Divine Academy team hasn't come out yet?
Impossible.
Even if they were unconscious, the professors from the top 10 academies would bring them back. Then where did they go? There are no signs of them in the apprentice lounge. Maybe they went to the professor's lounge like we did. The Divine Academy doesn't have a supervising teacher. Where would they get a professor's lounge? Who cares if they have a supervising teacher? This is a church. The whole church belongs to them. Where do you think their lounge is? The speaker was careless, but the listeners were attentive. The 5 members of the death squad perked up their ears and exchanged subtle glances. When they reached the lounge door, Hall and Theodore excused themselves to use the restroom and went to the church's washroom. After a while, Ro and Gladys left the lounge, claiming they wanted to get some fresh air. A little later, Laura quietly slipped out as well. The 5 gathered in a deserted corner of the church. Hall spoke first. That person still hasn't made a move. Theodore was confused. Did he send those threatening letters just to make us compete? Impossible. Why would he do that? Hall speculated. He must be in this church. We just don't know who he is. Theodore said, it's either a student or a teacher. I don't think it's either. Laura shook her head. People from other academies haven't interacted much with us. They wouldn't have the chance to know our identities, let alone know about those 2 items. Her voice choked, and she couldn't say the last word. Rose sighed and gently patted her shoulder. Laura, besides me, who else have you told about that matter? Laura wiped her tears. Only Hall. I swear I didn't tell anyone. Absolutely not. There's no way I would share your secret. I wouldn't even if you killed me. Hall panicked, defending himself. I didn't say it was you, Ro analyzed seriously. Is it possible that we've fallen into a cognitive trap? Maybe the person who sent the letter doesn't know you well. He might just suspect your identities but isn't sure, so he used the threat letter to test you. Theodore looked confused. What does that mean? I get it, Hall said, furrowing his brow. That person doesn't know our true identities. He used the letter to threaten us into participating, which only confirmed his suspicions when we chose to compete. Just like the threatening letter Laura received, the person behind it might not know that Laura's parents were skinned to make those 2 cloaks. He just guessed that Laura was a cat-beast man and randomly used 2 cloaks made from cat-beast men to intimidate her. Those 2 cloaks could be Laura's parents or not, but Laura mistakenly believed they were. Theodore racked his brain and finally understood their meaning, exclaiming, "So we fell into his trap? If we hadn't participated in the match back then, would we have been fine? It's my fault for dragging you all into this," Laura said sadly. "That person probably doesn't know your identities, but he definitely knows I am, sure." Ro interrupted her in time. "Be careful. There might be ears on the other side of the wall." Everyone fell silent at once. They had gotten too absorbed in their conversation and almost forgot they were in a church, on the territory of the church. After a few seconds of silence, Hall quietly said, "If that's the case, it confirms our initial conclusion that the person must be in this church." "Exactly," Ro nodded. "I think he forced you to participate in the magic competition to observe you more closely." Theodore countered, "But only professors from each academy can enter the viewing area, and you just said that person can't be a professor." Hall sighed. "Senior, have you forgotten why we came out?" Theodore thought for a moment. Was it because we heard someone say that the seminary's team got a separate lounge due to their privileges? Hall. He doubted if the giant's brain was really as smart as the legends claimed.
No, it's the seminary.
A teacher might be secretly following them, he clarified. The unreliable octopus made the gloomy Gladys speak up. Hall glanced at Theodore, seeing that even the least thoughtful Gladys understood the main point. Theodore pouted, but didn't explain. He simply didn't feel like thinking, especially since there were 2 useful external brains here. Hall shifted his gaze back. "We haven't seen a single cleric from the church on our way here. It's the seminary's first time participating in the competition. I don't believe the church would be so trusting of them." Ro agreed. If the church really sent someone, that person wouldn't stay hidden for long. "Let's wait and see. I believe he can't hide forever." Someone who enjoys controlling others' fates won't have much patience when their puppets try to break free from the strings. If she were that person, the second competition would be the best time to tighten the strings again. "All right, let's go back," Ro said, turning around. Suddenly, she noticed a faint magical fluctuation in the corner. She focused her gaze and coldly said, "Asina." Silence filled the air. "Asina? Where is she?" The remaining 4 members of the execution squad looked around. There were no people, not even a fly. Just when they thought Ro was overly anxious and imagining things, a sweet voice came from the corner. "How did you know it was me?" As the magic faded, Asina's figure became clear to everyone. Except for Ro, the others were startled. Invisibility? Asina actually knows advanced magic. Who else would emit the scent of both rose and rosemary? Ro coldly stared into her eyes. She had noticed the unique scent of Asina's perfume long ago. Rose oil is sweet and rich, while rosemary is spicy and strong, with a hint of bitter pine. Most people wouldn't combine these scents, as noble women prefer the sweet floral scent of roses, while rosemary's sharpness suits noble men better. To put it bluntly, roses represent gentle and delicate women, while rosemary symbolizes strong and robust men. Combining these 2 distinct fragrances creates a scent that blends both masculine and feminine notes, and so far, she had only smelled it on Asina. "Oh dear," Asina feigned annoyance. "It seems my perfume has given me away." After complaining, she quickly smiled again. "You really pay attention to me, remembering even my scent. Do you want me to teach you how to? You've overwhelmed me with your scent." Ro took 2 steps back. Asina's smile froze, a hint of malice in her eyes. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the church your secrets?" "I heard everything just now." "You heard?" Ro slowly raised her gaze. "Heard what? Your name? With your little tricks, you can't escape my eyes." If Asina had come up behind them earlier, she wouldn't have missed it. The magical fluctuation earlier was when Asina arrived. Asina narrowed her eyes. Ro, I can't match your eloquence, but when it comes to magical talent, I admit, you are stronger than me in magical talent, Ro said with pity in her eyes. Is that what you wanted to hear? Asina's expression darkened. Don't think just because you have something on me, I won't dare to act against you. You're overthinking it. I never expected anything good from your character, Ro replied coldly. I trust myself. Even if you know advanced spells, you can't hurt me. Who doesn't know a few advanced spells? Asina suppressed her anger and asked curiously, Aren't you curious why I know advanced spells? What's there to be curious about? Ro replied disinterestedly. Either you had a private tutor or read magic books. Any noble family can find a few magicians. Advanced spells are nothing special. A flicker of disappointment crossed Asina's eyes. From Ro's tone, her country was not weaker than the kingdom of Yat. She had thought that a remote country like Mist would be barren, and even if Ro were a princess, she might not live better than a minor noble in Yat. Not finding a superior background made Asina feel disheartened. Her jealousy towards Ro had become her inner demon. However, she glanced at Ro and then at those behind her. A savage werewolf and 3 lowly commoners. Ro seemed to enjoy befriending such people. Though she was a noble, she always mingled with these dirty bloodlines, lowering her status and willingly falling into depravity. Recalling how someone said Theodore fought with excrement in the arena during lunch in the lounge, Asina couldn't help but feel deep disgust. With such people around, the air became polluted. In the corridor, Asina faced off against the execution squad. Outside, heavy rain poured down, washing away the darkness from the distant mountains, creating a hazy world. The entire afternoon passed amidst thunder and rain. At 6 in the evening, the competing teams hurried into the arena despite the downpour. The second competition was a defense battle. Each team had a box with their academy's flag, and they had to mark their territory and build a defensive wall within 2 hours. After 2 hours, the organizers would drop a certain number of scarecrows into their defenses, while various crises would arise outside, such as monster waves attacking the city and monster invasions. The competing teams had to survive the crisis for an entire day, and the competition would end the next evening at 6. Like the first competition, students entering the arena had to wear a rescue necklace, and magical bees would follow above their heads. The only difference was that this competition didn't score based on the number of kills. Each team's score depended on the size of their territory and the number of residents left within it. The more intact the territory and the fewer casualties among the residents, the higher the team score. Inside the arena, teams from each academy were anxiously selecting suitable territories. Outside the viewing area, professors from each academy stood up in a panic, bowing their heads and placing their hands on their chests to greet the suddenly appearing cardinal at the door. It's Prince Alfred. Good day, Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness. A middle-aged man wearing a crown, holding a scepter, and dressed in luxurious clothing walked in with a calm and steady pace, making his way to the highest point in the hall, where he turned and elegantly sat down with the assistance of 2 knights. May the sun and moon shine upon us. We are all servants of the divine. No need for excessive formalities. Alfred's voice was warm and inclusive as he extended his hand. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone solemnly returned to their chairs. Alfred looked at the floating magic mirrors above the viewing area. Has the competition started? Your Highness, the competition has just begun, Professor Chester from Snake Academy replied humbly. Your Highness, do you have any instructions?
Alfred smiled.
First, tell me about your arrangements for this competition. Yes, Your Highness. Chester bowed slightly and explained, this competition is a battle of guardians. Once the participating teams from each academy choose their territories, we will place scarecrows in their areas and simulate monster attacks on them. Simulate? Yes, because monsters carry dark energy. Children with low magical power can easily be affected. So, using a simulation is safer, Chester explained.
Alfred sighed sadly.
Since the emergence of the behemoth, Evil and darkness have been growing. The situation in the West is unstable, yet our descendants have never even seen a real monster. How can they protect the cities of the world in the future? Chester's heart raced, and he cautiously asked, "Your Highness, what do you suggest?" "I think we should use real monsters," Alfred said with concern, speaking earnestly. "We will all grow old one day. The children cannot hide under our wings forever. They need to grow. Using real monsters will also show them how cruel this world is and that they have a long way to go."
But
Chester hesitated. Isn't it too dangerous to release real monsters in the arena for the children? His words echoed the thoughts of all the professors present. Real monsters are powerful and cunning. Even wizards might struggle against them. Sending a group of magic apprentices to fight them is reckless. The students from the Divine Academy would be fine, as their light magic counters monsters. But the students from other academies would be in trouble. They lack affinity for light elements. It's not worth risking students' lives for a competition. The students chosen for the magic competition are the pride of their academies. Losing even one would be a huge blow. If Prince Alfred insists on releasing monsters in the arena, they would rather withdraw from the competition than take such a big risk. Alfred noticed the concerns of those below, but didn't mind. It's human nature to avoid danger. To get others to follow his wishes, he needed to offer them some benefits first. "I understand your worries, but please rest assured, I will not put your beloved students in danger." Alfred raised his hand, and two knights beside him immediately brought out two large boxes, opening them in front of everyone to reveal countless crystal bottles. "Here are 300 bottles of holy water blessed by the Pope and 300 bottles of high-level healing potions. If anyone gets injured during the competition, they can take from here. If no one is injured, the children can each take one bottle after the competition for future use. 300 bottles of holy water and 300 bottles of high-level healing potions." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They didn't expect Prince Alfred to offer such a generous gift. Holy water is priceless, and high-level potions cost 1,000 gold coins each. 300 bottles amount to 300,000 gold coins. This, Chester stammered, looking at Alfred. "Your Highness, are these holy water and potions really for the children?" "Of course," Alfred replied warmly. "If you are not at ease, you can take them down now and keep them yourselves." No, we trust you," Chester waved his hand. "Your Highness, it's best for you to keep such valuable items. These are just objects. In my heart, only human lives are truly valuable." After saying this, Alfred waved to the back. "Bruce, Antoine, take these down and place them in the center of the hall." "Yes, Your Highness." The two knights struggled to carry the wooden boxes to the center of the hall and placed the holy water and potions down under dozens of gazes. No one objected. Everyone accepted these gifts. In exchange, Alfred's proposal for the competition was naturally accepted. However, Sharia and the 10 academies were not prepared for monsters, and it was too late to capture any. Chester hesitantly shared their difficulties. "No problem," Alfred had already prepared. He took out a scroll from his sleeve. "For 1,000 years, the Church has worked to eliminate evil, but monsters breed in darkness and cannot be completely eradicated. Out of necessity, we sealed some dark places to prevent the monsters within from escaping and causing chaos. This scroll has a summoning magic pattern that connects to the dark places. You can take it to the arena and try it out." He handed the scroll to Bruce, who bent down to take it, and then turned to give it to Chester. After discussing the competition, Alfred looked toward Professor Sharia's position and asked, "Is Dean Morrison not here for this competition?" Professor Tobias, sent by the church to keep an eye on Sharia, stepped forward to answer, "Your Highness, Dean Morrison has been overworked recently and is feeling unwell, so he is resting at home." "I see." Alfred showed concern. "Please send my regards to Dean Morrison. I wish him a speedy recovery, and may the god of sun and moon bless his health." "Certainly, Your Highness," Tobias nodded. "Oh, what a pity," Alfred expressed regret. "I heard that Sharia students have once again excelled in the competition. I wanted to ask Dean Morrison how to teach such outstanding children." Professor Tobias respectfully replied, the students from the Divine Academy are even more exceptional. I believe Dean Morrison would be very willing to discuss teaching methods with you upon hearing your praise. Alfred smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the magic mirror belonging to the junior team from Sharia. Students from the Divine Academy are rigid and dull. In comparison, Sharia's children are much more clever. That girl, her name is Rosy, right? He pointed to the mirror belonging to Rosy, his deep blue eyes gazing meaningfully at the girl in the reflection. Professor Tobias glanced in the direction he pointed, feeling a deep sense of confusion. Yes, her name is Rosy. Your Highness, do you know her? I do, Alfred said, a gentle smile appearing on his face, with the corners of his eyes slowly etching the lines of time. I really like this girl. Seeing her is like seeing my younger self. I wonder if Sharia Academy would be willing to part with her. I would like to take her as my disciple. A goddaughter? Prince Alfred actually wants to take that row as his goddaughter? The professors around were shocked and looked up. Over the years, Prince Alfred had only taken Prince Fei Rue as a godson and had never taken a goddaughter before. For an ordinary person, being recognized by a prince as a godchild would be a huge leap. How come such a great opportunity didn't fall to their students? In an instant, everyone showed envious and jealous looks, resenting Sharia and hating their students for being so shameless and cunning that even a prince would notice them. Surrounded by jealous gazes, Professor Tobias was not as excited as everyone imagined. I'm very sorry, Your Highness, but we may need to consult the child's opinion on this matter. Prince Alfred showed a knowing expression. So, you mean, as long as the child agrees, Sharia Magic Academy will not oppose? Professor Tobias felt a sinking feeling in his heart, thinking about how to respond, when Professor Moses stepped forward. Your Highness, as Ro's professor, we will certainly respect her opinion, but Ro is still the most favored student of Principal Morrison. Without the principal's approval, I'm afraid we cannot make a decision for her. Professor Moses's words directly shifted the responsibility to Principal Morrison, who was not present. It was uncertain how the principal would feel about this later. Prince Alfred smiled graciously and did not put pressure on Professor Moses. In that case, I will wait until Principal Morrison recovers to discuss this with him personally. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Professor Moses bowed and calmly sat down. Professor Tobias also breathed a sigh of relief. They had temporarily avoided the issue. She just hoped that Prince Alfred was acting on a whim and would forget about it after the competition, not bringing it up again. Having been a bishop for decades, she knew well the corruption and darkness of the church. It was not a good thing for Ro to be noticed by Prince Alfred. The internal power dynamics of the church were complex, with open and hidden struggles among the princes. Without sufficient benefits, no relationship could be established. The relationship between godfather and godchild is mutually beneficial. Taking Prince Alfred himself as an example, he took the Prince of the Cairo Duchy as a godson because he needed the support of Cairo's 500,000 followers to have the strength to compete for the papacy in the future. And Cairo Duchy also needed to strengthen its ties with the church to gain the people's respect for the royal family and maintain its elevated status. But Ro? She had nothing. Her people were far away in the misty plains, and she couldn't even return to her own palace. What did she have that was worth Prince Alfred's attention? Professor Tobias was worried. This was not the first time the church had extended an olive branch to Ro. The last time it was a paladin, and Ro did not agree. Now it was Prince Alfred, and Ro could not agree either. She had even rejected the knights beside the Pope. How could she agree to become a prince's goddaughter? If she offended the Pope's authority, there would be 100 ways for her to die. Professor Tobias did not believe that Prince Alfred was unaware of the paladin's visit to Sharia. His actions were simply putting Ro in a difficult position. Thinking of this, Professor Tobias frowned deeply. What had Ro done to offend Prince Alfred to this extent? Meanwhile, the teams from various academies were completely unaware that the difficulty of their competition had been raised from level 0 to maximum. In past competitions, there had never been real monsters. The creatures in the arena were all impersonated by mages. Mages could mimic the appearance and attack patterns of monsters, but they could not replicate the monster's greatest feature, The dark aura. The dark aura was like a virus, and the monsters were the original hosts of that virus. Wherever monsters went, the land, water, and air would be tainted by the dark aura, flowers would wither, life would vanish, and plagues would spread. Killing monsters was not difficult. The challenge was to rid oneself of the mark of the dark aura. Those marked by the dark aura would become anchors for the monsters. No matter where they went, if their souls weakened for even a moment, they would be devoured by the descending monsters. Those without sufficient magical power could not escape once they were tainted by the dark aura. Although Prince Alfred provided holy water and high-level healing potions, the students were unaware. By the time they realized the attacking monsters were real, very few would be able to stay calm and make the right choices. In the misty rain, the barred mountains were shrouded in cold, damp clouds. The night came quickly on a rainy day. Shortly after the competing teams entered the arena, darkness fell. The mountain paths were slippery and muddy, and the cold raindrops stung their eyelids. The Sharia team had terrible luck, randomly teleported to a cliff wall with nowhere to go, and it took them over half an hour to reach the ground. In that half hour, the faster teams had already marked their territory. As dusk fell, the mountains were dim. Hall and Jack finally dried a bundle of pine branches, but just as they lit a torch, a gust of wind blew, and the raindrops from the leaves fell, extinguishing the flame.
"Stop trying," Rose said.
"You can't light it in the rain. Let's use magical flames instead." "Won't using magical flames consume too much mana?" Hall worried. The Guardian battle hadn't even started, and they were already using up their mana on such trivial matters. What if they were exhausted in the later battles? "We've already fallen too far behind the other academies." Ro raised her wand and released a small flame. "The priority is to find a defensible location and build our defenses." Time was tight. They needed to mark their territory within the remaining hour and quickly set up a defensive magic array so they wouldn't be caught off guard when the academy deployed scarecrows. The five climbed a small hill piled with rocks, but it was too dark to see clearly. From the hilltop, they could only make out the blurred outlines of the terrain. "What about over there?" Hall pointed to a nearby valley, surrounded by mountains. "Three sides are mountains, one side is water, and the back is steep cliffs. Isn't that what you call easy to defend, hard to attack?" Rose shook her head. "If our enemies were humans, that would indeed be a good place to defend, but our enemies are magical creatures. The cliffs that humans couldn't climb, magical beasts could easily scale. Once they occupied the high ground, they could see their troop distribution and charge in through the weak points. By then, they wouldn't even be able to escape. The river in front would block their path, and if there were a few monsters lurking in the water, it would be over for them." "What about the plain below?" Jack suggested. Rose shook her head. "If our enemies were humans, that would indeed be a good place to defend, but our enemies are magical creatures. The defense line would be too long, and with our small numbers it would be very difficult to defend. Establishing a territory on the plain would mean facing a siege from the monsters, and with just the 5 of them, how long could they hold out? Can we hurry up?" Asina frowned. "Nothing works here, and if we keep delaying, we might as well just stay here." "Okay." Luo Wei agreed immediately. Asina turned in disbelief. "What did you say? Did she hear that wrong?" Luo Wei was also acting on impulse. "I said okay," Luo Wei repeated. "Let's do it here. I think this place is great." Now Hall, Jack, and Gladys looked at her in surprise. "Are we really going to build our territory here?" Gladys asked, tilting her head with a cool expression. "I'm not joking," Luo Wei said seriously. "When I was transported to the cliff, I observed that this is the best place for our territory. This area is elevated, has a wide view, and there are large exposed rocks around that can be used for cover and as weapons. You should have mentioned you found a good spot earlier. It wasted time," Asina said unhappily.
"I didn't waste time.
"Didn't I bring you all up here right away?" Luo Wei's reasoning was hard to argue with. Personal ideas always have flaws. "I want to hear your opinions to gather more ideas." However, her teammates' opinions had more flaws than hers, so she decided not to adopt them for now. After choosing the location, the 5 members of the Sharia team began to set up defenses. The second competition tested the magic apprentices' sense of responsibility and ability to protect their home. The rules stated that their designated territory must be no smaller than the area of a medium-sized village. In this era, a medium-sized village has about 300 people, with housing covering around 1 hectare or 15 acres of land. This territory could be represented as a square with sides of 100 meters or a circle with a radius of nearly 60 meters. This area is not very large, comparable to the size of an elementary school, while actual villages are much bigger since villagers don't build their houses too close together. Small flags bearing the Sharia emblem were inserted into the crevices of the hill, surrounding the rocky hill completely. The gray-black flags swayed in the wind and rain, making a whoosh sound. The 5 used magic to move stones and build high walls, carving protective magic runes into the stones to prevent the walls from collapsing. They also etched some runes on the ground to block enemy attacks. The hastily arranged defenses were not perfect, and the uneven walls looked somewhat unsightly. Worried about catching a cold from the rain, Luowei had everyone build a small fortress in each of the 4 directions for one person to take shelter and keep watch. Within the territory, Hall used earth magic to raise 4 mud walls between 2 large stones, while Jack gathered branches and reeds to create a roof for the mud walls, and together they built a spacious house. Gladys was not good at drawing runes, so Luowei gave her the task of taking the carved rune stones down the mountain, as far from their territory as possible. Gladys looked down at the intricate rune in her arms, her eyes swirling with confusion. This rune was strange. It made her feel dizzy just looking at it. She shook her head and asked Luowei, "What kind of rune is this?" "I don't remember it." Although she was not skilled in runes, she could recognize the ones she had learned, and this one seemed unfamiliar, not like a low-level rune. "This one?" Luowei replied casually while carving runes. "It should be a teleportation rune. I saw it when I entered the arena." Gladys's pupils widened in shock. "A teleportation rune. A mid-level rune. You can draw it?" Luowei countered. "Why can't I draw it?" "The magic competition only states that students cannot compete at a lower level. It doesn't say we can't learn mid-level runes on the spot." In the last competition, the Academy used a lightning whip, which is a mid-level spell. If they could use mid-level magic, why couldn't she? She hadn't done it before because she couldn't find a reason to, but now it was different. She had learned it directly from the teleportation array in the arena. Gladys opened her mouth, staring blankly. "You can just look at it once and draw it?" That was what she meant. She wanted to ask why Luowei could draw mid-level runes. "Not just once. I looked at it once when I entered and once when I exited, so I saw it twice. I don't know if I drew it successfully. I can't remember some details." Luowei claimed she couldn't remember, but her hand didn't stop as she held the dagger. In the time it took to say those 2 sentences, she added 2 more teleportation runes. Gladys hugged the stone tightly, her eyes filled with doubt about life. Some people can look at a rune twice and replicate a mid-level rune, while others struggle for a semester and still can't draw a low-level rune. Oh, the bad brother was right. She really was a little silly wolf. Gladys whimpered as she ran down the mountain, sadly completing the task Luowei had given her. In the viewing area, in front of the magic mirror, a group of professors secretly watching Luowei were stunned. They had only wanted to see what abilities the girl favored by the prince had, but they didn't expect to witness this scene. How could someone replicate a rune just by glancing at it? How could someone who is still a beginner magic apprentice draw mid-level runes? Is this student's mental power too extraordinary? Although Luowei had shown her talent in runes during the first competition, the 20 or so runes she layered were still low-level, which raised suspicions about her methods. Moreover, only a small number of people had been paying attention to her at that time. Besides Sharia's team leader, there were only the supervising judges from the 10 academies and a few professors from rival academies. Now it was different. Since Alfred expressed his desire to take Luowei as his student, many professors from the intermediate and advanced departments had come to the viewing area of the beginner department just to catch a glimpse of her. This glance was significant. The phrase "look at a rune twice, and you can draw it" deeply hurt the hearts of some rune professors, who among them did not suffer greatly while learning runes. They became rune masters because they had great talent in the field, yet they could not draw runes as easily as drinking water like Luo Wei. Not to mention their students, each one more foolish than the last. They seemed normal at first, but when it came to learning runes, one had to question whether they had any brains at all. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the truth. Those who are not in the rune profession might be surprised for a moment and compliment the child on how quickly she draws runes. But rune masters, upon seeing Luo Wei draw runes, felt a deep sorrow. It turned out that hard work really meant nothing in the face of talent. Being able to draw runes at a higher level and continuously carve dozens of them in a second shows her strong understanding of spatial structures. Her mental world is stable and vast. To her, runes are not just patterns, they are multifaceted spaces. Her brain can accommodate these spaces and complete the generation and operation of runes in her mind ahead of time. Most people cannot do this. Their mental world is small and fragile. If they force themselves to understand the spatial aspects of runes, their minds will collapse. I'm getting old. Luckily, I'm old. If I had met someone like this when I was young, I definitely wouldn't have chosen to study runes. Who says otherwise? There is indeed such a person, making everyone else at the same time seem dull in comparison. This child will surely become a magic array master in the future, right? She must become a magic array master, otherwise, such a great talent would be wasted. Rosy never expected that her lie to cover up her ability to use magic patterns would evoke such deep feelings from the professors. These professors also did not realize how many nights the girl, who seemed to rely solely on talent, had worked hard and how many magic patterns she had dismantled to create the appearance of just needing to take a look to understand. After some sighs, curiosity arose again. But why is she drawing so many teleportation magic patterns? Yeah, while others are carving defensive magic patterns, she is drawing a bunch of teleportation arrays. Is she planning to escape? Thinking about running away before the battle even starts? This child lacks some spirit. You don't need so many teleportation arrays to escape. I think she wants to use them to teleport the monsters away. Haha. What's the use of teleporting them away? At that distance, the monsters can rush back in seconds. That's true. Could she really be planning to escape with the magic patterns? It shouldn't be, right? Could this child be foolish enough to think that way? If she runs away, what good would it do? If they lose the territory, she wouldn't get anything. It's better to hold the ground and wait until the team can no longer hold on, then press the necklace button to exit. Alfred was also watching the magic mirror of the Sharia team. He had to admit that Rovy's actions sparked a bit of interest in him. How could a smart child seek her own demise? He believed there must be a deeper meaning behind her actions. What could it be? He watched the girl in the magic mirror with great interest. It had been a long time since he encountered someone he couldn't figure out. Even more interesting was that this person was a student of Asa Morrison, that old man who was equally inscrutable. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the arena was shrouded in darkness. The Sharia team stood outside their hastily built house, holding magic wands and looking up at the drizzling night sky. Before long, a group of hummingbird moths flew in from the heavy rain, dropping a batch of rough-looking scarecrows. The scarecrows descended from the sky, evenly scattered across their territory, standing straight. In an instant, the darkness was filled with hundreds of oddly positioned figures. Even though they already knew these figures were scarecrows, the participants felt a chill down their spines. Each scarecrow had a glowing sensing stone embedded in its chest. If a scarecrow was attacked or seriously damaged, the sensing stone would extinguish, indicating that the scarecrow was dead. With the villagers in place, the monster or creature attack was not far off. Rosy instructed Gladys to keep watch by the wall while she and the remaining teammates quickly moved the rain-soaked scarecrows into the earthen house, providing them with extra protection. However, this also carried risks. If a fireball flew in from outside and landed inside the earthen house, all 300 scarecrows would likely be burned to ashes. Many teams considered this and divided their scarecrows into several groups, hiding them in different places. Some teams chose not to move any, leaving the scarecrows scattered across their territory, and did not build any shelters, staying out in the rain with the scarecrows. As night deepened, a sudden flash of lightning split the dark sky, illuminating the dim field in a pale light, with thunder rumbling continuously, shaking the heavens. After a brief whisper among the Sharia team, they split into 5 groups. Hall guarded the central earthen house, while Rovi, Gladys, Asina, and Jack each took a position in the east, west, south, and north. Hall wanted to switch places with Jack, but Rovi did not agree. His earth magic and iron pot could only be used for close combat, but fighting monsters up close was very dangerous, as it was easy to be lured and confused by the dark aura of the monsters. Even if they were facing simulated monsters, they should treat them as if they were real. Boom! Another thunderclap sounded, as if signaling the start of the attack. The pale lightning illuminated the distant jungle, and in that fleeting clear image, a rushing wave of black surged closer, like ocean waves engulfing the hill where the Sharia team was located. The continuous booming sounds made it hard to distinguish between thunder and the pounding hooves approaching, and the ground began to tremble. The mountain shook, and the students in the arena were all pale with fear. Were they monsters or creatures? How could there be so many? They couldn't help but doubt their own eyes. A tide of monsters like the sea was a rare sight, even in the Monster Mountain range. How long would it take for the professors to catch so many live monsters? With so many, deploying them in the arena would also be a huge challenge, right? Wait, this isn't a monster. Rovi keenly sensed the rising concentration of dark elements around her and heard familiar magical fluctuations in the distance. That magical fluctuation was too similar to the one she felt when inscribing the summoning magic patterns, giving a sense of chaotic elemental violence. In an instant, she understood what those creatures were. They were monsters. She didn't expect that this competition would start with monsters, giving them no time to adjust. Previous competitions usually began with a few monsters, gradually increasing the difficulty. Rovi had never participated in a magic competition, so she didn't know the difference between simulated monsters and real ones. But for a moment, a question flashed through her mind. Why could simulated monsters gather dark elements? However, with a great enemy approaching, she had no time to think about it. This was just a competition. The professors wouldn't release a batch of real monsters to harm their own students. Rovi steadied herself and loudly reminded her teammates, "Be careful of the monsters, remember our tactics, and get ready to fight." "Yes, Captain." The 4 of them focused, their eyes fixed on the hill below. As long as any monsters dared to charge up, they would make sure they wouldn't return. The first wave of small monsters charged up the slope, and as they got closer, everyone could see their peculiar appearance. With bodies like ink, lacking eyes and noses, only a mouth and constantly changing shapes, they resembled a large black dog with melting skin. These were the low-level monsters from the swamp, the mud monsters. No wonder they looked like a black wave. This group of creatures was tightly packed together, and up close, they resembled a puddle of muddy water with almost no shape. Mud monsters were afraid of fire. Intense flames would dry out their bodies, turning them into dry clumps of mud. Without needing a command, Rovi and her teammates acted simultaneously, channeling magic into the burning magic patterns on the ground. A fierce fire immediately ignited on the walls, turning the advancing mud monsters into puddles of muck. Unfortunately, the flames weren't hot enough to instantly evaporate the moisture inside the mud monster. With the rain still falling, the muddy chunks absorbed the water and began to crawl towards their defense wall. Looking down the hill, the thick black sludge seemed endless, making the hill look like a lonely island about to be swallowed by a raging sea. The cold, rainy night was filled with a foul odor, as if dead fish rotting in sewage were suffocating the air. Unsure if it was due to excessive tension, Luo Wei was staring at the magical patterns on the stone wall when she suddenly saw the stones melting into dark chocolate syrup, slowly flowing down. She poked the wall with her wand. It was hard and hadn't melted. When she realized the scene before her wasn't real, the illusion vanished, and the stone wall was just a wall, unchanged. The flames outside continued to burn, and the mud monsters couldn't break in just yet. Luowei calmed down and organized her thoughts. Something was very wrong. She considered herself a rational person. While not perfectly clear-headed, she wouldn't confuse imagination with reality, just because she felt tense. The illusion she just saw felt more like being affected by some kind of debuff. In games, this type of skill causes players affected by a debuff to feel tired, weak, and slow in action and attack. Coincidentally, monsters like this could inflict debuffs. Their dark aura could weaken nerves, dull the mind, cause physical changes, and create hallucinations. But this was a skill only real monsters had. Wait, what if this wasn't a simulated monster? If this was a real monster, everything made sense. Luowei looked at the mud monsters rushing in from outside the wall and finally felt the situation was serious. Knowing they would fight monsters tonight, she had been cautious, but she still overlooked the possibility that the professors would release real monsters into the arena. If she hadn't considered the monsters' characteristics while setting up defenses and kept a safe distance, they might have been experiencing even worse hallucinations. With so many monsters, the dark aura would only grow stronger, and the more they were affected, the worse their condition would become. Once they lost the ability to resist, it wouldn't be long before the monsters broke through the defense wall and polluted the mountaintop. Fortunately, she had prepared 2 plans from the start. The second plan was meant for when they were exhausted, but now she had to use it early. Luowei hesitated for a moment, debating whether to tell her teammates that the mud monsters outside were real. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided it was better not to say anything. Smart people would have figured it out by now, and those who didn't might panic if they learned the truth from someone else. Sometimes, lies can be a form of protection, and ignorance can be a kind of happiness. With that thought, she quickly lit up all the magical patterns on the stone wall, then raised her wand and softly chanted a spell, launching 2 fireballs into the sky. This was the signal she and her teammates had agreed on. 1 fireball meant an emergency alert, 2 fireballs meant danger and need for support, and 3 fireballs meant the defense had been breached, and it was time to implement the second plan. In the Sharia team of 5 were guarding the defense, leaving only Hall outside the earthen house to provide support. As the 2 fireballs ascended, all 4 teammates looked up. The battle had just begun, and someone was already struggling? Hall identified the direction of the fireballs, his face showing surprise. That way. How could it be? Luowei's magic was so strong that she could even face a buzzard alone. How could she be in trouble so soon? Though puzzled, he rushed to where Luowei was. From a distance, he saw the slender figure of the girl standing beside the low fortress, exuding a calm and determined aura, showing no signs of needing support. "Miss Luowei?" Hall called as he approached, confused. Luowei turned to him, her serious gaze meeting his. "Hall, we might have trouble." "What trouble?" Hall stepped closer, and as he neared the wall, his brow furrowed as he instinctively looked outside. Through a wall of flames, the dark bodies of the mud monsters twisted in the heat, like the black potion he had brewed, bubbling in a dark pot. This scene didn't shock him much, but strangely, he sensed a gathering of dark elements from them. Simulated monsters can resonate with dark elements? Hall's pupils narrowed as he turned to Luowei. "Monsters?" He quickly added, are these real monsters? Those with an affinity for dark elements have a much sharper sense of monsters than ordinary mages. Luowei nodded. "You noticed too." "To think they're real," Hall murmured, glancing again at the bubbling potion like monsters outside. At that moment, he realized he had been hallucinating. Ugly monsters couldn't resemble the potion he brewed. His potion was sweet and tasty, while these monsters reeked. Luowei noticed the change in his expression and calmly said, "Now you understand why I called you over, right?" "Talking to a smart person was easy," Hall immediately replied. "Do you want me to check if they're okay?" "Yes, if they start hallucinating, wake them up. I'm preparing to activate the teleportation array." In this situation, activating the teleportation array is indeed the safest option, Hall agreed, But he lowered his voice. If they don't realize the truth, should I tell them? What do you think? Luo Wei asked. Hall pondered. I think it's better not to. Knowing would only add to their worries. Luo Wei smiled. We're on the same page. Go check on them. If everyone is fine, we'll activate the teleportation array. Okay. Hall turned and quickly ran towards the other fortress points. Not knowing what he would find, he was shocked when he arrived. None of the remaining 3 teammates were normal. Jack imagined the monsters as a mountain of black bread, and Gladys saw a horde of man-eating brown bears. Asina was slightly better, but only slightly. The difference was that while Jack and Gladys were eager to rush out for bread or to fight bears, she stood still in the heavy rain, her ambitious eyes gazing down the hill, wearing a strange smile. Asina? Asina? Hall waved his hand in front of her. Asina glanced at him arrogantly. Foolish subject, you should call me queen.
Hall.
He quickly pulled out a pot and smashed it on her head. Wake up, stop dreaming. Hall's ancestral iron pot has been certified by magical beasts, and those who have used it all praise it. As soon as the pot was used, Asina not only lost her illusion but also her consciousness. Her eyes rolled back, and her limp body fell backward. Fortunately, Hall was quick and caught her with one hand while using the other to grab the iron pot and pour some rootless water into it. After shaking it a bit, he fed it to her. The magic of the pot water is well known, and practice has proven its effectiveness. As soon as the potion touched Asina's lips, she gasped and immediately bent over to vomit on the ground. What did you make me drink? She asked, clutching her throat. Hall twirled the iron pot. What else? It's a healing potion.
Healing.
Ugh, since teaming up with Hall, Asina could no longer look at healing potions without feeling nauseous. Just hearing its name made her want to throw up. You were enchanted by a monster and fell into an illusion. I'm saving you. To avoid misunderstandings that could create conflict in the team, Hall explained. But it didn't matter whether he explained or not. Asina had already built up a strong dislike for him, successfully pushing out Ro and becoming the person she most wanted to get rid of. Yet Hall thought everything was fine. He glanced at Asina's clear but slightly angry eyes. Good. She shouldn't fall into an illusion again. With that, all 3 teammates were awakened. Hall felt accomplished and shared the good news with Ro. 3 fireballs shot into the sky, like 3 small, bright suns, instantly capturing everyone's attention. 3 fireballs? Jack looked up and quickly rubbed his eyes. He wasn't mistaken. There really were 3. The monsters hadn't broken through the defenses yet, so why were they suddenly activating Plan B? Gladys also looked up, her icy blue eyes reflecting the 3 golden fireballs. The ferocity triggered by the brown bear suddenly faded, and her pupils widened. That was Ro's signal. She had quietly told them that seeing 3 fireballs meant it was time to send the monsters in circles. What's going on? Didn't we agree to use this move last? Asina muttered, staring at the fireballs in the sky. Despite her confusion, the moment the fireballs fell, the 3 sprang into action like lightning, waving their wands and charging out of the defense line. The scene made the professors outside the magic mirror frown. Isn't running out now just asking for death? Has the Sharia team lost their minds? Yeah, the sludge monsters are low-level creatures. With a little patience, they could be defeated. Why are they acting so irrationally? Just a moment ago, they praised the Sharia team for their cautious defense and quick reactions, yet in the next moment, Ro led her teammates over the fire wall and out of the defense line. They had already realized that these sludge monsters were real threats and knew that getting too close would expose them to dark energy and illusions. Why did Ro still lead her teammates into danger? The professors from the top 10 academies were the most pleased to see Sharia students making mistakes. Ahem. They cleared their throats, ready to mock, when suddenly they felt a faint gaze above them. Looking up, their hearts nearly sank. Oh no, how could they forget that Prince Alfred was still watching? Ro was personally chosen by him as his goddaughter. Someone the prince valued was not for them to judge. The professors swallowed their harsh words, their frustration building in their chests. Prince Alfred turned his gaze away. He really didn't want to hear the nonsense from a bunch of mediocre people. He just wanted to know why Ro would make such a seemingly foolish decision. In the arena, the Sharia team jumped out of the defense line, chanting their most skilled spells under the attack of the sludge monsters, quickly clearing a space along the wall. They threw the teleportation stones that were on the wall into the open area outside, retreating 7 or 8 meters instead of channeling magic into the teleportation runes. The sludge monsters, with very low intelligence, saw their prey retreating and didn't suspect a trap. Instead, they charged at them even more frantically. The 4 focused intently, their eyes fixed on the front row of sludge monsters. Just as their front legs were about to step into the range of the teleportation runes, they suddenly swung their wands, preparing to attack. Monsters have a natural instinct to fight back. When they sense danger, they will channel their internal magic, causing dark energy to grow and spread. The sludge monsters were no different. They not only spread dark energy, but also shook their bodies rapidly, flinging dense mud spots at their prey. The mud spots from the sludge monsters are acidic corrosives that can cause severe burns if they hit a person. Unfortunately, they no longer had the chance to fling mud spots, because as their front claws landed on the teleportation runes, the runes suddenly lit up from absorbing a bit of magic. The sludge monster trapped in the center of the runes sensed the threat and increased its magical output, causing the runes to light up even faster. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the teleportation array was activated. All Ro and the others did was run along the wall while waving their wands, with the fireballs on their wands accumulating for several minutes without being released. Using one fireball to intimidate a group of monsters, the 4 maximized the little magic they had. Having completed their primitive accumulation of magic, they hardly needed to participate in the next steps. The front row of monsters activated the teleportation array and fell into the teleportation channel, while the back row was pushed into the array, releasing magic to maintain its activation due to the panic, then fell into the channel. The monsters teleported to the bottom of the mountain, rushing back up, pushing the front monsters into the teleportation array, only to be pushed back into the array again by the monsters behind them. Round and round, the sludge monsters ran up and down the mountain, endlessly. If only they had a bit of intelligence, they would complain about encountering a wall of ghosts, wondering why the path was so long. But they didn't, only consuming their magic in the endless cycle of teleportation, with fewer and fewer mud spots being flung and their bodies shrinking. The magic required to activate the teleportation array is directly related to the distance of the teleportation. The longer the distance, the more magic is consumed. For example, the teleportation channel Ro previously drew connecting Sharia and Demon Island spanned over 3,000 kilometers, consuming half of her magic each time it was activated, exhausting her magic after one round trip in a day. The teleportation array that made the sludge monsters run in circles had a distance of no more than 2 kilometers from the top of the mountain to the bottom, requiring very little magic to activate. But no matter how little magic was consumed, it couldn't keep up with how much they ran. After 1 loop, 2 loops, and several loops, the once plump big black dog became a panting thin dog after running dozens of laps. Ro looked worried. She hadn't expected these sludge monsters to be so easy to exhaust. In less than half an hour, they were already struggling, scattered like slow-moving black spots on the hillside. At this rate, the teleportation array would soon close due to insufficient magic supply. When the second wave of monsters attacked, wouldn't they have to lure the enemies again? Having an extra wall meant extra risk. If the next wave of monsters had stronger dark energy that spread faster, it would be much harder to activate the teleportation array as easily as before. Boom! The ground shook, and dust rose from the mountain below. This time, the heavens finally favored the Sharia team. Thick black mist poured forth as dark monsters emerged from the ground, roaring as they charged toward the rocky mountaintop. A new wave of batteries arrived, successfully powering the magic parkour machine, and the 5 members of the Sharia team breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the monsters clawing outside the wall, the 5 even started eating the snacks they had brought, enjoying their food while observing the monsters' various teleportation poses. This scene left the professors watching through the magic mirror stunned. This was not the competition they had envisioned. Professor Chester could no longer hold back. Isn't the Sharia team breaking the rules? They aren't fighting at all. How can that count as defeating monsters? Professor Moses replied calmly, this competition is not about defeating monsters. It's about who can protect their territory the best. Chester stammered, how can you protect territory without defeating monsters? They're just taking shortcuts, which is the same as cheating. Don't speak so harshly, Professor Moses said sharply. What do you mean by cheating? They created their own magic patterns and strategies. How is that cheating? I ask you, did the monsters attacking them end up dead? Did they die because of them? Did they manage to protect their territory? Chester was left speechless. There was no doubt that the Sharia team had protected their territory. The monsters were teleported away before they even reached the defense line, turning into mud as they were sent away. Oh, it was the sludge monster that turned into mud. Now, the rock monster, the boulder creature, was charging forward, reduced to rubble after being drained of its magic. But how can they? Chester was frustrated and angry, struggling to find a counterargument. Other students from different academies were desperately fighting the monsters. Several teams had fainted due to the dark aura, and the support staff had already gone in to rescue them. Some remaining teams had discovered the truth about the monsters, while others had not. Those who hadn't figured it out were using swords to slash at the monsters to conserve magic. The way their swords cut through the air showed they had fallen into a delusion and would soon be carried out. Some teams that had discovered the truth, like the top 10 academies, had distanced themselves from the monsters and were casting spells from afar, but this consumed magic too quickly, and they wouldn't last long. Overall, only the Sharia team and the Divine Academy managed to hold their ground without retreating under such a massive monster attack. However, the Divine Academy wasn't slacking like the Sharia team. Their light magic could repel the dark aura and counter the monsters, but they still had to cast spells. The Divine Academy's strategy involved alternating between physical and magical combat, using swords for a while, then recovering magic before fighting with spells again. Since the monsters appeared, they hadn't stopped, unlike Sharia, which was leisurely wandering around the walls, happily munching on snacks. If Sharia won first place in this competition, they would never be able to accept it. The professors in the junior department's viewing area were filled with resentment. Unable to argue with Professor Moses, they looked pleadingly at Alfred on the steps. They believed the prince would give them a fair judgment. Alfred, who was being looked up to by everyone, slowly spoke. Everyone, please don't rush. Let's sit down and talk. He leaned slightly forward, his demeanor friendly, speaking at a calm pace with an elegant voice. The magic competition has been held 18 times, and over the years, a complete set of rules has been established. All parties involved are following the regulations. If the rules are unreasonable, objections can be raised after the competition, and everyone can discuss whether improvements are needed. However, I believe it is inappropriate to change the rules during the competition. Of course, this is just my suggestion. The decision is ultimately in your hands. Alfred kindly said, you can speak freely without worrying about my opinion. The Divine Academy is just a participant this time and is not involved in judging or rulemaking. Though he said not to worry, who among them would dare ignore his words? Professor Chester awkwardly smiled and sat down, holding onto the armrest of his chair. From the prince's words, it was clear that the focus was on the final results, not the process, which obviously favored Sharia. What else could he do but sit down? He couldn't challenge the church prince. It was strange. Chester couldn't understand why the church was dissatisfied with Sharia. Why did Prince Alfred seem to show otherwise? He suddenly recalled that it was the Pope who ordered the crackdown on Sharia years ago. Now, the Pope was aging and had not yet advanced to a great magic master, with only a few years left to live. Could it be that Prince Alfred wanted to ally with Dean Morrison to help him ascend to the papacy? Indeed, in the current Western region, only Asa Morrison from Sharia Magic Academy could compete with the Pope. If the Pope refused to abdicate until death, to avoid a lengthy voting struggle, The church princes would surely find ways to pressure the Pope into nominating a successor. Speaking of the voting struggle, one must mention the process of electing a pope. Normally, when the Pope is old and nearing death, he will select a favored successor from among the cardinals or provide requirements for the next pope and issue a papal decree. When the Pope abdicates or passes away, the cardinals will form an electoral body to vote for a new pope based on the Pope's wishes. Only when one of the nominees receives more than 2/3 of the votes is the election considered successful. In such cases, the election process can be very slow, often taking 1 or 2 months to reach a result, and sometimes even lasting 2 to 3 years. Moreover, the participating cardinals are isolated in a secret chamber, cut off from all outside contact until a new pope is elected. If the election process drags on for 2 or 3 years, no cardinal could endure it. Realizing this, Professor Chester felt an immense weight on his heart. As the Pope weakened, the prince's power grew stronger. The situation had developed to the point where it was time for them to choose sides. Should they conservatively support the Pope or take a risk and side with the church prince? After much thought, Chester began to lean toward a decision. At his age, he had enjoyed enough wealth and glory. Now, he cared more about the continuation of his family. Supporting the Pope was a safer choice, while switching to the prince could lead to the new pope's disdain if the prince's election failed, which was too risky. Most importantly, Chester was troubled by Prince Alfred's favoritism toward the Sharia team and felt disappointed in the prince. The top 10 academies had always been loyal to the church, and until today they had also supported Alfred. It was disheartening to see Alfred compromise for Sharia, undermining their standing. Chester shook his head and quietly looked at Alfred. He intended to express his dissatisfaction subtly, but unexpectedly met Alfred's meaningful gaze. It felt as if his thoughts had been seen through, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip. Alfred glanced at him once before returning his attention to the magic mirror showing Sharia. Chester felt flow veered and followed his gaze, only to be stunned. He had been so distracted that he hadn't noticed a new group of monsters had appeared in the arena. These monsters were different from the swamp and rock monsters. They had strong, powerful wings and were low-level creatures of the sky magic race, known as bat demons, blood-sucking monsters. Chester suddenly understood. Prince Alfred hadn't spoken up for them earlier because he knew there were more sky magic creatures coming, and the Sharia team wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly for long. Realizing the prince's deeper intentions, Chester felt ashamed. Prince Alfred was kind-hearted. How could he forget their contributions? It was all his fault for judging the prince's broad-mindedness with a narrow mind. He truly deserved to be scolded. On the competition field, all the students saw large dark red clouds drifting in from the horizon. The clouds floated over the Bard Mountain range and split into several groups of red clouds, heading towards the territories of various academies. What is that? Monsters, more monsters. Why are there so many monsters? The students on the ground were on the verge of collapse. It had been less than half an hour since the last batch of monsters appeared, and now new ones were coming. The monsters were coming too frequently, leaving them no time to breathe. They were about to break. On the mountain where the Sharia team was located, the flames outside the territory walls were still burning fiercely. As the monsters in the sky drew closer, the 5 finally got a clear look at their true form. Under the dark sky, the bat monsters stretched their sharp claws, with thin membranes stretched between their elongated finger bones, and their fierce faces were set with glowing red eyes. "They're finally here," Rosy sighed, but there was no sign of panic on her face, as the professors had expected. Understanding the questioner's thought process and intentions is a step every candidate should know. Before the competition began, Rosy had already considered how the professors would design this contest from their perspective. Referring to the setup of the first round, there were aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial monsters. The second round could not be simpler than the first. It wouldn't just involve ground combat while ignoring the idea of an air raid. So, when setting up defenses, she created a comprehensive plan to counter different attack methods. No matter if the monsters could burrow underground or fly, she had a response ready. Flying monsters were generally difficult to deal with, and Rosy felt uncertain about whether their defenses would hold. It depended on luck. However, when she saw that the flying monsters were bat monsters, she knew they were in a good position. Most sky monsters are tainted by dark energy, but they still retain basic physiological structures. Compared to other sky monsters, bats have many weaknesses. They fear fire, bright light, smoke, and even irritating gases. Unfortunately, it was a rainy day, and the rain dampened the effects of fire, smoke, and irritating gases. Moreover, their territory was on a rocky mountain with hard ground, bare surfaces, and sparse vegetation, making it hard to find materials to create smoke and foul odors. From this perspective, the appearance of the bat monsters was a significant disadvantage for them. However, Rosy had a scientific background and knew the bat's greatest weakness, ultrasound. As the only flying mammals in the world, bats have been thoroughly studied by scholars for centuries. The radar invented based on bats' use of ultrasound for navigation has become an excellent means to drive them away. The ultrasound emitted by the radar interferes with bats' judgment, causing them to become disoriented and even misidentify prey as their own kind. Fortunately, Rosy knew how to generate ultrasound. By using lightning magic patterns and spells to create magnetic vortices and control current changes to excite electromagnetic vibrations, she could produce the frequency of ultrasound. As for the dielectric needed for the piezoelectric effect, quartz rocks were abundant in their territory. In no time, Rosy shot a dazzling purple lightning ball into the sky, and the members of the Sharia team immediately reached out to inject ample magic power into the lightning magic patterns. These patterns were originally meant to construct a protective electric net, but now they were perfectly suited for generating ultrasound, saving magic power compared to a large electric net. Niroj Maniro Lado. Rosy whispered the incantation, and the tip of her wand slowly released purple currents resembling nerve endings. The current climbed up the stone wall, and the quartz crystal structure quickly polarized under the external electric field, starting to oscillate at a stable high frequency, emitting inaudible ultrasound. The bloodthirsty bat monsters were about to dive into the territory of Sharia Academy, when suddenly they tilted their bodies, flapping their wings and becoming disoriented in midair. Bats have vision, but what they saw and the sound waves they heard were severely mismatched, causing their already low intelligence to become deeply confused. The sound waves from the ground kept changing, reaching the bats' ears, sometimes urging them to fly forward, sometimes telling them to retreat, and even absurdly calling for mommy or hungry, and even husband or wife. Were the creatures below young bats or old ones? They couldn't understand, simply couldn't understand. A group of bat monsters hesitated in the sky for a long time before deciding to split up. The bats with young ones couldn't stand the cries of hunger and immediately flew off clumsily to find food for their young. The bats that heard teasing sounds were not yet in mating season. They were frightened by the passionate calls from below and quickly turned to flee. When the sounds from the ground finally stabilized, the remaining few bats that refused to leave were also greatly frightened.
Danger, danger, danger.
The shrill alarm pierced their ears, causing the bat monsters to tremble and flee in panic. In front of the magic mirror, a group of professors stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded.
What?
What is happening? Why did these bat monsters run away? The Sharia team didn't do anything. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and were unwilling to accept it. Why did all the good fortune go to Sharia? This batch of monsters must be problematic, Professor Chester said firmly. I think we should summon another batch of monsters and give the Sharia junior team another chance. The monsters in the arena were all summoned using the summoning parchment. Professor Moses said with an implied threat, "Are you questioning the fairness of His Highness the Prince, Professor Chester?"
I didn't mean that.
Professor Chester said anxiously, looking at Prince Alfred. Your Highness, I only suspect these monsters. No, I only suspect the Sharia team used some illegal magical tools. Illegal magical tools? Professor Moses scoffed. When you entered the arena, you even smashed open the bread our Sharia students brought to check. Do you think the search wasn't thorough enough? Your Sharia students are crafty. Who knows if they... Silence. Prince Alfred frowned, and Knight Bruce immediately stepped forward to interrupt Chester's speech. The audience fell silent, and the viewing hall was quiet. "Ladies and gentlemen," Alfred said, pressing his temples tiredly, "I believe everyone here is a person of noble character who would not casually speculate about others without evidence, right?" The crowd lowered their heads and weakly replied, "Yes." The Sharia team drove away the monsters with their intelligence. Just because we don't understand doesn't mean they didn't put in effort. They deserve recognition, not doubt. After saying this, Alfred lightly brushed his sleeve and stood up. "I already know the result of this competition. There is no need to watch any further. Let's go, Bruce, Antoine." "Yes, Your Highness." The two knights followed closely behind Prince Alfred, escorting him as he slowly walked down the steps. The competition had barely passed a third of its time. How could anyone know the result already? Some professors were still unconvinced, watching their academy's team in the magic mirror, desperately praying to the gods, hoping to recover a few points. They didn't expect to be in the top 3. They just hoped not to lose too badly. Alfred indeed had foresight. After he left, teams were eliminated one after another, and only Sharia and the Divine Academy remained at the end. The second match lasted a total of 24 hours, and before even half the time was up, all 10 major academies and others were wiped out. In the remaining 12 hours, the professors could only stare blankly at the magic mirror showing the Divine Academy and Sharia. One team fought fiercely, while the other team lay back comfortably, creating a stark contrast. The latter team was increasingly irritating to the professors. What kind of secret magic did this Sharia junior team use? Why were those monsters so obedient? They ran when told to run, turned when told to turn, and even the lava monsters that emerged from the ground froze themselves to death. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between the Divine Academy and Sharia, waiting for a result. Would the Divine Academy take first place, or would it be Sharia? They waited from sunrise to sunset, and it wasn't until 6 o'clock the next afternoon, at the end of the competition, that they finally got their answer. Both the Divine Academy and Sharia held their defenses, and all 300 scarecrows were intact, with the scores tied. "Who gets to be first?" asked the professor in charge of recording the results. Professor Chester said, "Of course, it's the Divine Academy." Professor Moses replied, "Of course, it's Sharia." The Divine Academy fought tirelessly all day. Their strength is clear to everyone. Our Sharia kids easily defended their territory. The scarecrows didn't even get wet in the rain. Their strength is superior. What do you mean, right Sharia? Right the Divine Academy? The two sides argued endlessly, and the professor in charge of recording quietly placed both academies' names at the top. Tied for first. Of course, the Divine Academy was written before Sharia. Thus, the second match ended. After leaving the competition area, Ro learned the results of the intermediate and advanced divisions on the way back to the viewing chapel. The advanced division team, led by senior guinea pig, successfully took first place, while the intermediate division faced some accidents and only placed fifth. Fifth place is a dangerous rank. If any of Sharia's 3 teams fall out of the top 5, Sharia Magic Academy would lose its qualification. However, this top 5 refers to the overall score. Sharia's intermediate team took first place in the first match, and with the combined scores, they currently ranked third among all academies. The captain of the intermediate division this time was Hester Calansis. Last year, Theodore's leadership caused a very negative impact on Sharia Magic Academy's reputation, so the academy chose the more composed Hester to lead this year. Hester disliked talking to others and always had a cold expression. Everyone, except Theodore, was somewhat afraid of her. This time's accident was also related to their teamwork. Due to Gordon's injury in the first match, Professor Pence had Winnie replace him in the second match, which led to the already lacking teamwork becoming almost non-existent. When monsters attacked their territory, the 5 of them fought independently. Lola at least tried to check if her teammates needed support, while Theodore only cared about Lola, and Hester ignored everyone, focusing on her own killing spree. If Hester hadn't had some skill in alchemy, crafting magical weapons on site, and killing nearly a third of the monsters, they would have been eliminated halfway through the match. Their inability to work together cost them dearly. Winnie and another civilian teammate were tainted by dark energy and, lured by the monsters, harmed themselves with their swords, nearly killing themselves. Fortunately, Lola noticed in time and knocked them out. Theodore, wanting to show off his combat skills in front of Lola, recklessly charged into the monster crowd at the start of the match and ended up losing his entire right arm to the monsters. Lola, trying to save him, had her palm corroded by a monster. Hester, an alchemy apprentice, only had a forging hammer. After fighting monsters up close for several hours, she began to hallucinate, not knowing what she imagined the monsters to be, and went on a rampage. At one point, Lola and Theodore got too close to her and received a heavy blow, causing internal injuries. In the end, all the monsters were dead, but Hester was still swinging her hammer. Professor Pence entered the arena and managed to control her, taking her back to the treatment room in the viewing chapel. Now, Sharia's junior team of 5 was also sent to the treatment room by Professor Moses. Since they had all been exposed to dark energy, Professor Moses was worried they might be marked by monsters and needed purification. Hearing the word purification, Ro and her teammates felt a sense of foreboding. Professor Moses, may I ask, Ro hesitated with her words, what method will the logistics teachers use for our purification? Prince Alfred sponsored 300 bottles of healing potions and holy water for each academy. You'll be fine after drinking them. Just as they reached the door of the healing room, Professor Moses opened the door and said, "Go in, kids." Except for Jack, Ro, Gladys, Hall, and Asina hesitated noticeably. Professor Moses, if we are not injured, can we save the healing potions and holy water for next time? Asina asked, clutching her skirt. Professor Moses replied, the healing potions can be saved. Let Professor Phil check you. If you are not injured, you don't need to drink them, but the holy water must be consumed to prevent any dark energy from lingering in your body. Ro glanced at Hall and Gladys. They were in trouble since they had to drink the holy water. All right, hurry in. Professor Phil is waiting for you inside, Professor Moses urged. Even though they were reluctant, the 4 of them couldn't find a reason to refuse and silently stepped through the door of the treatment room. They could only think of a way to escape once they got inside. The treatment room was large, shared by all academies, but there were curtains separating each academy, maintaining some privacy. Sharia Magic Academy's treatment area was in a corner against the wall, where a long wooden platform was set up for the students lying closely together. Only 3 students were not unconscious: Theodore, Lola, and Senior Guinea Pig, and all 3 looked unwell. As the curtain was lifted, the 5 members of Sharia's junior team walked in, receiving surprised looks from the 3 seniors. Theodore widened his eyes and looked them over in disbelief. You're not injured at all. Not only uninjured, but your hair isn't even messy, and there are no bloodstains on your clothes, Sebastian observed more closely. Lola, covering a rotting hand, widened her pupils. You didn't encounter any monsters? The logistics teacher for the intermediate division, Professor Rossetti, said, didn't you hear on your way back? The junior division students crushed all the academies with their wisdom this time. She then turned to Ro, her face showing genuine joy. Congratulations, Ro. You've taken first place again.
Thank you, Princess.
Professor Rossetti, Rose said, lifting her skirt and curtsying, smiling. I'll call you that in the academy. Princess Lillian Rossetti blinked. Of course, in the academy we are teacher and student, but outside we are friends. Professor Rossetti, do you know each other? Professor Phil asked, and Professor Fink from the advanced department turned to look as well. Professor Rossetti only joined the school last year, teaching intermediate magic apprentices. How could she possibly be friends with the beginner student Ro? I know her, Lillian replied simply. Rose saved my life. She is my benefactor. She did not mention that they had met once before, when she had saved Ro from pirates. Lillian guessed that Ro probably didn't want anyone to know about her previous predicament. Ro noticed her kindness and smiled gratefully. Princess Lillian's eyes sparkled as she exchanged a glance with Ro before looking down to check the injuries of a student lying on a wooden bed. Among the 5 intermediate team members, 3 were lying down. Lillian started with the one who looked the most injured. The internal and external wounds needed to be cleaned and drained first. Only then could medicine be applied, or it would reduce the healing effect. These two have external injuries, and they aren't too serious. But this one, Lillian said, lifting Hester's arm after checking Winnie and the boy beside her, has nearly depleted magical energy, and the surrounding fire elements are chaotic. We need to treat her quickly. The healing potions and holy water are here, Professor Phil said, presenting a box of crystal bottles and placing it on a low table. The crystal bottles were small, about the size of a thumb, containing about 15 milliliters of golden liquid that shimmered like starlight. However, everyone who saw the bottles looked shocked. The 30 crystal bottles in the box were identical, both in appearance and in the color of the liquid inside. Lillian hesitated. Did you mix them up? Are they all healing potions? They're not mixed up, Professor Phil said, puzzled. This is how they were given to me. The two knights said these are potions and holy water personally granted by His Holiness, with gold powder and myrrh added to show their nobility. They didn't pay attention when they took the boxes and can't remember which is which, so they just took 15 bottles each. Gold symbolizes divine honor, myrrh symbolizes suffering, and frankincense symbolizes resurrection. These three items are known as the three treasures of the Church, representing the supreme power bestowed upon the Pope by the divine. The Pope granted them to major magic academies, showing his importance and praise for them. Even though he thought this way, Professor Phil still felt something was strange. Does pure holy water really need embellishment from the three treasures? Why didn't they separate them when they took 15 bottles each? Professor Fink asked, pulling out a crystal bottle and sniffing it. The scent is too strong. How can we tell which is the potion and which is the holy water? Professor Phil quickly replied, Knight Bruce said we could find a larger container, mix them up, and then separate them. That way, everyone can just take 2 bottles. That's too complicated. It would have been easier to mix them from the start, Professor Fink frowned. They could just use holy water to brew the potion and save the trouble of measuring 2 portions of spices. The church people love to waste energy on trivial matters. Professor Fink thought this, but didn't dare to say it out loud. I'll go to the dining hall to find a clean clay pot, Lillian said, standing up. We need to divide the medicine quickly. Hester can't wait any longer. Professor Rossetti, the injured students can't leave you. Theodore suddenly stood up. I'll go. Lillian looked surprised. When did the rebellious Theodore become so sensible? But she shook her head. You are all injured, so stay here. I'll be back soon. Professor Rossetti, we aren't injured. Let us go. I'll go too. Hall and Asina spoke up at the same time, while Gladys lagged behind, and the three looked eagerly at Princess Lillian. That's nonsense, Professor Phil scolded. You just came from the arena, and the dark energy on you hasn't been purified yet. How can you leave the treatment room? He especially disapproved of Asina, glancing at her and lifting the curtain. I have the most free time here. I'll go. Asina opened her mouth to say something, but Professor Phil didn't see it and strode out, leaving everyone with his back. The atmosphere in the treatment room suddenly turned cold, and the students sitting on the bed became tense. Lillian and Professor Fink found it strange. These students had just been lively. Why did they suddenly go quiet? Teenagers are truly unpredictable. Lillian sat back down beside the wooden bed, placing her hand on Hester's chest. Feeling her weakening heartbeat, she furrowed her brow tightly. While the professors weren't paying attention, Theodore was frantically winking at Roe and Hall. Come on, smart ones, think of a solution. Soon, when Professor Phil returns with the container, they will be forced to drink the holy water and reveal their true forms. The Church's holy water is pure water blessed by high-ranking clergy and the God of Light. The higher the rank of the person who blesses it, the more powerful the holy water. This water not only contains rich light elemental energy, but also absorbs blessings from the divine, capable of driving away evil, purifying the body, and restoring health. It's said that bathing in holy water can make skin as smooth as a baby's, which high-ranking clergy love to use for anti-aging. This blessing can be called purification and restoration, but less charitably, It's just resetting to factory settings. Orcs, demons, and devils are all races despised by the god of light. If they reset to factory settings, won't that reveal everything? Theodore blinked rapidly. Gladys gripped her sword hilt, and Lola picked at her fingers. Hall and Asina had dark expressions, seemingly prepared for the worst. Whoosh, Rose stood up. Professor Rossetti, Senior Carancis's condition is critical, but I have a way to immediately separate the potion and holy water. Let me try. Hearing her voice, everyone looked up in surprise. Lillian exclaimed, Do you really have a solution? Professor Fink curiously asked, Child, what is your solution? Sebastian, Theodore, Hall, Asina. All the students sitting on the bed showed astonished expressions. They couldn't think of a solution, yet she figured it out so quickly. Except for Jack, who looked uneasy. The others felt a glimmer of hope, but it quickly faded. Even if she could separate the potion and holy water, they would still have to drink the medicine. What difference would it make? Ro clearly saw the change in their expressions. She didn't have time to explain and turned to the professors. My solution is simple. We just need to weigh the bottles. The weight of the bottles is the same, isn't it? Professor Fink asked, puzzled. While the weight of the bottles is the same, the weight of the potion and holy water inside is different because their densities are different. Densities? Lillian and Professor Fink were hearing this term for the first time. Yes, density, Rose said with a serious expression. When you pour oil into water, the oil floats on the surface because its density is less than that of water. It is lighter. In the same volume, a bottle of water is heavier than a bottle of oil. The same goes for the potion and holy water. The potion, which contains various magical materials, will have a greater density than water, resulting in slight differences in weight. Lillian and Professor Fink exchanged glances, and finally, Lillian spoke hesitantly. Ro, how do you know about this density? It's all in the books. My court teacher taught me too, Ro replied, puzzled. Does the Western region not have the concept of density? Lillian and Professor Fink showed awkward expressions. If they had known, they wouldn't have asked such a question. So, it was the truth discovered by the wise of the Misty region, Lillian sighed. It seems we in the Western region are still a bit behind in our knowledge system. No wonder you're so clever. Actually, we in the Western region have discovered density too, Professor Fink said nonchalantly, but we call it displacement. More than 1,000 years ago, wise men in our Western region discovered that equal weights of gold and silver have different volumes and used the immersion method to distinguish between the two metals. Though he pretended to be indifferent, every word revealed Professor Fink's pride as a Westerner. Using the displacement method to distinguish gold and silver, wasn't that the story of Archimedes testing the authenticity of a crown? Ro was secretly amazed. Could there be an Archimedes in this world too? She tentatively asked, Professor Fink, is the displacement you mentioned Archimedes' principle? Archimedes?
Who is that?
Professor Fink asked. Oh, he's a wise man from our side, who also used the displacement method to distinguish between these two metals, Ro replied, realizing that Professor Fink didn't know Archimedes' name. Professor Fink was even less pleased. Why did the Misty region people know everything? Were they really smarter than the Westerners? Lillian didn't mind. Ro, we understand the density and weight you mentioned, but there are no scales here. No need for scales. Ro quickly took out her magic wand. I can use the wind spell. By controlling the output of my magic, I can influence the strength of the wind to we certainly. Theodore had just started to speak when Ro shot him a threatening glance, causing his words to get stuck in his throat. Why was she threatening him? Seeing Theodore stop, Ro smiled with satisfaction and said, Do you want to keep some? All right, then you should drink the holy water first to cleanse the dark energy on you. After saying this, she returned to the low table and picked up 2 bottles of holy water, handing them over. Theodore reached out with a trembling hand, still in disbelief that Ro not only wouldn't help them but also wanted to send them off. Lola didn't understand why Ro was doing this either, but she subconsciously felt that Ro wouldn't harm them, so she reluctantly accepted the holy water. Seeing Lola take hers, Theodore closed his eyes and took the holy water as well. Ro smiled happily and gently reminded them, holy water is rare. Actually, Just a little is enough. You should save half for later, in case you encounter any monsters. Lola looked at the bottle of holy water in her hand, as if she understood something. She looked up and said earnestly, "Thank you, Miss Rowe." She uncorked the bottle and took a small sip, leaving more than half in the crystal bottle. The other members of the execution squad held their breath, staring at Lola. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Theodore was stunned. He looked at Lola, then at the potion in his hand, and suddenly realized. He quickly bit the cork off and took a small sip for himself. After drinking, he smacked his lips and said, "This really is holy water. I feel lighter and more refreshed." Lola nodded. Yes, holy water is really powerful. The holy water gifted by His Holiness is certainly extraordinary, Lillian said helplessly, turning to Theodore and Lola. But you're both injured so badly. Are you really not going to drink the potion? There's another match the day after tomorrow. She understood that the common students, having access to high-level healing potions for the first time, treated them like treasures. But they shouldn't risk fighting while injured, right? Moreover, both of them were seriously hurt. Even though they could run and jump, one had a broken arm and the other had a hurt right hand. Did they not feel any pain? Lillian advised, "You should drink the potion. Once you become mages, you'll have plenty of potions. Don't waste this one." "But you said once," Theodore said, holding the crystal bottle in his palm. "We have it in the future, but we don't have it now." Lola tugged at his sleeve and whispered to Lillian, "Professor Rossetti, thank you for your kindness, but we want to wait until we return to the academy to drink it. As long as you remember to drink it." Lillian didn't insist further. Roe waited for them to finish talking before continuing to hand out the crystal bottles. "Jack, this is yours. Hall Gladys, here's yours. Asina, this one's for you." She distributed the holy water to the 5 members of the junior team, including herself. "Drink up quickly. You'll be fine afterward." "Thank you, Captain." Jack took the holy water and drank it without hesitation, carefully putting the crystal bottle away. It was worth dozens of silver coins. Hall and Gladys also drank the holy water, holding their bottles and sitting on the edge of the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Asina hesitated for a while, opened the bottle, and sniffed it. The strong scent of milk and myrrh made it hard to tell if there was any potion inside. She glanced suspiciously at Roe, who noticed her action and smoothly uncorked the bottle, tilting her head back to drink the liquid inside. After struggling for a moment, Asina frowned and drank the holy water. She didn't dare to expose herself, otherwise she would drag the wolf girl down with her. After the junior team finished drinking the holy water, the lonely Sebastian suddenly spoke up. "Junior, can I have half a bottle of holy water too?" Without waiting for Roe to respond, he pointed at the crystal bottle in Theodore's hand. "I want that half." Roe followed his finger and narrowed her eyes. "Senior, that's Theodore's. You need to ask for his permission first." Theodore realized what was happening and immediately clutched the bottle to his chest. "This is mine. You have your own. Why drink mine, you weirdo?" Sebastian smiled. "Junior, you misunderstood me. Once opened, holy water is hard to seal tightly and evaporates easily. Why don't we share a bottle and save the other one? If you're worried, you can keep the bottle." "I don't want to." Theodore frowned. What did he need holy water for? To blow up a dung pit? That stuff couldn't be drunk. Sebastian's smile faltered, and he turned his gaze back to Roe, kind and beautiful junior. Roe had seen enough of the show and raised an eyebrow. "Senior, I believe Theodore would prefer healing potions. Why don't you trade your half bottle of healing potion for half a bottle of holy water?" "Sure," Sebastian replied, "I can trade." Roe then looked at Theodore and gave him a knowing glance. "Theodore, why don't you agree to Senior Noel's proposal? You won't lose anything by trading half a bottle of holy water for half a bottle of potion." Theodore opened his mouth. "Are you serious? You really want me to trade?" He had never seen such a foolish octopus. Roe sighed. "Trade. I'll vouch for you."
"Fine."
Theodore hesitantly handed the potion bottle to Sebastian, his brown eyes sizing him up. "Thank you, Junior." Sebastian maintained a straight face and gulped down the remaining holy water in the bottle. The two professors exchanged glances after hearing the students' conversation. They truly didn't understand the kids' thinking. Trading half a bottle of holy water for a potion? If other academies found out, they would mock them for being from a slum. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and a hand lifted the curtain. "I'm back," Professor Phil strode in, holding a ceramic jar. "Did you wait long?" "No," Lillian stood up and joked. "But you made a wasted trip. Ro has already separated the holy water and the potion." "Separated?
How did she do that?"
Professor Phil was taken aback. "By density," Lillian repeated Ro's words with a smile. "It was that simple. She separated the holy water in under a minute, and what was left was the potion." Professor Phil looked skeptical. "Is the result accurate? Won't the potion and holy water get mixed up?" "It won't, Professor Phil," Ro replied politely. "We've already drunk the holy water, and Senior Hester has taken the potion. Her injuries are improving." "That's right," Lillian agreed. "The body's response doesn't lie. Those unconscious students are waking up." As if to prove her point, there was movement on the wooden bed. Hester slowly opened her eyes and propped herself up on the bed. "Where am I?" "Look, you're awake." Lillian turned to Hester and said, "The match is over. You're in the treatment room." "The treatment room?" Hester's eyes gradually cleared as she looked around, her face pale. "Did we get eliminated?" "You weren't eliminated. You made it to the end of the match," Lillian said. "Then we—" Hester bit her lip. "What place did we get?" "5th place," Lola quietly answered her question. "We got 5th. Only 5th. Hester was not satisfied with this result. "All right, now that the match is over, don't dwell on the rankings." Lillian picked up a bottle of holy water from the low table and handed it to her. "Since you're awake, drink this holy water to cleanse the dark energy." "Holy water?" Hester's pupils shrank. The crystal bottle was filled with a shimmering liquid that looked like golden sand. It felt cool in her hand and didn't look like pure holy water at all. Moreover, today wasn't a day of divine descent. How could there be holy water here? Lillian noticed her confusion and explained. The simulated monsters in the second match were changed to real ones at Prince Alfred's suggestion. As compensation, His Highness provided everyone with a bottle of high-level healing potion and a bottle of holy water. "I've already given you the potion. This bottle is blessed by the Pope, and it contains 3 treasures powder, which is why it looks different from ordinary holy water." Hester's face grew even more troubled upon hearing this. Holy water blessed by the Pope must be much more powerful than regular holy water. She tightened her grip on the bottle and asked hoarsely, "Can I not drink it?" "Why not?" Lillian asked in surprise. "Holy water can remove the mark of dark energy. Not drinking it could put you in danger. Just like last year, when she emerged from the demon's sea without promptly cleansing the dark energy on her, resulting in the summoning of the swamp monster L, almost costing her life." Lillian thought Hester was like Theodore and the others, wanting to save the holy water, and advised, "Even if you're reluctant, you should at least take a sip." The candlelight was bright, and the cold stone chamber was filled with smoke. Today, the scent of the incense was different. It was the soft and fresh aroma of thyme. Alfred placed the green vines of thyme into a small golden burner. The elegant and refreshing fragrance spread with the smoke, filling the air and bringing a cool sensation when inhaled. Fry knelt beside the small burner, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. "My child, tell me, what do you smell?" Alfred asked gently. "It is courage, Godfather." Fry opened his eyes. "I smell the fragrance of courage. It sharpens my mind and strengthens my body." The ancient Greeks regarded thyme as a source of courage. They would burn thyme leaves at altars to fill the temples with its wonderful scent. In medieval Europe, thyme was also a symbol of courage and nobility. Women would offer thyme to knights before they set out to battle, praying for courage, victory, and safety for the warriors. "Indeed, this is a gift from the divine," Alfred praised. "The gods surround us with fragrance and grant us the glory of victory. Child, you should not feel disheartened, for you have the light of the gods upon you." "I understand, Godfather. I will not be discouraged by losing to Sharia. Victory will ultimately be on our side." Fry replied firmly. Alfred smiled gently, dipped his fingers in the water from his cup, and lightly touched Frey's forehead. Child, you are a brave warrior of light. Go, and do not disappoint the gods who watch over you. Yes, Godfather. Fry respectfully exited the stone chamber. As the stone door opened, Bruce immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Fry. Your Highness. Uncle Bruce, Fry nodded in return. Thank you for waiting outside. It is my honor, Bruce replied. Godfather is still inside waiting for you, so I will take my leave, Fry said. Take care, Your Highness. Bruce raised his head, watching the young man leave before turning back into the stone door. Your Highness. Once inside the chamber, Bruce walked steadily to within 3 meters of Alfred and knelt on one knee. Alfred glanced at him, leaning back in his chair. Failed? Your Highness is wise beyond measure, Bruce reported, lowering his head. Those 3 suspicious civilians showed no reaction after drinking the holy water, but I have new findings. There is a girl named Hester in Shiria's intermediate team. She seems very resistant to drinking the holy water. I have instructed Antoine and Wall to keep an eye on her.
Alfreds Gaze sharpened instantly.
No reaction after drinking the holy water? Are you sure they drank it? Bruce's shoulders trembled. I am not certain, but both the professor from Shiria and Wall said so. Wall claimed he saw them drink the holy water with his own eyes. Alfred closed his eyes briefly. Tell me everything you saw and heard from start to finish, without any omissions. Yes, Your Highness. Bruce carefully organized his thoughts and began recounting how they had intentionally mixed up the holy water and potion bottles given to Shiria, continuing until the Shiria team left. And then I let them go. After listening, Alfred revealed an interested smile. What a clever princess from Misty Plains, using just one trick to fool all of you. Bruce suddenly looked up.
What?
She tricked us? When did she do that? How did he not notice? Alfred returned to his calm demeanor. According to her, the weights of the holy water and potion are different. With that, she could indeed distinguish between the 2 bottles. But how can you be sure she didn't deliberately switch some potions with the holy water while selecting it? If I guess correctly, the holy water those 3 mice drank should be the potion she switched, and the real holy water is still in their hands. Alfred sighed inwardly, realizing that Rosy was indeed very clever. She first gained the trust of others by explaining density, then took control when selecting potions and distributing bottles, playing a clever trick right in front of everyone. The solution was simple. Bruce could have made them drink the remaining potions while checking at the door. Or he could have had students from the Divine Academy guard there. They have an affinity for light elements and could easily tell whether it was a potion or holy water just by smelling it. But either way, his people would have had an unpleasant encounter with several professors from Shiria, which he did not want to see. Ultimately, the plan itself had flaws. He should have mixed the potions and holy water together in advance, not giving them a chance to be clever. In the end, Alfred sighed deeply, realizing that it was too late to think about it now. The plan was not a complete failure, as it provided him with 2 pieces of information. I thought Rosy didn't know the identities of those 3 people. Now it seems she not only knows, but is also helping to hide them. Alfred looked at Bruce, who is still kneeling. Go tell Wall that he is now responsible for keeping an eye on Rosy. The others do not need to worry about her. Someone as wise and powerful as Rosy, who shows kindness regardless of race, will attract more and more magical beings and beast men around her. As long as he keeps an eye on her, the little mice will fall into his hands one by one. Also, about that Hester you just mentioned, and the one who exchanged holy water with the little black mouse, investigate them. I want to know their identities within 3 days. Bruce straightened up. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, the Shiria team was following their professors to the teleportation array for their return to school. In the light rain, everyone wore magical robes and cloaks, quietly walking along the muddy path under the night sky. The flames from their wands flickered in the rain and mist, casting long shadows. Rosy looked at Hester's tall figure, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Hester woke up too late. Rosy could no longer help her switch the potions and could only watch her drink the holy water. She hoped she was wrong, and that Hester was not different, but simply reluctant to drink the holy water. Otherwise, if she drank an entire bottle of holy water out of spite, she might not make it back to the Rose Castle. With just over 100 meters to the teleportation array, everyone quickened their pace. Suddenly, Hester stumbled. Senior Calanthes. Rosy quickly stepped forward and caught her. Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your robe. Thankfully, you didn't fall. The air was heavy with moisture, and Hester's shoulders trembled slightly, like a butterfly with wet wings trying to escape a muddy shell. After Rosy spoke, several seconds passed before Hester finally managed to respond. That it's okay. The professors ahead turned to look back upon hearing her voice, but did not notice anything unusual about Hester. Professor Moses reminded them, the road is slippery in the rain, so be careful. We will reach the teleportation array soon. Yes, Professor, the students replied in unison. The students from Sharia traveled simply, with even the professors walking along the muddy path, which was quite disheartening. Antoine, hiding in the bushes by the field, wiped the water from his face. His hair was already soaked by the fine rain, and the dew dripping from the leaves ran down his neck, making him feel cold. He had been on many tracking missions, but this was the first time it had been so difficult. The Sharia group had neither flying mounts nor carriages, making no noise, and they could detect any slight movement around them. Moreover, they were relying solely on their legs, walking slowly, which forced him to move cautiously through the forest. He couldn't get too close, fearing that if he brushed against a branch, they would notice him. If only they had a few horses. He could have quickly caught up using wind magic, instead of suffering in the tick-infested wilderness. Not far away, the Sharia group finally arrived at the location of the temporary teleportation array. The teleportation array was engraved on a marble circular platform with a radius of 32 feet, about 20 meters wide. Such a large-scale array could transport 100 people at once. Large teleportation arrays consumed a lot of magical power. Activating one could drain 10 junior magic masters. If using magic stones instead, it would consume dozens of refined pure magic stones. Clearly, the Sharia Magic Academy did not have that kind of financial power. This teleportation array was established by the 10 major academies, with enough magic stones placed in the grooves to allow all participating teams to teleport back and forth once. Why not use a free teleportation array that could save magical power? That was why the Sharia team walked a kilometer in the rain along the muddy path. Are you okay? Rosy steadied Hester, her voice very low. Don't be afraid, lean on me. We'll be back soon. Hester let out a low sound from her nose. She was half a head taller than Rosy, leaning on her and putting almost half her weight on her. Rosy struggled to support her. After more than 6 months of training, her muscle mass was already high, and she was quite strong, but Hester's weight exceeded her expectations. How could a tall, slender 16-year-old girl weigh so much? Rosy even suspected that her weight surpassed that of an elephant, as just one of her arms could make her elbow creak under the pressure. The teleportation array let Rosy didn't know where Hessel's room was, so she brought her back to her own dorm. The transformation spell has a time limit. Rosy had tried it before and knew that one casting could last for over half an hour. But for Hessel, the spell's effect was greatly shortened. As Rosy helped her through the door, she could feel the scaly bumps rapidly spreading beneath her clothes.
Senior?
Calanthes, Senior? She called out twice, but Hessel, in a daze, did not respond. Rosy laid her on the bed, turned to lock the doors and windows, pulled the curtains tight, and quietly summoned Nicole. The fist-sized hell spider jumped from her shoulder to the floor, tilting its head to look at her. Nicole, stay by the door. If anyone comes near, let me know immediately. Nicole squatted and shook its claws, indicating it understood, then hopped towards the bedroom door with its 2 antennae raised. Seeing this, Rosy turned her attention back to the bed. In just a few moments, the girl lying on the bed underwent a huge transformation. Her appearance could no longer be described as human. Her face was covered in dense black scales, and 2 rows of jagged spikes grew from her forehead, extending back and merging at the back of her head, connecting to a protruding spine that spread all the way to her tailbone. With a tearing sound, Hessel's clothes burst open, and even her boots were ripped in half, falling to the ground. Her hands and feet transformed into black claws, and the sharp claws shredded Rovy's carefully cleaned cashmere blanket, leaving deep scratches on the bed frame. Rovy. She had carved a teleportation array into the bed frame that led straight to Demon Island. When Hessel woke up, she would definitely demand compensation. She didn't know how long the effects of the holy water would last. Since Hessel had held out this long before transforming, her tolerance for holy water must be quite high. If it were someone else, drinking a whole bottle of holy water would probably reveal their true form before even reaching the teleportation array. Rovy dragged a chair to the bedside and took off her magic robe to sit down. If Hessel didn't wake up in 10 minutes, she would have to change clothes and go to the cafeteria alone. Time passed slowly, but Hessel's transformation showed no signs of stopping. Her body grew larger, covered in dark scales, and a thick tail sprouted behind her. Rovy grew more puzzled. What kind of creature was Hessel? Why did she have a tail? A lizard? Or a crocodile? The small bed, only 1.5 meters wide, couldn't support her weight, and the creaking bed frame made noise. Rovy frowned slowly. If Hessel kept growing, the bed would definitely collapse. Creak. The wooden bed let out a mournful cry.
No, she had to stop this.
Rovy quickly removed the chair and squatted down, skillfully carving a few reinforcement magic runes along the edge of the bed. When she looked up, she met a pair of cold, pitch-black eyes that reflected no light. A massive diamond-shaped snake head rested above her, with black scales forming orderly ridges along its brow. A ring of sharp, fan-shaped bone spikes grew around its ears and neck, and two symmetrical, elongated nostrils were located above its fearsome mouth. Its hot breath blew onto Rovy's face, and those suffocating black eyes stared at her emotionlessly, unmoving. With a whoosh, a pair of huge bat-like wings suddenly sprouted from the creature's back. Rovy had never seen such a creature before. She slowly raised her head, trying to remain calm as she examined it. Its body occupied a quarter of her bedroom space, with a long neck bending up to the ceiling. Four strong claws gripped her small bed, and its wings, only partially spread, covered most of the wall. Finally seeing it clearly, Rovy swallowed hard. A dragon?
She guessed.
The creature stared at her for a moment before suddenly opening its terrifying mouth and speaking in a cold female voice. I am a black dragon. Rovy calmly nodded and asked, So you're awake now? The black dragon silently lowered itself, crouching on the small bed and folding its wings. Rovy pulled the chair over again, sat down, and after a moment of silence asked, How long until you can recover? The black dragon buried its head in its wings and closed its eyes. I don't know. Then I'll go to the cafeteria first. Rovy stood up, took her magic robe from the chair. Do you want me to get you an excuse? The black dragon opened its eyes to look at her. You're leaving now? What else can I do? Rovy replied, turning back. If I don't go soon, the professors will send someone to find us. The black dragon stretched its long neck, but had to lower its head due to the ceiling's height. Aren't you curious about my identity? You already told me. You're a black dragon. Rovy walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and took out a clean pair of boots. Her calm attitude was like discussing what to eat today, which sparked Hessel's competitive spirit. Many people are afraid when they see a dragon. Dragons represent evil and misfortune. Aren't you scared? Rovy replied nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of? I've lost count of how many times I've heard that question. To be honest, I've seen creatures 100 times more evil than you. A black dragon is nothing. Hessel didn't believe her. 100 times more evil? Who? The god of the undead. Have you seen him? Rovy said while changing her shoes. I haven't. Hessel thought she was joking and deliberately used a low, hoarse voice to intimidate her. I admit that deity is more evil than dragons, as he is an evil god, but evil gods won't come here. I am right in front of you. Rovy didn't pay attention to what she said and finished changing her shoes. There are clothes in the wardrobe. If you want to go out, take something from there. Our sizes are different, so find something that fits. Hessel, feeling disregarded, grew a bit angry. Aren't you afraid I might eat you? Then go ahead and eat, Rovi replied without looking back. Hessel irritably flicked her tail, making a loud thud against the wall. Be careful. If you break the wall, we both won't escape. Why did you save me? Hessel finally asked her true feelings. Because we are partners, Rovi turned to look at her seriously. Aren't we? Future master of alchemy? Hessel couldn't believe it. Just because of that? Rovi replied, just because of that. I am the descendant of the despairing black dragon Nidhogg. You saved me just for that? Do you know what it means to save me? I will destroy this world. If you could really destroy the world, you wouldn't have been hunted to extinction by dragon slayers. Rovi thought for a moment and corrected herself. The books say dragons are extinct, but your existence proves that wrong. Hessel lowered her gaze, suppressing the hatred in her eyes. The church would love to kill all beastmen, so of course, they would write that. Hearing this, Rovi recalled, the books I read about evil gods and beastmen were indeed written by the church. I couldn't find this content in other books. In the church's writings, there were endless descriptions of how brutal and savage beastmen were, and how much humanity suffered to resist them. Hessel self-deprecatingly said, actually, the church isn't wrong. They did wipe out the dragon race. Once I die, there will be no more black dragons in the world. Luowei had a complex expression. Another orc had been wiped out. Hessel and Lola were both among the last descendants of their kind in the world. If the story was destined to end in their deaths, why leave any bloodline behind? She suddenly recalled a saying, the great way is 50, heaven has 49, and one escapes. What does that mean? Hessel asked. Luowei realized she had accidentally spoken aloud. Since she had let it slip, she explained, it means that nothing in the world is absolute. If you survive, it means the Black Dragon clan still has a glimmer of hope. But whether they could seize that hope depended on their fate. Hope. Hessel murmured, frowning in thought. All right, you rest here, Luowei said, putting on her magic robe. I'll go first. I'll tell the professor you couldn't move because you were too tired, so you won't be joining for dinner. Hessel replied, isn't that a bit too arrogant? It fits your character. Luowei walked to the door, blocking Hessel's view as she took back Nicole, then pushed the door open and left. Once the door closed, Hessel curled up on the small bed, puzzled. What did she mean by fitting her character? Could being arrogant really fit her character? She wanted to know how Luowei saw her to create such a big misunderstanding. Outside the door, Luowei had just taken a couple of steps when she saw several thin figures standing quietly in the hallway. On the left was Asina, looking curious. At the staircase stood the bright-eyed Gladys and the nervous Lola. What are you all doing here? Luowei walked over with a calm expression. I heard something, Asina said, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. There was another voice in your room. Her name is Hessel, right? You heard wrong, Luowei replied coldly. The intermediate dorms aren't here. They're in the central area of the fortress. Asina scoffed. Are you brave enough to open the door and let me see? Luowei gave her a strange look. Do you have a habit of spying on others' dorms? Asina's expression suddenly turned cold. She wanted to curse, but was too angry to speak. Luowei walked past her and headed for the stairs. Lola, Gladys, let's go to the academy dining hall. Okay, Gladys replied cheerfully. The three quickly went down the stairs, leaving Asina standing alone in the hallway. Darn it! You annoying person. I will kill you one day. After cursing, Asina glanced back at Luowei's bedroom door. Hessel must be inside. She had seen Luowei help her in, but only Luowei came out. Asina narrowed her eyes and quietly approached the bedroom door. Hessel had reacted strangely when drinking the holy water, and now she was hiding inside, too scared to come out. She must have revealed her true form. If she was an orc, she would emit a strong scent different from a human's. If she was a demon, Asina would hear her groaning in pain, as holy water burns demons. Asina didn't smell anything unusual. She carefully pressed her ear against the door. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly swung open, and Asina nearly stumbled inside. She quickly grabbed the door frame to steady herself, but a hand shot out and gripped her neck. Cough, cough, let go of me. Asina was forced to look up, her hands trying to pry the fingers from her neck, her blue eyes reflecting a cold, lifeless face. Hessel stood before her, her curly black hair cascading down, completely naked, with well-defined muscles on her outstretched right arm. Her strength was terrifying. With just one hand, she effortlessly lifted Asina off the ground. Asina's feet dangled, her pale face flushed red. Let me go. Hessel slowly relaxed her grip. What were you eavesdropping on? Cough, cough, I wasn't. Asina kicked her legs in the air, struggling. Hessel stared at her intensely. What do you want to know? I was just cough, just curious. Curious? Hessel wasn't convinced. Curious about what? About my identity? How to use me? I am a favored one of the goddess of love, Asina managed to squeeze out, her voice strained. I advise you to let me go. What does the goddess of love matter? Hessel said cruelly. I'm not her follower. Why should I care about her favored one's life? But she still released Asina, her fingers loosening, and the oxygen-deprived Asina fell heavily to the ground. Hessel looked down at her. If it weren't for this being the academy, you wouldn't have a chance to live. I have plenty of ways to make you disappear. Eating a person was already a crime the brutal Black Dragon had committed long ago. Unfortunately, the Academy's magic array had monitoring functions. If she acted, she would be immediately discovered. Cough, cough, cough. Asina coughed violently, pushing herself up from the floor, swaying as she stood. She held her sore neck and glared at Hessel, her eyes filled with icy light. If it weren't for this being the academy, you would know what kind of person you have offended. Hessel sneered. I return that line to you. Now get lost. You'll regret this. Asina glared. One day, you'll kneel and beg me to kill you. Bang! The only response was the sudden sound of the door slamming shut and the door panel closing in front of her. Asina gritted her teeth, trembling with anger. After a while, she clenched her fists and turned to leave. They're all witches. What good could come from being with Luowei? She would kill her, definitely. Inside the bedroom, Hessel heard the footsteps fade away, and she let out a breath she had been holding. Her slender body suddenly expanded, growing dozens of times larger. This time, Luowei's small bed finally collapsed under her weight. Hearing the sound of the bed breaking, the massive black dragon hurriedly raised her paw and turned, only to accidentally knock over Luowei's desk and chair with her tail. Hearing the clatter of falling objects, the black dragon froze, slowly turning her head. A complete mess. She dared not move again, tucking her forepaws beneath her and awkwardly crouching in the corner, a hint of despair creeping into her dark eyes. How could she explain all this to Luowei? Would she believe that it was unintentional? The black dragon felt like a statue, filling the small bedroom. In the college dining hall, the dinner had just begun. Rosy told Laura the excuse she had discussed with Hessel, asking Laura to inform Professor Pence on her behalf. Professor Pence was not angry at all. Instead, he looked pleased. This child has grown up. She has learned to consider others' feelings. He knew well what kind of temperament his student had. Hessel had never liked crowded places. After nearly 2 years at Sharia, her relationships with classmates and professors were still quite distant. In the past, if she didn't want to attend a gathering, she would leave without saying a word. Now she even knew to find an excuse to avoid him. Professor Pence was very touched. He said, there are no bad students, only careless teachers. Look at Hessel. She has made so much progress. The dinner had been going on for over an hour. The atmosphere in the dining hall was lively, filled with the aroma of roasted meat and wheat bread and the scent of wine wafted from the clay pots. Although the food wasn't exquisite, with laughter and chatter, everyone enjoyed their meal. Even the strong-tasting old beef seemed particularly chewy. However, the smell of alcohol and grease became a bit overwhelming after a while. Rosy got up when she was half full and walked to the window for some fresh air. Aren't you eating anymore? A warm voice came from behind her. Rovi turned around and saw a tall figure approaching her with a wine glass. "Senior Noel," she said, lifting her skirt slightly, "I've had enough to eat. I'm just getting some fresh air." Sebastian politely nodded and asked, "May I stand here?" "Of course." Rovi stepped aside. Sebastian moved closer to her and asked gently, "Junior, are all mist people as smart as you? Are you curious about us mist people, Senior?" Rovi joked, "If you're curious, why not become one of my people?" Sebastian shrugged. "Someone like me can join?" "Of course. It's a land without conflict." Sebastian laughed. "When can I go there?" "No rush," Rovi said seriously. "We need to send someone to verify your identity and criminal record. You can only immigrate after passing our review." "Do you think I can pass the review?" "It's hard to say. It depends on whether you've killed anyone." "Killing someone is not allowed?" "Killing bad people is fine, but indiscriminate killing is not." "What is a bad person, and what is innocent?" Sebastian countered, pausing for 2 seconds before quietly adding, "No one on this continent is innocent." He raised his head and finished the remaining wine in his glass, a bright smile returning to his face. "Junior, it's chilly here. You should go back soon." Rovi quietly watched him without speaking. Sebastian didn't mind. He took a big step forward, leaving a graceful silhouette behind. "Senior," Rovi called out to him, "are you a follower of the church?" Sebastian stopped, turned slightly against the light, and asked, "Are you insulting me? You promote the original sin theory that the church advocates, don't you?" "When did I?" Sebastian realized and fell silent. She was right. If he believed that everyone in this world was not innocent, wasn't that admitting to original sin? "Senior, join us," Rovi invited. "No matter if you believe in original sin or not, it's too tiring to walk alone." "I don't believe," Sebastian said seriously. "And what about your us? Do they agree?" "They won't oppose it. Since we've found each other, cooperation is the best solution for safety." Sebastian turned back to face her and asked, "What do I have to give up to join you?" "Basic trust. Both sides need to do this." "Okay," Sebastian agreed, finally showing a satisfied smile. "Should I call you Captain from now on?" "No need." Rovi lifted her chin. "We are a democratic team." Sebastian smiled wider. "All right, Junior." Rovi chuckled, "Looking forward to our cooperation, Senior." The two, pretending to be bait, ended up as fish caught on the hook, pulling on each other's lines without letting go. By the time the dinner ended, it was already 9 o'clock at night. The clock tower rang out a deep bell, and the gathering in the college dining hall began to disperse. A large group of people streamed out, chatting and laughing as they walked along the dimly lit campus path toward the dormitory. During the banquet, Rovi learned from her classmates that the cathedral at Sharia Magic Academy also had magic mirrors that could connect to the viewing area, broadcasting their images from the competition. The only difference from the viewing area was that the academy had fewer mirrors, only 15, enough to show their own team's matches, while they couldn't receive images from other academies. Many classmates expressed regret. They wanted to see the battles of the Divine Academy team. Rovi suspected that the academy could provide more mirrors, but didn't want students cheering for other academies. On the way, many classmates were discussing their competition experiences, their voices rising and falling, sometimes sounding like they were sharing some secret. Rovi felt a bit awkward. She heard many mentions of healing potions and poisoning, and it seemed the discussions about hall content were a bit excessive. "Rovi, dear, I've been looking for you everywhere." Sheen squeezed next to Rovi, holding her skirt and complaining, "There were too many people at the dinner. I couldn't find you. I almost missed you again." "What do you need me for?" Rovi asked. "Is there something going on? Can I look for you if there's nothing?" Sheen looked at her with disbelief. "It's only been 3 days, and you've forgotten me." That's not what I meant," Rovi said, linking arms with her. "Isn't this showing concern for you?" As soon as she said it, she felt it was wrong. The more she spoke, the more it sounded like she was a heartless person. Fortunately, Sheen was a generous girl. She forgave her for being unfeeling and happily shared her joy upon hearing Rovi's concern. "Rovi, you did amazing this time." When the first match ended, The people from Snake Academy and Ryan Academy were crawling everywhere. It was so funny. And then there was Tasteron Academy, rolling and scrambling up the hill. My cousin was so scared her face changed. Haha, her expression was so ugly. I want to draw it and send it home for everyone to see. Rovi sighed. That last part is the main point, right? Do you dislike your cousin that much? I can't stand her. Chin said angrily. Who told her and my bad uncle to plot to take my inheritance? She even said I'm useless and wants my father to give the territory to her. Rovi was confused. Isn't the territory of hereditary nobles only inherited by the eldest son? How could it be given to her? According to current kingdom laws, noble titles are usually inherited by the eldest son, while younger sons become knights, and illegitimate children have no inheritance rights. In many places in early medieval Western society, land and property were divided equally among children, allowing both daughters and sons to inherit part of their father's estate, although the castle typically went to the eldest son. By the mid-medieval period, which is the closest era to the Western continent, women's inheritance rights had significantly weakened. Except for royal families, it was rare for daughters to inherit titles. Even as her father's biological daughter, Chin might not inherit her father's lands, let alone her cousin Novia. Therefore, Ro found it strange and asked her, could there be some misunderstanding between you? What misunderstanding could there be? What I said is true, Chin replied angrily. The Platinum family is just a group of robbers. They colluded with the Mansfield family and have plotted against many small noble estates. The Platinum family loves to send their daughters to charm other lords, causing the deaths of their wives and children, and once their daughter gives birth to an heir, they poison the lord too. It's simply terrible. Ro asked, is it really like that? Chin whispered, before, my bad uncle always sent my cousin to my house, claiming she didn't like her stepmother and wanted to stay with us. But he just wanted her to charm my father to make my mother furious. Really? Ro exclaimed in shock. How do you know? I overheard it. My parents don't believe me and told me not to talk nonsense. Just thinking about it made Chin furious. Ro patted her arm. All right, don't be angry. You've seen through their scheme and they won't succeed. As long as Chin's father doesn't have bad intentions, outsiders' seduction won't work. Moreover, Ro felt that Novia might not be doing this willingly. Although she had only met Novia once, she had a strong impression of her. Putting aside her character, Novia's strength and cunning were among the best for her age. How could someone like her willingly sell her body to charm an old man? From Chin's description, it seemed like Novia was being pressured by her family. In the end, she didn't take action, which likely means she found a way to persuade her father. However, Chin still looked gloomy and confided in Ro, what I'm worried about isn't their schemes. I'm worried that my bad uncle will help the Earl of Mansfield attack our castle. Yesterday, I received a letter from my mother saying that my bad uncle wants my father to join him in attacking Gola City, but my father refused because he doesn't want to fight. That was 7 days ago, and today I heard that the gates of Gola City have already been breached, and the army of the Serbanli Principality is about to occupy it. Ro was suddenly alarmed. Was chaos about to break out in the Western continent so soon? Where did you hear this news?
Why is it so sudden?
Chin looked around and whispered, you know Earl Wesley, right? He's Vena's father, and Gola City is their main city. It is said that the Earl of Mansfield has long had his eyes on their territory. He originally planned to wait until his son married Vena to legally divide Earl Wesley's lands and property, but after the engagement was broken, the Mansfield family declared war. Ro frowned. Why is the Mansfield family so eager to seize territory for no reason? Because of the internal strife in the Serbanli Principality. Chin explained. Last winter, many people froze to death, and in early January, there were reports of refugees storming castles to steal food. The nobles sent knights to suppress them, but the refugees hid in the mountains and became bandits, occasionally coming out to raid. When spring came and the thaw happened, those lords couldn't find anyone to farm, so they went to the market to buy slaves. But strangely, the slave traders from the north haven't shown up this year. With no other options, the Serbanli Principality had to round up people to work, as large areas of land were vacant. To ensure a sufficient food supply, the Duke of Serbanli raised land taxes. Under the dual pressure of conscription and high taxes, many hired farmers fled, with the most escaping from the territory of the Earl of Mansfield. Since the Mansfield family was close to the Wesley family, most of the fleeing farmers went to Earl Wesley's lands. The Earl of Mansfield sent a letter to Earl Wesley, asking him to stop accepting and return the fleeing farmers, but due to the broken engagement, their relationship soured, and Earl Wesley didn't agree. As May arrived, just after the spring wheat was sown, the Earl of Mansfield immediately sought permission from the king to launch a campaign, wanting to teach the neighboring Earl Wesley a lesson. That's how it happened, Jean sighed as she spoke. Our home is right south of the territories of the Mansfield and Wesley families, and we're not even in the same principality. If my bad uncle comes to my father, he definitely won't go to war. Is your uncle a noble of the Serbanli Principality? Ro asked. Jean nodded. He was granted a viscountcy in the Serbanli Principality, but he runs it poorly. The knight is as fat as a pig and struggles to mount a horse. No wonder he wants to ask your father for help. Last winter, my father took in some refugees fleeing from Serbanli, hoping they wouldn't turn around and attack us after taking Gola City. They won't, Rose said confidently. They don't have the guts to fight two principalities at once. Attacking one is an offense, but attacking two would lead to being surrounded. Even a fool should understand this. As Ro talked with Jean, she continued to think about the war in the north as they reached the entrance to her bedroom. If Jean hadn't mentioned the reasons, she wouldn't have known she had a part in this. Why haven't the slave traders from the north shown up? Perhaps it was because she had captured their leader. Ro analyzed the war in her mind, and the conclusion left her unsure whether to feel happy or disappointed. The conflict between Serbanli and Gola City was just a small local clash that wouldn't last long and wouldn't significantly impact the overall situation in the West. Still, the fact remained that for the next 10 years, the Western continent would remain in a slow decline of order and wouldn't fall into chaos just yet. Unless something happened that affected the entire continent, or the towering church that controls the nation suddenly collapsed, there would be a possibility of war expanding. But if that happened, the flames of war would quickly sweep across the continent, resulting in countless deaths and suffering for the common people. Did her path home have to be built on blood and chaos? With a heavy heart, Ro pushed open the bedroom door. The wall lamp in the hallway burned quietly, casting a warm yellow light through the crack of the door into the room. It was very dark inside. The oil lamp on the table had long gone out. Using the faint light from outside, Luo Wei entered the room and looked around. Aside from the original furnishings, the surroundings were completely empty. Senior Calixus? Luo Wei called out, but no one responded. She closed the door and used her wand to ignite a small flame. The fire illuminated the ransacked bedroom, leaving Luo Wei dumbfounded. The lace tablecloth, the feather pen, mirror, ink, and oil lamp on the desk, the wool cushion on the chair, the patterned carpet on the floor, and the sheets and pillowcases on the bed were all gone. Even the potted plants by the window, the coat rack by the door, and her sheepskin boots next to the laundry basket had been stolen. Was it possible? She had only gone out for a meal, and her bedroom was robbed? Luo Wei carefully examined the room with her wand, noticing the floor was very clean, still slightly damp as if it had been washed with a water spell. There were many scratches on the table and chair, and the damaged quilt had been taken away. The bed frame was scratched all over, but luckily it hadn't collapsed yet. Just as she thought that, her body accidentally bumped into the end of the bed, and with a loud crash, the wooden bed fell apart. Luo Wei. Her senior was quite nice, knowing to put the bed back together after it collapsed. If the bed was like this, what about the chair? She poked the chair with her wand, and its legs scattered in different directions, rolling away. Shaking the table, it also collapsed with a loud bang. Luo Wei stood silently, pondering how she would sleep tonight. All thoughts of war and chaos were pushed aside. She just wanted to know where Hessel's room was. In the middle of the night, Luo Wei began her escape from school again. This time, She used a more clever method, a teleportation circle. There was a teleportation circle she had left at Xingluoju, and by carving a temporary teleportation rune in her dormitory, she could sneak past the academy's security and return to her room at Xingluoju. The night breeze was cool, and Xingluoju was peaceful and quiet. The wicker basket hanging in the corridor swayed gently, while the raven inside slept in a sprawled position. Luowei glanced out the window. There were no lights in the courtyard. The sound of raindrops pattered on the newly grown leaves of the apple tree, making a rustling noise. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. It was gentle and not loud, but in the quiet night, it was especially clear. At this hour, the only one who would be alert enough to know she was back was probably Troy. Luowei walked over and opened the door, and as expected, a tall figure stood outside. Troy held an oil lamp, the warm light casting a glow on his face, softening the cold iron mask he wore. Is there something? Luowei looked him over. This person was quite cautious, even getting up in the middle of the night with his mask and black cloak on. If it weren't for a few messy strands of red hair peeking out from under the hood, she would have thought he hadn't slept at all. Troy raised his hand and handed her the oil lamp, his voice deep and hoarse. Your Highness, the lamp. So he was delivering a lamp. Luowei took it and casually asked, Nothing happened while I was gone, right? No. Troy shook his head, then hesitated before adding, but the silkworms you had the workers raise have all spun cocoons. Those are called silkworms, Luowei corrected him. Calling them worms sounded too unpleasant. Okay, silkworms, Troy quickly changed his wording. The workers followed your instructions and put them in boiling water, but Luowei frowned. But what? Troy said delicately. Those silkworms are very strong. They broke out of their cocoons and flew out of the boiling water. Luowei. Silkworms flew out of boiling water? She couldn't believe her ears. Say that again? Luowei seriously doubted her hearing. Those silkworms are heat-resistant, Troy explained. No matter how the workers boiled them, they didn't die. After boiling for a day and night, when they were taken out and opened, the silkworm pupae were still alive. If they didn't die, how did Laura handle them before? Oh. Luowei remembered that Laura had given her the silkworms after they spun cocoons to collect the first batch of silkworm eggs, so she hadn't boiled the cocoons. Cocoons that were broken by silkworms had no value because the silk was already broken and couldn't be reeled. The purpose of boiling cocoons was to kill the pupae and make the cocoon absorb water to become loose, allowing the silk reeling process to be completed. When Luowei had taken the silkworms from Nicole, she noticed that these silkworms were larger than she remembered, but she didn't think much of it. After all, they were still just silkworms. She never expected these silkworms to be so resilient that they couldn't be killed even in boiling water. Luowei pinched the bridge of her nose. What about the moths that broke out of the cocoons? Troy replied, They flew into the mulberry grove. The workers are currently trying to catch them because they are afraid they will damage the tender shoots of the mulberry trees. No need to catch them, Luowei said. Silkworm moths have no mouthparts or stomachs, so they can't eat. They only have the instinct to mate, and they will die after laying eggs. Understood, Troy nodded. They didn't eat the mulberry leaves, did they? Worried about making a mistake, Luowei asked Troy for confirmation. Troy thought for a moment and shook his head.
No.
That's good. Luowei felt relieved. She was really worried these silkworms had mutated and grown mouths. After I finish the competition, I'll go check the mulberry grove. For now, have the workers collect the silkworm eggs from the trees. Yes, Your Highness. All right, you should go rest in your room. Troy nodded and turned to return to his room. Luowei closed the door and walked to the bed with the oil lamp. During the days she was away, Chris had come in every day to clean, and the bedroom was very tidy. The tables, chairs, and bedside were dust-free, and the sheets on the bed had been changed. Luowei set down the oil lamp, changed into her pajamas, and crawled into bed. The next day, she got up before dawn, teleporting back to her dormitory before the academy bell rang. Outside, she heard a rustling sound, and through the crack in the door, she saw a shadow. Was the water delivery old woman up this early? She walked over and flung open the door.
Who?
The shadow darted past in the hallway, moving so quickly that Luo Wei couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Just as she was about to chase after it, her foot brushed against something. Looking down, she found a bulging burlap bag. Luo Wei glanced toward the staircase. The person had already vanished. She looked back down at her feet, thought for a moment, then crouched down to untie the string on the burlap bag. As soon as she opened the bag, a burst of golden light nearly blinded her. A whole bag, full of gold coins. She tried to lift it. It felt heavy, roughly estimating it to be around 60 or 70 pounds. Who was so generous to deliver such a large amount of gold so early in the morning? Considering the theft incident in her dorm last night, Luo Wei began to piece together the answer in her mind. Oh no, Hessel couldn't have gone out to steal gold coins last night, could he? Rosy dragged the gold coins back to her bedroom and put them in the wardrobe. Fortunately, the wardrobe didn't collapse, and she still had a place to store her things. During the magic competition, there were no classes at the academy, but the students had developed the habit of waking up early. After the bell rang, the dormitory castle was still lively. After 8 o'clock, Rosy took the gold coins to the dormitory supervisor, explained the situation, and requested to change her bed and desk. When the supervisor followed her into her room, her eyes were filled with shock and doubt. What did you just say? Did you break this while sleepwalking? Yes, Rosy took the blame. I've been participating in competitions lately, and I've been a bit anxious, so I might have let it out in my dreams. The supervisor had seen anxiety before, but never to the point of causing such destruction. She hesitated to speak. Well, if it was really due to competition-related anxiety, venting a little was fine. After all, Rosy was the one who would pay. So Rosy's request was approved. The supervisor sent someone to clear the broken wood from her room and replaced it with a brand new bed, desk, and chair. The original wooden bed was deliberately chopped into pieces by Rosy. She was afraid someone would discover the teleportation magic pattern carved into the bedboard, so she completely destroyed it, even scraping off the words carved on the headboard. After the new bed was brought in, she carved the 8 Chinese characters on the headboard: mercy and tolerance, gentle and kind. This phrase was meant to remind her not to forget her original intention. After carving, she took out her spare bedding from the box, made the bed again, and opened the window to let in the fresh breeze. After the rain, the sun shone down from the clouds, bringing warmth. Outside the window, the rose garden, which had been silent all winter, had awakened. In the spring breeze, the buds had blossomed, and in the warm May sun, a large patch of pink roses bloomed. Butterflies danced among the flowers, and bees busily gathered nectar from the golden blooms, while a gentle breeze carried a rich, intoxicating floral fragrance. Such a beautiful scene deserved a meeting. Rosy admired the roses for a while, then took her shell and magic wand and went out. Gladys's room was upstairs. Rosy called for her, and the two of them walked through the corridor between the castle towers to the intermediate dormitory, where they found Lola. Through Lola, they learned the location of Hessel's room, and the 3 of them together pulled Hessel, who was hiding in her room, out. The aloof and quiet Hessel wanted to retreat as soon as she saw Rosy, but was stopped by Rovy's words. "Senior Calanthes, you wouldn't want people to know you crushed my bed, would you?" Lola and Gladys widened their eyes in surprise. What? Who crushed a bed? Whose bed was crushed? Why did it happen? Hessel stiffened. I didn't mean to. If you didn't mean to, why did you run away when you saw me this morning? Rosy raised an eyebrow. And you secretly left a bag of gold coins outside my door. Hessel fell silent and couldn't even look at her. Take that bag of gold coins back later, Rosy said. You don't need to give me that much as compensation. Not much. Hessel finally looked at her, her expression not suggesting she was lying. My family has several mountains. Several mountains. Rosy, sorry to interrupt. I know you come from a noble background and don't care about that little bit of gold, Hessel said, pursing her lips, but I have nothing else to thank you with. This is all I have left. After the competition, I'll take you to my cave, where there's a mountain of gold prepared for you. I couldn't find a big bag last night, so I only brought a little. It was hard to refuse, and Rovi found a reason to agree, saying reluctantly, "All right, I'll accept it." Hessel sighed in relief and then asked, "Is there anything else you need from me?" "Of course." Rovi extended her hand, her dark eyes sparkling. "Senior, would you like to join us?" This was the knight's handshake, and Hessel understood. She hesitated and reached out her right hand. "Join." "You?" "Yes. We are a team that is unhappy with the church's rule." Rovi nodded. "We have a few other companions, and if you agree to join, I will introduce you to them." "Unhappy with the church's rule?" Hessel looked at the three of them, furrowed her brows in thought, and finally made up her mind to shake Rovi's hand. "Okay, I will join. Welcome, our new member." After convincing Hessel, the execution squad only needed 3 more men to hold their first meeting after the expansion. Lola and Theodore had a special way to contact each other. She had a conch shell that Theodore had given her. With just a gentle blow, Theodore could find her by the sound. When Lola took out the conch shell, not only was Rovi curious, but Hessel and Gladys also showed great interest. Gladys loved things that could make sounds, and her ears perked up as soon as she heard the conch. Hessel wanted to study how the conch could produce sound and how Theodore could find Lola through it. Under the watchful eyes of 3 pairs of eyes, Lola shyly blew into the conch. The 4 of them sat on the grass by the lake, waiting. In just a few minutes, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. "I knew you were here," a distinctive voice called out, and the 4 turned around to see Theodore running with his hair flying, followed by Hall, who was walking behind him. Rovi exclaimed, "You came together?" "I guess there would be a meeting, so I followed to avoid Theodore having to run back later," Hall said with a smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Rovi smiled. "You guessed right, but you still need to go back to the dormitory castle." Hall asked curiously why. "Because we have one teammate who hasn't arrived yet." "Who? Who hasn't come?" Theodore looked at everyone, scratching his head. "Senior guinea pig," Rovi said to Theodore, "the one who often bickers with you, exchanged half a potion with you yesterday, and sat with you when you got caught stealing the reflection paper 3 months ago." "That guy," Theodore grimaced. "You mean Sebastian Noel. Why do you call him Senior Guinea Pig? Is he a guinea pig spirit?" "I don't know," Rovi replied. "I call him Senior Guinea Pig because it rolls off the tongue." That night when he stole the reflection paper, he turned into a guinea pig. Sebastian Noel sounded too awkward. It was easy to mispronounce. Senior Guinea Pig was much easier to say. Before long, everyone forgot Sebastian's original name and accepted the nickname Senior Guinea Pig. "Ha ha ha, he turned into a guinea pig, Senior Guinea Pig. Ha ha ha." Theodore laughed so hard he held his stomach. Gladys licked her lips. "Senior Guinea Pig, nice name." Lola showed her little fangs and nodded in agreement. Rovi reminded everyone, "Don't call him that in front of him. After all, he's our senior." "It doesn't matter, I've already heard it." A mournful voice came from behind the willow tree. "What is it like to be caught gossiping about someone behind their back?" Rovi turned around in shock and locked eyes with Sebastian, who had just stepped out from behind a tree. His eyes were filled with accusation, as if she had committed a terrible crime against him. "Junior," Sebastian said, clutching his chest in mock sorrow, "is my handsome appearance not memorable enough for you compared to a guinea pig?" What a narcissistic man. No wonder he often argued with Theodore. 2 overly confident guys would naturally clash. If she hadn't been at fault first, Rovi would have retorted. But now, she could only temporarily set aside her conscience. "Senior, you are handsome, and the guinea pig is cute." "The guinea pig you turned into is both handsome and cute, with delicate features and outstanding charm." The one who reacted the most to this was Theodore. After knowing each other for 6 months, Rovi had never praised him like that.
Why?
What made him better than a guinea pig? Theodore scrutinized Sebastian critically. Aside from being taller and having fairer skin, he didn't seem special at all. "Guinea pig senior," he provocatively called out. "Isn't it rude to eavesdrop on our conversation from behind the willow tree?" "Junior, how can you call it eavesdropping?" Sebastian replied lazily. "I came here with you. You were so engrossed in your conversation that you didn't notice me." "Oh, so you were following me," Theodore exclaimed dramatically. "That's not right. It's not following," Sebastian said. walking toward them. Everyone is here for a meeting. I just happen to be going the same way as you. Humph. Theodore held his head high. If you hadn't followed me and overheard us, how would you know we were having a meeting here? Sebastian looked at Rosy with a wronged expression. Junior, can you help settle this? As a teammate, I saw my junior rushing to the lakeside and worried he might be in trouble, so I followed him. Is that wrong? Huh. Theodore seized on his mistake. You sneaky guinea pig. You finally admit you were following me. Rosy looked up at the sky, wondering what sin she had committed to be here listening to two childish arguments. Hall couldn't take it anymore and pulled the agitated Theodore aside, urging both of them. Can you two quiet down until we finish the meeting? Sebastian innocently said, I want to be quiet too, but it seems the octopus junior enjoys the noise. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Theodore widened his eyes in surprise and blurted, How did you know? Sebastian chuckled lightly. Last year, on the day the paladins came to Sharia, I ran into you in the cafeteria. The smell of rotten fish was quite memorable. Smart people often share a common way of thinking. Just as Rosy could deduce Theodore's race from his actions of masking his scent with rotten fish, Sebastian could do the same. Because they had their own issues, they easily thought along those lines when encountering someone with strange behavior. Moreover, Theodore was quite flashy in the academy. Anyone could easily find out a lot about him. By piecing together the details, one could deduce his identity. The giant octopus clan was notorious for their outrageous behavior, and Theodore's personality was just like theirs. What else could he be but a giant octopus? And this junior, Sebastian turned his gaze to Gladys. If I'm not mistaken, you're a werewolf, right? Gladys's eyes widened in shock. How did he know? Sebastian read her expression. On the day of the Paladin's banquet, you wore a wolf fur coat, and you come from the icy plains. Gladys nodded and quickly stepped behind Rosy. This senior is scary. He knew back then but only mentioned it now. He doesn't seem like a good person. Sebastian smiled and looked at Laura. This junior should be a cat beast man, right? Laura asked in surprise, How did you know, senior? Sebastian's eyes curved with a smile. I also work on a farm in the suburbs. I've seen a little orange cat sneak into the chicken coop and carry off the chicks. I didn't notice, Laura blushed. The chicks I caught were put in the coop by me. I didn't steal. I know. Sebastian nodded. I heard that you once raised chickens in the dormitory, and after the headmaster issued a ban, you sent them away. Theodore, noticing Sebastian's attention on Laura, immediately became alert, pulling Hall in front of him to block his view of her, and cleared his throat. If you're so good at guessing, do you know what kind of beastman Hall is? Sebastian raised an eyebrow, not falling for it. This junior should not be a beast man. I think he's a lich, right? Theodore's jaw dropped. How did you guess that? Sebastian smiled mysteriously. I'll answer that question later. After saying that, he looked at Hester. Calanthes Jr., you are from the Black Dragon clan, right? Hester raised her dark eyes. You saw that day. Yes, Sebastian admitted openly, I followed you. You were investigating us. Hester's eyes sparkled with sharpness. If I offended you all, I apologize, Sebastian said seriously, but my intention was just to see if you were the person I was looking for, not to threaten anyone. What person? Rosy, who had been listening, asked. Sebastian's expression turned serious. Have you heard of a prophecy about a hero? A prophecy about a hero? The six of them exchanged glances, unsure, and shook their heads. What is it? Sebastian slowly said, 10 years ago, I met an old man in the city of exile who claimed to be a prophet. The old man told Sebastian that to the south of the icy plains, in the central part of the western continent, there was a magic academy called Sharia, which had produced many commoner mages. He predicted that a great commoner hero would emerge from that academy, who would overthrow the church's rule, disrupt the world of the followers of light, and shake the entire Galen. He also told me to come to Sharia to help that commoner hero, saying that only then could I find redemption and rebirth. I was only 8 years old at the time and didn't believe what he said, but he also told me another prophecy. 7 years later, I would awaken my magical talent and receive a recommendation to attend Sharia Magic Academy. 3 years ago, I really awakened my affinity for magic elements and was brought to this academy by Professor Stanbeck. At this point, Sebastian bitterly smiled. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. Rovi replied, It's not too late to introduce yourself now. True, Sebastian nodded and faced everyone seriously. My name is Sebastian Noel, human. Like the liches, my ancestors were also cursed by the god of light. The moon goddess cursed us to bring disaster wherever we go, and our descendants would never have a good end. Therefore, we sought refuge with the god of misfortune, and under his favor, I gained the ability to control misfortune. I see you are from the Misfortune clan, Hall understood. As a fellow race cursed by the god of light, Hall had heard of the Misfortune clan, known for their tragic fate. It was said that members of the Misfortune clan were the embodiment of demons, bringing sickness and disaster wherever they went. They had once lived in remote southern villages in hiding, but after the church's large-scale purge of heretics, the Misfortune clan was forced to flee north. For centuries, they had been on the church's hunting list until 10 years ago when the church declared the purge complete and removed them from the list. Hall couldn't help but sigh at the discovery of this overlooked survivor. Sebastian looked surprised. I thought no one in the world remembered our name anymore. Hall replied, Senior, you are too humble. The only human clan that has suffered more than the demon clan for thousands of years is your Misfortune clan. How could anyone forget? Sebastian. That didn't sound like a compliment. These juniors were all quite mischievous. How did you recognize Hall? Theodore scratched his head. You haven't said yet. I know. Hall sought confirmation from Sebastian. Senior has the ability to control misfortune, so you can see the misfortune on people, right? Junior is very smart, Sebastian nodded. Indeed, I can sense the aura of misfortune on living beings. You felt strange to me, so I quietly used my eye of misfortune to take a look. But you didn't see anything, Hall continued, because liches are corpses and a corpse's fate is already sealed, so I have no misfortune. What about me? Theodore squeezed in front. Check me out, see if I have any misfortune? Sebastian raised an eyebrow. Octopus Jr., are you sure you want me to check? Quickly, stop talking nonsense. All right, as long as you don't regret it. Sebastian closed his eyes, and a twisted black mark appeared on his forehead, resembling tangled threads or countless coiled snakes. Great god of misfortune and disaster, ruler of misfortune and destruction, Oletros, I am your faithful follower. I pray for your favor. As he spoke in a low voice, the atmosphere around them gradually became oppressive. Rovi, enduring her discomfort, cast a spell to prevent prying. In Western mythology. Silver dragons hold a different status compared to other dragons. Silver dragons are elegant in appearance, gentle in nature, and kind-hearted. From their creation, they have been favored by the creator god, gaining the ability to control space and prophecy, as well as a stronger ability to manipulate metals than other dragon species. The Silver Dragon clan has produced many prophets, wise ones, and craftsmen. They are knowledgeable, tolerant, and loving, earning great respect among intelligent beings in ancient times. In contrast, black and red dragons are seen as quite terrible. Black dragons embody evil, symbolizing destruction and despair. They are greedy and cunning, plundering treasures and hoarding shiny gold coins and gems, and they have a notorious reputation for stealing beautiful princesses. Red dragons are the most numerous among dragon species, known for their fiery tempers and tendency to hunt cattle, sheep, and even humans. They were among the first dragons targeted by the church. However, no one expected that the once beloved and respected silver dragons would end up like this after the beast god fell and the dragon god turned to darkness. Like the black and red dragons, silver dragons became infamous villains, feared and scorned by the world, hunted and slaughtered by the church and dragon hunters. Even the last silver dragon, a lonely prophet and an elderly figure, was not spared. The silver dragon leader, knowing his time was short, hurried to his resting place, preparing to enter eternal sleep in the dragon graveyard. But the church captured him, torturing him before his death, and using him to lure out other demon races. Hazel lost her parents when she was still an egg. She hatched in the palm of the silver dragon leader. The first face she saw was his aged, joyful one. Later, she learned that at that time, only one silver dragon and her black dragon existed in the world. 10 years ago, the silver dragon leader suddenly said he had a prophetic dream and needed to go out and see the world. He left the dragon lair and never returned. Hazel searched for a long time before discovering he was last seen in Sharia, so she came here. Sadly, she couldn't even find the silver dragon's bones. After hearing her story, everyone felt heavy-hearted. After a long pause, Sebastian slowly exhaled. Could the prophet I met back then be the silver dragon leader? I don't know, Hazel replied coldly. He never told me his prophecy. Rosy frowned. You mentioned you were looking for the all-knowing eye. What is that? I think I've heard of it. It's a treasure of the Silver Dragon clan that can see the past and future, Hall said. Hazel's gaze deepened. Many believe the all-knowing eye is a prophetic treasure of the Silver Dragon clan. Even the church thinks so. They don't know that the all-knowing eye is actually the eye left behind after the Silver Dragon died. Through the all-knowing eye, she could see all the Silver Dragon's profound memories, sense his strong emotions, and even converse with his lingering consciousness. Hazel wanted to know what the Silver Dragon leader would want to do if he were still alive, and if he had anything to say to her. Most importantly, after she avenged him, she could tell him, allowing his soul to rest. But how can you be sure the all-knowing eye is in this academy? Theodore asked. Hazel looked up. The puppeteer who took the all-knowing eye was once a senior spell apprentice at Sharia Magic Academy, and he died at the hands of Dean Morrison. Rosy asked, do you suspect the all-knowing eye is with Dean Morrison? Hazel nodded. I can't think of any other possibility. Theodore asked, then why not ask Dean Morrison? Fool, Lola scolded him. That would expose Hazel's identity. Theodore realized and asked Hazel, so what do you plan to do? Hazel replied succinctly, find his residence and steal it. Sebastian was skeptical of this approach. Dean Morrison is very mysterious. No one has seen him outside the academy in almost 3 years. Have you checked the dean's office?
Sebastian asked.
I have, but there was nothing, Hazel said, her expression heavy. His office only contained academy documents. After some thought, Rosy suggested to Hazel, if you can't find the dean's residence, why not investigate that deceased puppeteer from years ago? Lola interjected, but that puppeteer is already dead, right? Hazel replied, I've already looked into it. He was turned to ashes by holy water 10 years ago. What if I said he is still alive? Rosy looked into Hazel's eyes, her expression serious. I mean, his soul still wanders this world.
Impossible.
Hazel denied, without thinking. Everyone says he was turned to ashes by holy water. Everyone? Who are those people? Rosy asked calmly. Does everyone include Dean Morrison? Everyone's eyes widened, and Hazel looked shocked. You mean? Why did the church send the Silver Dragon leader to Sharia for execution? Rosy asked without directly answering. Who are they testing? Why did they conduct that test? Does the dean really not know your identities? As her words fell, all 6 fell silent. Dean Morrison, the high mage closest to breaking through to a great mage, really doesn't know? Rosy summarized, whether looking for people or things, it won't be found in a day or 2. After the magic competition, I will find a way to help you. The purpose of today's meeting isn't just that. There are 2 tasks. First, I want everyone to get to know each other better for future cooperation. The second point is that the most urgent matter is that Prince Alfred of the Church may have already suspected your identities. Tomorrow is the arena competition, and we must be cautious of his probing.
What?
He's going to test us? Theodore said irritably. We've already drunk the holy water. What else does he want to test? Rosy replied rationally, with Alfred's cunning, he might see through my tricks. I suspect he's already suspicious of me. And there may be spies he sent outside the academy, watching me closely. What should we do? Theodore panicked. He won't sprinkle holy water on the arena, will he? Hall said, sprinkling holy water would be mild. There's always a way to avoid it. Besides, just a little contact with holy water won't cause us too many problems. Rosy agreed, exactly. What I fear is that he might force us to drink holy water on the spot. While we can maneuver around conspiracies, it's hard to escape an open threat. Gladys expressed her worries. Tomorrow, we have to fight against the Holy Academy using light magic. Rosy said, so tomorrow, wear lead suits and sunglasses, fight quickly, and don't give the Holy Academy a chance to finish their light magic chant. Disrupt their spellcasting, try to pull them into close combat, and ideally break their wands as soon as they step onto the stage. Anyway, everyone should be careful tomorrow. For now, we can only stick to our plans, said Ro. Ro looked at her friends' worried faces and sighed internally. They didn't know that the one giving them advice was the most dangerous of all. As Hall said, light magic only harms dark creatures, and they were not of the dark race. Only she, an innocent girl favored by the god of the undead, had gained the power of the dark god and turned into a demon. No, she wasn't the only one. There was also Zybasin, who was also favored by an evil god. But Ro felt no comfort. After all, the advanced team didn't have to fight the Divine Academy. Only a junior team was sent. After thinking it over, the only way to make Asina happy was to bring her out. If Asina's identity as a succubus was revealed, it would be Alfred who panicked, or rather, the church he represented. Because they would have to explain why a follower of the love god was a succubus. It's important to know that succubi can only be born in two ways: inheriting succubus blood or becoming a follower of the god of love. In either case, Asina was tied to the god of love, as succubi are messengers of the god of love. Asina's existence proved that the love god and the god of love are one, and the great lie that deceives the world cannot be hidden. Would the church dare to let the faithful know that light and darkness are just a scam? Or would they pretend not to see and try to calm the storm? After the meeting, it was noon. The 7 of them hadn't eaten breakfast, and Theodore and Gladys were already hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria, Rose said, leading the way. Although she didn't like the food at the cafeteria, this was the first team-building meal after the Death Squad expanded, and she couldn't miss the chance to bond over a meal. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Ro went to get a vegetable salad while the others rushed for the beef, leaving her feeling lonely. The Death Squad had a stark divide between the rich and the poor, making it awkward to sit together. Ro, Gladys, and Hessel were all wealthy. Ro made money, and the other 2 came from rich families. Theodore, Lola, Hall, and Zybasidin were all very poor, and together they couldn't afford decent clothes. Theodore wore rough linen clothes and torn pants. Hall had old, muddy sandals that he wore from winter to summer. Lola's dress was patched up many times, and her messy hair was never combed, while Zybasidin's cuffs were worn out. Zybasidin was new to the Death Squad, and Ro hadn't had a chance to support him yet. She heard he hadn't bathed since he was caught stealing water because he couldn't afford it, and he could only wash his clothes when it rained. But the other 3 being so poor was hard to understand. Hall tutored Ro and ate at Starfall Residence, and she even paid him 30 silver coins a month, plus bonuses during holidays. How could he still be so poor? Lola had worked part-time at the Esquire Dessert House and was hired as a supervisor at the Mulberry Garden over a month ago. Surely buying a comb shouldn't be difficult for her. And then there was Theodore, who was hard-working and strong, earning 2 silver coins a day from mixing cream in the dessert house's kitchen, yet still wore those rough clothes after 6 months. That pair of torn pants, if Ro remembered correctly, was ripped by a corpse-eating worm last winter in the Beast Mountain Range, and he was still wearing them. Could these 3 be secretly going out at night to buy beef, because they weren't getting enough to eat during the day? Ro shook her head, trying to get rid of the image of them devouring a calf from her mind to avoid ruining her appetite. The 7 of them sat together, and the atmosphere was harmonious as they finished their meal. After eating, everyone went back to their own tasks. Ro planned to go to the Academy Street to buy some parchment. Her parchment had been used up by the big dragon, and a pile of ink-stained parchment was stuffed in her broken desk. She felt both angry and amused when she saw it. Fortunately, she had locked away the disassembled magic pattern book and important items before the competition. Otherwise, Hessel would have ruined everything. As she walked to the Academy Square, Rose saw a huge crowd gathered at the entrance, with some people screaming hysterically. What was going on? Why was everyone blocking the entrance? Curious, she walked closer and tiptoed to look inside. Unfortunately, the students in front were too tall, and even on her tiptoes, she couldn't see anything. She could only ask a classmate next to her, Amy, what's happening inside? Why is everyone gathered here? Amy was also trying to peek inside. Hearing Roe, she turned and, surprised to see her, quickly greeted Miss Roe. Good day. Fearing Roe would think she was rambling, she immediately explained, it's Vina. She wants to go home, but the professor won't allow it. She secretly went to the stable to take a horse, trying to break out, but the dean caught her. Now Professor Phil, Professor Moses, and Dean Morrison are all here. They say Vina's father, Count Wesley, wrote to the academy asking Dean Morrison to stop her from going home, but Vina doesn't believe it. Look, the dean is about to show her the letter. As Amy said, through the gaps in the crowd, Rose saw Dean Morrison handing over the letter. Vina, with red eyes from crying, trembled as she took the letter and read it quickly, making sobbing sounds. Dean Morrison said, Vina, you should recognize the handwriting. This is Count Wesley's personal note. He hopes you will stay at the academy to study magic. If he wins this war, he will come to see you in Sharia. If not, he also mentioned in the letter that he has entrusted you to your aunt and arranged a verbal engagement with her family.
They will not mistreat you.
Vina broke down and shouted, No. I don't want to. He never intended to win. He just threw me to someone else. I want to go home. I want to go back to GOL City. Let me go. Please let me go, Wah. I want to go home. Vina collapsed on the ground, clutching the letter and crying heartbrokenly. Dean Morrison shook his head and sighed, looking at Professor Moses beside him. Eudora, could you please take her back to her dorm? Professor Moses nodded, raised his wand, and used wind magic to lift Vina up. Vina struggled desperately. No, I won't go. I won't go back. Child, Professor Moses said kindly, just go back to your room and sleep. Everything will be okay. The dense crowd parted to the sides, creating a 2-meter-wide passage. Professor Moses walked ahead, with Vina, controlled by wind magic, floating behind him. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from the powerful magic. Rovi and Amy stepped aside, watching as Professor Moses led Vina past them toward the Rose Castle. In that brief moment, Vina suddenly spotted Rovi in the crowd, her swollen eyes widening slightly.
Wait!
She shouted urgently. Put me down, please, Professor Moses. Professor Moses, with a heart of stone, did not turn back or stop. Vina anxiously pleaded, Let me down. I can walk by myself. I promise I won't leave. Professor Moses paused and finally turned back. How do I know you won't try to escape? Vina begged, Please, Professor, I don't want to stay in my room. I don't want to be locked up. Let me go. I swear I won't run away again. Professor Moses, please. In the end, he softened and agreed. All right, I can let you down. But he had a condition. For your safety, I will cast a binding spell on you. You cannot leave the academy. Vina quickly nodded. Don't worry, I won't leave the academy. I've thought it through. Okay. Professor Moses raised his wand and cast a binding spell on her, then released the wind restraints. Once free, Vina was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Professor Moses looked at her with concern, lowered his wand, and turned to leave. The surrounding students gradually dispersed, and the blocked academy gate was finally cleared. Rovi withdrew her gaze and stepped outside. Rovi! Vina's hoarse voice called from behind. Rovi turned to see her rushing to catch up. Don't go, Rovi. I need to talk to you. Rovi frowned and quickened her pace. She knew what Vina wanted to say and didn't want to get into trouble. However, Vina, fueled by some unknown strength, sprinted forward and grabbed her sleeve tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. Let go. Just a step away from the gate, Rovi forcefully pulled her hand away. Rovi! Vina gasped, I know the ice cream shop is yours. If you dare to leave, I will say whatever you want. Rovi interrupted. It's not a secret, I don't care. What about the mulberry garden? Vina quickly revealed what she knew. You have a manor in the outskirts, and you secretly raise magical insects. I heard it from your workers when I went out of the city. Rosy narrowed her eyes. Which worker? I won't tell you. If I do, you'll definitely deal with them, Vina insisted, unless you're willing to listen to me first. Rosy gave her a dangerous look for 2 seconds. Fine. What do you want to say? Vina took a deep breath. Let's talk in that grove over there. It's too crowded here. A few minutes later, they moved to a small grove on the east side of the square. Rosy leaned against a tree, her voice cold. Go ahead, there's no one here. Vina bit her lip and said determinedly, My father has 9,000 acres of land. He promised to give me a castle and 800 acres of farmland when I come of age. That farmland is much better than the land outside Sharia. Rosy stood up straight. So? I know you are a noble princess in the Misty Plains and have a lot of land, but you're in the West Plains now. The Lord here won't easily give land to outsiders. If you can help me save my father, I will give you my land and castle. After saying this, Vina looked at her nervously. I thought you were going to say something important, but you just want to trade some land for my help, Rosy said lazily, uninterested. What would I do with that much land? Vina urged, You could raise magical insects and any magical beasts on the land, without paying taxes or rent. You could do whatever you want. Your offer is tempting, Rosy said casually, but can you make that decision? In this era, even noble women with land and property couldn't use them freely. They were under the control of guardians. If Vina's family kept the land, her guardian would be her father or her brother, who inherits the title. If all her male relatives died, another lord would become her guardian, who could control her marriage and property. Her promise would mean nothing. Besides, the city of Golu had already been breached by the enemy. Would her land still belong to her? It no longer belonged to her. Faced with Rosy's doubts, Vina anxiously tried to prove herself. I can make decisions. My father loves me. I'm his only daughter. Rosy expressed disappointment in her understanding. You don't get my point. If your father can't keep the land, your promise is worthless. Even if your father keeps the land, what if he dies from his injuries? You're his only child, but if your father dies, the title will go to your uncle or cousin. Would they allow you to give land to an outsider? Vina's lips trembled, and confusion spread across her face. I sympathize with your situation. Rosy smoothed her wrinkled sleeve. But listening to you has already wasted a lot of my time. Sorry, I have to go. Oh, by the way, if you want to threaten me with magical insects, feel free. I welcome you to bring people to my manor to investigate. It's common for mages to keep magical beasts as pets. She just had a few more than usual. What's the problem? As long as she didn't let her magical pets harm anyone, even the church couldn't say anything, let alone Vina's magical insects, which couldn't even bite. The grass, a few inches deep, brushed against her shoes as Rosy lifted her skirt and walked toward the west side of the grove. After walking a dozen meters, Vina's voice called out again.
Wait.
Vina shouted at her back. If land won't work, what about the mines? The magic stone mines are our family's private property, known only to the heads of the family and heirs. My father passed the mine map to me. Rosy slowed her pace, and upon hearing the last sentence, she stopped. What kind of magic stones? All kinds except for light element magic stones. Rosy turned around. In your father's territory? That's right, Vina nodded, jogging forward. Those mines have been around for 2,000 years. The ancestors who discovered them set up a powerful concealment magic array, allowing only their bloodline descendants to enter. As long as you can save my father, I will tell you the location of the mines and how to enter them. With hundreds of acres of land, Ro could barely resist the temptation, but a dozen magical stone veins were simply irresistible. The magical stone mines in the western region, big and small, were either controlled by the Magic Association or the church and rarely made it to the market, making their prices outrageous. Ro had always wanted to establish a teleportation route from the western region to the Misty region, but her mental strength was not enough to draw a high-level teleportation array. Not only could she not draw it, but even thinking about its patterns made her bleed from her 7 orifices. If she couldn't draw a high-level teleportation array, she would have to use a mid-level teleportation rune for long-distance, multi-segment spatial travel. The distance from Sharia to the Misty region was at least over 20,000 kilometers, and with Rose's current magical power, she couldn't open a portal that far. To open the portal, she would need to wait until her magical power increased to 10 times its current level. Not to mention how long that process would take. By the time she improved that much, she would already have the ability to draw a high-level teleportation array. But if she had the magical stone veins, she could use their power to establish a one-time teleportation route from the Western region to the Misty region. On her return, she wouldn't have to worry about lacking enough magical power or magical stones, because the Misty region had powerful dark elves who could help her activate the teleportation array and send her back. Once the dark elf came to the Western region, she could have him carve a high-level teleportation array for long-term use, making communication between both sides possible. The vast Misty region was calling to her. Rose suppressed her excitement and calmly asked Vina, "How can I trust you?" "I have no reason to lie," Vina said anxiously. "If you find out I deceived you, you can kill me." "Killing you is pointless," Ro warned sharply. "If you can't provide the magical stone veins, I'll kill your father. I can save him, so I can also kill him." "Fine, if I'm lying, you can kill us both," Venus said without hesitation. This courage and determination made Ro regard her with a bit more respect. "I'm curious," she said, looking at Vina. "Why do you think I can save your father?" "You're so smart. You must have a way," Vina flattered her as they faced a life-and-death situation. "Plus, you have a magical swordsman guard." That last part was probably the truth. Ro chuckled softly. "What if he can't save your father? What if your father dies before he reaches Gol City?" Though unwilling to accept these outcomes, Vina held back her tears and forced herself to promise, "As long as you're willing to let him act, no matter if he can save my father or not, I'll give you the magical stone veins. I won't let him make a trip for nothing." I know the rules of asking for help. She was also very aware of her own abilities. She was just a noble girl who only knew how to enjoy life. If her father were gone, she wouldn't be able to protect those magical stone veins alone. Rather than being captured and tortured for the family treasure map, it would be better to give them to Ro. At least Ro wouldn't kill her after getting the treasure. After all the harsh words she had said to Ro, Ro hadn't killed her but only made her write an apology letter, so she was willing to trust her character. To show her sincerity, Vina immediately took off a green emerald necklace from her neck and handed it to Ro. "This necklace has been passed down from my ancestors. My grandfather gave it to my father, and my father passed it to me. It is actually a spatial magical item. There are spatial runes drawn by a master behind the gem. All my jewelry is inside, and I'll use it as collateral." Ro happily accepted the necklace deal. "Now, I'll go find my knight. Remember what you said, whether successful or not. The magical stone veins will be yours," Vina said firmly. "The Wesley family never lies. I keep my word." "Okay." Ro put away the necklace and quickly left the woods. Gol City had been breached yesterday, and a night had passed. She didn't know if Vina's father was still alive. Though Vina promised to give her the veins even if they couldn't save him, exchanging a corpse for her family's minds would weigh on her conscience. To save time, Ro went straight back to her dormitory and used the teleportation array to return to Xinglua residence. Unfortunately, Troy was not there. She asked Chris and learned that Troy had gone to the mulberry grove outside the city to collect silkworm eggs from the mulberry leaves with hired workers. Going from there to the outskirts would waste another 20 to 30 minutes. The griffin was still grazing on a mountain 70 kilometers away, and without a whistle, she couldn't call it back. During the day, she also didn't dare to fly outside. Rose stood on the porch, her brows furrowed deeply, just about to call for a horse, when the errand crow suddenly flew down from the vine basket hanging under the eaves. "Caw-caw?" The crow flapped its wings, its dark little eyes staring at her. When it let out a hoarse call, Rose's heart tightened. The sound was like a funeral dirge. Vina's father couldn't really be dead, could he? Seeing she didn't respond, the crow flapped its wings and moved a few steps closer, using its sharp claws to scratch at her little sheepskin shoes. Caw, 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 caw. Stop it. Ro gently kicked it aside with her toes and turned to Chris. Have Eve bring a horse over. I need to find Troy in the outskirts. Caw, caw. The crow suddenly flew up, spreading its wings in the air, shooting out like a meteor, moving so fast it left only an afterimage. Ro thought it had flown off to play and didn't pay it any mind. When Eve brought the horse to the courtyard gate, she walked over, ready to mount. Caw-caw, a loud, harsh sound came from above, and Ro felt the light above her darken as a shadow shot down like a bullet to the steps. Before she could look down, a strand of hair floated in front of her eyes, gently landing on the horse's back. Ro picked up the strand of hair with her fingers. Against her fair skin, the curly strands were strikingly red. Upon closer inspection, the root of the hair was still wrapped in white fat grains, as if it had just fallen from the scalp. Why did it look so much like Troy's hair? Just as Ro's suspicion arose, a shadow rushed over from a distance, moving at lightning speed under the full operation of the magical runes.
Troy?
Ro called out uncertainly. Zizzes. The sword sheath scraped across the stone slab, creating a shower of sparks as Troy successfully slowed down, his hair disheveled. Your Highness. Troy held the sword sheath in his left hand and the long sword in his right, awkwardly bowing to her. It really was Troy, and Ro was surprised. How did you come back? Her gaze fell on his hands. You even drew your sword, ready to fight?
No.
Troy shook his head, hurriedly sheathing his sword again. Caw-caw, the crow's noisy voice came from the steps, and Ro turned to see the crow running toward her with its wings spread, every feather exuding pride. Seeing the raven, Troy's eyelid twitched. He hadn't seen it clearly in the mulberry garden, but when he chased it to his doorstep, he realized that the annoying little thief who had lifted his hat and tugged at his hair was actually the raven raised by Ro. This raven spent its days eating and sleeping, lounging in a wicker basket, and when it was happy, it would caw loudly. When it wasn't happy, well, it never seemed to be unhappy. It cawed every day, even after eating meat, and when the sun was shining, it would jump around the yard wearing a colorful shawl, occasionally tripping the maid in the front yard. Although he often heard the maids complain, Troy was usually out working during the day. Occasionally, he would be annoyed by the raven's cawing, but stepping outside for some quiet time was enough. He and the raven had no serious grudge. Until just now, while he was collecting silkworm eggs in the mulberry garden, the bird suddenly swooped down from the sky, grabbed his cloak, and tried to pull it up. Its sharp claws pierced the fabric, digging into his scalp painfully. Realizing it was too heavy to lift, the raven quickly changed tactics, yanking off his cloak and tugging at his hair with its beak. By the time he reacted, a patch of his scalp was already bare, about the size of a fingernail. The culprit flew off with his hair, leaving him with his bright red hair exposed to the air, scaring the nearby workers into fleeing. What a vicious scheme! It could take his hair back to claim credit, proving it had found him, and it could expose his identity, making those around him fear and shun him. This little thief was definitely a spy sent by his enemies. Thinking this, Troy immediately drew his sword and chased after it. But he didn't expect the little thief to be so fast. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. After a long chase, he finally arrived at his current home. Looking again at the little thief, it was proudly perched on Ro's shoulder, neck stretched out.
Caw.
Sensing a hint of danger, the raven rubbed its head against Ro's chin, its beady eyes gazing up at her. Ro petted its head and then looked at Troy, finally understanding. You heard me say I wanted to find Troy, so you brought him back, right? She asked, looking down.
Caw.
The raven called out energetically. Good job, I'll reward you later. Ro lifted it off her shoulder and walked towards Troy. You don't need to worry about the mulberry garden for now. I have something more important for you to do. Have you heard that the Duchy of Serbanli has declared war on the Duchy of Borun and is attacking the city of Golu? Troy nodded. I heard. The outer gate of Golu was breached yesterday. What about the Lord's Castle? The Lord's Castle is on high ground in the inner city, surrounded by steep hills. The Serbanli army won't be able to take it quickly. If they couldn't take it quickly, then she should have enough time to save people. Ro thought to herself that in medieval European wars, sieges were rare. Most battles involved plundering and raids. Attacking a castle required too much time and effort, and supplies wouldn't last long. If the Duchy of Serbanli only wanted to punish Gola for taking in fleeing farmers, rather than annexing the Duchy of Borun, they wouldn't go all out against Count Wesley. They would likely just capture Count Wesley to humiliate him, then demand land and compensation, allowing his relatives to buy him back. Nobles generally wouldn't fight to the death unless there was a deep-seated grudge. Vina was worried and nearly led her astray. She wondered if Count Wesley would be furious if he found out about her promise. After thinking it over, Ro felt she should be more proactive in securing the magical stone mine. Troy, if I ask you to take a griffin to support Golu, will anyone recognize your past identity? She looked at Troy. The griffin had found him during his battles in the Kingdom of Ad, and she wasn't sure if people from other countries knew he had such a mount. Recalling the past, Troy's gaze was serious.
No.
The griffin doesn't like human towns, and I rarely let it show itself. Only the person who framed me knows I have a griffin. If someone said Troy seemed not very clever, it was only in comparison to Ro. He wasn't truly foolish to an irredeemable extent. When the griffin found him, he was still a swordsman. He understood what would happen if its existence was revealed. There were many people more powerful than him who would try to take the griffin. Even if he said the griffin approached him willingly, those in high positions wouldn't let it go easily. They might even kill him to force the griffin to change allegiance. So he had always kept the griffin well hidden. The friend who had framed him knew about the griffin but wouldn't spread the word. The reason was ridiculous. That person knew he had no contract with the griffin and wanted to secretly undermine him. Later, when he was framed and imprisoned and injured a guard to escape, that person was even more afraid to reveal he had a griffin, fearing the king would execute him for driving away a knight with a griffin. Under that person's concealment, the people of Yet Palace still didn't know how he escaped through the walls. They guessed he might have dug a tunnel or swum away, but they never imagined he would fly away on a griffin. So Troy's answer was firm. Except for that person, no one will recognize me. If no one could recognize him, then it would be easier. Ro considered and said, in that case, take the griffin to Golu and help Count Wesley defend against the enemy. Troy looked puzzled. Help Count Wesley of Golu? You heard me right, Ro said earnestly. Morally speaking, Count Wesley has taken in many refugees that neighboring countries couldn't care for. His compassion deserves praise. On a personal level, his only daughter is my classmate and a close friend. I can't stand by and watch a friend in need. With that reasoning, Troy was indeed moved. Your Highness is right. I will set off for Golu right away. Wait, Ro called out to him. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have something to give you. She took out the emerald necklace that Vina had pledged to her and solemnly handed it to Troy. This is a token. When you see Count Wesley, show him this necklace and tell him you are the rescue sent by his beloved daughter, Vina. Yes, Your Highness. Troy accepted the necklace with great seriousness. Be quick, Ro urged. Get there soon. If Count Wesley is not in life-threatening danger, just protect him and avoid fighting the Serbanli army unless absolutely necessary. If his life is in danger, or if the castle is about to fall to the enemy, you must act quickly. Understood. Troy replied, about to leave, but suddenly remembered something. But, Your Highness, will this violate the magical pact? The Magical Association has rules that wizards cannot participate in battles involving ordinary people or use magic against them. Unless the opposing side also has magical warriors, he can only engage in battle with enemy wizards. So, I told you not to act until the last moment. Rosy said, you need to tell Count Wesley this too. I have already taken on a lot of pressure for deciding to support him. We cannot afford the consequences of breaking the magical treaty. A wizard who violates the magical treaty by acting against ordinary people will be attacked by wizards from all over the continent. Troy's concerns are valid, but she doesn't want to give up the mountains of magic stones. Troy was even more confused. So, should I act? Of course, Rovi replied patiently. You need to be flexible. Just don't use magic while you fight. With your sword skills, can't you defeat most soldiers without using magic? And why did I ask you to bring the griffin? Be clever. No one knows the griffin is your mount. Let the griffin fight while you stay close to Count Wesley. And don't tell anyone, except for Count Wesley, that the griffin is yours, got it? Oh, okay. Troy looked a bit confused.
Just do as I say, Rovi urged.
Hurry up, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. I'm waiting for good news. If he is late, when the reinforcements from the Boluan Duchy arrive in Jella City, it will be too late for her. Troy blew the bone whistle and left on the griffin. Rovi watched the shadow in the sky until it disappeared, then lowered her head. The raven was still perched obediently on her arm. After being well fed, it was now heavy, making her arm ache. Rovi walked into the yard and placed it on the stone table in the garden. Chris quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the leaves and dust off the stone bench. Please sit, master. Rovi sat on the stone bench, resting her chin as she examined the raven. Just a moment ago, it seemed to be lounging around, and now it was actively trying to help her? She thought for a moment and understood. What do you want now? The raven shyly lifted one wing and pointed to the second floor of the small courtyard. Rovi glanced up. What do you mean? Do you want to hang your bed on the roof? Quack, quack, quack. The raven raised its claw anxiously. Master, I think I know what it means. Chris leaned in and said. It has been raining a lot lately, and I noticed the house was damp, so I took your pearls out to dry. This bird saw it from outside and kept calling to me. It seems to really like your pink pearls. It flies up there every day and even tries to sneak into your bedroom through the window. Chris subtly complained to Rovi, almost saying, the raven wants to steal the pearls. Worried about the jewelry being stolen, she had to outsmart the raven every day and didn't dare leave the main building. Sometimes, when she turned around, the raven would dart upstairs, causing her to search everywhere. She counted the jewels in the box over and over, fearing that the raven had taken a few. Sometimes, if she missed one, it would make her break out in a cold sweat. One gem could buy many lives like hers. Even though her master was kind, she didn't dare make such a mistake. Or rather, because she had such a master, she was extra careful. If she left, she would never find another master as good. Rovi didn't know the burden Chris had been carrying these days, but she heard the accusation against the raven. Still wanting to steal pearls? This guy is getting out of hand, without her around. Lil one, is what Chris said true? Rovi asked, stroking the feathers on the back of the raven's neck in a threatening manner. The raven shrank its neck, its eyes darting around. Quack, quack. The guilt in its voice was almost overflowing. Ha, Rovi sneered. Looks like you need a playmate. I should let Nicole spend some time with you. Being well fed and still thinking about her belongings.
Quack.
Quack, quack. Hearing Nicole's name, the raven looked terrified and flapped its wings in distress. Do you understand your mistake? Rovi asked. Quack. The raven hurriedly nodded, taking a couple of steps toward the table, wanting to nuzzle her wrist for affection. Be serious. Rovi pulled her hand back and scolded it sternly. If you want something, you have to work hard for it, not steal. If someone else caught you stealing, breaking your limbs would be the least of your worries. Some might even kill you. Quack, quack. The raven lowered its head, its wings drooping, and tears welled up in its little eyes, dropping 2 tears onto the stone table. Seeing the wet spots on the table, Rovi was. A bird can cry? The longer she stayed in this world, the more her worldview shattered. No, it had already shattered long ago. Alright, I was just saying that. I wouldn't really hurt you. Rovi softened her tone, gently patting its head. As long as you behave, why would I hurt you? Quack, quack. The raven tilted its little head, looking at her with watery eyes. Goodness, she could see vulnerability in a raven's eyes. In an instant, Rovi strangely understood its words and nodded. Of course it's true. Quack. Quack. The raven moved a few steps closer to the table, resting its head on her hand to act cute.
So smart.
Its intelligence was even comparable to that of a griffin, Rosy thought. Do you have a name?
She asked. Quack, quack.
The raven shook its head. Then I'll call you Luke. Luke means bright light. How does that sound? Rosy asked for its opinion.
Quack.
From now on, your name is Luke, Rosy declared seriously. Here, having a name means having responsibilities. Luke, if you want pearls, you must fulfill your responsibilities. The raven blinked its dark eyes, seemingly asking what its responsibilities were. Nicole's job is to guard the house, keeping pests away, and occasionally watching the doors and windows for me. What about you? What can you do?
Quack, quack.
The raven stretched its neck and pecked a red hair from her sleeve, flapping its wings and looking at her expectantly. You want to help me deliver messages?
Quack.
That's not impossible. I actually need a messenger, Rosy said, tapping her fingers on the table. But first, I need to give you a test to see if you can handle such an important role. Quack, quack. The raven used its claw to poke at the red hair on the table. That's too close. It doesn't count. Besides, you almost caused me big trouble. Pulling out a few hairs is one thing, but if it had pulled off Troy's mask. She wasn't sure if Troy would go crazy. How about this, Rosy said. Troy has gone to Jealous City and might be delayed for a few days. I'll write him a letter, and you can deliver it to Troy tonight and bring back news of the situation there.
Quack.
The raven puffed out its chest and called out. Chris, Rosy instructed, go to the study and get paper and a pen. Yes, master. Chris quickly went upstairs to fetch the paper and pen and presented them to Rosy. A minute later, Rosy finished writing the letter, rolled the parchment into a tube, tied it with string, and placed it by the raven's claws. Leave after dark. Be careful on the way, and don't let anyone see you. There are many bad people outside. Quack, quack. The raven grabbed the parchment with its claws. Be careful when entering the city too. Archers might shoot at you.
Quack.
Rosy smiled with satisfaction. If you can successfully complete this task, I'll reward you with a pearl. If the raven really had the ability to fly quickly over long distances, she wouldn't need to shuttle back and forth between Shiria and the north, and she could also know the situation at the woodworking factory and Demon Island. With a match tomorrow, Luowei didn't stay long at Xinglua. After getting some bread from the kitchen courtesy of Chris, she returned to the academy. The third match follows a single elimination format, where all teams compete in pairs. The winners advance, and the losers are eliminated. This format heavily tests the luck of the participating teams. If the two strongest teams meet in the first round, the losing team will miss out on the championship, even if their strength far exceeds that of other teams, ultimately settling for a middle-ranking position. In contrast, double elimination and triple elimination formats reduce the element of luck and yield fairer results. However, these formats are time-consuming and physically demanding for students, so after weighing the pros and cons, the professors chose the single elimination system. There are 25 academies in the junior division, competing in pairs, with one team getting a bye in the first 3 rounds. In a lucky scenario, the Sharia junior team could even get 3 byes and only face the Divine Academy in the final match, winning against them. In that case, they would only need to participate in 2 matches to win the championship. In the worst-case scenario, they might face the Divine Academy in the first match, lose, and then compete with other eliminated teams for rankings between 12th and 24th. Whenever luck is involved, Luowei feels uncertain. As someone who often experiences bad luck, every day seems to confirm Murphy's Law, making it hard for her to think positively. Preparing for the worst has been a painful lesson in life for her. If they faced the Divine Academy in the last 2 matches, she could forfeit, as their total points from 3 matches would still be enough to place them in the top 5. But what if they meet the Divine Academy in the first match? She needs a complete plan to defeat the Divine Academy, like her idea from the morning about breaking their wands. Students from the Divine Academy are dual-element mages with strong close combat abilities, making it difficult to literally break their wands. However, disrupting their spellcasting through their wands is much easier. Luowei took out her wand, made from smooth, hard dark spirit wood, which should be suitable for enchantments. She tried to carve a magic pattern on the wand, but the thin branch and cylindrical shape made it easy to damage while in motion, though it was still possible. Moreover, the Divine Academy uses wands that are 4 to 5 times thicker than her wand, making them much easier to carve. Additionally, their wands are made from a metal rod forged from various magical materials, which have excellent magical conductivity, making them perfect for enchantments. With tomorrow's match against the Divine Academy, she feels she has a 50-50 chance of winning. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Professor Moses called everyone together for a short meeting. Although the 5 members of the junior team don't get along well, their teamwork during battles is flawless. The conflicts between Luowei and Asina haven't affected their cooperation, which is better than the intermediate teams. Professor Moses is mainly worried about their match against the Divine Academy. Both teams are evenly matched, and having built a rivalry in the first match, their third match is bound to be fierce. As the competition reached 2/3 of its course, it became clear to everyone that this year's Junior Division champion would be either the Divine Academy or Sharia, with no third possibility. Whether the runner-up would come from these two academies depends on when they will meet in the elimination rounds. Like Luowei, Professor Moses fears this uncertainty, so he specifically advised them to be mentally prepared for any match against the Divine Academy. The 5 team members nodded, assuring Professor Moses that they would not lose their composure. After the meeting, Luowei discussed her plan with her teammates. To successfully disrupt the enemy's wands, she needs her teammates to provide cover. Fortunately, all 4 teammates agreed to the plan and were willing to cooperate. After a night passed, the bell rang, and Sharia welcomed the bright morning light. Today, the bell is from the North Bell Tower. Yeah, the sound is coming from the north. Why isn't the South Bell Tower being used? Maybe it's under maintenance. The magic apprentices chatted as they walked toward the stables on the east side of the academy. It was barely 8 in the morning, yet the stables were already packed with students eager to watch the matches, even more so than attending classes. The iron fences and wooden stakes had been removed, and the original track was surrounded by high walls, creating 3 spacious circular areas for the competing teams to battle. Compared to a platform, describing the setup as an arena might be more fitting. The surrounding tiered seating was filled with spectators, with students sitting in the upper areas and the competing teams in the middle. The lowest tier was reserved for VIPs, including professors from various academies. At a glance, Luowei felt as if she had arrived at the Colosseum in ancient Rome. At 8:30, the sun rose over the tall Hylian mountain, casting warm sunlight across the stables. Prince Alfred's luxurious carriage slowly entered the stables and stopped below the viewing platform. Everyone stood up respectfully as the noble prince, accompanied by 2 knights, descended from the carriage and ascended the steps. His lavish seat was placed in the center of the viewing platform, with Dean Morrison on his right and Professor Chester from Snake Academy on his left. Under the devoted gaze of thousands and the adoration of the professors, Alfred solemnly took his seat, while the 2 knights positioned themselves beside him, resting their right hands on their sword hilts. Dean Morrison, Alfred turned to his right with a concerned expression. "How is your health?" Dean Morrison bowed and replied, "Thanks to you, Your Highness, I'm feeling much better." Alfred smiled. For the sake of Sharia Magic Academy, Dean Morrison works tirelessly. "If there's anything troubling you, our church is willing to help." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. If the Academy faces difficulties in the future, I won't hesitate to seek your help," Dean Morrison replied with a smile. The 2 pairs of smiling eyes met, their gazes colliding in the air. After 3 seconds, Alfred finally looked away. "Dean Morrison, the time has come. Let's start the match." "All right, Your Highness." Dean Morrison raised his hand, signaling the 3 professors from Sharia to step forward with a clay pot. Facing the crowd, they turned the pot upside down and smashed it on the ground. During significant events, the people of Shiyuan always maintain such a sense of ceremony. The 3 professors picked up the broken shards and, in front of Alfred and the other professors, carved the names of each academy onto the pieces before placing them into a new pot and stepping aside. The judges from the 10 academies stood up and approached, drawing 2 pieces from the pot to determine which 2 academies would compete. Soon, The list for the first match was announced. Junior Division, Valhong Academy vs. Stone Academy. The third match, like the previous two, required participating students to wear rescue necklaces. Magical Bees would broadcast the match live, allowing students from other academies to watch through magic mirrors. The teams from Valhong Academy and Stone Academy, called to compete, put on their necklaces and entered the arena from the north and south entrances. There was no time limit for the duel. The match would only end when one side ran out of magic or was too injured to fight back, at which point the referee would declare the end. Rosy and her teammates sat in the curved stands, watching the match below. After 7 or 8 minutes, she let out a big yawn. Valhong Academy, Stone Academy, and most noble magical academies were supporters of pure magic. They believed that only those who could chant spells to cast magic could be called wizards, and that other magical professions were inferior and should not be classified as wizards. Thus, their teams consisted only of spell apprentices, and their combat style was limited to long-range attacks. The two teams stood at opposite sides of the arena, separated by a vast distance, raising their magic wands and chanting long spells. They exchanged fireballs and water balls, merely waving their hands while their feet remained glued to the ground. To them, this was a civilized way to duel, avoiding messiness and showcasing the elegance and nobility of wizards. However, to Rosy, there was nothing entertaining about it. It was so boring that she felt like dozing off. No wonder Sharia Magic Academy ranked high every year. Competing against these beauty-obsessed fools was truly effortless. They were so fragile that even a fart could knock them out. Rosy even suspected that if she brought a few stink bugs on stage, it would have the same effect. The match lasted over 20 minutes, ending with Valhong Academy conceding due to depleted magic, allowing Stone Academy to advance to the next round. Next group, Syasla Academy vs. Bude Academy. Third group, Gadrulman Academy vs. Toya Academy. Fourth group. After 6 groups, Sharia and the Divine Academy's names had not been called, and the hearts of the 5 members of Sharia's junior team raced with anticipation. Only 12 pieces of pottery remained. The longer it took, the higher the chance of meeting the Divine Academy. Although Rosy had prepared for the worst, everyone has a sense of luck, and she didn't believe her luck could be that bad. The match below remained dull, but her teammates began to grow anxious. Even Gladys, who had been lightly snoring, woke up, gripping her sword with a furrowed brow. Finally, after 2 more groups, their team name was called by the junior department professor. Ninth group, Sharia Magic Academy vs. The hearts of the 5 jumped to their throats. Topeka Academy. Sharia Magic Academy was up against Topeka Academy. Phew. The 5 let out a sigh of relief, their racing hearts slowly calming down. Topeka Academy ranked 6th among the top 10 academies. Although they were tough opponents, they were much easier than the Divine Academy. The 2 teams meeting was simply Topeka Academy's misfortune, facing a group of crazies in the first match. Seeing the relaxed smiles on her teammates' faces, Rosy sternly reminded, "Arrogance leads to defeat. Underestimating the enemy is a big mistake. Topeka's combat strength is not much lower than ours. If we let our guard down, we will lose." The 4 teammates tensed up. "Yes, Captain." Rosy stood up and led the team down to the arena. The wizard guarding the entrance was already a familiar face. He had checked their belongings in the previous 2 matches. Rosy put on the locator necklace, took out her magic wand and turtle shell. The wizard, who had previously opened his eyes, let them through without a word. "Okay, go in." The other 4 teammates quickly passed the identity check and followed Rosy into the arena. On the other side of the arena, the Topeka Academy team also entered. Once both teams were in position, a long horn sounded. As the horn faded, the Topeka Academy team raised their magic wands and began to chant. Gladys swiftly drew her sword and charged forward. Hall followed closely with a frying pan, moving like a swift monkey. The Topeka Academy members were stunned. They knew Sharia Academy's team liked to break the rules, as their seniors and professors had warned them, but what did it mean to draw swords right away? This was a magic competition, not a sword fighting contest. And what about that one using a frying pan as a weapon? That was too much. Could they not even afford a sword? They were simply too inexperienced. If it were their seniors, they would not be so surprised by this scene. What was a frying pan? Previous Sharia teams had used shovels and plows as weapons, and did they complain about getting hit? However, the Topeka Academy team had prepared somewhat mentally. They quickly formed a triangular formation after just a moment of shock. The frontmost member quickly cast Earth's shield to block, while the four behind sped up their chanting of offensive spells to gather magic. 2 fireballs targeted Gladys and Hull, while 2 lightning balls were thrown at Rosy and her teammates. But they underestimated Gladys and Hull's speed and combat strength. Just as the Earth's shield was summoned, Gladys was already in front of them. The fireballs missed behind the two, and amidst the roaring flames, the silver-haired girl jumped off the ground, bringing her sword down, causing the earth wall to collapse instantly. "Quick, swords!" the captain of Topeka Academy shouted, and the 2 teammates behind hurriedly drew their swords and stepped forward to block. Clang! Hull's frying pan came crashing down, and the 2 Topeka team members were momentarily blinded. The frying pan hit one on the head and then bounced off to the other's head, sending them flying 10 meters away with bumps on their heads. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Rosy and Asina watched the lightning balls coming from a distance. The purple orbs moved slowly, like butterflies, and they could clearly see each frame of their trajectory. At such a slow speed, there was no need to counterattack. They could simply step aside to avoid them, moving a couple of steps without effort. Jack's agility was slightly lower. To him, the lightning balls moved like flashes of lightning. By the time his body received the brain's command to dodge, the lightning balls had already exploded where he had been standing. Rosy was right. Although Topeka Academy's combat style was rigid, their magic power was not low. If those lightning balls had hit Jack, he would have been knocked out on the spot. Fortunately, Rosy was a responsible captain and pulled him along while dodging. Though it seemed lengthy, the entire process from start to finish took less than 1/10 of a second. A gasp erupted from the audience. My God, how did they dodge that? In the blink of an eye, they were over there. Their speed is incredible. The spectators in the stands had not seen how the 3 moved. When the lightning balls fell, they seemed to vanish into thin air, appearing on the other side of the arena in a flash. The professors in the stands also showed expressions of shock. In the previous 2 matches, Sharia's team had mostly fought magical beasts and creatures. While they were fast, it wasn't as noticeable. This time, with a comparable team, their speed stood out, being more than 10 times faster than students from other academies. Especially those 2 girls, one with black hair and the other with blonde. Not only were they fast, but they also moved gracefully, as if flying. How had they trained to achieve this? The professors looked towards Sharia's section. If it weren't for Prince Alfred standing in between, they would have rushed over to ask Professor Moses what teaching secrets she had used. The outcome of this match was clear. The Sharia team won in just 3 minutes. Gladys faced the enemy head-on, breaking through several layers of magical barriers with her sword, while Hull used a curve to outsmart the opponent and threw a frying pan as a hidden weapon. The enemy was knocked down, holding their heads in pain, and by the time they got back on their feet, their defeat was already certain. Gladys and Hull withdrew after their success, while Ro unleashed a barrage of fire spells. Asina and Jack assisted with their magic wands, and it felt like a rain of fire was falling from the sky. The Topeka team was trapped in a sea of flames, desperately chanting a water spell, but it was too little, too late. Sharia's terrifying strength shocked the other teams in the stands, thankful that they weren't facing Sharia. Being injured by a sword was one thing, but being knocked out by a frying pan like Topeka Academy would be truly embarrassing. After the match, the 5 members of Topeka were carried away by the logistics teacher, while the Sharia team proudly exited the arena after the referee announced their victory. 3 more teams were scheduled to compete, but even after the 3rd match was announced, the name of the Divine Academy did not appear. The Divine Academy has a bye, Hull said, glancing in their direction. Asina's expression was complicated. They really are lucky. Having a buy saves energy. The Divine Academy is already strong, and they get this good fortune. It's so unfair. Hearing Asina's complaint, Ro remained calm. They are favored by the sun and moon deities. Their good luck is a blessing from above. There is no fairness in this world. Some are born in Rome, while others spend their whole lives trying to get there. Many people will never reach that destination. What they desperately pursue is merely the starting point for others. After the last group match ended, the professor in charge of the draw took out the lucky single tile from the jar. Divine Academy, advancing. The entire morning passed like this. The Sharia team achieved an initial victory, but 4 more rounds awaited them. The second round would start at 2 in the afternoon, and the audience began to leave for the academy cafeteria for lunch. Ro and her teammates walked behind everyone else. They didn't need to fight for seats. The second-floor private room had delicious meals prepared just for them, a privilege for participating students. 15 minutes later, the 3 teams from Sharia Magic Academy met in the cafeteria. How did the match feel? Sebastian asked. Do I even need to say? Of course, we won. Theodore replied, annoyed by the question. The result was obvious. Could such a strong team possibly lose? Ridiculous. I wasn't asking you, Sebastian said, looking at Ro. It felt fine, Ro modestly replied. The first round wasn't difficult. The next one should be tougher. As they entered the private room and sat down, the professor sent someone to deliver healing potions. We're not injured. Why drink healing potions? Theodore tossed the potion bottle into his bag, refusing to drink. He wanted to save them for money. The senior delivering the potions quickly advised, you should drink it. These potions contain paba fruit, which helps restore energy. You'll need it for the battles this afternoon. Paba fruit? Fine, that stuff is pretty sweet, Theodore said, taking the potion bottle back and sipping it. But it still doesn't taste as good as Sweet Temptation from Ice Cream. Hall suddenly looked at Theodore. Sweet Temptation costs 1 gold coin per cup. Theodore, you actually spend money on that? Ro looked at Hall, struggling to speak. How do you know so much? Theodore worked at Ice Cream, where excellent employees sometimes received a free drink, so it wasn't surprising he had tried Sweet Temptation. But Hall, who always mooched food and drink at Xinglua and was so poor he wore straw sandals in winter, how could he know the price of Sweet Temptation? Had he bought it? Everyone's gaze turned to Hall. Who would have thought that someone dressed so poorly could afford the most expensive fruit drink at Ice Cream? Could he actually be a hidden rich person? Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Hall stiffened and said, I heard it from classmates. Ice Cream's fruit wine is famous. Didn't everyone hear about it? Stop pretending, Theodore called him out. I've seen you in the shop several times. Hall didn't believe it. You were in the kitchen. How did you see me? Theodore raised his chin. Humph, nobles pay with cards for desserts, but you toss a huge pile of copper coins. The front desk maid can't count at all, so they send it to the kitchen for me to help count. I could see you through the door. Hall was furious. A huge pile of copper coins? I clearly gave silver coins. A few silver coins mixed with a lot of copper coins. Theodore remembered clearly. 28 silver coins, 7,600 copper coins, and once it was 30 silver coins, 7,400 copper coins. You love buying cream cakes and Sweet Temptation. 7,000 copper coins weigh about 70 to 80 pounds in a bag. The front desk maid couldn't lift it, and counting it was a headache. In such situations, they would hand the counting job to Theodore. Everyone acknowledged that Theodore was fast. Not only did he stir milk quickly, but he also counted inventory and coins just as fast. The manager liked to ask him for help at the end of the month. No one else could count Hall's huge bag of copper coins in such a short time. Theodore puffed out his chest proudly. If it weren't for me, do you think you could have dessert so quickly? The front desk rules state that payment is collected before serving. If the money isn't counted, who would dare sell anything to him? Hall's pride was shattered, but he had a strong mindset. Even after being laughed at by Theodore, he managed to retort, I don't believe you've never bought anything. If you haven't, how come you can't even afford pants? Theodore stammered, that was. Fine, I bought it. So what? Didn't you buy it too? he said defiantly. Ro covered her face. The little wages they earned were being doubled back to her. Hall earned 1 silver coin for a day of teaching, and Theodore earned even less. Initially, he only made 30 copper coins a day, but later, after doing the work of 3 people, he earned 90 copper coins. With such little money, how could they afford it? Fortunately, Laura wasn't like them. Ro glanced at Laura, who hurriedly lowered her head. The cake. The cake is too delicious, she said, blushing and speaking softly. Ro, what a bunch of foodies. At 2 in the afternoon, the second round of matches began. With the experience from the morning, the Sharia junior team was much calmer. The 5 of them quietly sat in the stands, waiting for their names to be called to enter the arena. Only 6 teams were competing in the afternoon, and after the third match ended, they were drawn to compete against a noble academy called Debuni. This academy was significantly weaker than Topeka, and the Sharia team won even more easily, finishing the battle in 3 minutes. The defeated Debuni Academy was not upset. Given their strength, reaching the second round was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, they faced the fearsome Sharia, so losing wasn't embarrassing. After the match, both sides shook hands, expressing lasting friendship. Back in the stands, Ro heard the announcement for the 5th group match. The Divine Academy hasn't been drawn yet, Hall voiced her thoughts. Only 1 group left. Will the Divine Academy get another bye? Jack speculated. Ro looked down. Who knows? Their luck might just be that good. Minutes later, the 5th match ended, and the final group list was announced, still without the Divine Academy. Another bye for them, Asinus said unhappily. Why is it always them? Are those professors drawing tiles cheating? Even if they cheated, we have no evidence. What good is suspicion? Ro replied. On the bright side, at least we have 1 less strong opponent while they have a bye. Jack scratched his head. Will the Divine Academy have another bye tomorrow? Not a chance, Asina frowned. I don't believe they would dare be so blatant. Once or twice could be seen as an accident, but 3 times? Are they treating everyone like fools? I think they will get another bye, Hall disagreed with Asina. If I cheated in the drawing, to prove it was luck, I would make sure the Divine Academy kept getting lucky. If the professors didn't cheat, and the Divine Academy really is that lucky, then their luck won't disappear tomorrow. Hall's words turned out to be prophetic. The next morning, among the remaining 7 advancing teams, the Divine Academy was once again left until last, becoming the lucky one to advance without participating in a battle. The Sharia team also successfully entered the 4th round of duels based on their strength. To give the advancing team some recovery time, the 4th round was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. During the remaining morning hours, the Coliseum would hold ranking matches for the eliminated teams. Ro and her teammates left the arena and headed to the Academy cafeteria. Only 2 teams are left, and the afternoon matchups were announced quickly. The referee in the stands pulled out 2 clay pieces from a jar, glanced at them, and announced loudly, in the junior division, Sharia Academy will face Tasterlin Academy. As the announcement reached her ears, Ro felt a bit dazed. The best scenario she had imagined was to meet the Divine Academy in the final round, but it had actually come true. Was her luck really this good? On the other side, the Tasterlin Academy team was also momentarily stunned by the announcement. They had discussed at noon that the best outcome for the afternoon would be to face Snake Academy, while the worst would be Sharia. The Divine Academy had a predictable fighting style, but Sharia was full of tricks, making it hard to defend against. They would rather be defeated openly by the Divine Academy than fall under Sharia's deceptive tactics. Hearing they would face Sharia should have made them feel disappointed, but Novia analyzed for them. Although Sharia was tricky, they had a better chance of winning against Sharia than against the Divine Academy. The Divine Academy team has no weaknesses. Their combat ability is very balanced, with no flaws in close combat, ranged attacks, or defense. They stand together like an iron wall, unbreakable. Sharia is different, Novia continued confidently. Their weakness lies with that Jack. We can target him to break down Sharia's team. From yesterday to today, she had carefully watched Sharia's 3 matches and discovered many of their flaws. For example, Jack had relatively low magic power and agility. Hall only used a frying pan and defensive earth spells. The silver-haired girl Gladys lacked intelligence, and the blonde girl Asina liked to slack off. As for Ro, Novia hadn't seen her wield a sword even once. She only carried a dagger, which she hadn't used in any of the 3 battles, and preferred to cast spells from a distance to control the battlefield. Novia speculated that Ro's stamina and swordsmanship must have significant flaws. She was purely a mage. These were all weaknesses they could exploit, taking them down one by one. Novia's eyes sparkled as she began assigning tasks to her teammates. "Bois, your swordsmanship is good. Go deal with that Jack. Be a bit ruthless. His teammates might come to save him, which could distract them. Simon, your weapon is a whip. Hold off the silver-haired girl, but don't engage her in close combat. She's strong, and you might not be able to handle her. Naden, keep your distance and bombard the guy with a frying pan with magic. It's best to force him into a corner so he can't throw the pan around and disrupt our plans. Fernal, tie up that blonde girl with your sword. She seems weak and delicate, so you don't need to hold her too tightly to avoid making her angry. Captain, what about you?"
The 4 teammates asked.
"I'm going to meet Ro." Novia stood up, drawing her sword from her waist. "Don't worry, I'm 70% sure I can defeat her." The match was about to begin. Both teams entered the arena, had their weapons checked by the guarding mage, and skillfully put on their necklaces. "Go in." The mage lifted the gate. Stepping into the arena, the 2 teams faced each other across the wide space, their gazes sparking in the air. The professors in the stands were very excited. It was rare for these 2 teams to meet, and both had female captains. Who would win and who would lose? There was no need to say much about Sharia's team. The professors knew them well. However, Tasterlin Academy's progress was worth mentioning. The combat power of Tasterlin's junior team had skyrocketed this year, achieving good rankings in the first 2 matches. In the first match, they surpassed Snake and Ryan Academies to take 3rd place, with the Divine Academy and Sharia in 1st and 2nd. In the second match, they also placed 3rd. Although their points didn't match Sharia and the Divine Academy, they crushed other academies, surpassing the 4th place by 60 points. What was most surprising was that this team was led by a girl, which shocked them during the first match. For many years, only Sharia's team often had female captains. Other academies rarely had girls, let alone female captains. Tasterlin was a traditional academy, and their past matches were quite ordinary, but this year was different. The girl named Novia Platinum was skilled in both magic and swordsmanship, cunning and decisive, completely unlike a lady. Which noble family would raise such a daughter? Upon investigation, they learned that she came from the infamous Platinum family, known for selling daughters and extortion. No wonder, the Platinum family often produced daughters lacking in feminine virtues. As the crowd discussed, the battle horn was blown. Novia signaled her teammates with her eyes, and as the horn sounded, the 5 quickly moved, charging out according to their plan. The Sharia team was startled. This was the first time they faced a team that moved faster than them, creating an indescribable sense of novelty. "Captain, what should we do?" The 4 asked Ro. Watching the 5 opponents charging at them, Ro smiled slightly. "In this round, fight however you want. Just show your personal style. It's hard to paint a tiger's bones. When the enemy tries to guess their weaknesses based on their appearance, they have already lost." The true character of the 5 members of the Sharia team was not as simple as they appeared. Even Jack, who seemed the easiest to deal with, had passed through 2 strict screenings by Professor Moses before being accepted. The battle was about to begin. Tasterlin Academy formed a sharp angle, charging towards the Sharia team. Simon, wielding a barbed whip, led the charge, followed closely by Novia and Bois with their swords, Fernal in the center with his sword, and Naden at the back, holding his magic wand. The battle spirit ignited, and swords clashed. Gladys, indeed lacking in intelligence, got excited seeing the enemy move and rushed forward with her sword drawn. The whip was effective against swords, but Gladys seemed unaware of this, charging towards Simon's whip, driven by her instinct to chase fast-moving enemies. Everything unfolded as Novia had predicted. The strongest close combat fighter, Gladys, was entangled by Simon, and the first step of the plan succeeded. She and Bois exchanged glances and accelerated toward their respective opponents. Bois swung his sword at Jack, who, still unsteady with his magic wand, panicked and ran back while throwing fireballs at him. Back off, don't chase me, back off. A series of small fireballs rained down, and Bois, furious, struggled to escape while dodging the fireballs. Those pesky Sharia commoners. At the same time, Novia lunged at Ro with her sword. Ro was about to kick her elbow when a frying pan blocked her. With a clang, the iron sword bounced off, and Hall took a step back while Novia was pushed back a full yard. "What kind of sword is that so hard?" Hall exclaimed. "A mere iron sword, and it didn't break against his frying pan?" Novia's right hand holding the sword cramped. She thought he was incredibly strong. She had used 70% of her strength in that strike. Anyone else would have crumbled, but the frying pan guy only stepped back half a step, not much worse than that silver-haired girl. Where was Naden? Why hadn't he acted to trap the frying pan guy? Just as Novia was about to look, a whirlwind suddenly kicked up in the arena, shooting out from behind and enveloping Hall, who was holding the frying pan. To her surprise, it was so easy to succeed. Naden was overjoyed and immediately cast a second wind spell, trying to sweep Hall and his frying pan into a corner. However, the second whirlwind merged with the first, spinning in place as if it had taken root, unable to move an inch. Naden was puzzled. What was going on? Even a stubborn spot wouldn't be this solid. But at least he had trapped him. The wind wasn't strong enough to blow him away. He raised his magic wand and continued chanting the wind spell. After Hall was trapped, Asina was quickly drawn away by Fernal's sword, and seeing Ro lose her support, a deep smile appeared on Novia's face. Now, her chances of winning had risen to 90%. Ro glanced at Novia, who still hadn't made a move for two reasons. First, she preferred to act after assessing the enemy's strength. She usually wouldn't act immediately unless she had a chance to judge, which was why Novia deemed her only capable of controlling the battlefield and not close combat. Second, she liked to weigh gains and losses, determining the enemy's level before deciding how much effort to exert, allowing her to win with minimal cost while conserving her strength and keeping her trump card. Novia was indeed clever, but she was too proud. Proud people don't like to look back. Was her plan truly as foolproof as she thought? From Ro's perspective, Gladys had already stripped Simon's whip of its barbs, and her speed with the sword was increasing. Although the whip was effective against swords, brute strength could overcome skill. Once Simon's whip tangled with Gladys's sword, he became the one being dragged and struck. He tried to when Novia finally escaped from Gladys's grasp and tried to rally her teammates for a counterattack. She realized she was alone. Simon had already passed out, Boyce was defeated by Ro, and Varnal had been toyed with by Asina like a dog before being sent flying with Naden. Novia looked around in confusion. Gladys was glaring at her from across the field, Ro was approaching from the left, and Asina's mocking gaze seemed to treat her like a fool. She almost forgot about the person behind her, whose screams were fading, and the boy on her left, sneaking up on her with a sword he had picked up from her fallen teammate. The arena was flat and open, with no cover. Did he really think she couldn't see him coming with that big sword? At that moment, Novia felt deeply hurt. She cried for a second, then gritted her teeth and raised her wand. "Come on, I'll fight you." Alororo, boom. The long-awaited magic burst forth, and a blazing white fireball flew toward Novia, cutting off her incantation. Ro gracefully lowered her wand, looking gently at the figure collapsing in the flames. "As you wish." "Asina, what is it?" Ro tilted her chin, signaling, "Go finish her off." Asina, being the most water-affine, was the best choice to do the job without fear of fire. Novia was resilient, and if she wasn't finished off, she feared she would recover and waste another of Asina's magic. "Do I really have to do this? You have legs, don't you?" Reluctantly, Asina raised her wand, casting a water shield around herself, and quickly walked to Novia's side, poking her necklace with the tip of her wand. Novia's eyelids twitched. She had wanted to struggle to get up, but after Asina poked her necklace, she lost the strength to resist. Pressing the necklace meant surrender. She had no chance to turn the tide. The junior division, Sharia Magic Academy wins. Hearing the referee announce the winning team, Novia felt desolate. Before the match, she had vowed to lead her team to second place. Now, it seemed ridiculous. With that group from Sharia around, how could she achieve her dream? But if she couldn't get second, she would aim for third. Novia struggled to lift herself and shakily got to her feet. Once the Divine Academy finished their match with the Snake Academy, it would be their turn to compete for third place. Looking around, she saw her teammates sprawled on the ground, all in a sorry state. In contrast, the 5 members of the Sharia team stood tall, except for Hall, who was dirty and staggering. They walked shoulder to shoulder with pride toward the arena exit. Ro. Novia called out Ro's name. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she had an impulse to stop her. She stared at Ro's back, and to her surprise, Ro paused and turned around, looking back at her with a puzzled expression. Novia opened her mouth, wanting to ask many questions, but no words came out. Finally, she managed a bright smile. You guys are strong. Thank you, you are too. Ro politely returned the compliment, turned, and left the arena with her teammates. The first round of battles ended, and the arena was cleared. The team from Tasterlin Academy was taken to the infirmary, while the Sharia team returned to the stands to continue watching. The next match was the Divine Academy's battle, which was crucial for their strategy in the final showdown tomorrow. Ro watched the arena below, tapping her fingers on her knee. She hoped the Divine Academy's opponent could hold out longer, ideally showing their full strength, so the Divine Academy would reveal their true capabilities. Amid the eager anticipation of the audience, the referee finally called out the name of the Divine Academy. Junior Division Group 2, Divine Academy vs. Snake Academy. Wow! The first appearance of the Divine Academy in the match made the students in the stands jump to their feet in excitement. As the prospective high-ranking clergy of the church, the students of the Divine Academy seemed to shine in the eyes of ordinary people. Ro looked around. The admiration for the Divine Academy team was almost fanatical. Noble students and commoners alike shared a moment of unity in their devout faith. Perhaps there was also a hint of starstruck admiration, as the students of the Divine Academy, in her past life, would have been compared to top scholars from elite institutions or heirs of world-class families. Even in old romance novels, their status would at least be akin to the beloved F4 or celebrities. With the audience overwhelmingly cheering for them, the pressure on the Snake Academy was palpable. No one believed they could win, not even themselves. Before the match even started, the Snake Junior team was already nailed to the pillar of shame for losers. As the two teams entered the arena, they began a battle with a predetermined outcome. Ro felt a bit relieved. She had just seen the Snake team whispering at the entrance and thought they might forfeit. Thankfully, they still had some fight left in them and didn't run away. She focused on the arena below, where both sides were still in a testing phase and the battle wasn't too intense yet. Although the students of the Divine Academy were dual-element mages, Ro observed that they preferred using wands over swords in battle, perhaps due to their fastidiousness. The performance of the Snake Academy surprised her. They knew this was a match they couldn't win, yet none of them gave up on attacking. Instead, they fought fiercely to suppress their opponents. In terms of magic power, the Snake team was not far behind the Divine Academy. It could even be said they were evenly matched. As the top academy, the Snake Academy's strength was undeniable. If the Divine Academy hadn't suddenly entered the fray, they would have been the team admired by others. However, the Divine Academy's brilliance overshadowed them, especially with the unconventional Sharia, completely eclipsing the Snake Academy's shine. Now, both teams stood in the arena, exchanging blows evenly, and the audience suddenly realized that the Snake Academy team was not bad at all. It was said that the students of the Divine Academy were dual-element mages, but this claim was inaccurate. They were trained according to the standards of paladins, majoring in spells and minoring in swordsmanship, and should be called dual-element mage apprentices. Moreover, at the stage of junior magic apprentices, dual-element mage apprentices were not much different from ordinary magic apprentices. The basic sword skills they possessed were skills that other students also had. Sharia's junior magic apprentices had to learn 6 magic courses each. Could they be called 6-element mages? Thus, in close combat capabilities, the Divine Academy was not as strong as everyone imagined. Their overall combat power was indeed terrifying. Not to mention their significantly higher defense and strength compared to the Snake team, they also had an almost cheating skill, light healing. No matter how much damage they took or how much stamina they lost, a light healing spell could restore them in less than a second. In contrast, the Snake team grew more fatigued as the battle wore on, their stamina and magic depleting rapidly, putting them at a disadvantage. When it came to endurance against the Divine Academy, they couldn't compete. The Snake team realized this and abruptly changed their fighting style, adopting a reckless approach, charging at their opponents with swords drawn. They displayed a fearless courage, inflicting damage on themselves while trying to take down their enemies, which appeared somewhat tragic. The match lasted 20 minutes, and the Snake Academy's magic was exhausted, leaving them heavily injured and unconscious, ultimately being carried out of the arena. The Divine Academy team remained energetic, as if the 20-minute battle had merely been a warm-up. Ro pondered deeply. Although the previous battle appeared brutal, only the Snake team contributed to that brutality. The Divine Academy team had held back in this match, perhaps to save face for the Snake Academy or to conceal their true strength. Regardless of the reason, they revealed little information in this battle. Ro could only summarize 2 key pieces of information. First, their endurance and recovery abilities were exceptionally strong. Engaging them in a war of attrition was unrealistic. Quick battles were the way to go, but she was unsure of the Divine Academy's explosive capabilities. Second, the Divine Academy was very image-conscious, akin to having an idle burden in modern terms. This could be exploited later, and Hall was particularly skilled at this. The 5th round of the finals would take place tomorrow morning, and the 5 members of the Divine Academy exited the arena and left. In the stands, Alfred also boarded a carriage under the protection of 2 knights and slowly drove away. Ro withdrew her gaze, stood up, and said, "Let's go." The 5 of them left the arena and parted ways at a fork in the road, returning to their respective dormitories. It was only 4 in the afternoon. Remembering the letter she had sent with the Raven, Ro changed her clothes and returned to Starfall residence through the teleportation array.
Luke, Ka.
Upon hearing her voice, the Raven flipped over and quickly flew down, clutching a copper tube in its beak. Ro extended her hand, and the Raven dropped the copper tube into her palm, fluttering its wings at her feet, nudging her with its head. "Are you hurt?" Ro crouched down and stroked its sleek black feathers. "Caw-caw." The Raven puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, indicating it was very strong. Glad to hear Vina took the letter and, upon reading it, turned pale. "How can this be? Why is the king recalling the troops?" "That's what I want to ask you," Rose said, looking at her. "What secret is the Wesley family hiding that has brought such disaster?" Vina shook her head. I don't know. Our biggest secret is the magic stone mine. Could it be that they found out about it? If that's all they knew, they would only try to capture you, not send assassins to kill you. Rose spoke sternly. "At this point, if you still refuse to reveal the secret, I can't help you solve the problem or save your father." "But I really don't know what secret you're talking about," Vina said anxiously, not daring to question Rose's guess. "Maybe my father didn't tell me. Should I write him a letter to ask? If he didn't tell you before, he's even less likely to now that things have come to light." Ro didn't believe a letter would make the Earl of Wesley reveal any secrets. If this secret could be made public, the Serbanley army would have already caused a huge uproar. From the information available, there were 3 people who knew this secret. First, the Earl of Wesley and the Earl of Mansfield definitely knew. Second, the King of the Duchy of Boren probably knew something, or he wouldn't have recalled the troops. And the King of the Duchy of Serbanley, who allowed the Earl of Mansfield to attack neighboring territories, likely knew as well. What could this secret be that both powerful families were aware of but dared not speak of? To clarify this matter, the simplest method was to start with Vina. Rose stared at Vina. Your father was willing to share the family secret of the magic stone mine with you, so he might also reveal other important information. Think carefully. Has your father ever mentioned anything strange? Is there anywhere in your home you were told not to go? Have you seen anything mysterious or hard to understand? As the only daughter of the Earl of Wesley, he must have considered training Vina as an heir, guiding her to engage in certain matters. However, he later realized that it was too difficult to raise Vina as an heir due to various circumstances, so he gradually gave up. Ro believed that Vina had encountered that secret but was unaware of it, or perhaps she had forgotten over time. Guided by Ro, Vina took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to recall. Had her father ever said anything strange? Had she seen anything mysterious at home? Vina racked her brain, scenes from her childhood flashing through her mind, but she truly found no trace of the secret Ro mentioned. Before she knew it, cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. I really can't. The moment she opened her eyes, a strange image suddenly flashed before her, and the words she hadn't finished got stuck in her throat. What did you remember? Ro asked. I think I saw. Vina hesitated. I think I saw a sword. A sword? Yes. A silver sword. Very bright. Vina closed her eyes again, recalling. My father held me and let me touch the patterns on the hilt. She frowned, a pained expression on her face. I was pushed away by the sword. My father seemed very disappointed. He said. Something about judgment. Judgment. Blade of judgment. Vina suddenly opened her eyes, her expression horrified. It's the blade of judgment. He said the blade of judgment lost its master. Ro was confused, trying to piece together Vina's words. So that sword is called the blade of judgment, and your father said it lost its master, meaning he wanted you to become its new master? No, Vina trembled all over. You don't understand. You don't know what the blade of judgment is. Only its followers know. Only its followers. Calm down. Ro pressed her shoulder. Relax. You just said its followers. Does the blade of judgment relate to the goddess of justice? Vina breathed rapidly. Yes, the blade of judgment is the weapon of the goddess of justice, carrying her divine essence. How could the divine essence of the goddess of justice be in your home? Ro's temples throbbed. She suddenly felt she had been lured into a deadly trap. Isn't it said that there's no such thing as a free lunch? She had fallen into one trap after another, never learning her lesson. Suppressing her frustration, she asked Vina, has your family, who has worshipped the goddess of justice for generations, recorded in any books how the blade of judgment came into your possession? I don't know, Vina replied blankly. I don't like reading. Ro laughed in anger. What else do you know? Vina lowered her head, sniffling. I only know that the goddess of justice has abandoned us. Whoa. Wow, she cried out, throwing her head back, her voice sharp and piercing, nearly driving Ro mad. Enough, she shouted. Can you shut your mouth? You're not even this upset about your father dying. Vina's crying paused, her flushed face looking foolish. But the goddess has abandoned us. We have no divine protection. Ro, feeling a headache coming on, said, hasn't she abandoned you from the beginning? Without her protection, haven't you lived just fine until now? And she hasn't abandoned you. She's gone. Do you understand? It means she's dead. Vina. She clutched her chest, which hurt so much she could hardly breathe, her lips quivering as she was about to cry again. If you cry again, I'll slit your throat, Ro said fiercely. Vina shut her mouth tightly, her eyes wide with fear. All right, Ro patted her shoulder, comforting her. Look at me. When the goddess of life fell, I was more pained than you. Am I not doing fine now? Vina looked doubtful. More painful than her? How did she not notice? Ro ignored her skeptical gaze and continued to reassure her. Besides, as long as the divine essence of the goddess of justice is still here, she hasn't truly fallen. Unlike the goddess of life I worship, whose essence, throne, and authority are all gone, leaving me with nothing. Compared to that, don't you feel much better? Although the divine essence of the goddess of life, the green gem heart of life, was destroyed by her own hands, what she said wasn't wrong. The goddess of life left her with nothing. Hearing this, Veena compared in her heart. Yes, the goddess of life has fallen, but the goddess of justice has not. Ro is not worse off than her. Seeing Veena stop crying, Ro returned to the main topic. Besides the blade of judgment, does your family have any other secrets? Veena shook her head. No. Ro said, excluding other factors, I believe the war in Golar City may have started because of this. Has your father ever told anyone the secret? For example, your king or the Mansfield family?
Impossible.
Veena firmly refuted. Although our families had a marriage alliance, my father has never liked the Mansfield family. He wouldn't tell them the secret. If your father doesn't like them, why did he arrange your engagement to the heir of the Mansfield family? Veena's eyes darted. Well, before he met Asina, Egbert really loved me. He often brought me flowers. Ro's lips twitched. Was that love? He was after your family's wealth. Veena lowered her head in disappointment. My father said the same thing. Ro rubbed her temples. All right, let's not talk about that. Tell me, which deity does the Mansfield family worship? She reasonably suspected that the goddess of justice and the goddess of life had similar fates, with their authority and thrones taken over by other deities. They worship the moon goddess, one of the two supreme deities, Veena replied. Ro. Great. No need to doubt anymore. The Mansfield family is helping the moon goddess seize the power of the goddess of justice. They might not know where the divine essence of the goddess of justice is, but by killing the goddess's loyal followers, the control of the divine essence over authority would weaken, allowing the moon goddess to easily steal her power. Just like 15 years ago, when Queen Medusa plotted against Queen Isis, it was also a massacre of the followers of the goddess of life by the followers of the goddess of love. Ro looked at Veena with pity. If I say, have your father destroy the blade of judgment, abandon his family and territory, and live in seclusion in a remote place, do you think he would agree? What? Destroy the blade of judgment. Veena jumped up. How can we destroy the blade of judgment? That's the divine essence of the goddess of justice. Then hand over the blade of judgment to the Mansfield family? No, absolutely not. Veena firmly opposed. Then you'll just wait to die. Veena's face turned pale, and after a long pause, she finally said, Isn't there any other way? Ro replied coldly, Destroying the divine essence is the simplest way. Seeing Veena still unwilling, she sneered, You might not even be able.